Chapter 2315, Cracked Seal, Leaving the Moon God Palace. Jiang Chen did not leave the ancient burial realm directly, but directly entered the central area of the ancient burial realm, and headed towards the place where he was originally separated from the witch punishment. The identity of the witch torture is extremely mysterious, and it is very possible that it is the reincarnation of the ruined lord in the ancient times. After obtaining the storage ring left by the destruction lord, the power of witch punishment will inevitably grow to an extremely terrifying level. If witch punishment can be found, it will definitely be a great help against the void demon race. Jiang Chen concealed his breath with the Hunyuan Yiki technique, and soon came to the place where he was separated from the witch punishment. There was a figure that Jiang Chen was very familiar with, sitting cross-legged on a boulder. This figure is exactly witch punishment. When Jiang Chen saw this, he couldn't help but said with joy, "Witching, are you really here?" Wu Xing opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Chen and said, "No, I have already left this place. I just left an image here waiting for you." Jiang Chen realized that the witch torture in front of him was extremely illusory. Knowing that this was not a real witch torture, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "How did you know that I would come here to find you?" "You will understand later," Wu Xing said indifferently. "The situation in God's domain continent now can only be solved by yourself. You have to hold on for at least 3 months, and I will come to you in 3 months." After the witch punishment was finished, the image slowly dissipated in front of Jiang Chen. Seeing the image of witch torture disappeared, Jiang Chen could only shook his head, and then turned to leave. Although this trip to the ancient land of the burial of the gods was not as smooth as Jiang Chen imagined, it was not entirely without gain. At least when it is critical, he can ask the Lord of the Moon God Palace to help him once. A peerless powerhouse of the God King Nine Heavens could still be of great help to him, at least to help him solve the forbidden area of demon suppression guarded by the Palace of Human Emperors. There should be no big problem, after all. In today's God's domain continent, there is no God King Nine Heavenly Powerhouse. If Jiang Chen guessed right, the 9 heavenly kings of God's domain continent are very likely to hold the 8 demon kings of the void demon race somewhere in the eternal void. The 8 great demon kings of the void demon race shouldn't come to God's domain continent this time. As long as the 8 demon kings do not appear, the palace master of the Moon God Palace is almost invincible. Who can resist the entire void demon race? And at the same time Jiang Chen left the ancient realm of burial of the gods. To the east of Renwangchang, in front of a mountain surrounded by countless mysterious ruins. Many strong people from the imperial palace, headed by Zhang Qianyun Zhang Wuya, gathered here. Their eyes are locked tightly on the mountain in front of them. Feeling the violent fluctuations from the formation runes around the mountain peak, and the traces of magical energy that constantly overflowed from the mountain peak, their expressions also seemed extremely solemn. Looking at this situation, I am afraid that the seal of the forbidden area of the suppression demon will not last long, so be prepared to fight. Zhang Qianyun slowly took a deep breath. He thought that the seal of the suppression demon forbidden land could last at least a few days, but he didn't expect the void demon race to break through the seal this time, almost desperate. If this continues, at most half an hour, the void demon race will break through the seal and descend on the divine realm continent. Hearing this, Zhang Wuya couldn't help but twist his brows together tightly. Not long ago, in order to control the palace of the human emperor, Jiang Chen personally solved Zhang Tianjin and Ji Hua, the 2 censored kings, 7 heavenly powerhouses. Today's human emperor palace, there are only 2 divine kings 7 heavens, he and the ancestor of the Night Clan, and Zhang Qianyun, the 8th heaven powerhouse, the censored king. Jiang Chen went to the ancient god burial realm to seek help, but he might not be able to rush back for a while. If the void demon race broke the seal at this time, it would definitely be a great test for their human palace. While Zhang Wuya was thinking secretly, there was a loud noise from the mountain in front of him, causing the space around the mountain to be shaken as if by an earthquake. Immediately afterwards, a series of monstrous terrifying devilish energy rose directly from the inside of the mountain peak, completely annihilating the crumbling formation runes around the mountain peak. And after those formation runes were annihilated, dark shadows filled with demonic energy continued to surging out of the mountain. Thousands of figures of the void demon race appeared in front of Zhang Wuya and the others. The breath of these void demons are extremely powerful, especially the aura of the 10 black shadows at the head. Almost everyone is not weaker than the 7th heavenly king of God. The 3 in the center are not inferior to Zhang Qianyun in the slightest. 3 8th Order Void Demon Gods, 7 7th Order Void Demon Gods. Seeing this terrifying lineup of Void Demon race, Zhang Wuya's expression couldn't help but change drastically. Although he knew that the seal of the Forbidden Demon's suppression here would be broken and the strength of the Void Demon race that appeared would be very strong, he did not expect it to be so strong. Just relying on their people's palace, 1 censored king and 8 heavens, 2 censored kings and 7 heavens, can they resist it? Zhang Wuya, the strength of the Void Demon race is far beyond imagination. The imperial palace of the non-I can resist, prepare to retreat to the imperial city. Zhang Qianhun's expression was also extremely solemn. The power gap between them and the Void Demon race was too great, and it was impossible to fight at all. If you really want to fight hard, I'm afraid they will be wiped out today. Now their only choice is to retreat to the human imperial city, rely on the human imperial city's defenses to resist the attack of the Void Demons, and wait for Jiang Chen to return for help. Zhang Wuya didn't talk nonsense, and he gave an order to lead the people in the palace to return to the palace. However, how can the people of the Void Demon race easily make the people of the Imperial Palace retreat? Everyone, follow me to kill these practitioners of the God's domain continent. The first 3 8th Order Void Demon Gods waved their hands, leading the Void Demon race behind them directly, swallowing the world and killing them with momentum. You take everyone back to the Imperial City, I will stop them. Zhang Qianhun's turbid old eyes flashed with brilliance, and on top of his thin body, a monstrous divine King Dao aura burst out, and directly killed the Void Demon race. Elder Thousand Souls, Zhang Wuya's expression suddenly changed. Although Zhang Qianyun is powerful, he is so called that 2 fists are hard to beat 4 hands. The Void Demon clan is only the 8th Order Void Demon God, and there are only 3 of them. Once surrounded by the Void Demon race, Zhang Qianyun would probably be dead forever. Zhang Wuya knew very well in his heart that Zhang Qianhun's move was to sacrifice himself and buy time for them to retreat. If he didn't take the opportunity to return to the Imperial City, Zhang Qianhun's sacrifice would be wasted. Zhang Wuya had to gritted his teeth and led the crowd to retreat in the direction of human Imperial City without looking back. Chapter 2316, Imperial Danger. The distance between the human Imperial City and the forbidden area of the town demons is not too far. Zhang Wuya brought many powerful people in the Imperial Palace, and quickly retreated to the Imperial Palace, and then quickly opened the defensive enchantment of the Imperial Palace. Just at the moment when they had just returned to the Imperial City, I saw that in the direction of the forbidden area of the town demons, an 80,000 high avenue of the gods and kings burst into the void with a direct bang. Looking at this scene, Zhang Wuya couldn't help but clenched his fists tightly. Zhang Qianyun had fallen under the siege of the Void Demon race in order to buy them time to retreat. Zhang Wuya, this battle has just begun, and Elder Thousand Souls fell into the hands of the Void Demon race. The form is very unfavorable to us. The ancestor of the Yi clan, Yi Tian, looked solemn and authentic. The lineup sent by the Void Mozu is far beyond imagination. In addition to the 2 of them, Zhang Zan was the only one who had a combat power comparable to that of the Divine King 7th Heaven. But the Void Demon race has 3 8th Order Void Demon Gods and 7 7th Order Void Demon Gods, how can they contend? Although the human Imperial City has a formation enchantment left by the dominance of the realm, the existence of the formation enchantment is too long, and it may not be able to stop the attack of the Void Demon race. Zhang Wuya said solemnly, wait. Facing the powerful Void Demon race, Zhang Wuya had nothing to do now. The only thing they can do now is to wait. If Jiang Chen could get the help of Moon God Palace smoothly, they might not have the chance to defeat the Void Demon race. Just as the 2 were talking, a group of demonic magical cities in the void outside the Imperial City of Humans rolled over like a black cloud. Human Imperial City, this is the power that Qingtian Emperor Zhang Qingtian belonged to back then. Is it also the culprit for the great things that broke my Void Demon clan back then? Looking at the city in front of him, the 8th Order Demon censored, with a weird expression in it, a flash of weird blood could not help flashing through his eyes. Yes, this is human Imperial City. It's a pity. The human Imperial City today is no longer what it used to be, and it is really vulnerable. Another Tier 8 Void Demon God with an old face and wings on his back sneered coldly and said coldly, don't waste time. Attack, today we will step through the Imperial City to avenge the blood of the year. The myth of the 8th Order Void Demon fell, and the power of the demon, censored, surged above his fist, which directly turned into a demon fist that ruined the world and smashed it against the imperial city. With this shocking magic fist, he was directly resisted by a golden enchantment around the imperial city, and he could not shake this enchantment at all. This man has a profound background in the imperial city, with the means arranged by the power of God's domain domination realm. It is not easy to break it. I think it is more important to give up attacking the imperial city for the time being. It is more important to find the immortal monument first. The strange-looking Tier 8 void demon god furrowed his brows. Obviously he didn't want to forcibly attack human imperial city. This time, the void demon race invaded God's domain continent. The main purpose was the legendary immortal monument. He did not approve of wasting time in the more difficult imperial city. To find the immortal monument, we still have to start from the human imperial city. The elder of the void sky demon race said lightly, according to the sky shadow demon king, the person who holds the immortal monument has the blood of the emperor. As long as we break through the imperial city, we may be able to get news about the immortal monument. The strange-looking Tier 8 void demon god was slightly silent. Are you sure to break the barrier of human imperial city? Although the enchantment of the imperial city is the hand of a powerful master, but after too many years of baptism, the power has not survived. With such an enchantment, how can it stop me from waiting? Everyone shot together and defeated this enchantment for me at the fastest speed. The 8th Order Void Demon God of the Void Sky Demon Clan roared, and once again slammed his fist towards the human imperial city. The remaining 2 8th Order Void Demon Gods and 7 7th Order Void Demon Gods broke out almost at the same time, attacking the enchantment of human imperial city with all their strength. A series of terrifying magical attacking techniques continuously bombarded the golden enchantment surrounding the human imperial city. At the beginning, the golden enchantment didn't seem to be affected in any way. But with the passage of time, the golden enchantment was also bombarded by 10 powerful void demon races. Some of them were overwhelmed, and it began to dim. The golden barrier changed and twisted directly in midair, and then burst open with a bang. The defensive barrier of the imperial city was also defeated by the void demon. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Zhang Wuya and others became extremely difficult to look. It took less than 2 hours to break through the seal of the Forbidden Land from the void demon clan. First, Zhang Qianyun, the eightfold powerhouse of the censored king, fell, and then the defensive enchantment of the imperial city was also defeated. Human imperial city, I am afraid it is dangerous today. Haha. The barrier has been broken, please give me a stepping stone to the imperial city. The old man of the void sky demon race suddenly laughed wildly, and then immediately took the lead, bringing a devilish energy that swept the world, and rushed towards the imperial city. Zhang Wuyu's pupils shrank, and when he was about to prepare for a desperate battle, a bright sword light suddenly slashed from the distant sky. The cyan sword aura, like a fairy light, instantly filled the world. This sword was extremely terrifying, with murderous aura, covering the world, and instantly shrouded the body of the old man of the void sky demon race in the sword light. Even this 8th Order void demon god couldn't help but feel a chill in my heart. Tianmoba fist, break it for me. The elder of the void sky demon race roared. The monstrous power of the demon god instantly turned into a sky demon phantom behind him, and then hit the sky with a punch, blasting towards the sword light that enveloped him. There was a thunderous explosion in the void, and the figure of the old man of the void sky demon race also flew out more than 10 steps in an awkward manner in the void. His eyes were staring at the sky above the imperial city. There, I don't know when, there was a young man in black standing proudly. This young man in black is naturally not someone else. It is Jiang Chen, who rushed back from the ancient land of buried gods. The look of the old man of the void sky demon race looked horrified. This son obviously only has the cultivation base of the god king's 5th heaven, but the sword just now repelled him, the 8th demon god, and even wounded him. Such a power against the sky is really incredible. Renwangdian is the emperor of the world, Jiang Chen. An icy light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. You void demon race, you really are so impatient to live. You dare to run wild on the ground of our palace. Chapter 2317, The Terrifying Lord of the Moon God Palace. This kid finally came back. Looking at Jiang Chen, who appeared above human imperial city, Zhang Wuya was also slightly relieved. If Jiang Chen doesn't show up again, I am afraid that human imperial city will really be destroyed by the void demon race today. Yi clan ancestor Yi Tianqi frowned and said, Zhang Wuya, didn't you say that the emperor went to find a helper? Why is he alone? When Zhang Wuya heard the words, he couldn't help but froze for a while. When he sensed that there was no other strong aura in the sky above human imperial city except Jiang Chen, he couldn't help but sink slightly. Did Jiang Chen go to the ancient burial realm to seek help from the Moon God Palace this time and failed? If this is the case, even if Jiang Chen returns, I am afraid it will be difficult to resist the Void Demon race. The Palace of Human Emperors is a bit capable of being an emperor of the world. The elder of the Void Demon race sneered and said, but, you alone can't change the result of the imperial city being flattened by my Void Demon race. Yes, Jiang Chen's indifferent gaze swept slightly, and he said coldly, the 7 7th Order Void Demon Gods, and the 3 8th Order Void Demon Elders, the battle is not small. Since you are here, let me stay forever. When Jiang Chen spoke, a sharp killing intent also spread from him. The Void Demon nest guarded by the Human Emperor Palace had gathered so many Void Demon race powerhouses, and it broke the seal so quickly. If it weren't for him to rush back in time, I'm afraid the Human Imperial City would be destroyed in the hands of Void Demon race. The old man of the Void Sky Demon clan sneered, and immediately said to the other 2 8th Order Void Demon Gods, you too, kill this kid with me. The rest of you, destroy the Imperial City for me. The combat power of the boy in front of him is very against the sky, and he is not sure to defeat him alone. The old man of the Void Sky Demon race also didn't want to waste time, and planned to join forces with 2 8th Order Void Demon Gods to directly encircle Jiang Chen. Following this Void Sky Demon clan old man's order, the other 2 8th rank Void Demon Gods, almost at the same time, shot towards Jiang Chen. The remaining few Tier 7 Void Demon Gods also led the team to kill the Imperial City, and the battle was about to start. Looking at the 3 8th Order Void Demon Gods who were besieging him, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at the moment, and directly urged the Moon God Order without hesitation. If it is alone, Jiang Chen is not afraid of any of these 3 8th Order Void Demon Gods. But once the 3 of them joined forces, even he couldn't bear it. Only with the present plan, he can only urge the Moon God Order and let the Moon God Palace Lord come to help him in an unprecedented way, in order to resolve the immediate crisis. Under the urging of Jiang Chen, the Moon God Order turned into a mysterious gate of time and space in midair. The peerless figure of the Palace Master of the Moon God Palace had already crossed the sky from the gate of time and space. Looking at the Palace Master of the Moon God Palace and the elders of the Void Sky Demon race and other 3 8th rank Void Demon Gods who came across the sky, their pupils suddenly shrank. Their eyes were staring at the Palace Master of the Moon God Palace, their expressions were extremely solemn. The oppression that this mysterious woman in front of them brought to them was not inferior to that of the 8 demon kings of the Void Demon race. This mysterious woman is very likely to be a God King 9 heavenly powerhouse. Now that the God King 9 heavens powerhouse of the God's domain continent has been constrained by the 8 great demon kings and is not on the God's domain continent at all, how could there be a God King 9 heavens powerhouse in the God's domain continent? I really didn't expect that there is still the existence of God King 9 heavens in the continent of God's domain. The elder of the Void Sky Demon race stared at the Palace Master of the Moon God Palace and said solemnly, as far as I know, there are 7 censored kings and 9 heavenly powerhouses in the God's domain continent. You are not any of those 7 people. Who are you? Sure enough, it's a disgusting breath of a mortal cultivator. The Palace Master of the Moon God Palace swept his cold gaze slightly over the Void Sky Demon race and others, and said coldly, give you a chance, stop by yourself, maybe you can die decently. Her expression was calm and her eyes were indifferent, like a 9-day fairy high above, looking down at the ants on the ground of the world. Your Excellency is powerful, but it's just an energy clone coming across the air. If you come in person, I might still be afraid of you by 3 points, just relying on a mere energy clone, but you are not qualified to be rampant in front of us. Shoot together, kill this person first. The voice of the elder of the Void Sky Demon race fell, directly with the other 2 8th Order Void Demon Gods, and at the same time brought the power of the demon censored that overwhelmed the sky, and oppressed the Palace Lord of the Moon God Palace. The aura of the 3 of them had disappeared without a trace before they approached the 100-meter long range of the Moon God Palace Master's body. This scene also made the eyes of the old man of the Void Sky Demon race more solemn. He quickly shouted, this person's strength is unfathomable. Don't have any reservations. Let's do our best together. Shoot. The Lord of the Moon God Palace looked cold. You have no chance. The elder of the Void Sky Demon race was taken aback for a while. Just about to speak, a moonlight divine light shot out from his body like a sharp arrow, directly piercing his throat. His face changed, and he quickly covered his throat with his hands, where blood spurted out like spring water. And beside him, the other two 8th Order Void Demon gods were almost exactly the same as him. At this moment, the old man of the Void Sky Demon race was completely dumbfounded. He looked at the Moon God Palace Master with an incredulous expression. How is this possible? You. When did you make the move? They are the 8th Order Void Demon gods, and their strength is more than that of the 8th heavenly powerhouses of the God's Domain Continental God King. The three of them joined forces. Even if they were facing the Divine King 9 heavenly powerhouse, it might not be without the power of a battle. This mysterious woman in front of her is just a clone of the 9 heavenly King of God. How could it have such terrifying power? The Palace Master of the Moon God Palace said with contempt, "My way has surpassed time and space. How can you see my way clearly if you are too weak? Impossible. My 8th Order Void Demon God, how could it not even be seen by you?" The old man of the Void Sky Demon clan roared in disbelief. "Weak, it really limits your imagination." The words of the Lord of the Moon God Palace fell, and another dazzling moonlight divine light burst out from the bodies of the three old men of the Void Sky Demon race, leaving mysterious blood holes in the bodies of the three. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of the three people turned into human-shaped hornets' nests. The bodies of the three of them could no longer withstand the power of Yuehua's divine light, and they broke apart in midair. Chapter 2318. Repel the Void Demon. In an understatement, the three 8th Order Void Demon gods were resolved, and the cold gaze of the Palace Lord of the Moon God Palace directly looked at those 7th Order Void Demon gods. These 7th Order Void Demon gods who were about to kill Shangren's imperial city were full of dead souls in their hearts at this moment. Fear. The mysterious woman who suddenly appeared in front of her was really terrifying. The three elders of the 8th Order Void Demon God were all killed instantly by this mysterious woman without warning. Such strength, compared with the 8 great demon kings of the Void Demon race, are all surpassed and inferior, and it is simply not what they can handle. These 7th Order Void Demon gods, where did they dare to hesitate at all, hurriedly fleeing towards the town demon forbidden ground like frightened rabbits. The Palace Lord of the Moon God Palace was expressionless, just raised his hand and waved lightly, and the 7 Order Void Demon gods who fled in panic, as if they had been given a hold method, instantly froze in the void. The dazzling Yuehua divine light burst out from the 7 people, completely beheading them into nothingness. After the Lord of the Moon God Palace killed these 7th Order Void Demon gods, the imaginary figure also turned into a faint moon flower divine light, dissipating in the sky and earth out of thin air, leaving only a cold voice in the sky and the earth. Resounded, "Jiang Chen, this is the last time this palace will help you. If you want Moon God Palace to help you, unless you find God's domain Heavenly Tao, let Moon God Palace be recognized by God's domain." Looking at the place where the Lord of the Moon God Palace dissipated, Jiang Chen also did not recover for a while. This is 3 8th Order Void Demon gods plus 7 7th Order Void Demon gods. He originally thought that even if he summoned the Palace Master of the Moon God Palace to come to help with the Moon God Order, it would definitely be a hard fight today. However, he didn't expect that the Palace Master of Moon God Palace would have solved the 10 powerhouses of the Void Demon race in such an understatement. Although Jiang Chen also knew that the Palace Master of the Moon God Palace, the powerhouse of the ancient times, was bound to be very powerful, but she was not as powerful as that. Just a clone can easily slaughter the 8th Order Void Demon God. With such power, even the average God King 9 heavenly powerhouse would definitely not be able to easily achieve it. The Palace Master of the Moon God Palace, even if he was not in the domination realm, I am afraid he is not far from the domination realm. It seems that we have to find a way to find God's domain Heavenly Tao as soon as possible. The Moon God Palace was a well-known dominating power in the ancient times, and its preserved strength was probably stronger than she had imagined. If you can find the God's domain and Heavenly Way, let the God's domain and Heavenly Way recognize the Moon God Palace, then the Moon God Palace can be born. If the Moon God Palace is to help, it might not be difficult for the God's domain continent to defeat the Void Demon race. Jiang Chen shook his head, cast aside his happy thoughts, and looked directly at the panicked group of void demons on the opposite side. The cold voice also instantly resounded through the world. "Human Wangdian, listen to the order, let me destroy these void demon race." Before Jiang Chen's words fell, the whole person took the lead, lifting the sword to kill the void demon race. Zhang Wuya and Yi Tianqi, the two divine king's seventh heavenly powerhouses, also broke out at the same time, bringing with them the many powerhouses from the human emperor palace, and counterattacked towards the void demon race. The 10 powerhouses of the void demon race were all wiped out by the moon god palace lord. At this moment, there was already a group of dragons without a leader, and they were in a panic. Jiang Chen and the others were almost like no one. They quickly killed the void demon race to pieces. Only a small part of the void demon race fled to the void demon nest in the forbidden land of demons in a panic. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all. He led the team directly into the void demon's nest, and wiped out the void demon race in the void devil's nest. Human sovereign, where did you find the helper just now? It's too scary. Yi Tianqi looked at the void demon's nest that had been thoroughly cleaned by them, and couldn't help but a touch of unconcealed exclamation appeared in his eyes. He thought, today, the imperial city is doomed to be inevitable. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen just summoned an energy clone that came across the sky, and killed all the 10 strongest of the void demon race, instantly reversing the situation. With such a method, even if the 7 great censored kings in 9 heavenly powerhouses in the world of God's domain continent, they might not be able to do it easily. Yes, if that body can do it himself, maybe it will be able to suppress the void demon race and completely solve the problem of the void demon race on the God's domain continent. Zhang Wuya also nodded. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, this matter is a bit troublesome, and she may not be able to take action for the time being. Zhang Wuya was taken aback for a moment, and immediately thought of the words left by the palace lord of the moon god palace when he dissipated, and he also vaguely understood something right now. The moon god palace is a force in the ancient times, but it has been preserved to this day. It violates the laws of the heavens and cannot be accommodated by the heavens. Unless moon god palace is approved by God's domain and heavenly Tao, moon god palace cannot be born easily at all. Heavenly Tao is illusory. How difficult is it to get moon god palace to be recognized by heavenly Tao? Shaking his head, Zhang Wuya didn't think much anymore. He pondered slightly. Chenur, this void demon's nest has been resolved. Should our human emperor palace help other places to fight the void demon race? Don't act rashly for now. Although the void demon race is aggressive this time, the war demon alliance is not a vegetarian, and the void demon race can't ask for much bargain in a short period of time. Although we defeated the void demon race, there is no way to destroy the void demon nest. After the defeat of the void demon race, it may be so angry that it will send more powerful men to come through here. Jiang Chen's face was solemn and authentic. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Zhang Wuya and Yi Tian couldn't help but change suddenly. This time, because Jiang Chen asked the palace master of the moon god palace to help them, they just managed to defeat the void demon race. If the void demon race sends more powerful men from here, how can they resist? Don't worry too much, the teleportation of this void demon nest also has certain restrictions. Even if the void demon race really wants to come from here again, it will take a certain amount of time, at least a short time is impossible. What's more, this time the void demon race has fallen to 10 strong men above the 7th order void demon god, which is also considered to be severely injured. Whether it has the ability to send more strong men to come is unknown. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. During this period, I will find a way to solve the void demon race as soon as possible. To solve the void demon race, Jiang Chen now has 2 options: as soon as possible to upgrade his cultivation base to the 7th heaven of God King. Even in the face of the 8 demon kings of the void demon race, Jiang Chen would not have the slightest fear. It is obviously not an easy task for him to be promoted to the 7th heaven of God King in a short time. In addition, the only way is to find God's domain heavenly Tao, and find a way to get Moon God Palace to be recognized by God's domain heavenly Tao. Chapter 2319, Tianjishan Lu Owner. On the cloudless sky, a vague black shadow slowly stepped into the sky from the sky, and then landed at the gate of Tianji City. This shadow is Jiang Chen. After defeating the void demon race, Jiang Chen did not stay in the imperial city for a long time, but embarked on the journey of searching for God's domain heavenly Tao alone. Since the great tribulation of the ancient times, God's domain heavenly Tao has never heard from it. In any case, Jiang Chen also had to find a way to find God's domain Tiandao. The existence of God's domain Tiandao is related to the survival of God's domain. If it is found first by the people of the void demon race, the universe of God's domain really has the possibility of destruction. If he wants the Moon God Palace to be born and completely eradicate the void demon race from God's domain, he must first find the God's domain Heavenly Tao. Heaven is nothing and ethereal. Even in the palace of Human Emperor, there are not too many records about God's domain and Heavenly Tao. Especially after the Great Tribulation of the ancient times, the information about God's domain and Heavenly Tao in the palace of Human Emperor was completely blank. Jiang Chen rummaged through the ancient books in the palace of the Human Emperor, but he did not find any information about the God's domain and the way of heaven. However, his father Zhang Wuya told him that the only people in the Divine Region continent who knew the news of the Divine Realm Heavenly Tao were only the Tianji Shenlu and the Dongshuan God clan. These two forces not only inherit ancient times, but are also very good at fate, and can know many things that ordinary people don't know. It is precisely because of this that Jiang Chen came to Tianji City the first time. Perhaps because of the hesitation of the recent explosion of the void demon race, the Heavenly Mystery City has become much deserted than before. After Jiang Chen entered the Tianji City, he headed directly towards the Tianji God Tower. Jiang Chen had already arrived at the headquarters of the Tianji God Building. The headquarters of the Tianji God Building, almost the same as Tianji City, looked exceptionally deserted, with almost no human figures. "This gentleman, can I help you?" Jiang Chen walked into the Tianji God Tower, and a member of the Tianji God Tower stepped forward and asked Jiang Chen politely. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, "Thank you, please go and report that Jiang Chen, the Palace of Human Emperor, specially came to visit the original poster of the Heavenly Jishan. Emperor Jiang Chen, the new building of the Palace of Human Emperor." The members of Jishanlu couldn't help being surprised when they heard this that day. The Palace of Human Emperor supported Jiang Chen as the 62nd Emperor of Human Emperor, which almost shook the entire continent of God's domain. For the name of Human Emperor Jiang Chen, this member of the Tianji God Tower is naturally no stranger. Where did he dare to be the slightest negligence, and quickly said with a polite expression, "Human Sovereign, please wait a moment, I will report it." After that, the member film of the Tianji Shenlu left in a hurry. In the lobby of the Tianji God Building, there was a slight fluctuation suddenly rippling. A figure slowly emerged from Jiang Chen's front. This is a middle-aged man who looks about 34 years old. The middle-aged man was dressed in a gray commoner and looked plain, giving a sense of simplicity and inability. Jiang Chen felt a palpitating mysterious breath from the unpretentious middle-aged man in front of him. Jiang Chen doesn't need to think about it, the person in front of him should be the one who knows his fate, the 39 strongest on the list of the most powerful gods in the domain of God. Mo Jiming looked at Jiang Chen in front of him, and couldn't help but clasp his fists and said, "The Emperor is coming to the Tianji God Tower. Momo has missed a long distance to welcome him, but has not forgiven his sin." Host Mo is polite. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, didn't talk nonsense, and said straight to the door, "Jiang Chen is here today and wants to inquire about some news from the host, and I hope that the host can give him some advice." Human Sovereign's intention, Momo already knows, but the Heavenly Jigsaw Tower cannot deduct this matter, so it is difficult to give you a specific answer. But Momo can point you to a clear path. Mo Jiming seemed to have known the purpose of Jiang Chen's trip and couldn't help but said with a smile on his face. Jiang Chen quickly arched his hands and said, "Please also the original poster Mo for advice." Since the Great Tribulation of the ancient times, the only person in the God's Realm continent who has had contact with the God Realm Heavenly Tao is the Dongshuan God clan. At that time, an ancestor of the profound cave God clan found the Heavenly Tao in the God's Realm with the technique of defying the sky, and reached a deal with him. If anyone in this world knows the whereabouts of the Heavenly Tao in the divine domain, it is undoubtedly the profound God clan. If Human Sovereign wants to understand this, you can go to the profound God clan. Mo Jiming explained with a smile. Dongshuan God race. Hearing these words, Jiang Chen couldn't help narrowing his eyes. When he was in the ancient burial realm of the gods, in order to compete for the moon censored stone, he and the people of the Dongshuan censored clan were not very friendly. Jiang Chen didn't go to the profound cave God clan for the first time, but chose to go to the Heavenly Jishan Tower. Now it seems that if he wants to get news of God's domain Heavenly Tao, he really has to go to the Dongshuan God clan. Thank you for the advice from the original poster. Jiang Chen still has important things to do, so he should leave first. Jiang Chen thanked Mo Jiming, and then turned to leave. Human Sovereign, please wait. At this moment, Mo Jiming suddenly stopped him. Jiang Chen paused, and couldn't help but look back at Mo Jiming with a look of confusion. What else is the Lord Mo? Mo Jiming's palm moved, and a crystal strange stone about the size of a palm, and the whole body exuding a strong breath of life, emerged from the palm of his palm. Human sovereign, this stone was accidentally obtained by Tianji Shenlu. It may be helpful to you. Take it with you. Jiang Chen hesitated slightly, and finally accepted the strange crystal stone. The breath of life emanating from this strange crystal stone is more than the sacred tree of life he had obtained at the beginning, and it must be a very precious treasure. Mo Jiming is the landlord of the heavenly Jishan. Since he gave this thing to himself, it must have a certain usefulness. Thank you Mo. Jiang Chen has left. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and his figure flashed immediately before disappearing in front of Mo Jiming. This son's destiny is in his body. Whether God's domain continent can survive this catastrophe is probably tied to him. I hope his trip will go smoothly. Mo Jiming looked at the place where Jiang Chen disappeared, and the corner of his mouth could not help but let out a low whisper. When Mo Jiming was speaking, his hands could not help pinching a mysterious gesture, and mysterious rays of light continued to flow in his eyes. Mo Jiming trembled all over, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his face suddenly turned pale. There are some things that I can't detect. Mo Jiming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, and then shook his head with a wry smile. His figure disappeared out of thin air in a flash. Chapter 2320, The Secrets of Dongshuan Protoss. The Dongshuan God clan is located in a place called Shuangkong Mountain in the southern part of the central region. Shuangkong Mountain is extremely mysterious. It is said to be the ancestor of the Dongshuan God clan, a sacred mountain built from meteorites outside the sky, hidden in the endless void. The profound cave God clan has always been extremely mysterious in the Divine Realm continent, and few people know where the profound cave God clan is. As the former overlord of God's domain continent, Ren Wangdian had a very good understanding of all the first-rate forces in God's domain continent. This time when he came out to search for the heavenly way of the God realm, Jiang Chen had planned to come to the profound God clan for a visit, and naturally he knew the location of the profound God clan well. After he left the Tianji God Tower, he came all the way to the area where the Dongshuan God race was, and then flew tens of thousands of miles toward the endless void, and finally found a huge mountain floating in the sky. This mountain is as high as 10,000 feet, and the whole body is surrounded by clouds and mist, exuding an unusually mysterious atmosphere of ancient times. Jiang Chen stepped out, striding directly across the space of thousands of miles, and arrived in front of the sacred mountain of Wanzhong, with a faint voice slowly resounding in this piece of heaven and earth. Jiang Chen, the palace of human emperors, come to visit profound cave God clan. As Jiang Chen's voice fell, a few extraordinary figures also burst out from the mist-shrouded sacred mountain. The head of the person is not someone else, it is the censored Sun Xuanyangji of the Dongshuan censored clan that Jiang Chen has seen in the ancient land of buried gods. Looking at the familiar figure that appeared in his sight, Zan Yangji's pupils couldn't help but suddenly shrink. After learning that a guy named Jiang Chen had become the human emperor, he had a vague feeling that this human emperor was Jiang Chen they met in the ancient burial realm. Seeing it today, it really is so. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Zan Yangji, Jiang came here to visit your Zan Kun ancestor this time, and asked him to come out and see him. Sorry, the ancestor is in retreat and cannot see guests. Please come back. Zan Yangji snorted faintly. In the ancient god burial realm that day, it was this guy who prevented them from obtaining the Moon God Stone and ruined their major event for the profound God clan. Now that Jiang Chen comes to the Dongshuan God clan, how can he give Jiang Chen a good face? Although Jiang Chen's status is extraordinary now, he is already the current emperor of the human emperor palace. Although the Dongshuan God clan is jealous, it does not have too much fear. Xuanyangji, after your ancestor Xuankan descended in the ancient burial realm, you should have been to Moon God Palace. You should be very clear that even without me stopping you, the Dongshuan God clan would never get the Moon God Stone. The Moon God Palace is not a ruin of the ancient ruling forces, but directly preserved from the ancient times. The palace master of the Moon God Palace is even more capable of reaching the sky. Unless the lord of the Moon God Palace is willing, no one on the continent of the gods will be able to get the Moon God Stone from the Moon God Palace. Zan Yangji's eyes sank slightly. Jiang Chen, I have already said very clearly that the ancestor is in retreat and cannot see guests. Please come back, please. In that case, Jiang is here waiting for your ancestors to leave." After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he ignored Zan Yongji and directly sat down cross-legged in the void. He came to Dongshuan God clan today to seek help, so naturally he didn't want to break into the Dongshuan God clan, and make his relationship with the Dongshuan God clan even more rigid. As one of the oldest forces in the God's realm, the Dongshuan God clan is unfathomable. The defense of this sacred mountain in front of him, compared to the imperial city of humans, is probably worse than that. Even with Jiang Chen's current strength, it is definitely not an easy task to forcefully break into the profound cave God clan. "You are willing to wait, then wait." Zan Yangji let out a cold snort, then turned around and disappeared into the sacred mountain surrounded by mist. Zan Yangji returned to the Dongshuan God clan and soon came to a quiet hall. In the main hall, an old figure sat cross-legged with eyes closed, and it was Zan Kun, the ancestor of the Dongshuan God clan. It seemed to sense the arrival of Zan Yongji. Zan Kun's deep eyes opened suddenly, and then asked faintly, "Yongji, what's the situation?" The ancestor, Jiang Chen, the emperor outside, is the same Jiang Chen we met in the ancient land of the buried gods. Zan Yangji hesitated slightly and said, "However, according to my judgment, he should not be too malicious towards us, the profound God clan. About 1 billion years ago, there was an ancestor who was infinitely close to the dominance of the Dongshuan God clan. This ancestor of the profound cave God clan has extremely high accomplishments on the path of fate. When the time comes, he has deduced the future of the profound cave God clan, and foresaw that the profound God clan will be destroyed. To this end, the ancestor of the Dongshuan God clan carried out a series of shocking layouts. He refines his body into a puppet using the amazing secret techniques of the puppet gods of the ancient times, and raises them in the Dongshuan gods, and then asks the Dongshuan gods to find the gods that contain the power of dominance. As long as he obtains these gods, he can complete the last step and allow himself to evolve into the strongest corpse king comparable to the dominating realm. Dongshuan God clan immediately used this to fight against the catastrophe of extermination. Over the years, the Dongshuan God clan has been looking for the gods that contain the power of dominance. They got the news of the Moon God Stone, so they found the Moon God Palace at a huge price, but they failed to get the Moon God Stone because of encountering Jiang Chen. Although the ancestor Xuanqin came to the Moon God Palace afterwards, he finally returned in embarrassment. But Zan Yangji and the others vaguely regarded Jiang Chen as the person who would bring annihilation to the Dongshuan God clan. But when I saw Jiang Chen again today, Zan Yangji realized that their guess was probably wrong. Jiang Chen definitely shouldn't be the source of their Dongshuan God clan's extinction catastrophe. The ancestor Xuanqin heard this, but did not speak. With a move of his palm, an ancient jade plate that looked mysterious and incomparable appeared out of thin air in his palm. Xuanqin manipulated the jade plate with both hands, constantly changing profound gestures, and quickly deduced them. A cold sweat gradually appeared on Xuanqin's forehead, and his complexion became extremely pale. I saw that his throat was sweet, and a mouthful of blood squirted out wildly. Zan Yangji was startled, and quickly said, "Ancestor, are you okay?" "With my strength, it really is still difficult to completely control the mysterious disc." Xuanqin shook his head and smiled bitterly, then waved his hand and said, "You immediately invite Jiang Chen into the profound God clan of the cave, so that you can entertain you. I will meet you after 3 days." Although with his ability, he did not infer the root cause of the Dongshuan God clan's great calamity, but he saw a glimmer of dawn in the Dongshuan God clan's hazy future. This glimmer of dawn should be on human sovereign Jiang Chen in all likelihood. Chapter 2321, Mystery Visitor. After Xuanyangji received instructions from the ancestor Xuanqin, he couldn't help but once again appeared in front of Jiang Chen. "Human Emperor Jiang Chen, the ancestor asked you to enter the cave profound God clan first, and he will see you out of the gate 3 days later." Hearing Zan Yangji's words, Jiang Chen was also slightly stunned. Although he didn't want to understand why profound cave God clan's attitude suddenly turned 180 degrees, the purpose of his coming this time was to find profound God clan to inquire about God's domain and heavenly Tao. Since the ancestor of the Dongshuan God clan will leave to see him in 3 days, it is also good news for him. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, and immediately got up and followed Zan Yongji into the Dongzan God clan. Under Xuanyangji's arrangement, Jiang Chen quickly settled temporarily in the Dongshuan God clan. Jiang Chen was not worried about the mysterious tricks of the profound cave God clan. With his current strength, even if the profound God clan really had any conspiracy, he could deal with it. He is now the current emperor of the human emperor palace, and the Dongshuan God clan may not dare to make any excessive actions. 3 days passed almost in a flash. On this day, Jiang Chen was about to go and ask Zan Yangji when he could see the ancestor of the Dongshuan God clan, but the whole Dongshuan God clan was shocked as if it had been subjected to an earthquake. Someone is attacking profound cave God clan. Jiang Chen was shocked and couldn't help but stared at the void beyond the sacred mountain. The profound cave God clan is one of the most mysterious forces in the divine realm continent, and it is hidden in the endless void, and most people don't know the whereabouts of the profound cave God clan. And those who know the whereabouts of the God clan Dongshuan will definitely not come to the God clan to go wild. Will it be the people of the void demon race who are attacking the Dongshuan God race? As far as he knew, there was no forbidden area for suppression of demons near the profound cave God clan. How could the demons of the void clan suddenly hit the profound cave God clan? With some doubts, Jiang Chen appeared outside Shuangkong mountain in a flash. And when Jiang Chen appeared, Zan Kun and Zan Yangji, the ancestor of the Dongshuan God clan, also brought a lot of the Dongshuan God clan high-level people with them, and they flashed out from Shuangkong mountain one after another. Their gazes fell on the 3 cold-faced figures on the opposite side. All 3 of them were wearing green and silver robes, embroidered with a domineering sword-shaped pattern on the chest of the robes. People from Saint Sect of 10,000 Swords. Looking at the clothes on the 3 of them, the pupils of the ancestor Zan Kun of the Dongshuan Protoss clan also couldn't help but suddenly shrank. The Saint Sect of 10,000 Swords, the first sect of swordsmanship in God's domain continent, has given birth to countless peerless swordsmen, and is the most powerful force in God's domain continent today. In today's divine realm continent's strongest king list, there are a total of 7 well-known, censored kings and 9 heavenly powerhouses. In the Saint Sword sect, only 2 of them. After the Great Tribulation of the ancient times, most of the 10 innate Taoist artifacts of the God's domain disappeared in the God's domain continent, but only one of them was preserved intact. This innate Taoist artifact is the heaven-wenching sword of the 10,000 Sword Saint Sect. The Saint Sect of 10,000 Swords, who possess the 2 great censored kings, the 9 heavenly powers, and the innate Taoist weapon-wenching sword, is not an exaggeration to be called the world's #1 power in the divine domain continent. Even today's human sovereign palace, it is far from being comparable to the 10,000 Sword Saint Sect. Now that the void demon race has exploded, the 10,000 Sword Saint Sect is guarding a forbidden area of demon suppression, and should fight against the void demon race with all his strength. How could he suddenly send someone to attack the Dongshuan God race? There was not much anxiety at all between the profound cave God clan and the Saint 10,000 Sword sect. It can be said that the well water does not violate the river water. There is no reason for the profound Sword Saint sect to send someone to attack the profound Sword God clan at this time. Are you from the Saint Sect of 10,000 Swords? Jiang Chen has naturally heard of the name of Saint Sword Sect. Especially the Saint Son of 10,000 Swords Sect was Wuxin, but he overpowered Zhang Zan's first arrogant of the world. The 10,000 Sword Saint Sect was also recognized as the world's #1 power in the Divine Realm continent. Jiang Chen obviously did not expect that the person who attacked the profound God clan this time would be from the Saint Sect of 10,000 Swords. The breath of these 3 Saint Sword Sect people seemed a little weird. Perhaps this matter should be more than just superficial. 3. I have no grievances and no enmity between the profound Cave God clan and your Saint 10,000 Swords sect. I don't know why you are attacking my profound Cave God clan. Zan Kun, the ancestor of the Dongshuan Protoss clan, took a deep breath and said solemnly as he looked at the 3 10,000 Sword Saint sect members. The powerful person of the 10,000 Sword Saint sect, even the profound Cave God clan, would never provoke easily. If it had to be forced, Zan Kun obviously didn't want to be an enemy of the 10,000 Sword Saint sect. Shuangkan, I am waiting for the 3 people to come to the profound God clan today, but at the order of the sect master, come to the profound God clan to inquire about one thing. At this moment, the burly middle-aged man standing in the middle suddenly spoke. When Zan Kun heard the words of the burly middle-aged, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. You want to inquire about what things? As long as my profound cave god race knows, I must know everything and say nothing. The burly middle-aged said indifferently, we want to know the whereabouts of God's domain Heavenly Tao. When the burly middle-aged said this, Zan Kun's expression suddenly changed. He shook his head and said, You, the Saint Sect of 10,000 Swords, are too deserving of my profound God clan. Heaven is illusory, and my profound God clan is not qualified to spy on heaven. Zan Kun, back then, an ancestor of the profound cave God clan, but you found the heavenly Tao of God's domain with the technique of defying the sky, and made a big deal with him. How can you profound cave God clan not know the whereabouts of the God's domain heavenly Tao? The burly middle-aged stared coldly. If you are more acquainted, you can obediently tell the whereabouts of God's domain heavenly way, otherwise you can blame me for waiting. Shuenkin's complexion suddenly became gloomy. Back then, the ancestor of the profound God clan, who laid out a shocking situation and refined his body into a puppet, has indeed found God's domain and heaven's Tao through a heaven-defying technique. It was also because of the deal with God's domain heavenly Tao that his plan could proceed smoothly. Zan Kun obviously didn't expect that the Saint Sword Sect even knew about this. It seems that if they don't tell the news of the God's realm today, they would be destined to be unable to be kind. These three guys actually came for God's domain and heavenly Tao. When Jiang Chen heard the conversation between the burly middle-aged and Zan Kun, his eyes couldn't help but freeze in vain. He just came to the profound cave God clan to inquire about the God realm heavenly Tao. The 10,000 Sword Saint Sect also sent someone to the profound God clan to ask about this. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? How could the people of Saint Sword Sect suddenly look for God's domain heavenly Tao? What exactly did they want? Just when Jiang Chen was uncertain and frightened, Zan Yangji's somewhat frightened voice also resounded abruptly in the air. Ancestor Shuenkin, these three guys are no longer from the Saint Sect of 10,000 Swords. Chapter 2322, Soul Demon, not a member of the Saint Sect of 10,000 Swords. Shuenkin was taken aback for a moment, and immediately urged Dongshu and Shenshu to check it out. Zan Kun was horrified to discover that the spirits of the three 10,000 Swords Saint Sect members were not the original three at all. The three people from the Saint Sect of 10,000 Swords had already been taken away. Who the censored are you? Shuenkin stared at the three of them closely, and a cold sharp glow suddenly shot out from his eyes. Tisk tusk, the profound cave God clan is indeed well deserved, and I didn't expect it to be seen by you so soon. The burly middle-aged sneer, and immediately no longer concealed his aura, an overwhelming devilish spirit pressure, unreservedly diffused from his body. Soul Demon Race, are you members of the Soul Demon Race in the Void Demon Race? Zan Kun felt the aura radiating from the burly middle-aged, and suddenly thought of something. His expression suddenly changed. As the ancestor of the Dongshuan God clan, Zan Kun naturally has a certain understanding of the Void Demon clan. Among the Void Demon race, one of them exists in the world in the form of soul body. They specialize in spirits, extremely mysterious and weird, and can easily swallow spirits and rob others of their bodies. When the Void Demon race invaded the God's Domain continent, the God's Domain continent suffered a big loss in the hands of the Soul Demon race. Zan Kun obviously didn't expect it either. Nowadays, there are soul demons who have come to God's Domain continent, and they have also taken away the three divine kings of the 10,000 Sword Saint Sect, and come to the Dongshuan God clan to inquire about the whereabouts of the God's Domain Heavenly Tao. Fortunately, he didn't tell the news about God's Domain Heavenly Tao just now. Once the Void Demon race knew about this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zan Kun, stop talking nonsense. If you obediently tell the whereabouts of God's Domain Heavenly Tao, this elder may also consider forgiving you for not dying. The elder of the Soul Demon clan said with a grim killing intent. Otherwise, this elder will destroy your profound cave God clan today. Shuenkin stared coldly at the Soul Demon elder. I, the profound God clan, will never give in to your Void Demon race. Since you have to find your own way, then I will become you. Do you think I can't know the whereabouts of God's Domain Heavenly Tao without telling me? When I swallow your souls and absorb your memories, I can also find out God's Domain Heavenly Tao. The voice of the elder of the Soul Demon clan fell, and a strange black soul power suddenly filled the void, causing everyone in the void to be stunned. They found that their souls had escaped from the flesh and came into a lifeless and dark world. Where is this place? Some senior officials of the profound God clan saw the situation in front of them, and a panic appeared on their faces. No, our soul has fallen into the space created by this Soul Demon clan with soul power. Let's take action together and strive to be here as soon as possible. Zan Kun's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly ordered everyone to attack this dark world together. The attacks of Xuanqin and others hit this dark world, but it was like a stone sinking into the ocean, and there was no spray at all. Tisk tusk, Xuanqin, save effort. The space created by this elder, I am the only censored here, even if it is the 8th heavenly powerhouse of the censored king, it may not be able to break open, let alone you. At this moment, a black shadow filled with devilish energy appeared out of thin air, sneeringly looking down at Zan Kun and the others. Zan Kun's complexion suddenly became extremely difficult to look. The people of the soul demon race in front of him, I am afraid that at least have the strength of the 8th order void demon god, today their Dongshuan god race, I am afraid it is really dangerous. Xuanyangji's expression was extremely solemn. Ancestor Xuanqin, what shall we do now? Fight. Apart from killing this person, we have no chance to leave this world at all. Xuanqin screamed, and his fierce gaze shot directly at the black shadow in the void, directly urging his whole body to kill him. The black shadow stood proudly on the spot without moving, as if he did not take Xuanqin's offensive to his heart. I saw him stretch out his hand to face the void, a series of terrifying black thunders, directly with the power of destroying the world, crashed down, smashing Zan Kun into a distance of thousands of feet in an instant. And his spirit became a bit illusory in an instant. Zan Kun, relying on the strength of the 7th heavenly king of the divine king, you are not my opponent even in the outside world, let alone in the space I created. The black shadow looked at Xuanqin and couldn't help but smiled gloomily. Next, this elder will play a game with you. Every minute, if you don't tell me the news of God's domain, I will kill you. Clan people, until you are willing to say it. You dare. Zan Kun's expression was frightened, and the gaze that looked at the dark shadow almost burst into flames. Dare I? You will know soon. The black shadow looked at Xuanqin jokingly. You have 30 seconds left. Zan Kun stared at the black shadow without saying a word, his expression extremely gloomy. He knew very well that even if he said the news of the god's domain and heavenly Tao today, the profound cave god clan might not be able to escape. It seems that this should be the catastrophe of the Dongshuan god clan's genocide. The time is up. Since you refuse to say it, then don't blame me for being impolite. Let's start with your censored son of the profound god clan. The black shadow's voice fell, and he reached out and grabbed the Xuanyangji in the air, directly confining the soul of Xuanyangji. Zan Kun was immediately frightened, and just as he was about to save his hand, a ghostly figure appeared out of thin air in front of Zan Yangji, completely shattering the power of the soul demon race to imprison the void. A faint chuckle also slowly resounded in this piece of heaven and earth. Ha ha, a soul demon clan in such a small way, even daring to go wild in front of the emperor, it would be too far from the emperor. Seeing Jiang Chen who suddenly appeared, Zan Kun and the others were all taken aback. They couldn't help but show a look of joy on their faces. Just now in a hurry, they all seemed to have forgotten the existence of this new imperial emperor. This new emperor is unparalleled in combat power, but is a terrifying existence capable of suppressing the 7th heaven of God King. If the profound cave god clan can join hands with it, it might be able to fight the soul demon clan. Seeing the black-clothed youth who suddenly appeared, the soul demon clan's eyes couldn't help but narrowed slightly. Boy, who are you? The palace of human emperor Jiang Chen is the emperor of the world. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the black shadow in the sky, with an indifferent expression on his face, also the one who killed you today. Chapter 2323, The Ancient Seal of Extinguishing the Soul is broken with one seal. You are the current emperor of the human emperor palace. When this soul demon clan heard Jiang Chen's words, his expression couldn't help but change drastically. Human emperor hall and human emperor, this has long been synonymous with taboos in their void demon race. Back then, when the void demon race attacked the continent of God's domain, it was Zhang Qingtian, the superintendent emperor of the palace of human emperor, who led the continent of God to defeat them. The void demon race wanted to invade God's domain continent more than once, but it turned out to be blocked by the absolute powerhouses of God's domain continent again and again. And among these supreme powerhouses who blocked the void demon race, the one who hit them the void demon race the most was undoubtedly the human sovereign of the human sovereign palace. Every emperor in the palace of the emperor has a stunning posture. Many of the 9th order void demon gods of the void demon clan have fallen into the hands of the human sovereign palace. The void demon race fully attacked the continent of God's domain. Among them, the void demon nest guarded by the human palace, the Void Demon race sent 7 leaders and 3 elders. As a result, these top 10 powerhouses were completely wiped out shortly after they entered God's domain continent. This battle almost shook the entire Void Demon race. Void Demon race found that it was not an easy task to forcibly invade God's domain continent, so he sent him, the 8th Order Void Demon God of Soul Demon race, to get him into the divine domain continent to find the whereabouts of the God's domain. That cosmic level war that year caused severe damage to God's domain and Heavenly Tao. As long as you can find the God's domain and destroy it, the God's domain will be able to destroy itself. After receiving the order, he took advantage of the battle between the Void Demon race and the 10,000 Sword Saint Sect, and took the 2 clansmen to swallow the people who had taken the 10,000 Sword Saint Sect and came to the Cave Profound God clan. Because of the Dongshuan God clan, it is said that there is news about God's domain Heavenly Tao. This Soul Demon clan elder level powerhouse did not expect that he would meet the current emperor of the Human Palace in the Cave Censored clan. For the Human Emperor of the Human Emperor Palace, the Soul Demon clan has instinctive fear. Every Human Emperor in the Human Emperor Palace has a unique knowledge called the Ancient Seal of Human Emperor. One of the seals of this unique knowledge can be said to be the deadliest nemesis of their soul demons. The Soul Demon race once had countless ancestors, almost all of them fell under that seal. You Void Demon race, you want to kill God's domain Heavenly Tao in vain. Jiang Chen's eyes were as cold as a knife, and a sharp killing intent also spread from his body in an instant. Fortunately, he came to the Dongshuan God clan in time to find the heavenly way of the God realm. Otherwise, I am afraid that he would really be conspired by the Soul Demon clan to succeed today. Feeling the breath erupting from Jiang Chen, the Soul Demon clan powerhouse's pupils shrank, and he took the preemptive strike and slapped Jiang Chen with a palm in the sky. Only a loud noise was heard, the endless soul power in the void rolled, and then instantly turned into a pitch-black giant palm, like the hand of an ancient demon god, suppressing Jiang Chen below. This palm was extremely terrifying, even Zan Kun felt a sense of horror. If this palm fell on him, it would probably crush his soul into nothingness in an instant. Human Emperor, I'll help you. Zan Kun gritted his teeth, suppressed the fear in his heart, and then flew forward to help. He knew very well in his heart that if Jiang Chen was defeated by this strong soul demon clan, they would definitely die. No, it's nothing more than an 8th order void demon god level soul demon clan, I can kill it alone. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and a black square mark on the palm of his palm that was dark to the extreme, also appeared out of thin air. Jiang Chen flipped his palm, and the black square seal instantly turned into a huge imprint in the void, and slammed it against the suppressed black giant palm. The Chenjiang giant seal collided with the black giant palm in midair, and there was no loud bang as expected. The moment the black giant palm touched the giant imprint of 1,000 meters long, it seemed to evaporate into nothingness like a water droplet encountering a flame. The black giant palm completely dissipated in the void at a speed visible to the naked eye. And the figure of the strong soul demon clan, under the impact of the remnant power of the 1,000 Jiang giant seal, exploded in the void and withdrew a distance of several thousand meters. He raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, and his expression instantly became horrified. This seal is indeed the deadly nemesis of their soul demon race. Jiang Chen Yian repelled this strong soul demon clan, and did not intend to give him any chance to breathe, and another ancient seal of soul extinction quickly condensed in his palm. The look of this strong soul demon clan can't help but change drastically. I saw that his figure flickered, and he dissipated directly out of thin air between the world, and the hideous sneer slowly echoed in Jiang Chen and the others' ears. The Emperor of the People's Palace of the Divine Realm continent is indeed a well-deserved reputation. But don't forget, I still have 2 clansmen out there. As long as I trap you for a while, you can let them destroy your bodies first. At that time, this elder will match you up for fun. When Zan Kun and others heard this, their expressions couldn't help but change. Drastically. They are now trapped in the space created by this strong soul demon clan. Once the body is destroyed, the soul will inevitably be affected. They want to contend with this strong soul demon clan, I am afraid it is even more difficult. Xuanqin took a deep breath and quickly said to Jiang Chen, Human Emperor, we must break this space immediately, and we must not let the 2 soul demons destroy our bodies. Don't worry, they won't have a chance. It's just a matter of Yian to break through this space. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, directly stimulating his soul power with all his strength, and then Yian smashed into the endless void. This seal swallowed the world and directly smashed this dark space into a huge hole. The entire dark world was trembling and distorted, and then there was a sound like a mirror shattering, and it broke with a bang. Jiang Chen and their spirits also returned to their own bodies. On the other side, the 8th Order demon, censored, of the Soul Demon clan's aura became extremely sluggish in an instant. He raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, and there was also an unconcealable panic in his eyes. The ancient seal of extinguishing soul is too great for their restraint of the Soul Demon race. And the human emperor palace in front of him, as the human emperor, originally had the strength not inferior to that of the God King 8th Heaven, and then displayed the ancient seal of soul destroying, even he was completely unstoppable. This Soul Demon clan powerhouse obviously also knows that there is this human emperor palace here as the emperor of the world, and they are gone today. I saw him screaming at the 2 clansmen beside him, and then turned and fled towards the distance without looking back. Chapter 2324, The Whereabouts of the Gods. The continent of God's domain is not a place where you can go wild. Since it's here, leave it to me forever. The killing intent in Jiang Chen's eyes rose to the sky, and the golden ancient sword in his hand instantly pierced the sky and the earth, and a sword slashed at the strong Soul Demon clan. The look of this strong Soul Demon clan suddenly changed, and he quickly urged his power to resist Jiang Chen's sword. The soul body of the Soul Demon race is their strongest form in the state of the soul body. Moreover, the body of his seizure was only an ordinary divine king realm of the Saint Sword Sect, unable to exert his power at all. Zhongguang instantly smashed the defense of the Soul Demon clan powerhouse, and then penetrated through his seized body, smashing his sword into pieces. Ah, human Emperor Jiang Chen, wait for me, I will definitely not let you go. This powerful Soul Demon clan could not help but let out a loud roar, which immediately turned into thousands of black shadows, directly submerged in the endless void. Even Jiang Chen couldn't tell which one was the real body of the strong Soul Demon clan at this moment. But at the moment Jiang Chen was stunned, thousands of black shadows disappeared without a trace in the void. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen's brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. The methods of the Soul Demon race are weird, coming and going without a trace. The strength of this Soul Demon clan powerhouse has reached the 8th Order Void Demon God, although it is not difficult to defeat him, but if this guy really wants to escape, it will be really difficult for him to stay. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen's gaze fell directly on the bodies of the remaining 2 soul demons. These 2 soul demons were obviously not so lucky. For the 2 of them, the strongest is only the 6th Order Void Demon God, which is inferior to the previous 8th Order Void Demon God. In front of Jiang Chen, the 2 had no resistance at all, and they were directly smashed into nothingness by Jiang Chen. Thank you, the Emperor, for your help. Seeing that the 3 powerful souls of the Soul Demon clan died and fled in Jiang Chen's hands in an instant, Zan Kun stepped forward and clasped his fists with gratitude. If it weren't for Jiang Chen's help today, they would be wiped out by the high level of their Dongshuan Protoss clan. Even if the Profound Cave God clan is not destroyed, I am afraid it will completely decline. Ancestor Xuanqin doesn't have to be polite. The Void Demon race is the common enemy of the Divine Realm continent. Since Jiang has encountered it, he will naturally not sit idly by. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and then said directly, I am very sorry about the burial of the gods in the ancient realm. Human sovereign doesn't need to be like this. The Profound Cave God clan can't get the Moon God Stone, it can only say that it has no relationship with the Moon God Stone. Zan Kun couldn't help but smiled wryly. After he got the news that year, he personally went to the Moon God Palace, only to discover that the Moon God Palace had been magically preserved from the ancient times. The palace master of the Moon God Palace was even more powerful to the point of horror. He just glanced at him lightly and almost wiped him out. Naturally, Zan Kun was very clear. Even if they didn't stop Jiang Chen from it, it was impossible for them to get the Moon God Stone. Xuanqin didn't talk nonsense, and asked with a puzzled look, the Emperor came to the Dongshuan God clan to look for me this time. I don't know what is going on. My purpose is actually the same as the people of the Void Demon race, it's for the gods, realm and heaven. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and said with a serious face, the heavenly way of God's domain is very important to God's domain. We must not let the people of the Void Demon race find it first. We also hope that the ancestor Xuanqin can tell the truth. Since the Emperor wants to know about this, the old man will naturally not hide it. Zan Kun smiled bitterly. It's just that the ancestor of the Dongshuan God clan didn't leave much information. It's not easy to find God's domain Heavenly Tao. Now the Void Demon race, obviously has also been eyeing God's domain Heavenly Tao. If the people of the Void Demon race were to find God's domain Heavenly Tao first, it would definitely be a devastating disaster for God's domain. Now that the Emperor Jiang Chen is looking for God's domain Heavenly Tao, will Zan Kun have the slightest concealment? Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, "It's okay, as long as you tell me the information that your Dongshuan God clan knows. Heaven is misty, and traces are hard to find." Jiang Chen had never thought of being able to directly obtain the whereabouts of God's domain and Heavenly Tao in Dongshuan God clan. As long as Dongshuan God's domain could provide him with some clues about God's domain and Heavenly Tao, it would be enough. He now knows nothing about the situation of God's domain and Heavenly Tao, and he has no way of starting. He urgently needs some clues to show the way. Back then, the ancestor of our Dongshuan God clan did indeed get in touch with God's domain and Heavenly Tao by using the God-defying technique. Through the few words left by this ancestor, we speculate and analyze that God's domain Heavenly Tao should sleep in the northern region of the God's domain continent. Moreover, the place where God's domain Heavenly Way sleeps should be where the Tree of Life is. As long as you find the Tree of Life, you may be able to find the God's domain Heavenly Way. Zan Kun didn't conceal it either, and said all the information he knew. The northern territory of God's domain continent is also extremely vast, and it is undoubtedly an extremely difficult task to find the sleeping God's domain Heavenly Way in the northern territory. The Tree of Life is very useful news. As the sacred tree that existed since the beginning of the universe of God's domain, the sacred Tree of Life contains incredible life power. God's domain Tiandao suffered heavy losses in the ancient catastrophe and needed to enter the Tree of Life to recover, which was a matter of reason. To find the God's domain Heavenly Way, he must first find the location of the God of Life tree. The sacred Tree of Life has already become a legend in God's domain, so how easy is it to find it? Human Emperor, the place where the God of Life tree is located must be a restricted area for humans. You can check the forbidden areas in the northern territory and you may find out. At this moment, Zan Kun's voice rang in his ears again. When Jiang Chen heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up slightly. Although the northern territory is extremely vast, there are not many forbidden areas that humans dare not easily set foot in. In this way, it greatly narrowed the scope of searching. My ancestor Xuanqin, thank you very much. There are still important things to do next, so let's say goodbye first. Jiang Chen hugged Xuanqin, and then he was about to turn around and leave. Now that he had received the information from the God's domain and Heavenly Tao, Jiang Chen obviously didn't plan to stay in the Dongshuan God clan for a long time, and was ready to set out for the first time in the northern region to look for the whereabouts of the God's domain and Heavenly Tao. Human Sovereign, this jade slip was left by the ancestor of my Dongshuan God clan back then, and it may be helpful for you to find God's domain Heavenly Tao. Zan Kun said, and immediately waved his palm, and a mysterious jade slip flew out directly at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen took the jade slip and didn't say much. It turned into a sword light and disappeared into the sky. Chapter 2325, War Demon Order. After leaving the Dongshuan God clan, Jiang Chenbian contacted his father Zhang Wuya, intending to find out about the situation in the Palace of Human Beings. If everything is stable, he is ready to go directly to the northern territory to find the whereabouts of God's domain Heavenly Tao. Jiang Chen learned about the human palace and the divine realm continent from his father Zhang Wuya. Since defeating the void demon who attacked the human imperial city, the human imperial city has been relatively peaceful recently, and nothing has happened. In other places in God's domain continent, no one's imperial city is so lucky. Especially in the western region of the central region where there are no top forces, 2 of the forbidden areas have completely missed, so that hundreds of millions of miles in the western region have been captured by the void demons. In view of the crisis of the situation in the continent of God's domain, the War Demon Alliance issued a War Demon Order, convening all the king-level forces of the God's domain to discuss countermeasures. The location is now the first power in the continent of God's domain, the Saint Sect of 10,000 Swords. As one of the top forces in the God's domain continent, the Palace of Humans was naturally also solemnly invited by the War Demon Alliance. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate anymore, and went directly towards the direction of Saint Sword Sect. The Saint Sword Sect is not far away from the profound God clan. At Jiang Chen's current speed, He arrived at the Holy Sword Mountain where the sect of the 10,000 Sword Saint Sect was located in less than 2 hours. Sacred Sword Mountain is the ruler of 10,000 swords, the founder of the Saint Sect of 10,000 Swords, and created a sacred mountain based on Wenshan sword. The entire mountain peak is like a giant sword standing straight between the sky and the earth, exuding a palpable sacred breath. Perhaps because of the War Demon Order, the outside of Sacred Sword Mountain is very lively. A ray of light shot from the distant sky, but when it was 1,000 feet away from the Sacred Sword Mountain, they all descended quickly and walked towards the mountain gate of the Sacred Sword Sect on foot. Even if it is a lot of strong, censored, king realm, they are also well behaved and dare not be disrespectful. Occasionally, there will be a line across the sky in the void, even if the distance is thousands of miles away, people can feel the light and shadow of heart palpitations, and they will fly into the Holy Sword Mountain without stopping. Everyone is guessing which one of the strongest on the top of the strong, censored, king list has arrived. Generally speaking, only the peerless powerhouses on the list of the strongest gods have the qualifications to walk in the sky on the Sacred Sword Mountain. Jiang Chen naturally did not know the situation of Saint Sword Sect. He saw that someone flew directly into the Holy Sword Mountain without wasting time, and flew directly towards the Holy Sword Mountain. This scene naturally attracted the attention of many people below. Look, who is that kid who wants to fly directly into the Holy Sword Mountain? If you are not a strong person on the list of the strongest gods, you are not qualified to fly in the valley of Sacred Sword Mountain. I think this kid is impatient with his life. Many people looked at Jiang Chen, who was delusional to fly into the Holy Sword Mountain, and they all sneered with disdain. Just as Jiang Chen approached the 1,000 Jiang range of Holy Sword Mountain, a disciple of the Divine King Realm 10,000 Sword Saint Sect appeared out of thin air in front of Jiang Chen. Standing proud of his sword, he looked at Jiang Chen indifferently. This friend, please enter Holy Sword Mountain on foot. Jiang Chen raised his sword eyebrows. Why is this? Only the strong on the Xian God King list are eligible to fly in the valley of the Holy Sword Mountain. This is the rule of my 10,000 Sword Saint Sect. This disciple of the Saint Sword Sect gave Jiang Chen a faint glance. Your Excellency can still be the strong one on the list of the strongest gods. I'm not. Jiang Chen shook his head, and then grinned at the disciple of Saint 10,000 Sword Sect, but I have killed the strongest of the strongest gods. I don't know if this is qualified. This disciple of the Saint Sword Sect looked at Jiang Chen in front of him, as if he could hear the funniest joke in the world. The strongest censored king list represents the 100 strongest in God's domain continent. Even the weakest is the existence of God King 7th Heaven. In the continent of God's domain, the only one who can be ranked among the strongest censored kings is the young Tianzhao, except for their Saint Sword Wuxin, as only Zhang Zan of the Human Emperor Palace. This kid dared to say without shame that he had killed the strongest of the strongest gods. Could he be more enchanting than Jian Wuxin and Zhang Zan? Jiang Chen repeated faintly. I said I killed the strongest of the strongest king list, so am I eligible to fly in the valley of Sacred Sword Mountain? Hee. I'm not afraid to flash my tongue when you speak big words. The disciple of the 10,000 Sword Saint Sect sneered with disdain. You said you killed the strong man of the strongest god. What evidence is there? Many people could not help being speechless when they heard Jiang Chen's conversation. He is really the strong one on the Xian God King's list as a Mao Go. Can he kill it if he wants to? Just when everyone was speechless, a faint voice came from the distant sky. The old man can prove that little friend Jiang Chen has indeed killed the strongest of the strongest kings. The sudden sound also caused everyone present to be slightly taken aback. They couldn't help but suddenly raised their heads and looked in the direction where the sound was coming from, and they saw a star-twinkling figure, striding towards the 10,000 Sword Saint Sect. The disciple of Saint 10,000 Sword Sect saw someone coming, and he could not help but bowed slightly. I have seen Senior Luo. The visitor just nodded faintly, then looked at Jiang Chen, smiled and said, Little friend Jiang Chen, I haven't seen you for a long time, don't come here unharmed. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. It turned out to be Senior Luo. This sudden emergence of the old man is exactly the Luo Xing where he had some intersections in the ancient burial realm. Luo Xing made a pleased gesture to Jiang Chen. Little friend Jiang Chen, let's go in together. Jiang Chen nodded, and then he was about to enter the Saint Sect of 10,000 Swords with Luo Xing. The disciple of the 10,000 Swords Saint Sect frowned slightly, and couldn't help stopping in front of Luo Xing. When Luo Xing saw this, his expression couldn't help but sink slightly. Why, are you trying to prevent us from entering the Saint Sect of 10,000 Swords? Senior Luo wants to go in, naturally I dare not stop it. The disciple of Saint 10,000 Swords Sect was neither humble nor overbearing, but, if seniors brought this kid into Saint Swords Sect together, it would have broken the rules of Saint Swords Sect. Jiang Chen Little Friends Club needs me to take him into the Saint Sect of 10,000 Swords. Luo Xing even doubted whether his ears had misheard. He looked at the disciple of the 10,000 Swords Saint Sect in front of him with a sneer on his face. Do you think that the human Emperor Palace is the emperor of the world, and I need Luo Xing as a guide? Hearing Luo Xinghei's words, the expression of this disciple of the 10,000 Swords Saint Sect finally couldn't help but drastically changed. Renwangdian is the emperor of the world. This guy in front of him is actually the newly established human emperor in the human emperor palace not long ago. Chapter 2326, Gather in the Saint Sword Sect, outside the Holy Sword Mountain. Everyone was Jiang Chen staring blankly in the air, and it was a long time for it to recover from the shock. Unexpectedly, this guy turned out to be Zhang Zan, the strongest arrogant Tianzhao who overpowered the palace of human emperors, and succeeded Jiang Chen as the emperor of humans. No wonder I just thought this name was a bit familiar. I should have thought long ago that in today's world, I am afraid there is only this one who has killed the strongest king list as a young talent. The disciple of Saint 10,000 Swords Sect took a deep breath and couldn't help but hug Jiang Chen quickly and said, I don't know if it is the emperor who is here, but I hope to forgive me. Naturally, he had already heard of Jiang Chen's name. When this guy was in the Heavenly Sovereign Realm, he was already able to defeat the characters in the top 10 arrogance of the Central Region. This guy first defeated the Dark Wing Peng clan god King 7th Heaven ancestor Upodian, and then defeated Zhang Zan, the first heavenly arrogant of the Human Emperor Hall, and won the position of the Human Emperor. That Zhang Zan was the only figure among the current young Tianzhao of God's domain continent who could be as famous as their Saint Sun Jian Wuxin. Back then, their Saint Sun and Zhang Zan's battle was only slightly better. This Jiang Chen can defeat Zhang Zan, I am afraid it will not be inferior to their Shengzijian Wuxin. Although this son is not ranked among the strongest gods, he definitely has the strength to be ranked among the strongest gods. His identity is still the current emperor of the human palace. Such a character is simply not something he can afford to offend a little disciple of the 10,000 Sword Saint Sect. Jiang Chen expressionlessly, can I go in now? Sure. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't intend to care about him, the disciple of the 10,000 Swords Saint Sect couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief, and said quickly, two of you, please come in. Senior Luo, let's go in. Jiang Chen greeted Luo Xing with a smile, and then the two directly stepped into the Saint Sect of 10,000 Swords side by side. After entering the Saint Sword Sect, the two Jiang Chen settled in a courtyard under the arrangement of an elder of the Saint Sword Sect. The War Demon Alliance issued the War Demon Order this time, calling for all the king-level forces in the central region, and many forces have not yet arrived. The two will rest here for a while. If you have any needs, you can always order. The 10,000 Sword Saint Sect elder arranged for Jiang Chen and the two. He hugged his fists, and then left in a hurry. After the elder of the 10,000 Sword Saint Sect left, Luo Xing couldn't help but said solemnly to Jiang Chen, little friend Jiang Chen, the Void Demon is coming back. I don't know what you think of this matter. How else can I look at it? Naturally, soldiers will come to stop, and water will come to cover. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Our ancestors were able to block the Void Demon race back then, but now we can do it naturally. Luo Xing sighed faintly. That said, the God's Domain continent today is no longer the God's Domain continent back then, and the War Demon Alliance is not the War Demon Alliance anymore. After experiencing the ancient catastrophe, facing the invasion of the Void Demon race, the continent of God's domain was united in an unprecedented way, and there appeared leaders such as Qingtian Emperor Zhang Qingtian. Now the time has passed. Although the War Demon Alliance still has a not-so-weak appeal, it may not be able to gather the power of God's domain continent like it did in the past. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, this matter is beyond our control, let's go with the flow. In fact, Jiang Chen knew very well in his heart that even if the War Demon Alliance gathered the power of God's domain together, with the current strength of God's domain, I am afraid it might not be able to compete with the Void Demon race. When he came this time, he just wanted to know the situation of the War Demon Alliance. 2. Luo Xing gave a bitter smile, and then looked at Jiang Chen solemnly. Little friend Jiang Chen, no matter what, the Falling Star Sect is willing to advance and retreat with the Palace of Humans. A world of great chaos is coming, even if it is a first-class power in God's domain such as the Falling Star Sect, it may be difficult for them to survive alone. After getting along with Jiang Chen in the ancient land of the buried gods, Luo Xing valued Jiang Chen extremely. Now Jiang Chen has become the emperor of the Human Emperor Palace, and in the future will surely become the figure who will dominate the situation in the continent of God's domain. Luo Xing just made up his mind to tie the Falling God Sect to Jiang Chen in the Palace of Human Emperor. Jiang Chen smiled and said authentically, "Okay, the Palace of Human Emperor is also happy to be an ally of God Falling Star Sect." The War Demon Alliance issued a war demon order this time to call on many forces to gather at the Sect of 10,000 Swords. Jiang Chen didn't know what would happen in the end. It is a very good thing that the Human Emperor Palace can have an ally such as Divine Falling Star Sect. Jiang Chen almost lived in the courtyard, except for the occasional exchange with Luo Xing, most of the time was spent on cultivation. Although Jiang Chen's cultivation base has now reached the middle stage of the God King's 5th heaven, and his combat power is even comparable to the God King's 8th heaven, it is still far from enough in the imminent troubled times of God's domain continent. Jiang Chen naturally seized every opportunity to improve his strength. Only when the cultivation base reaches above the 7th heaven of the censored king can he truly stand on top of this world, without fear of any strong under the dominion. In these 3 days, countless king-level forces in the continent of God's domain who received the War Demon Order have all sent strong men to the Saint Sword Sect. Including the ancient Sacred Dragon Tribe, the ancient Divine Phoenix Tribe, the Tianpeng Divine Tribe and other top continents, they all responded to the call of the War Demon. Almost half of the powerhouses in God's domain continent are gathered in the Saint Sect of 10,000 Swords. After learning about the arrival of the ancient gods in Phoenix Clan, Jiang Chen finally stepped out of his courtyard for the first time, planning to visit the ancient gods in Phoenix Clan. The area where the ancient gods in Phoenix Clan is located is also sealed with a forbidden area for the suppression of demons. Jiang Chen also wanted to know the situation of the ancient Shenfeng tribe in Jiyu Fenger. He inquired about the residents of the ancient Shenfeng clan from the disciples of Saint Sword Sect, and then went straight to the courtyard where the ancient Shenfeng clan was located. But at this moment, a somewhat unpleasant voice in front of him rang directly in Jiang Chen's ears. "You Wenjing, I told you not to follow me. Are you annoying?" Hearing this very familiar voice, Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment, and then a rare smile appeared on his face. He couldn't help but raise his head and looked in the direction of the sound. There, a beautiful girl in a red dress was looking impatiently at the handsome young man in silver robe beside her, her delicate face full of disgust. The girl is not Jiyu Fenger, but who can she be? Jiang Chen obviously did not expect that Jiyu Fenger would also be a member of the Saint Sect of 10,000 Swords sent by the ancient Shenfeng tribe. He didn't hesitate anymore, and walked directly in the direction where Jiyu Fenger was. Chapter 2327, You really thought I didn't dare to kill you? Goddess Tianfeng, I just want to make friends with you, so why don't you refuse to stay thousands of miles away? The handsome face of the silver-robed youth was still full of smiles, and there was no slightest dissatisfaction with Jiyu Fenger's attitude towards him. Jiyu Fenger Lu frowned. She was about to speak, but suddenly she felt something, and she suddenly raised her head and looked forward. When she saw the figure of Jiang Chen walking straight up, she couldn't help showing a look of surprise on her delicate and pretty face. She hurriedly came to Jiang Chen's face, pretty and authentic. Jiang Chen touched Jiyu Fenger's head and said with a smile, "Girl, have you also come to the Saint Sect of 10,000 Swords?" Jiyu Fenger smiled sweetly. "I guess brother Jiang Chen will also come to the Saint Sword Sect this time, so he came with Kishan ancestor." Jiang Chen nodded, and then asked, "How is the ancient Shenfeng tribe?" Fortunately, in the Forbidden Demon Suppression zone guarded by the ancient God Phoenix clan, the emergence of the Void Demon clan is not too strong, and it cannot cause too much danger to the ancient God Phoenix clan. And the Void Demon race seems to have been evacuated from the Void Demon nest recently. Jiyu Fenger replied. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment. "What are you talking about?" The Void Demon race actually evacuated the God's Domain continent. Not only the place guarded by our ancient gods in Phoenix clan, many of the Void Demon clan in the Central Territory's Forbidden Demon Suppression land suddenly evacuated. However, it is said that in the area occupied by the Void Demon race in the western part of the central region, more and more void demon race powerhouses have appeared. The ancestor Qishan speculated that the void demon race should abandon the plan to invade God's domain through the forbidden land of demons, and instead wanted to concentrate on fighting the God's domain continent. Ji Yufeng'er quickly explained. After listening to Ji Yufeng'er's explanation, Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but condensed slightly. In the past, the void demon race invaded God's domain continent, leaving a lot of void demon nests on the God's domain continent. Through the void demon nest to attack the God's domain continent, it could indeed be caught off guard, but it undoubtedly dispersed the power of the void demon race. Perhaps because of the failure of many demon suppression forbidden lands, the void demon race changed its plan to attack God's domain continent. They obviously wanted to use the occupied area in the west as the foundation, and then gather the power of the void demon race, and gradually expand outwards to eat away at the continent of gods. Your Excellency is the palace of human Emperor Jiang Chen, the Emperor of the world. When Jiang Chen was talking with Ji Yufeng'er, a somewhat discordant voice suddenly came from the ears of the two of them. Jiang Chen then looked at the silver-robed young man aside, and said faintly, "I am Jiang Chen." The silver-robed youth clasped his fist and said, "In the lower War Demon Alliance, Yu Wenjing, I have long heard of his name. Yu Wenjing of the War Demon Alliance, the third-ranked Tianzhao figure in the Zhongyu Tianzhao list, is second only to Jian Wuxin and Zhang Zan." Jiang Chen also heard of this name. With Jiang Chen's current strength, naturally he would not take these characters too seriously. He just nodded to the silver-robed youth, and then smiled at Ji Yufeng'er, "Girl, let's go." Seeing that Jiang Chen was so ignorant of himself, Yu Wenjing's expression suddenly sank, and an imperceptible cold light flashed in his eyes. As a peerless genius cultivated by the War Demon Alliance, how arrogant is Yu Wenjing? Especially after the recent strength rise, even in the face of Jian Wuxin and Zhang Zan, Yu Wenjing even had the confidence to fight. Although this person Huang Jiang Chen is extraordinary, he does not have the qualifications to despise him so much. Yu Wenjing didn't say a word, and followed directly towards the two Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen paused, and couldn't help but look back at Yu Wenjing, with an unhappy expression. "What are you doing with us?" Yu Wenjing said indifferently, "I promised Qishan ancestors to take care of the goddess Tianfeng 1 or 2, and naturally I must keep her safe every step of the way. My sister Jiang Chen, why do you need someone else to ensure her safety?" Jiang Chen snorted coldly, "Before I lose my patience, immediately disappear from me." Yu Wenjing's face was slightly cold. "What if I don't?" Jiang Chen's eyes were cold, and a sharp murderous aura also instantly spread from him. "I advise you, don't try to challenge my patience. Do you think I really dare not kill you, human sovereign Jiang Chen? What do you think of me as Bai Qishao?" Yu Wenjing sneered contemptuously and said, "If you want to kill me, I'm afraid you are not enough." His cultivation has now reached the 5th heaven of the censored king, and even if he faces many strong people in the 7th heaven of the censored king, he is completely capable of fighting. Even though this man Huang Jiang Chen is extraordinary, how can he be like him? Ji Yufeng'er Lu frowned slightly. "Yu Wenjing, you should leave first." The reason she persuaded Yu Wenjing to leave was not because she was worried that Jiang Chen was not Yu Wenjing's opponent, but because she was worried that Jiang Chen would cripple Yu Wenjing for a while. Jiang Chen was even defeated by Zhang Zan of the Human Emperor Palace. Although this Yu Wenjing is extremely talented, he is inferior to Zhang Zan and Jian Wuxin. How could he be Jiang Chen's opponent? This guy is a member of the War Demon Alliance, and now the Void Demon race has arrived, and the War Demon Alliance has a special status. If Jiang Chen crippled Yu Wenjing, he would inevitably conflict with the War Demon Alliance, which would inevitably be an extremely troublesome thing. Tianfeng Goddess, this matter has nothing to do with you. Yu Wenjing stood still on the spot, obviously not planning to leave. He raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, and a hint of provocation appeared in his eyes. "I have heard about the name of the Emperor Jiang Chen. Today I want to learn about you, the Emperor of the world." Jiang Chen's cold voice fell, and the golden ancient sword suddenly emerged from the palm of his palm, and the sword of the Qing Emperor Wafan Yijian slashed directly at Yu Wenjing. "It's just a subtotal." Yu Wenjing smiled contemptuously, and immediately stretched out his hand and shook it lightly, a majestic space avenue surging out, as if to break this sword and the surrounding space into nothingness. In the next instant, the contemptuous color on Yu Wenjing's face finally disappeared completely, replaced by an inconceivable horror. He shattered the space with the divine power of the space Tao, but Jiang Chen's sword was not affected at all, and he slashed directly at him. That sword light had already penetrated through his body, leaving behind a strange sword energy that continuously swallowed his power. Yu Wenjing's souls were all in his heart, and he quickly urged his whole body to resist the weird sword energy. But even so, his cultivation was still cut off by that strange sword chi, and he fell from the 5th heaven of the censored king back to the 4th heaven of the censored king. Jiang Chen's contemptuous sneer also sounded directly in his ears. I couldn't even stop me with a single sword. It seems that there is no difference between you and Bai Qishao's trash. Chapter 2328, Zhaojian Wuxin on the first day. Jiang Chen, you, return my cultivation base to me. Yu Wenjing looked horrified, his eyes on Jiang Chen were about to burst into flames. After seeing Ji Yufeng'er for the first time 3 days ago, Yu Wenjing was deeply attracted by Ji Yufeng'er. For these 3 days, Yu Wenjing had been surrounded by Ji Yufeng'er almost all the time, trying to get Ji Yufeng'er's favor, but Ji Yufeng'er had always ignored him. Yu Wenjing didn't care about it either. He believed that with his status, he would be able to capture Ji Yufeng'er's heart sooner or later. Until Jiang Chen appeared, especially after seeing the close relationship between Ji Yufeng'er and Jiang Chen, Yu Wenjing's complexion suddenly became unsightly. With his current strength, even facing Jiang Chen, the emperor of the world, he is completely capable of fighting. But he didn't expect that Jiang Chen was just an understatement and cut off his cultivation level of a realm. Even in every small realm, it is very difficult to improve. As a top genius cultivated by the War Demon Alliance, Yu Wenjing not only has unique talents, but also has the top resources provided by the War Demon Alliance. Yu Wenjing now wants to improve his cultivation, but it is not an easy task. It took him more than 10 years to break from the peak of the 4th heaven of the censored king to the 5th heaven of the censored king. Now that Jiang Chen is cut with a sword, his more than 10 years of hard work has been ruined. How can this make Yu Wenjing accept it? When Bai Qisha returned from the Eastern Territory, why did his cultivation fall from the 4th heaven of the censored king to the 1st heaven of the censored king? That guy's cultivation base was obviously also cut off by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen glanced at Yu Wenjing indifferently. If you don't want to be a useless person and disappear from me now, maybe it's still too late. Jiang Chen, I am a member of the War Demon Alliance. If you dare to move me, you will be an enemy of the War Demon Alliance. Yu Wenjing sneered. Have you ever thought about the consequences of being an enemy of the War Demon Alliance? The War Demon Alliance was originally founded by Zhang Qingtian, the ancestor of our human palace. The previous generations of the human emperor palace are the leaders of the War Demon Alliance. Jiang Chen said lightly, I am the 62nd emperor of the human palace, and I should become the leader of the War Demon Alliance. I want to see if you kill you. The War Demon Alliance really wants to be my enemy. Jiang Chen's cold voice fell, and on top of the golden ancient sword in his hand, another mysterious sword pierced the space and slashed towards Yu Wenjing. Watching Jiang Chen once again displayed the extremely weird swordsmanship, Yu Wenjing's expression also instantly became horrified. Just now when his cultivation base was in the 5th heaven of the censored king, it was impossible to resist the weird power of Jiang Chen's sword. Now that his cultivation has fallen back to the 4th heaven of the censored king, how can he resist it? If he insists on this sword, his cultivation will be cut off again in all likelihood. This is what Yu Wenjing didn't want to see anyway. Yu Wenjing didn't hesitate at all, turning around to escape from the range of Jiang Chen's sword. Yu Wenjing soon discovered to his horror that the speed of this sword exceeded his imagination. He had just escaped less than 100 meters away. Jiang Guang had appeared behind him silently, and firmly locked the qi, so that there was no possibility for him to escape. In Yu Wenjing's heart, the souls are all gone. He gritted his teeth, and had to use all his strength, and set up a multi-layered space enchantment all over his body, trying to block Jiang Chen's sword. The space barrier arranged by Yu Wenjing with the supernatural power of the space avenue can hardly cause too many obstacles to Jiang Chen's sword. Seeing the sword's power like a broken bamboo, it almost understatement penetrated layer after layer of space barriers. Finally a touch of despair and panic appeared in Yu Wenjing's eyes. Just when this sword was about to penetrate the last layer of space barrier and slashed on Yu Wenjing's body, a gleaming starlight sword aura suddenly fell from the void, and unexpectedly defeated the sword light that slashed towards Yu Wenjing. This scene also caused Jiang Chen's pupils to shrink suddenly. Qingdi swordsmanship, which originated from the Qingdi Changsheng Ju of Immortal Kung Fu, is a power that surpasses the martial arts of the gods. Although the Azure Emperor's swordsmanship is not invincible, for example, some people whose strength is far better than Jiang Chen can resist the strength of the Azure Emperor's swordsmanship with powerful strength. But it was the first time Jiang Chen had encountered him since he mastered the sword technique of the Azure Emperor. Someone directly defeated him with the sword of Waffen. Jiang Chen's thoughts flickered, and his eyes also looked towards the void in response. I saw a young man with silver robe and silver hair, face like a crown jade, directly appeared in Jiang Chen's line of sight. The pupils of the young man were half as deep as the vast starry sky, and his eyes were sharp to the extreme, like two-star swords, enough to pierce the sky. Jian Wuxin. Jiang Chen looked at the young man who appeared suddenly, his eyes condensed slightly. The young man in front of him had extraordinary kendo attainments, and it vaguely gave him a great sense of oppression. Even when facing Zhang Zan in the palace of Human Emperor, Jiang Chen had never felt this way. The strength of this young man was more than that of Zhang Zan. On the continent of God's domain, Tianzhao was able to overpower Zhang Zan, except for the Saint Sword Wuxin of Saint Sword Sect. Who else could there be? Brother Jian, Jiang Chen ignored the majesty of Saint 10,000 Sword Sect, and openly attacked me in Saint Sword Sect. You must not let him go easily. Seeing Jian Wuxin who suddenly appeared, Yu Wenjing couldn't help but exclaimed with a sullen expression. Jian Wuxin ignored Yu Wenjing. He stared at Jiang Chen with indifferent eyes, and his cold voice slowly resounded. Human sovereign Jiang Chen, this time the many forces of God's domain gathered in the Saint Sect of 10,000 Swords are to deal with the void demon race and prohibit everyone from fighting in private. You openly act in the Saint Sect of 10,000 Swords, it seems a little not good. Jiang Chen said indifferently. I didn't want to do anything with him, but he has to send it to the door to find a beating, who can I blame? Jian Wuxin snorted coldly. Human Emperor Jiang Chen, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. No one can violate the rules of the Saint Sword Sect. Today you must give me an explanation to the Saint Sword Sect. Jiang Chen couldn't help but raised a slight arc recently. What if I say no? That being the case, then Jian Mo will teach you the methods of the Emperor of the world today. Jian Wuxin's faint voice fell, and the ordinary silver long sword behind it instantly uttered a trembling sword groan, and then fell into Jian Wuxin's palm. A terrifying kendo coercion is also permeating this space. Chapter 2329, War Sword Wuxin. Jian Wuxin stared at Jiang Chen coldly with the twinkling starlight, and his whole body burst into an astonishing battle intent in an instant. As the world's #1 arrogant of the God's domain continent, since Jian Wuxin debuted, there have been few rivals among his peers. The only thing that can make him look straight is Zhang Zan from the Human Emperor Palace. But the one in front of him overwhelmed Zhang Zan and became the existence of the Emperor of the world. Today's God's domain continent is even more rumored that Jiang Chen's talent strength has surpassed him, the world's #1 arrogant. Jian Wuxin had intended to fight Jiang Chen long ago. Today, he is going to rectify his name for his first arrogant man in the world. He wants everyone to know that Jian Wuxin is the world's #1 arrogant man in the realm of God's domain. Even Jiang Chen, the Emperor of the world, is just a defeated man. Since you want to fight, then I will play with you. Jiang is also trying to learn. You, God's domain continent's #1 arrogant in the world, what are you capable of? Jiang Chen's voice fell, and the breath of the God King's fifth heaven also exploded with all his strength, and then rushed into the sky above Wanli Kingming. Jian Wuxin's body shape moved, and his whole person also turned into a dazzling silver sword light, and appeared in front of Jiang Chen in a flash. Jiang Chen and Jian Wuxin broke out at the same time, and they also immediately attracted the attention of many powerful people in the 10,000 Sword Saint Sect. Whether it is an elder-level figure of the 10,000 Sword Saint Sect, or the powers of all major forces who are called by the War Demon Order, they all flashed out from their residences, raising their heads to look at the depths of Qingming above. This is, someone is going to face off in Saint Sword Sect. The Saint Sword of the 10,000 Sword Sect is unintentional. The Emperor Jiang Chen, the Emperor of the People's Palace, did not expect these two guys to meet. Tisk tusk. These two are among the best in God's domain continent today. I'm afraid there will be a good show now. Many strong men looked at the two Jiang Chen who were facing each other in the depths of Qingming, and they couldn't help but talk. Jian Wuxin, the saint son of the 10,000 Sword Saint Sect, has been the world's first arrogant of the God's domain continent hundreds of years ago. No one can shake his position. Jiang Chen, the Emperor of the Human Emperor Palace, is a talented evildoer, unparalleled in combat power, and has a terrifying record of defeating the strongest kings. In recent times, many people have often compared Jiang Chen and Jiang Wuxin together, wanting to know who the two are better. Today, I am afraid that all this is about to be seen. Wanli Qingming high in the sky, Jiang Wuxin holding the sword proudly standing above the sea of clouds, wearing a silver robe, moving without wind, like a sword immortal. His starry eyes stared at Jiang Chen coldly. Human Emperor Jiang Chen, I heard that you also practice kendo, and you have mastered a mysterious magic of kendo. Let's get out of your sword. It's definitely not accidental that you suddenly appeared today. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes slightly. Do you want to fight me so much? Jiang Wuxin said indifferently. You and I are practicing kendo, but only one kendo master can be born in this world, so sooner or later you and I will have a battle. As expected, he is the world's first arrogant of God's domain continent, and he is confident enough. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but praise him. He obviously did not expect that the reason Jiang Wuxin wanted to fight him was actually to dominate the sword. Since the great tribulation of the ancients, the heavenly way of God's domain has been weak, and the chance of being born into a domination realm can be said to be minimal. Over the years, God's domain has only given birth to a strong master of the realm, that is, Zhang Qingtian, the supreme master of the human palace at the time. But Jiang Wuxin in front of him was already paving the way to become the master of kendo. Jiang Wuxin is definitely the most confident of all the geniuses Jiang Chen has ever seen. Human sovereign Jiang Chen, stop talking nonsense, let's compete in the first battle. Stabbed, Jiang Wuxin's words fell, and an invisible blade slashed across the void, and the nebula of 10,000 miles was like a sea tide, being split by a single sword. The terrible sword aura penetrated the sky and pointed directly at Jiang Chen. Jiang Wuxin obviously didn't intend to talk nonsense with Jiang Chen, and made a straight shot, and the moment he shot it, it was earth-shattering. Faced with this splitting blow, Jiang Chen's expression did not change in the slightest. Above the golden, ancient sword in his hand, a dazzling sword aura also cut through the world, colliding with the sword that Jiang Wuxin smashed. The terrifying power of the great Tao fluctuated throughout the sky, and the sword energy of the Tao was remnant, like a goddess scattered flowers, rushing in all directions, cutting the surrounding space into countless space fragments. Jiang Chen, you deserve to be able to defeat Zhang Zan, you are really strong. When Jiang Wuxin was speaking, the power of the stars in the 10,000 miles of star vault continuously converged towards him at this moment, and then turned into a star sword light, like a wandering dragon, surrounding Jiang Wuxin. Jiang Wuxin stood proudly, his eyes cold, like a divine sword capable of tearing the world apart. But, you shouldn't fight me in the starry sky, because in this starry sky is my main battlefield. Jiang Wuxin raised his hand and slashed out with a sword. The stars encircling Jiang Wuxin's body pierced the starry sky like a divine sword splitting 9 heavens, and slashed out at Jiang Chen. This sword, like a 9-day galaxy falling, is mighty, so that people can't see the end. As soon as this sword came out, the world faded. Since becoming the world's first arrogant of God's domain continent, Jiang Wuxin has rarely shot. How strong Jiang Wuxin's strength is, few people in the God's domain continent know. Although Jiang Wuxin has always been ranked more than 90 in the ranking of the Xian God Kings, but the powerhouses of the 7 heavens on the Xian God Kings list are all secretive about Jiang Wuxin. Witnessing Jiang Wuxin's sword across the starry sky today, everyone truly understands the horror of Jiang Wuxin. This sword, even among the Divine King's 7th heavenly powerhouse, I am afraid that few people can take it. God's domain continent is the world's first arrogant, and it really deserves its reputation. While everyone was horrified, they couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen. They obviously also want to know how the current emperor will take over Jiang Wuxin's shocking sword. Swordsmanship cultivated with the power of stars, this guy's swordsmanship really has a little way. Looking at Jiang Wuxin's sword, Jiang Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. 7-star heavenly sword, break it for me. Jiang Chen gave a soft drink, and a pattern of the Big Dipper that stretched across thousands of miles appeared out of thin air on his head. The power of the endless stars instantly converged into a celestial sword, which collided with the sword cut by Jiang Wuxin again. The loud noise that shook the sky spread across thousands of miles in an instant, and the terrifying storm of sword energy completely turned this world into chaos. I saw 2 human figures, almost at the same time, flying out of the chaotic space in the void. Chapter 2330, Celestial Body. Jiang Wuxin stepped back several thousand feet on the starry sky. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen, who had also backed only a few thousand feet. His expression became more solemn. The one in front of him is a bit trickier than he imagined. With a sword he smashed with the power of the stars. Even if the Divine King's 7th heavenly powerhouse on the God's domain continent, there are probably only a handful of them that can block this sword. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen was not at all disadvantaged when facing his sword. Even Jiang Wuxin had to admit that Jiang Chen was definitely the strongest opponent he had encountered in his life. This guy is really not so difficult. Jiang Chen slowly took a deep breath, and forced a whisper in his heart to suppress the churning breath in his body. Jiang Wuxin's cultivation base was almost the same as Zhang Zan's back then, and both were at the peak of the God King's 5th heaven. In terms of combat power, Jiang Wuxin was obviously one level higher than Zhang Zan. Human Emperor Jiang Chen, you really didn't disappoint me. Since I debuted, you are the first person of my generation who is qualified to let me display my full strength. Today, let you see the true power of my Jiang Wuxin. Stars and divine body, condense me. As Jiang Wuxin's voice fell, the power of the stars and the tens of thousands of miles of stars converged from all directions in an instant, turned into a series of stars, and all merged into Jiang Wuxin's body. An aura that was several times stronger than before suddenly surged from Jiang Wuxin's body. Jiang Wuxin's breath even directly broke through the 5th heaven of the censored king, reaching the point of the 6th heaven of the censored king. This guy turned out to be the legendary celestial body. Looking at the scene in front of him, Jiang Chen's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. The star divine body, this is one of the most famous divine bodies in the ancient times of God's domain. The most terrifying aspect of the star-censored body is that it can absorb the power of the stars. It is said that as long as there is a place where the power of the stars exists, even if the star divine body does not require cultivation, its strength will increase at a terrifying speed. Legend of ancient times. A celestial body once appeared in God's domain. For some reason, this celestial body slept in the stars for 3,000 years. As a result, as soon as he woke up, he became the master of stars who ruled the avenue of stars. Jiang Chen obviously didn't expect Jiang Wuxin to be the legendary star divine body. I didn't expect you to have the legendary star-censored body, which is really surprising. Jiang Chen stared at Jiang Wuxin closely, and said with some regret, the star god body failed to cultivate the avenue of stars, but instead practiced kendo. It would be a shame. The celestial body is mysterious and unpredictable. As long as there is the power of the stars, it can grow infinitely. If this guy is cultivating the avenue of stars, he might really have a chance to surpass the Divine King realm and step into the legendary domination realm. How can you understand the way I practice? Jiang Wuxin smiled coldly, and on top of the silver long sword in his hand, the piercing sword roar resounded through the world. In the tens of thousands of miles of starry sky, thousands of star sword auras suddenly emerged from the void of space. These star sword auras were constantly interweaving and changing in the void, and finally gathered directly together, turning into a brilliant sword of stars. 10,000 swords returned to one. Jiang Wuxin spit out every word, shaking his voice for thousands of miles, then raised his hand to cut out with a sword at Jiang Chen again. A huge gap in the sky stretched out from Jiang Wuxin's face, and continued to the top of Jiang Chen's head in the blink of an eye, as if to crush Jiang Chen below into nothingness. 10,000 swords returned to one, the supreme kendo supernatural power of Saint Sect of 10,000 swords. Under Jiang Wuxin's display, this move exploded with unparalleled power. Even the peerless powerhouses of countless strongest gods below, feeling the power of Jiang Wuxin's sword, can't help but tremble with fear. Jiang Wuxin's sword is under the 8th heaven of the God King, and I am afraid that there is no one to stop it. Everyone looked terrified. They looked at Jiang Chen, who was already shrouded in sword light, and they couldn't help but shook their heads secretly. This time, Jiang Chen was afraid that he would definitely lose. Brother Jiang Chen. Ji Yufeng'er stared tightly at the situation in the void, and a worried look appeared in her beautiful eyes. Although Ji Yufeng'er also knew that Jiang Chen's elder brother was very strong, but the Saint Child of 10,000 Sword Sect was unintentional, and the strength was completely beyond her imagination. This sword, even if the Divine King's 7th heavenly powerhouse, could easily kill in seconds. Under Jiang Chen's countless gazes, a dazzling golden giant sword was quickly condensed behind him. The golden giant sword exudes an incomparable sacred breath on one side, mountains and grass, on the other side, the sun, the moon and the stars. This is the innate God-soldier human emperor sword of the human emperor palace. This son actually condensed such a divine body vision, it is no wonder that he can become the current emperor of the human emperor palace. Seeing this scene, many powerhouses couldn't help but exclaim for a while. After Jian Wuxin urged the Xingqian divine body, his cultivation had reached the sixth heaven of God King, which was a realm higher than Jiang Chen. Even if Jiang Chen has such a vision, everyone is still not optimistic about Jiang Chen. The sword and elephant are one. Jiang Chen's eyes were indifferent, the golden ancient sword in his hand turned into a golden light directly under his guidance, and he sank into the golden giant sword behind him. I saw the golden giant sword, the sword light on it instantly exploded several times, and then it collided with the oncoming sword as if it had opened up the world. Two supreme kendo supernatural powers collided in the starry sky. The horrible afterglow of sword energy instantly swept away in all directions centered on the two, cutting away the starry sky again and again. The entire star dome above the 10,000 sword sect was transformed into a chaos, making it impossible to see the situation inside. Who won? Many eyes were staring at the chaotic space on the starry sky. After a while, everything in the starry sky slowly dispersed, revealing the figures of Jiang Chen and Jian Wuxin. I saw the two stand facing each other across a void of thousands of feet. Both of them were slightly embarrassed, and there was also a pale look on their faces. In the horrible confrontation just now, the two were still on the same level, and no one was able to get a deal. It's worthy of being a human emperor in the human emperor palace, who can actually use the innate censored soldier emperor sword as a divine body vision. Among your peers, you are the first to push me to such a degree. Jian Wuxin stared at Jiang Chen closely, saying every word. Since I stepped into God's domain continent, in the same realm, you are also the first person to let me fight. Come and not be indecent, you also take my sword. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and the Azure Emperor's longevity secret art instantly turned to its extreme, and an indescribable sacred aura also instantly permeated Jiang Chen's body. Chapter 2331, Xuantian God King Jian Xuantian. Jian Wuxin, don't you pretend to be Wushuang Kendo. Today I will let you see what is the true magic of Kendo. Jiang Chen laughed proudly, and the golden ancient sword in his hand volleyed towards the sky, directly moving the sky with a sword. Qingdi swordsmanship, Qingdi's sword. As Jiang Chen swung this sword, the immortal gate on the sky opened wide, and a cyan phantom stepped out of the immortal gate, like a sword immortal approaching the dust. He looked down at Jian Wuxin indifferently, and shot Jian Wuxin away with a sword. This sword looks dull, without any special features. But it was such a simple sword, but it caused all the strong players present to be heart palpitations. Especially Jian Wuxin, who faced this sword, felt a slight threat of death. Is this the mysterious sword technique Jiang Chen mastered? Jian Wuxin stared at Jiang Chen's sword stubbornly. He was horrified, and there was a hot look in his eyes. Since Jiang Chen's rise in God's domain continent, Jian Wuxin has always been very concerned about Jiang Chen, and naturally knows that Jiang Chen has mastered an amazing sword technique. But when he really faced this sword technique, he realized that this sword technique was stronger than he thought. This sword technique has even surpassed the martial art level of God's domain. If he can obtain this sword technique, he will definitely be able to rise to the next level above the sword. At this moment, Jian Wuxin didn't have time to think about it. The Kendo divine power in his body also burst to the extreme in an instant. The power of the stars in the surrounding starry sky was driven by Jian Wuxin, frantically converging towards him. Star sword domain. Jian Wuxin screamed. The power of the vast stars instantly turned into thousands of stars' swords, and then interweaved into a star sword domain. I saw that above the stars' sword region, countless stars of the sword light gathered together, converging into an uncertain star sword light. When that Jianming first started, only Zhang Shu was the leader. But in the blink of an eye, the sword light had already turned into a galaxy across the starry sky, with countless stars dotted with it. Even though the sky is separated by thousands of miles, everyone can feel the terrifying power contained in the star sword light. Star sword domain. This was Jian Wuxin's strongest blow created by fusing the power of stars and swordsmanship. Using his current strength to perform this blow, it can be against the 8 heavenly powerhouses of the God King. Although Jiang Wuxin's star sword domain was powerful, Jiang Chen Qing Emperor's sword was even more sacred and domineering, capable of slaying everything in the world. The mighty star sword light suddenly trembles violently at the moment it touches the Azure Emperor's sword, and then with a bang, it turns into a sky full of stars. Seeing that his star sword realm was instantly defeated by Jiang Chen's sword, Jiang Wuxin's face finally showed an incredible look of horror. Jiang Wuxin truly felt a threat of death from Jiang Chen's sword. The star sword domain he was so proud of was instantly defeated by Emperor Jiang Chen Qing's sword, and he had no time to avoid him. He could only watch the sword light in his eyes, rapidly expanding in the pupils of his eyes. Jiang Wuxin was defeated. Looking at this scene of the starry sky, everyone below was filled with a strong shock. Jiang Wuxin, the world's #1 arrogant, was still defeated by Jiang Chen after he exerted all his mighty abilities in swordsmanship. Starting today, the name of the first heavenly arrogant of God's domain continent in the world is afraid that it will completely change hands. Oh, human, be merciful. Just when the sword light was about to touch Jiang Wuxin's body, a slight sigh sounded abruptly in this world. Suddenly there was a slight spatial fluctuation in the starry sky, and the sword light that slashed towards Jiang Wuxin also suddenly solidified in this instant. I saw a ghostly figure that also appeared directly in front of Jiang Wuxin. This is an old man in silver robe with a childlike face and a fairy style. Although the old man looked very old, his eyes were extremely sharp and energetic, without any muddiness. Even if it is an ordinary, censored, king realm powerhouse who looks at each other, it seems that there is a feeling that the soul will be pierced. Seeing the appearance of the silver-robed old man, Jiang Wuxin couldn't help but let out a respectful cry. My teacher has told you a long time ago, don't be proud and complacent because of your status as the world's #1 arrogant in the realm of God's domain. Today you should know what it means to be someone outside a person. There is a heaven outside the sky. The silver-robed old man faintly looked at Jiang Wuxin, and immediately stretched out his hand to point out, and instantly defeated the power of Emperor Jiang Chen Qing's sword. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shudder. The strength of this old guy in front of him is very strong, even better than Zhang Qianyun of the 8th layer of the human palace god king. I am afraid it is much stronger. The silver-robed old man in front of him should be the ancestor-level figure of the 10,000 Sword Saint Sect, Xuantian god king Jian Xuantian. Xuantian god king Jian Xuantian, the 8th-ranked peerless powerhouse on the list of the most powerful gods in the domain of God. The 7 in front of Jian Xuantian are the 9 heavenly powerhouses of the 7 great, censored, kings of the God realm continent. Jian Xuantian was the first person under the Divine King 9 layers of heaven. Even if his strength could not break through the Divine King 9 layers of heaven, he might be only a line away from the Divine King 9 heavens. Unexpectedly, after many years, such an outstanding human emperor appeared in the palace of human sovereign. It is really a blessing for my God's domain. Jian Xuantian smiled slightly and said, in today's battle, I have asked the emperor to give me a face. How about this so far? Since the predecessors have said so, I naturally have no objection. When Jiang Chen's voice fell, his figure also flashed down directly from the starry sky. The strength of this old guy is very strong, more powerful than any god king 8th heaven powerhouse Jiang Chen has ever seen. Even using the power of that immortal monument, Jiang Chen didn't even have absolute certainty to defeat it. Since this old guy made a move, Jiang Chen didn't have to fight Jiang Wuxin. There is no deep hatred between him and Jiang Wuxin. Now that God's domain continent is facing the invasion of the void demon race, with Jiang Wuxin's talent and strength, it will surely be able to play an important role in the fight against the void demon race. If it was really abolished by a single sword, it would also be a great loss to the God realm continent. In the starry sky, Jian Xuantian's gaze swept slightly from below, and the faint voice was directly resounding. Everyone, the War Demon Alliance will convene everyone to discuss the matter of fighting against the Void Demon race in 3 days' time. Please participate on time in 3 days' time. Jian Xuantian's figure flashed, and he disappeared into everyone's sight with Jiang Wuxin out of thin air. Chapter 2332, 10 Elders of War Demon Alliance. I didn't expect that Jiang Wuxin, the most powerful arrogant of the world, would have lost like this. In the palace of human emperors, the emperors of the past generations are all stunning people on the divine realm continent. It is only reasonable for Jiang Chen to defeat Jiang Wuxin. From now on, the world's first arrogant god's domain continent is none other than Jiang Chen. I am afraid that this guy's strength is at least enough to rank in the top 50 of the strongest kings. Seeing that this battle of God's domain's strongest Tianzhou ended, many people couldn't help showing a complex look. The palace of human emperors began with Emperor Qingtian Jiang Qingtian. Every human emperor is a legend of an era. Now that Jiang Chen is born, he is afraid that he will continue to write the legend that belongs to the emperor. And when everyone was talking about it, only the powerhouses of the Tianping Protoss and the ancient sacred dragon clan, their complexions became extremely difficult to look. Old ancestor, I didn't expect this guy to have grown to such a level. How should our ancient sacred dragons deal with it? In the ancient sacred dragon clan's residence, a young man looked at the place where Jiang Chen disappeared. His fists were also clenched tightly. This young man is no one else but Long Juhan of the ancient Holy Dragon clan. When he first met Jiang Chen in the eastern region that year, Jiang Chen could not reach the cultivation base of the Earth's sovereign realm. Although this guy is unparalleled, the cultivation base of the earthly realm can contend with the great power of the censored King realm. But as the well-known God King realm Tianzhou in the God realm continent, Long Juhan could easily suppress it. But he didn't expect that for a few years, when he met Jiang Chen again in the ancient Shenfeng clan. Jiang Chen was based on the cultivation base of the heavenly sovereign realm, and he defeated him, the 10 great arrogance of the central region. Jiang Chen rose against the sky at an extremely terrifying speed. He first defeated the ancestor of the Dark Wing Peng clan, the Divine King's 7th heavenly powerhouse, and then pressed Zhang Zan in the Human Emperor Hall to become the current emperor of the Human Emperor Hall. In this Saint Sect of 10,000 Swords today, even Jian Wuxin, the young generation's almost invincible existence, was defeated by Jiang Chen. Long Juhan never thought of it. As one of the 10 great arrogances of the Central Territory, he was actually opened by Jiang Chen in such a short period of time. Since losing to Jiang Chen in the ancient Shenfeng clan, Long Juhan went crazy and tried his best to retreat, hoping to take back from Jiang Chen 10 times what he had lost in the first place. However, he didn't expect that he could finally break through the 4 heavens of the God King, and his strength was even higher, but Jiang Chen's strength increase was even more terrifying. Today, he probably doesn't even have the qualifications to make Jiang Chen look at each other. What else can I do? This time the strength is not inferior to the God King 8th heaven, and it is already the human emperor palace, and it is not suitable for him to be an enemy. The ancestor of the ancient sacred dragon clan said solemnly, such an invasion of the void demon, everyone's goal should be on the void demon. As long as we don't provoke him, he can't do anything to our ancient sacred dragon. The strong man of the Tianping Protoss also flashed back to his residence with a solemn expression. Jiang Chen's growth rate is really terrifying. Even with the Tianping Protoss, if you want to deal with this guy, I am afraid you have to pay a very heavy price. And once Jiang Chen could not be dealt with this guy's talent, he would surely bring disaster to the Tianping Protoss in the future. He must contact Tianping Protoss as soon as possible to change his strategy of treating Jiang Chen. After the battle with Jian Wuxin, Jiang Chen returned to the life of deep living and simplicity in the next few days. Except for occasionally spending some time with Ji Yufeng'er, he spends most of his time in the room to retreat and practice. The representatives sent by many censored king-level forces in the continent of gods came early to a huge square in the center of the Saint Sword Sect. There are already quite a few seats in the square, especially the most central high platform. There are dozens of more conspicuous VIP seats. These VIP seats are only eligible to be seated by the top censored king forces who have the power of the censored king or above in the 7th heaven. Jiang Chen, Luo Xing and others were also sitting here early. Luo Xing looked at the powers of the 7th heavenly king who appeared on the VIP table, and introduced Jiang Chen to the identities of these powers from time to time. After introducing Luo Xing one by one, Jiang Chen also had to feel the appeal of the War Demon Alliance. This time the War Demon Alliance issued the War Demon Order, and almost 1/3 of the strong people on the Xian God Kings list were gathered here. Little friend Jiang Chen, this time the War Demon Order issued by the War Demon Alliance is actually unsatisfactory. It is said that in the era when there was an emperor in charge of the War Demon Alliance, when facing the Void Demon race, as long as the War Demon Order came out, they could quickly gather more than 90% of the powerhouses in the God's domain continent. Although many forces in the God's domain continent have responded to the call of the War Demon Order, most of them have retained their strength. Luo Xing whispered. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help showing a thoughtful look. This time the War Demon Alliance issued the War Demon Order. Although it seemed to have gathered an extremely powerful force, it was true that, as Luo Xing said, the major forces had obviously retained their strength. Especially the powerhouses above the 8th layer of the God King. Jiang Chen has hardly seen him. For example, the ancestor of the 8th Heavenly King of the Tianping Protoss did not appear, but only sent a 7th Heavenly King of the God King. Another example is the ancient gods Feng clan, which has several powerful gods above the 7th heaven, and only sent Fengqi Mountain, the censored king, the 7th heaven. There are also ancient holy dragons and other top forces, all with reservations. In this way, as time goes by, the appeal of the War Demon Alliance is obviously not as good as before. When Jiang Chen and the two were talking quietly, two small spatial fluctuations suddenly came from the center of the square. Two old figures also appeared directly in Jiang Chen's line of sight. Of the two figures, one of them is the ancestor of the Saint Sword Sect, the censored Xuantian King Jian Xuantian. Beside Jian Xuantian, there was also an old man in black robe with a cold and arrogant expression. The aura on his body was also unfathomable, which was not much inferior to Jian Xuantian. Little friend Jiang Chen, the black-robed old man is Si Konghai, the 10 elder of the War Demon Alliance, and the person in charge sent by the War Demon Alliance to lead this matter. Upon seeing this, Luo Xing couldn't help but whispered to Jiang Chen. Si Konghai. Jiang Chen couldn't help squinting his eyes slightly. Which one is ranked 13th on the top of the strong gods? Today's Jiang Chen knows something about the powerhouses above the 8th heaven and above, and he naturally reacted in the first place. Luo Xing nodded and said, "This guy is strong enough to rank in the top 10 among the 8 heavenly powerhouses of God's domain kings, and is also one of the 3 principles of the War Demon Alliance." Chapter 2333, Break Up, one of the 3 principles of the War Demon Alliance. When Jiang Chen heard Luo Xinghei's words, he couldn't help but stun for a moment. This guy is not the 10th elder of the War Demon Alliance, so why has he become the 3 main principles of the War Demon Alliance? Since this Si Konghai was the 10th elder of the War Demon Alliance, it proved that there were 9 elders before him. That being the case, it shouldn't be his turn for the 10 elders to take charge. Little friend Jiang Chen doesn't know that the 10 elders of the War Demon Alliance, 7 of them are the 9 heavenly powerhouses of the current 7 great kings of God's domain continent. It is said that these 7 elders have been guarding the position of a city called War Demon City in the Eternal Void all year round, blocking the Demon King level powerhouses of the Void Demon race. Because they rarely participate in other things in the War Demon Alliance, the War Demon Alliance is almost composed of the remaining 3 principles of the top 10 elders, and this Si Konghai is one of them. Luo Xing explained in a low voice. So it is. Jiang Chen nodded, and then asked, "War Demon Alliance, is there a leader now?" "No." Luo Xing shook his head and said, "Since the Emperor Qingtian founded the War Demon Alliance, the leaders of the past generations have been held by the Human Emperor of the Human Emperor Hall. Some people in the War Demon Alliance wanted to establish a new leader, but they have been failing." Everyone, Si Konghai, the 10th elder of the War Demon Alliance. Now that the Void Demon race is back, the situation in the Divine Realm continent is critical. The old man was ordered to issue a War Demon order and summon everyone to come to Sect Master 10,000 Swords, in order to discuss the matter of dealing with the Void Demon race. At this moment, Si Konghai's faint voice resounded directly above the square. "Elder Sikong, the Void Demon race is the great enemy of God's domain, and now it is coming back. It is incumbent on us to fight the Void Demon race." "Yes, Elder Sikong still tells us directly how to fight against the Void Demon race, right?" As Sikonghai's voice fell, many people in the square joined in one after another. The Void Demon race suddenly launched an invasion this time, and the 2 forbidden areas in the western part of the central region have completely fallen into defense. Now the Void Demon race has gradually captured the western region of the central region, and gathered strength to gradually encroach on the continent of God's domain. The War Demon Alliance calls everyone together, hoping to gather all the forces to form a coalition to attack the Void Demon race and drive the Void Demon race out of the realm of gods. Si Konghai didn't talk nonsense, and directly stated the plan of the War Demon. Hearing Si Konghai's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. The Void Demon race's invasion of the continent of God's domain this time obviously came prepared. Now they do not know the true intention of the Void Demon race to gather in the western region, let alone how much power of the Void Demon race gathered in the western region. It was obviously not a wise choice to rush all the power to attack the Void Demon in this way. Seeing that no one around him spoke, he couldn't help but directly said, "Elder Sikong, is this decision of the War Demon Alliance too hasty?" Sikonghai couldn't help but glanced at Jiang Chen. "Human Sovereign, now that the Void Demon race is gathering in the western region to eat away at the Divine Realm continent, do you think we have any better way besides concentrating our strength to fight against it?" "I don't have a better way, but I only know that it is not a wise move to attack rashly without knowing the details of the Void Demon race. Don't look at it, there are still many forbidden lands to guard on the continent of God's domain. If the Void Demon race gathers in the western region, it is just to attack the western region. Once all the power of the God's domain continent is used to attack the western region, the consequences may be unimaginable." Following Jiang Chen's words, the complexions of many strong men in the square couldn't help but change slightly. "Elder Sikong, the War Demon Alliance wants to concentrate its efforts against the Void Demon race. I have no objection, but the words of the Emperor are not unreasonable. Although the Void Demon race is now evacuating from the major demon forbidden areas, no one can guarantee that they did it deliberately, and the demon forbidden areas must be guarded." Feng Kashan, the ancestor of the ancient Shenfeng tribe, was the first to speak. On the VIP table, many top forces guarding the forbidden area of the summoning demon strongly agreed with the words of the ancient gods and Phoenix clan ancestors. "You don't have to worry too much. Since the Void Demon race has evacuated from the Void Demon nest, it will take a certain amount of time even if it wants to attack God's domain continent from the demon suppression forbidden land again." Sikonghai smiled slightly and said, "As long as we gather all our forces and completely defeat the Void Demon race in the western region at the fastest speed, there will be no problem." Jiang Chen said faintly, "The Void Demon race is here to attack the continent of God's domain this time. How can you be sure that you can easily defeat the Void Demon race with the power of God's domain? Jiang Chen, you are the Emperor of the world, so don't want to grow your ambition here and destroy your own prestige. The ancestors of our God's domain continent were able to repel the Void Demon race. As long as we work together, we can do the same." Sikonghai's face sank, and he couldn't help shouting sharply, "In the past, I was able to repel the Void Demon race. It was my Imperial Palace Qingtian Emperor Zhang Qingtian leading everyone. What qualifications do you think you have to compare with him?" Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously and said faintly, "The Palace of Human Emperor suffered heavy losses in the battle with the Void Demon not long ago, and even a God King 8th Heaven powerhouse fell. This time he attacked the Void Demon, and the Human Emperor Palace will temporarily stop participating." Sikonghai's expression sank. "Ren Sovereign Jiang Chen, are you going to openly defy the War Demon order? Since you know that I am the Emperor of the Human Emperor, you should know that the Emperor of the Human Emperor is the leader of the War Demon Alliance." Jiang Chen said with no expression on his face, "It is okay to want Ren Wangdian to participate in this war, but it must be led by my human Wangdian. The Void Demon race is powerful, and God's domain continent would have been inferior. If left under the blind command of this division, God's domain continent is very likely to suffer severe damage, leading to a complete collapse. If this battle is really going to happen, Jiang Chen will definitely take the initiative in his own hands." Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Sikonghai's complexion could not help changing slightly. Since the birth of no one in the Human Emperor Hall, the position of the leader of the War Demon Alliance has been in a state of vacancy. Especially Sikonghai and others, who have become accustomed to the existence of no leader, naturally do not want a new leader to appear, and thus be subject to others again. It is precisely because of this that the War Demon Alliance has not been born for many years without a leader. Now Jiang Chen, the current Emperor of the Human Sovereign Palace, obviously also has an idea about the position of the leader of the War Demon Alliance. "Jiang Chen, although you are a human emperor, to become the leader of the War Demon Alliance, you also need the 10 elders of the War Demon Alliance to discuss together. Before this, everything in the War Demon Alliance should be led by me." Sikonghai took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Jiang Chen nodded and said, "If this is the case, then you continue to discuss. The Emperor Palace will not participate in this matter." Jiang Chen stood up directly from his seat, ready to turn around and leave the square. Chapter 2334, Sikonghai. Elder Sikong, the ancient god Phoenix clan also does not approve of directly attacking the Void Demon race. If the War Demon Alliance insists on doing this, the ancient god Phoenix clan will not participate. Feng Kashan, the ancestor of the ancient Shenfeng tribe, also stood up and said. Their relationship with Jiang Chen, the heavenly phoenix goddess of the ancient Shenfeng tribe, is extraordinary. It is difficult for the ancient Shenfeng tribe to stand on the same front with Jiang Chen. The ancient gods in Phoenix clan originally had their own considerations, otherwise they would not only send him to the Saint Sword Sect this time. It's the same with God Falling Star Sect. Luo Xing did not hesitate at all and stood up directly. With the advent of a time of great chaos in God's domain, the Starfalling God Sect cannot be alone. Since Luo Xing has decided to advance and retreat with the Palace of Human Emperor, no matter what decision Jiang Chen makes, he will support without hesitation. Compared with the current War Demon Alliance, Luo Xing actually decided that Jiang Chen was more reliable. Jiang Chen is the Emperor of the Human Emperor Palace, and his talent is unparalleled. It is not impossible that he will succeed the leader of the War Demon Alliance in the future and become the leader of God's domain continent against the Void Demon race. Except for Luo Xing, including the Dongshuan God clan, the Golden Winged Condor clan, and the Northern Underworld God Sect, which have a certain relationship with Jiang Chen, all expressed their withdrawal and were unwilling to take the initiative to attack the Void Demon clan. Jiang Chen, as soon as the War Demon order is issued, all forces in the God's domain continent must obey the call of the War Demon Alliance to fight against the Void Demon race. Are you going to openly fight the War Demon Alliance as an enemy? Seeing this scene before him, Si Konghai's face couldn't help but a look of anger turned into anger appeared. I can't talk about being an enemy, I just don't approve of your decision. The ancestor Qingtian Renwang originally established the War Demon Alliance to gather the power of the God's domain continent to fight the Void Demon race, not to let everyone die in vain. I can tell you with certainty that if you attack the Void Demon rashly, you will definitely lose. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he turned and headed out of the square without looking back. Feng Kashan and Ji Yufeng'er of the ancient Shenfeng clan, Luo Xing and others of the censored of Falling Star Sect also followed Jiang Chen without saying a word. Although many forces such as the ancient sacred dragons and the Tianpeng Protoss did not leave directly, they also said that for some reasons, they would not send more forces in a short period of time. This time, Si Konghai used the War Demon order to call on the many forces in the continent of God's domain to attack the Void Demon race, which was a complete failure. Damn it, now that the Void Demon race has ravaged the God's domain continent, these guys don't respect the orders of the War Demon Alliance. Sooner or later, the God's domain continent will be destroyed in the hands of these people. Seeing the numerous forces gradually disappearing on the square, Si Konghai's eyes were gloomy, almost bursting into flames in his eyes. As one of the three principals of the War Demon Alliance today, Si Konghai originally thought that it would be easy for him to call on the power of God's domain continent to attack the Void Demon race, but he didn't expect it to be such a result in the end. Before he came this time, he vowed to guarantee that he could lead the God's domain continent to defeat the Void Demon race. Now that he couldn't even gather 1/3 of the power of God's domain continent, how could he repel the Void Demon race? Si Konghai, the words of human sovereign Jiang Chen are not unreasonable. We really don't want to attack if we don't know the intentions and details of the Void Demon race. Although the War Demon Alliance can order all the forces in the God's domain continent at a critical moment, it never forces any forces in the God's domain continent to do anything. Back then, Emperor Zhang Qingtian, the Emperor Qingtian, always took the human Emperor Hall to the front line against the Void Demon race, so that everyone can follow him against the Void Demon race without hesitation. If you force the forces of God's domain continent to send all their power like this, it will only make them feel resentful. Jian Xuantian glanced at Si Konghai and couldn't help speaking indifferently. Si Konghai's complexion was not very pretty and said, "Now that the Void Demon race is raging, and if you don't gather strength to repel them, do you still have to watch them cannibalize the Divine Realm continent? The Void Demon race has already occupied the western region. If it wants to continue its expansion, it will inevitably attack Zilling City through the Zilling Ancient Road. The best way right now is to hold Zilling City first." Although the God's domain continent has no cohesion back then, everyone knows the truth about the death of lips and teeth. You only need to take a walk out on this matter in the name of the War Demon Alliance, and someone will go to Zilling City. Even the Emperor Jiang Chen will take action at a critical moment. Jian Xuantian's eyes groaned slightly, and directly made a suggestion to Si Konghai. Okay, then call on everyone to guard Zilling City first. Si Konghai's eyes flashed with Li Meng, and he quickly accepted Jian Xuantian's suggestion. This time he came to dominate the matter of God's domain continent, but Si Konghai vowed to repel the Void Demon race. If he returns to the War Demon Alliance in such a desperate way, what will he have a foothold in the future as one of the three principles of the War Demon Alliance? Human sovereign, now that the Void Demon race has invaded God's domain continent, we really just ignore it, isn't it a bit bad? After leaving the square, Feng Kashan said to Jiang Chen hesitantly. The Void Demon race are the life and death enemies of the God's territory continent. If they stand on the sidelines, Si Konghai may be able to gather some power this time. Once Si Konghai and the others are defeated by the Void Demon race, this is not a good thing for the Divine Region continent either. Don't worry, that Si Konghai is not a fool. In the case of limited power, he shouldn't take the initiative to attack the Void Demon race. If I guess right, Si Konghai will definitely call on the people of God's domain continent to stop the invasion of the Void Demon in Xiling City. We only need to pay attention to the situation in Xiling City. If Si Konghai and the others lose, we can send someone to support it. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, as if everything was under control. Feng Qishan pondered slightly. What the Emperor means, can we hold Xiling City? First defend Xiling City in order to cope with all the changes. Let's talk about everything until the Void Demon race's specific plan is clarified. Jiang Chen nodded, and said solemnly, it's not the time to fight the Void Demon race. I also have a very important thing to do. I need to leave the central region temporarily, and I will talk about everything when I come back. Understood, the ancient Shenfeng clan will pay close attention to the situation in Xiling City. Once there is a crisis in Xiling City, it will definitely go to support it as soon as possible. Feng Kashan held a fist to Jiang Chen. Human Emperor, the old man has returned to the ancient Shenfeng clan first, and there will be a period later. Ancestor, go back to the ancient gods and Phoenix clan by yourself, I won't go back with you. Seeing this, Ji Yufeng'er couldn't help hurriedly said, Brother Jiang Chen, where are you going? I want to be with you this time. Jiang Chen reluctantly shook his head. Girl, what I'm going to do this time is very important, it's related to the safety of the Divine Realm continent. You should go back to the ancient Divine Phoenix clan with Senior Kashan. Chapter 2335, Inanimate. Ji Yufeng'er wrinkled her eyebrows slightly when she heard the words, and a happy expression appeared on her delicate little face. Girl, this is the last time. Jiang Chen touched Ji Yufeng'er's head with his hand, and said with a smile, when I come back this time, I can stay by my side for as long as I want. I promise I won't drive you away. Okay, Brother Jiang Chen, you have to talk and count. Ji Yufeng'er heard Jiang Chen's words, and finally a satisfied smile appeared in her beautiful eyes. She reluctantly said goodbye to Jiang Chen, and then left the Saint Sword Sect with Feng Kashan. Luo Xing, the ancestor Shuankin of the Dongshuan God clan, and others all bid farewell to Jiang Chen, and then quickly disappeared in front of Jiang Chen. After everyone left, Jiang Chen also turned into a sword light, and quickly flashed out towards the northern sky. Although Si Konghai failed to call the forces of God's domain to attack the Void Demon race, as long as he didn't attack rashly and gather a part of his strength to resist the Void Demon race, there shouldn't be much problem. At least for a short time, there shouldn't be any crisis in God's domain. Jiang Chen planned to take advantage of this time to go to the northern region to find God's domain Heavenly Tao first. As long as you find the heavenly way of the God realm and allow the Moon God Palace to be recognized and returned to the world, the crisis of the Void Demon race can be solved. Jiang Chen also contacted his father Jiang Wuya and asked them to know about Si Konghai and the others. Once Si Konghai showed signs of defeat, the Palace of Human Emperor must also provide timely support. He can question Si Konghai's decision, he can be dissatisfied with Si Konghai, but he will not make jokes about the safety of God's domain continent. Before he found the God realm Heavenly Tao, he must restrict the Void Demon race to the western region and not give them any chance to cannibalize the God realm continent. Above the blue sky, Jiang Chen stepped on the void, stepping thousands of miles, swiftly piercing the sky like a meteor, and heading towards the northern part of the central region. Jiang Chen landed directly in the far north of Central Territory. In front of him, a seemingly mysterious world also instantly appeared in Jiang Chen's sight. This is a gray world, the whole world is dead and silent, and it is so huge that people can't see the end at all. Although the world seemed peaceful, Jiang Chen instinctively felt an extremely dangerous aura from it. Inanimate world. Jiang Chen didn't need to think about it to know that the world in front of him should be the legendary inanimate world. The ancient catastrophe, the realm of God shattered and turned into billions of dust in the eternal void. God's domain continent is the most intact part of God's domain after it is broken. But even so, God's domain continent is still undergoing a great change, and many forbidden lands have been born, cutting the God's domain continent into several parts. This inanimate world is the forbidden area that separates the central and northern regions. The non-life world, as the name suggests, is the realm where people live without life. The level of danger, compared to the ancient realm of burying the gods, is probably not inferior in the slightest. The inanimate world is also one of the most difficult forbidden places to cross between the central region and the other four regions. King Qingtian, Emperor Jiang Qingtian, once opened up a spatial channel in Wushengji, linking the central region with the northern region. The spatial passage opened by Emperor Qingtian also has some changes, making it difficult for people to safely pass through the inanimate world. The northern territory was completely isolated. Today, in the God's domain continent, there is almost no news about the northern region, and almost nothing is known about the situation in the northern region. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and then walked along the edge of the inanimate world to look for the space channel opened by the Emperor Qingtian. This inanimate world was mysterious and unpredictable, and Jiang Chen didn't have any certainty to force it through. Although there have been some changes in the space channel opened by Emperor Qingtian, at least it is much easier than forcibly crossing the inanimate world. Jiang Chen walked along the edge of the inanimate world, and soon found the entrance of the space passage in the sky above the inanimate world. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated at the moment, and rushed directly towards the entrance of the space passage. Although he also knew that this space channel had not been repaired for many years, it must be extremely dangerous. But in any case, it is imperative to go to the northern territory to find God's domain Heavenly Tao. The space channel opened by Emperor Qingtian was too long, and it was in disrepair all the year round, and it had become very unstable. In the space channel, we can often see the terrible spatial turbulence. These spatial turbulences, even Jiang Chen dare not easily contaminate. He can only shuttle constantly in the spatial passages, moving left and right, struggling to move forward. Jiang Chen was still injured by some space debris scattered from the turbulent flow of space, and bloodstains visible to the naked eye appeared on his body. Jiang Chen continued to move forward in the space channel in this way, and his body strength was also consumed at a terrifying speed. Even with Jiang Chen's strength, he was a little overwhelmed, and his face turned pale. Fortunately, he has a piece of life magic in his body, coupled with swallowing some recovery pills, it is barely able to support it. A huge exit in front finally slowly appeared in Jiang Chen's line of sight. The rays of light all over him exploded, turning into a sword light, and violently shot into the exit. But right here, a piece of space fragments that shone with ambilight suddenly shot out from the turbulent flow of space, and then hit Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen snorted, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. After Jiang Chen had endured the force of a space debris for a lifetime, his whole body also gritted his teeth and shot out from the space channel. Jiang Chen's figure fell directly into an ancient mountain forest. Jiang Chen glanced slightly, and saw the huge trees around him towering into the sky, each of which was extremely thick and sturdy, reaching a height of hundreds of feet. The vigorous roar of beasts in the mountains and forests kept coming, and in the distance, there was a huge goshawk, grabbing a huge alien beast that was hundreds of feet long, and flying away into the sky. Is this the Northern Territory? It's so rich in heaven and earth energy, I'm afraid it won't be inferior to the Central Territory in the slightest. Feeling the surrounding situation, Jiang Chen couldn't help but show a look of astonishment on his face. The environment of the Northern Territory should be almost the same as that of the Eastern Territory, but I didn't expect to be able to catch up with the Middle Territory. It seems that we have to find someone to find out if this is the Northern Territory. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and he couldn't help but let out a low whisper in his mouth. The environment here even made Jiang Chen a little doubtful whether he had passed through the inanimate world and arrived in the northern region of the God's domain continent. If this place is really the Northern Territory, then the Northern Territory is really not a simple place. Chapter 2336, Jiang Chen's Shock. Jiang Chen's thoughts flickered, and he was about to stand up, ready to leave here to find a place with humans. Jiang Chen realized that at this moment he didn't even have the strength to stand up. He quickly checked the situation inside his body and found that not only was his body covered with scars, but his internal organs had been severely injured, and his kendo supernatural power was also completely consumed. This non-life world is worthy of being a forbidden place on the gods' domain continent, which is said to be dead and non-life. It is really difficult to cross. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smiled bitterly. The spatial turbulence in this inanimate world was more terrifying than any spatial turbulence Jiang Chen had seen, and it was impossible to resist. Without the broken space passage left by the Emperor Qingtian, with his strength, it would be impossible to pass through the inanimate world. Even with the help of spatial channels, Jiang Chen still paid an unusually heavy price for crossing the inanimate world this time. Since stepping into the realm of God, Jiang Chen has never suffered such a serious injury. The last time such a situation occurred, I am afraid it would have to be traced back to when he traveled from Shenwu continent to Xuanling continent. He swallowed a pill to recover a bit of strength, then cast a Hunyuan Yiki technique to hide his aura, and quickly entered the cultivation state. Jiang Chen ran the Azure Emperor Longevity secret art, and the abundant world energy around him quickly gathered from all directions. With the nourishment of these heaven and earth energy, some small scars on Jiang Chen's body surface gradually recovered, and the almost dried-up swordsman power in his body began to recover continuously. The energies of the heaven and the earth attracted by Jiang Chen are getting greater and greater, and the energy of the heaven and the earth in a radius of thousands of miles is converging towards Jiang Chen. Only 3 days. The injury in Jiang Chen's body has recovered 50 to 60%. This Azure Emperor's longevity tactic is worthy of the supreme immortal law, and it really is extraordinary. Jiang Chen opened his eyes, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. This Azure Emperor longevity art not only allowed him to cultivate the supernatural power of swordsmanship, it was more powerful than the general supernatural power of swordsmanship, and it was also unique in healing wounds. My injury this time was not difficult to recover from within 10 days and 8 days, but I did not expect that more than half of it would have recovered in 3 days. Now that I have some self-protection power, it is time to inquire about the situation here. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. He was about to get up to leave. At this moment, thousands of miles ahead, there was a sudden violent energy fluctuation. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment, and could not help but quickly swept away in the direction from which the energy fluctuations came. In the mountains and forests thousands of miles away from Jiang Chen, 2 distressed middle-aged men are fighting with a purple great ape. Qingmeng, run away. This amethyst sacred ape is cultivated at the nascent soul stage, and it is not our opponent. One of the middle-aged men was slapped flying by the amethyst ape, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. He couldn't help but hurriedly shouted at a beautiful woman in Qingyi behind him. No, I will never leave you behind. What's more, I must kill this amethyst ape today and get its inner alchemy to hope to save my father. On the delicate face of the Xingyi woman, there was a firm look. I saw that she quickly pinched a sword tactic, and on the cyan long sword in her hand, a sharp sword light instantly cut through the space, and slashed at the head of the amethyst-censored ape. The amethyst-censored ape roared, and on the huge furry palm, a vast and majestic purple energy directly turned into a giant purple palm and patted the woman in Xingyi. This purple giant palm was like a broken bamboo, and instantly defeated the Xingyi woman's sword tactics, and then enveloped the Xingyi woman without any reduction in speed. Qingmeng, seeing this scene, the expressions of the 2 middle-aged men could not help but suddenly changed, and they rushed towards the Xingyi woman with all their strength. At the speed of the 2, there was no time to rescue the woman in Xingyi, so she could only watch the giant purple palm go toward the woman in Xingyi. Looking at the inevitable purple palm, the woman in Xingyi looked extremely calm. Second uncle, third uncle, you must take this amethyst god ape's inner alchemy back to save my father. The Xingyi woman's voice fell, and the power in her body began to surge wildly. Qingmeng, don't. The 2 middle-aged men saw the actions of the Xingyi women, and they quickly thought of something, and their eyes were instantly filled with blood red. The woman in Xingyi is obviously going to display a secret technique of their family, and die with the amethyst god. Just when the woman in Xingyi was preparing to fight her death and die with the amethyst god ape, a dazzling golden sword light cut through the space and flashed past the woman in Xingyi. The woman in Xingyi hadn't reacted yet. The golden sword light had penetrated the body of the amethyst god ape. The mysterious purple blood spewed out from the body of the amethyst ape like a fountain, and saw the huge body of the amethyst ape, which was also divided into 2, and then fell into a pool of blood with a bang. This scene also caused the 3 women in Xingyi to not recover for a while. This powerful amethyst sacred ape was killed by a single sword. The woman in Xingyi came back to her senses and couldn't help but look towards the direction where the sword light came from. I saw a black-clothed young man holding a golden ancient sword, slowly stepping into the air towards them. The black-clothed youth is naturally Jiang Chen, attracted by energy fluctuations. Junior Xu Tianming, thank you Shangxian for his life-saving grace. The Xingyi woman no longer hesitated at the moment, and quickly thanked her respectfully. God, Jiang Chen could not help but was taken aback when he heard the woman in Xingyi call him. He glanced at the Xingyi woman slightly, and found that the power in the Xingyi woman was somewhat strange to the energy of the gods, realm practitioner, but it was closer to the power of the void demon race. Is this woman in Xingyi a so-called immortal cultivator? There was a flash of light in Jiang Chen's mind. Thinking of this possibility, an incredible horror appeared in his heart. He traverses the inanimate world through the space channel opened by the Emperor Qingtian. As long as there is no accident, he should appear in the northern region of the gods' continent. Why is there a cultivator here? Could it be that the place where he is now is really not the northern territory of God's domain continent? It's just a matter of raising your hand, you don't have to be polite. Jiang Chen waved his hand, suppressing the horror in his heart, and then asked the woman in Xingyi, crossing across the space below, encountering the turbulence of the space, I don't know where this is, who are you? Chapter 2337, A World Where Immortals Coexist. The woman in Xingyi didn't conceal it, and quickly introduced Jiang Chen. In the mouth of a woman in Xingyi, the world he is now in is called the Shenwu continent. And their location is Xiwandashan, the southernmost mountain in Shenwu continent. The monsters and beasts in the Xiwandashan are all over the place, and the spirit beasts are everywhere. It is extremely dangerous. The Qingyi women and the others only dared to enter the edge of the Xiwandashan. The woman in Xingyi was named Xu Tianming, from Bishan city outside Xiwandashan, and her father was the lord of Bishan city. The Qingyi women, just as Jiang Chen had guessed, were cultivators who were completely different from the warriors of the gods. The cultivation system of the immortal cultivator is completely different from the cultivation system of God's domain continent. They are divided into the realms of Jiji, Shantian, Jindan, Yuanying, Distraction, Hidao, Crossing Tribulation, and Mahayana. The three women in Xingyi in front of them were all immortal cultivators of the Jindan stage. After Jiang Chen learned this information, his brows couldn't help but twisted together tightly. The spatial channel on the inanimate world is undoubtedly the spatial channel opened up by Emperor Qingtian to connect the central and northern regions. However, he passed through the space channel, but did not come to the northern territory, but came to a world with the existence of immortal cultivators. The cultivator came from other universes outside of God's domain. He enters the space channel of the inanimate world. Even if he fails to reach the northern region, it is impossible to go to the world of the cultivating universe outside the gods, right? Shangxian, the inner alchemy of the amethyst ape, has a very important role for the younger generation. Please also ask Shangxian to give me his inner alchemy. Qing Meng is willing to pay any price. At this moment, Xu Tianming bit her lip and saluted Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't take it seriously, and waved his hand. It's just an inner pill, just take it. Thank you, Shangxian. Xu Tianming was overjoyed and hurriedly said, if the immortal doesn't dislike it, you can follow me to Bishan city, so that I can do my best as a landlord. Jiang Chen nodded, but did not refuse. He is now at a loss as to where he came, completely ignorant of what is going on, and there is no better place to go for a while. It's better to go to Bishan city with Xu Tianming first to see if you can get more information. Xu Tianming and the three dealt with the body of the amethyst god ape, and then walked out of the forest with Jiang Chen. A group of mighty cavalrymen suddenly galloped towards Jiang Chen and the others. This pair of cavalry was about 20 people, dressed in silver armor, and even the mounts were draped in armor. The horse under the seat was more than 1 foot high, and there was a single horn on the forehead. Obviously, it was not an ordinary horse. Miss Qingmeng, 2 elders, are you all right? The first tall young man quickly dismounted to meet Xu Qingmeng's trio. As he walked and walked, his breath was vast, and he was also a golden pill cultivator, and there was a trace of heat shining in his eyes looking at Xu Tianming. Shangxian, this is my leader of Bishan city, Xu Yang. After Xu Tianming finished speaking, he couldn't help but shouted to the tall young man, Xu Yang, why don't you come to see the immortal goddess? Xu Yang's heart couldn't help but suddenly startled. Those who can be made censored by Xu Tianming are probably at least the existence of Yuanying stage or above. Could it be that the young man in black in front of him is a strong man in the primordial infant stage? Such a young nascent soul stage powerhouse, even in those major cultivators, is probably an extremely rare genius. Xu Yang suppressed the horror in his heart, and his eyes quickly swept across Jiang Chen. The black-clothed youth in front of him had a plain aura, and his dressing was extremely ordinary, and he was almost in the sky and the underground with the major disciples of Shushan that he had seen. Suddenly a look of doubt flashed in Xu Yang's eyes. Xu Yang quickly hid the strange color and saluted Jiang Chen respectfully. Xu Yang has seen the gods. Jiang Chen nodded, then sat on a one-horned horse arranged by Xu Tianming, and the group quickly galloped towards Bishan City. Bishan City is only a few thousand miles away from the outskirts of Shiwandashan. Soon, Jiang Chen and the others arrived. Bishan City is built on the hillside, and the entire city is built on the mountainside. The city is not big and can only accommodate tens of thousands of people. Enter Bishan City. Jiang Chen glanced slightly at the pedestrians in the city, and soon discovered a key problem. Musha, apart from Xu Tianming and the others in Bishan City, there are still martial arts practitioners. The cultivation of these martial arts practitioners is extremely weak, and most of them are even in transformation. The level of the Shanhai is a bit like the practitioners of the lower realm of the gods. The world he is in now is a world where warriors and cultivators coexist. In his impression, the martial arts practitioners of God's domain and the immortal practitioners of outer domain are absolute enemies of life and death. In this place, the cultivator and the warrior can live together. Although he was uncertain in his heart, Jiang Chen's expression did not change at all, and he did not choose to ask Xu Tianming and the others. This place is full of weirdness. Before clarifying the specific situation, Jiang Chen did not want to expose his identity at will, causing unnecessary trouble. City Lord's mansion of Bian City. Xu Tianming immediately held a grand banquet for Jiang Chen. Many high-level officials in the City Lord's mansion, except for Xu Tianming's father, who was in retreat, almost all attended the reception banquet. Most of these people's cultivation bases are in the congenital stage, and even very few have reached the golden core stage. When they learned that Jiang Chen was an immortal in the Yuan Ying stage, they all looked extremely respectful to Jiang Chen. The existence of Yuan Ying period, in their remote and small places like Bian City, is already a rare superpower. And the black-clothed youth in front of him, with the strength of the nascent soul stage at a young age, must be a genius from a certain top sect. Shangxian, Xu Yang offers you a glass. I don't know from which school does Shangxian come from. At this moment, Xu Yang suddenly raised the bronze wine glass in front of him and raised his glass respectfully to Jiang Chen. Xu Tianming wrinkled her eyebrows and exclaimed, Xu Yang, don't be rude to the gods. Miss Qingmeng, the celestial being above Yuanying, who is not high above the sky, how come to our remote Bishan town? Miss, don't be deceived by others. Xu Yang sneered honestly. Many senior Xu family members were stunned when they heard the words. Bishan City is just a small and remote city, and the existence of Yuanying stage and above will rarely appear here, let alone the Yuanying stage genius of the last sect. The vast majority of Shangzong, even if they recruit disciples, do not look down on them, these remote towns, and will not send envoys. If the black-clothed young man in front of him is really a genius from the last sect, how could he appear in Bishan City inexplicably? Chapter 2338, You don't deserve to know who I am. Are you doubting my identity? Jiang Chen took a sip of the wine in his glass and couldn't help but looked at Xu Yang with a smile. In fact, from the first time I saw this guy, Jiang Chen had already seen that this guy seemed to be unkind to Xu Tianming. Back in the 100,000 mountains, Jiang Chen actually discovered that Xu Yang should have arrived early in Xu Tianming, but they have not supported Xu Tianming, but only appeared after he rescued Xu Tianming. Under the command of Bishan City, I naturally have a duty to remind Miss Qingming not to be deceived. Xu Yang said frankly and confidently, if your excellency really comes from the immortal of Shanzong, Xu Yang will accompany you face to face. Yes, monk Shangzong, how come to our place where birds don't shit? Even the immortal head of the Tianyang school, except for coming to Bishan City every year to collect worship, almost never. Xu Yang is right, maybe Miss Qingming was really deceived. Many high-level Bishan City are also talking about it. Only the two middle-aged men who witnessed Jiang Chen slaying the amethyst ape with a sword, chose to remain silent. Although they also had doubts about Jiang Chen's identity, this guy did have a terrifying strength that was not inferior to that of the nascent soul cultivator. Xu Yang, what do you mean? Xu Qingmeng's pretty face was cold, and she suddenly said angrily, as Zhang Shangxian from Shanzong. This lady knows very well that you can't be a 3-year-old child. Miss Qingmeng, since he claims to be a disciple of Shanzong, please show him the sect token. Xu Yang smiled coldly. Shanzong disciple, no one in this world dares to pretend to be easily. Xu Yang is a very ambitious person. Ever since Xu Qingmeng's father, Xu Yi, the lord of Bishan City, was seriously injured and dying, Xu Yang had been ready to take the position of the lord of Bishan City. This time Xu Qingmeng and others went to Xiwandashan to find the inner alchemy of the amethyst ape and heal Xu Yi's injuries. Xu Yang naturally did not allow Xu Qingmeng and the others to get the inside of the amethyst god ape. When Xu Qingmeng found the amethyst god ape, he immediately notified him to send someone to support him, but Xu Yang had been delaying time. As long as he solves Xu Qingmeng and the others with the help of the amethyst ape, he returns to clean up Xu Yi who was seriously injured. Bishan City is his bag. Xu Yang didn't expect that Jiang Chen suddenly shot out in the middle of the road, and rescued Xu Qingmeng and others. Although Xu Yang didn't know the origin of this kid, the ability to rescue Xu Qingmeng and others from the hands of amethyst god ape must not be underestimated. It is not a good thing for him to have such a character in Bishan City, and it might even ruin his plan. Xu Yang couldn't wait to question Jiang Chen's identity and wanted to drive Jiang Chen out of Bishan City. Xu Yang's words also caused the eyes of everyone in the hall to fall on Jiang Chen's body. If Jiang Chen couldn't take out the token of Shanzong's disciple, his identity would be somewhat questionable. What if I am a disciple of Shanzong? What if I am not a disciple of Shanzong? Jiang Chen played with the wine glass in his hand, and his gaze towards Xu Yang couldn't help showing a playful look. It seems that you can't get the token of Shanzong disciple. Xu Yang smiled coldly. What is your purpose in approaching Miss Qingmeng, impersonating a disciple of the Shanzong? Jiang Chen glanced at Xu Yang contemptuously. What identity am I? You are a golden ant in the golden core stage, but you don't deserve to know. Although his cultivation base has not been fully restored to his peak state today, he still has to deal with the average, censored, King Realm powerhouse. The powerhouse of the gods in the realm of the gods is at the same level as the powerhouse of the tribulation period among the immortal cultivators. In the Jin Dan stage, in the eyes of Jiang Chen, it was really no different from the ants on the ground. Xu Yang was furious, and the powerful aura of Jin Dan's later period also filled the hall instantly. Jiang Chen's complexion was indifferent, and he just raised his hand and flexed his fingers in an understatement. An invisible sword finger burst out of his fingertips instantly, hitting Xu Yang's body. Xu Yang was hit hard, like a kite with a broken line, flew out of the hall in a panic, and then crashed on the ground. There was also a deathly silence in the hall. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen who was sitting calmly with horror. Xu Yang in the late Jindan period was defeated by Jiang Chen's understatement. This is definitely only the emperor of the nascent soul stage, who can have such a terrifying strength. Everyone quickly got up and toasted Jiang Chen to apologize. As for Xu Yang, who was abolished by Jiang Chen's finger, everyone ignored him. In the presence of an immortal in the Yuan Ying period, Xu Yang was really like an ant, not worth mentioning. After the banquet, Jiang Chen also temporarily settled in Bishan City's City Lord's mansion under Xu Qingmeng's arrangement. As a guest of the City Lord's mansion, Jiang Chen also enjoyed a very high treatment in the City Lord's mansion. Xu Qingmeng even set aside a courtyard for Jiang Chen to live in. Jiang Chen swept away his spiritual knowledge, and soon found a study room in this courtyard, which seemed to contain a lot of books. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at the moment, he appeared in the study in a flash. Now his knowledge of this world is really limited, and he can just check some books to see if he can learn more. He glanced over the collection of books on the shelf one by one. Most of the books in these bookshelves are records of some strange events in the Shenwu continent, which is not of much reference value for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's gaze skipped over these collections, and finally fell on an ancient book called Shenwu Mainland Biography. Jiang Chen moved in his heart and quickly removed it and began to read it. The origin of Shenwu continent. When he flipped through the first page of this biography and saw the bold characters, his eyes suddenly lit up slightly. In this biography, a detailed record of the origins of Shenwu continent, as well as some important events happened. Through this biography, Jiang Chen also quickly gained a general understanding of the Shenwu continent. I didn't expect that the former northern territory of God's domain continent has turned into today's Shenwu continent. Jiang Chen closed the biography, and couldn't help but murmured. According to the records in this biography, Jiang Chen is almost certain that he has indeed arrived in the northern region of the God's Domain continent through the spatial channel opened by Emperor Qingtian. Time changes, the vicissitudes of life. The former northern territory of God's Domain continent has undergone tremendous changes, becoming the Shenwu continent where Shenwu coexists today. Chapter 2339, Tianyong sent someone. The predecessor of the Shenwu continent was the northern territory of the Shenyu continent. This piece of information is almost clearly recorded in the origins of Shenwu continent. 10 billion years ago, after the Great Tribulation of the ancient God's Domain broke out, this place was still called the northern region of the God's Domain continent for a long time. That time, the Northern Territory, like the Divine Territory continent, only has martial arts practitioners in the Divine Territory, and there is no immortal cultivator. For some reason, a group of immortal cultivators appeared in the Northern Territory inexplicably. These immortal cultivators developed extremely rapidly in the Northern Territory, and soon occupied half of the Northern Territory, forming a rivalry with the original martial arts practitioners in the Northern Territory. The God Territory continent completely lost contact with the Northern Territory. In addition to the problem with the space channel opened by Emperor Qingtian, there is another important reason, that is, the entire southern part of the Northern Territory has become the territory of immortal cultivators. The so-called Shenwu continent was named after these cultivators. I didn't expect the Northern Territory to have developed to this level. Since he is a cultivator, it is almost always related to the cultivating universe where the Great Tribulation of the ancients invaded God's domain. After the Great War that year, did any immortal cultivator survive in the Northern Territory? The situation in the Northern Territory is really not that complicated. After returning to its peak state, I will first go to the north to meet those martial arts practitioners. Jiang Chen closed the biography in his hand, and he couldn't help but let out a low whisper. According to the records in the biography, the 5 immortal cultivators in the Shenwu continent are headed by the 5 great immortal sects. These 5 immortal sects are powerful, and they all have more than one old monster who has passed the catastrophe period. The purpose of his coming to the Northern Territory this time was mainly to find the heavenly way of the God Territory, and naturally he didn't want to easily provoke these immortal cultivators. After consulting some information, for the next 2 days, Jiang Chen spent most of the time living in the courtyard, retreating and healing. Xu Tianming came to find Jiang Chen in a panic. Shangxian, the big event is not good. Xu Yang invited the people from the Tianyong sect to Bishan City. You can leave now. Jiang Chen couldn't help narrowing his eyes slightly. Tianyong faction. His current understanding of the power of the cultivators is almost limited to the 5 immortal sects. Naturally, he does not know the origin of the Tianyong cultivator. In Shenwu continent, at least the strength of Yuan Yingqi is needed to have the qualifications to start a school. At least there were immortal cultivators in the Yang sect that day, and it was no wonder Xu Tianming was so panicked. Xu Tianming did not hesitate, and quickly introduced Tianyong to Jiang Chen. The Tianyong school is a nearby sect, in charge of a dozen large and small cities such as Bishan City, and is the co-master of this area. Although the Tianyong sect's immortal cultivation power in the Shenwu continent is only the most common existence, after all, it is the immortal cultivation sect with Yuan Ying sitting. For Bishan City, the Tianyong sect is a superior existence. Don't worry, it's nothing more than an influential sect. Since they are here, let's see you there. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and then strode towards the outside of the courtyard. Thinking of Jiang Chen's terrifying strength in killing the amethyst ape, Xu Tianming also gritted his teeth and hurriedly followed. Cultivation sects are very cold-blooded and ruthless. If Jiang Chen left here, the end of their Xu family would be very miserable. On that day, the Yang sect only had a Yuan Ying stage sitting in town. With Jiang Chen's strength, the Tianyong faction may not really be able to do him well. Outside the mansion of the Lord of Bishan City, a huge flaming red giant bird stood at a height of 100 feet, with a body size of several tens of feet long, and it exuded a powerful aura that was not weaker than that of the golden elixir period. On the giant bird, there are 3 proud red figures standing proudly. After hearing the news, Xu Yi, the Lord of Bishan City, did not care about the injuries in his body, and hurriedly brought many Bishan City high-level officials to visit him. Why didn't the 3 immortal lords come here? They didn't notify me, so that I can pick up the dust for you. Xu Yi said with a smile on his face. Xu Yi, I heard that someone in Bishan City dared to pretend to be a disciple of the Shanzong, and he didn't immediately let the guy who appeared the disciple of the Shanzong get out. shouted sharply for the first middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looks about 40 years old. He is dressed in a red robe and embroidered with a golden sun pattern, which is the symbol of the Tianyang school. His breath is as ethereal as an immortal, far better than the average Jin Dan stage powerhouse. Shu Yi's face changed slightly, and Shu Yang was quickly discovered standing behind the 3 Tianyang sect monks. 3 immortals, this is just a misunderstanding, Shu Yi said with a smile, and immediately his eyes sank suddenly, and he sternly shouted at Shu Yang, "Shu Yang, a trivial matter, who asked you to go to the Tianyang faction to invite the 3 immortal chiefs?" "Shu Yi, stop talking nonsense and call people out quickly." The middle-aged man snorted faintly. "Is it a misunderstanding? I have my own decision." Shu Yi gritted his teeth and said, "Qi Junxiancheng, that one has already left Bishan City." Although Shu Yi did not know the identity of Jiang Chen, he was not a ruthless person. Jiang Chen rescued his daughter Xu Tianming and others in Xiwandishan, and also gave him the inner alchemy of the amethyst ape to heal his injuries, which is a great kindness. Shu Yi would naturally not betray Jiang Chen. He has asked Xu Tianming to inform Jiang Chen, and now he can only pray that Jiang Chen can leave Bishan City in time. "Shu Yi, I think you are looking for death." The middle-aged man's complexion was cold, and he directly raised his hand and waved. An invisible Junyuan instantly swept out towards Shu Yi. Although Shu Yi also had the cultivation base of the late Jindan, but now he has not recovered from his injuries and is unable to exert his full strength at all. As for the middle-aged man opposite, his cultivation reached the peak of the golden core. Shu Yi didn't have any resistance at all, and was beaten up by the middle-aged man with blood and vomiting, and the whole person was volleyed and flew a distance of tens of feet. He looked down at Shu Yi indifferently. "Shu Yi, I will give you one last chance to hand over those who pretend to be Shanzong disciples, otherwise I don't mind letting this Bishan city change its owner." Shu Yi's face was pale, just about to speak, but a faint voice suddenly resounded in everyone's ears. The faint voice made everyone in the field stunned for a moment. Everyone looked for fame, and they saw Jiang Chen slowly walking out of the city lord's mansion with Xu Qingmeng's company. Shu Yi's complexion also turned pale in an instant. He knew, what happened today, Bishan City might be in trouble, so he asked Xu Qingmeng to take Jiang Chen away from Bishan City, but he didn't expect the two to appear in front of the Tianyang faction. This is completely finished. Chapter 2340. If he dares to come, he will be destroyed. "Daddy, are you okay?" Seeing Shu Yi's miserable appearance, Xu Qingmeng couldn't help but hurriedly came to Shu Yi's side. Her delicate face was full of worry. Shu Yi smiled bitterly. "Qingmeng, didn't I let you take Jiang Chen out of Bishan City? Why did you come out too? I can't leave my father alone. Moreover, young Master Jiang can kill the amethyst god ape with a single sword, and the Tianyang faction may not be able to win him." Xu Qingmeng looked up at Jiang Chen, a look of hope also appeared in her beautiful eyes. Shu Yi was taken aback for a moment. He really forgot this one. Amethyst god ape, non-Yuan Ying powerhouse can't deal with it. Jiang Chen's ability to slay the amethyst god ape with a single sword might not have the capital to contend with the Tianyang sect. "Boy, are you pretending to be a disciple of Shanzong?" The sharp gaze of the middle-aged man also fell straight on Jiang Chen, as if he wanted to see Jiang Chen through. Jiang Chen glanced at the middle-aged man lightly. "Am I pretending to be a disciple of Shanzong? What's wrong with you? Shanzong disciple, how noble is your status, can you pretend to be? Don't quickly kneel down and lead to death." Beside the middle-aged man, one of the young men couldn't help but sternly shouted at Jiang Chen. The black-clothed young man in front of him didn't have the slightest aura of an immortal cultivator, so how could he be a disciple of the Immortal Sect? "Let me kneel down to lead death, so you are worthy." Jiang Chen sneered with disdain, and said proudly, "Don't say it's you, even if the ancestor of your Tianyang sect is here, you don't have the qualifications to say this in front of me." The 3 cultivators of the Tianyang sect were immediately furious. "Boy, what are you talking about?" Jiang Chen ignored the 3 of them, directly raised his hand and waved at Shu Yi. A soft force instantly submerged into Shu Yi's body. Shu Yi felt the injury in his body and quickly recovered with a terrifying speed. The injuries in his body have been completely healed, and his cultivation level has also been directly restored to its peak state. Shu Yi thanked the immortal. Shu Yi was extremely surprised, and quickly thanked Jiang Chen respectfully. Shu Yi no longer had any doubts about Jiang Chen's strength. Just a flick of an understatement made him heal from his injury and return to his peak. The one in front of him, the cultivation base can be described as unfathomable. It's a trivial matter, it's not enough. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and then turned his gaze to the three of the Tianyang faction. Before I change my mind, immediately disappear from me. The middle-aged man's face sank slightly. Who is your excellency? As a monk at the peak of the golden core, the eyesight of the middle-aged man is obviously extraordinary. From the hand that Jiang Chen showed for Xu Yi's injury just now, he also vaguely felt that the black-clothed youth in front of him was probably not simple. I'm someone you Tianyang sect can't afford to offend. Jiang Chen said lightly. From now on, I will cover Bishan City and it will no longer be under the control of your Tianyang faction. If your Tianyang faction dares to send people to the wild, I will level down your Tianyang faction. Boy, don't want to be arrogant. Hearing Jiang Chen's arrogant words, one of the Tianyang sect disciples was furious, and directly condensed a golden giant palm, which slapped Jiang Chen angrily. Jiang Chen shook his head, stretched out his hand and pointed at the Tianyang sect disciple. A sword finger shot out from his fingertips, smashed the golden palm lightly, and hit the Tianyang school disciple. This Tianyang sect disciple of the innate realm, before even screaming, turned into blood mist under Jiang Chen's finger. The headed middle-aged man looked cold, and the powerful aura of the golden core peak also came under the pressure of Jiang Chen. Even the many high-level Bishan City on the side, facing the aura of the middle-aged man, their complexion is pale, and even the figure can't help but tremble. Jiang Chen held his hand motionless and stood proudly on the spot, just snorted lightly. An aura that was countless times stronger than the middle-aged man's breath instantly crushed the middle-aged man's breath, and then moved toward the middle-aged man oppressively like Mount Tai. The middle-aged man felt as if he was hit hard. He directly thumped and knelt on the ground, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help but squirted out wildly. Shang Xian, forgive me. The middle-aged man looked terrified and quickly begged Jiang Chen for forgiveness. With the strength of his golden core peak, in front of the black-clothed youth in front of him, there was no resistance at all. Yuan Ying. This black-clothed young man is probably at least a strong man in the Yuan Ying stage comparable to their ancestors of the Tianyang school. This son is so young, he has the cultivation base of the nascent soul stage. I am afraid it is really possible that he came from a large genius disciple. The scene in front of him also made Xu Yi and the people of Bishan City unable to recover from the shock for a long time. The Tianyang sect is aloft, usually like an immortal, killing and robbing the life of the city under its jurisdiction. Has it ever been so humble and begging for mercy? Everyone looked at Jiang Chen with an expression of incomparable respect. If the people of the Tianyang sect are silent, this young man in black must be a disciple of the Immortal Sect. Jiang Chen regained his momentum and waved his hand at the middle-aged man. Go away. The middle-aged man hurriedly took another disciple and fled out of Bishan City like a bereaved dog. Seeing that the people of the Tianyang faction left himself in a hurry to flee, Xu Yang's expression instantly turned pale, and he knelt in front of Jiang Chen with a thump, and begged Jiang Chen for forgiveness. Jiang Chen pointedly abolished Xu Yang's cultivation base, and he didn't even bother to look at him, and said directly to Xu Yi indifferently, "This guy, you can handle it yourself. Xu Yang, I naturally treat you very well, but I didn't expect to be ungrateful and attract people from the Tianyang faction to Bishan City. If it weren't for Jiang Shangxian's move today, I'm afraid my Xu family would have been destroyed for this. Such an ungrateful villain, how can Xu Yi forgive you?" Xu Yi's voice fell, and Xu Yang's life was directly and mercilessly ended with a palm. Jiang Shangxian, Tianyang faction is aloof. I am afraid that today's affairs will not be so easy to let go. After solving Xu Yang, Xu Yi's face couldn't help but show a look of worry. Jiang Chen is powerful and is not afraid of the Tianyang faction, but after all, it is impossible to stay in Bishan City forever. Once Jiang Chen left, their Bishan City would not have the capital to compete with the Tianyang faction. It's okay, the Tianyang sect only has a Yuan Ying. Jiang Chen said lightly. If he dares to come, he will be destroyed. Chapter 2341, The Horrified Ancestor of Tianyang, Tianyang Mountain. A famous place in the southern border of Shenwu continent, because here is where the Tianyang sect is located. In Tianyang Mountain, a majestic mountain peak, in a large formation, there is an old man in golden robe who practiced cross-legged, frantically vomiting aura of heaven and earth. This is the retreat of Tianyang school Yuan Ying monk and Tianyang ancestor. Outside the big formation, there was a middle-aged man, and it was the middle-aged man who had returned from Bishan City. Enlighten the old man, there has been a disciple of the Yuanying stage in Bishan City. The middle-aged man knelt on the ground, with a face respectfully reporting to the ancestor Tianyong in the big formation. The eyes of the ancestor Tianyong suddenly opened, and a burst of brilliant golden light burst out. Shangzong Yuanying disciple, how can you suddenly appear in the Tianyong faction? Do you know the origin of the other party? On the Shenwu continent, the sect of Xu Shanzong is divided into 3 or 6 or 9 grades. Tianyong school is just the most inferior sect. There are also the great sect in which the distracted powerhouse sits, the Shang sect in which the Hidao old monster sits in the town, and the Xian sect in which the great tribulation is able to sit in the town. Even in the big sect where there are strong distractions, it is rare to be able to give birth to genius disciples in the nascent soul stage. Only Shangzong and Shanzong were able to cultivate such Tianzhao disciples. Such talented disciples of the Shangzong, even as the ancestor of Tianyong, it is difficult to meet one another. The ancestor of Tianyong really couldn't understand, how could the disciple of the Shangzong suddenly appear in such a remote place as the Tianyong sect? The disciple of the last sect, it can be said that everything does not go to the 3 treasure hall. Could it be that in their Tianyong faction, something big will happen or not? Enlightened ancestors, I don't know the origin of the other party. The middle-aged man said, he has the strength of the nascent soul stage, but he has always revealed his identity. However, he seems to intend to take care of Bishan City and let us not interfere with the affairs of Bishan City. When the ancestor Tianyong heard this, his brows couldn't help but twisted together tightly. How noble is the disciple of the last sect, as long as his identity is revealed, he, the ancestor of the Tianyong school, would have to be polite to him. But this disciple of the Shang sect had come to the Tianyong sect territory, and deliberately concealed his identity. There must be some kind of ulterior motive. He had to go to Bishan City in person to find out the situation. I will go to Bishan City in person, and you will immediately send someone to find out what happened in the world of immortality recently. If anything disappears, please contact me as soon as possible. The voice of the ancestor of Tianyong fell, and his figure disappeared without a trace in the big formation in an instant. Bishan City. After the Tianyong faction, Xu Yi and others became more respectful towards Jiang Chen. Xu Yi even deliberately asked Jiang Chen to accept his daughter Xu Tianming as his disciple, but Jiang Chen tactfully refused. What he cultivates is the martial arts system of the gods, which is completely different from the cultivation system of immortal cultivators, and there is nothing that Xu Tianming can teach. He came to the northern territory this time mainly to find the heavenly way of the god territory. Xu Yi and the others are immortal cultivators after all, and Jiang Chen didn't want to have too much intersection with them. When the injury is fully recovered, he will leave here and embark on the journey of searching for God's domain and heavenly way. Xu Yi saw that Jiang Chen had no intention of accepting disciples, so naturally he couldn't force it. Although he felt a little sorry for his daughter, his attitude towards Jiang Chen remained unchanged. Jiang Chen cultivated in Bishan City in this way, and his body injuries were also recovering little by little. An incomparable coercion of the nascent soul suddenly swept over Bishan City. A voice that resembled a Hong Zhang also resounded in the sky above Bishan City. The ancestor of Tianyong sent Tianyong to visit the disciple of the last sect, and please come to see you. The rolling sound reverberated over Bishan City, causing Xu Yi and others to be in an uproar. The ancestor of the Tianyong school actually came to Bishan City. Just when Xu Yi and others were frightened, a black figure in the city lord's mansion directly volleyed into the sky, and appeared above Bishan City in one step. You are the disciple of the last sect. I don't know from which school, why came to my Tianyong school? The ancestor Tianyong narrowed his eyes slightly, and held his fist at the black-clothed youth in front of him. Jiang Chen glanced at the ancestor Tianyong lightly. Old ancestor Tianyong, you don't need to know who I am. If you don't want to kill yourself, you'd better not be nosy. My Tianyong school belongs to the Xuanyang sect of Shangzong. As far as I know, there is no Yuanying genius like you in Xuanyang Gate. If your excellency is unwilling to reveal your identity, then don't blame the old man for being rude to you. Ancestor Tianyong's face sank slightly, and a look of anger appeared in his eyes. Jiang Chen stood with his hand in his hand, and said indifferently, I want to see, how can you be kind to me? Okay, the old man will learn about your brilliant tricks. Ancestor Tianyong's eyes flashed with cold light. Behind 1,000 Zhang Yuanying Dharma body condensed out of thin air, and then stretched out his hand to hold Jiang Chen lightly. This palm seemed dull, but it possessed the ability to confine the world, like the hand of an immortal, completely solidifying the void of Jiang Chen's radius of 100 meters. The nascent soul Dharma body, which bans the heavens and the earth, is this the power of the nascent soul stage powerhouse? It is really terrifying. In Bishan City, Shu Yi and others looked shocked. Between Jin Dan and Yuan Ying, there is indeed a heaven and an underground break. Looking at the Yuan Ying Dharma body of the ancestor Tianyang, Jiang Chen's expression was extremely calm. This so-called nascent soul Dharma body is similar to the emperor body that returns to the market realm from the lower realm of the gods. Judging from the battle power erupted by the ancestors of Tianyang, the battle power of the immortal cultivator in the Yuan Ying stage should also be between the Guishu realm and the virtual, censored realm, and it is not as good as the true, censored realm of the gods. With Jiang Chen's strength comparable to the tribulation period, Yuan Ying was really no different from the ants in his eyes. Jiang Chen's complexion was indifferent, just lightly spit out a cold word. I saw the ancestor of Tianyang imprisoned a palm of the world with the Yuan Ying Dharma body, and it crashed directly in the void. He referred to the sword, and when he raised his hand, he flicked a sword at the ancestor Tianyang. A sword light that was half higher than the heavenly ancestor Yuan Ying Law body, directly broke through the heavens and the earth, and the terrifying aura on it made the Tianyang ancestor instinctively feel the crisis of death. The ancestors of Tianyang were full of souls, and turned around quickly to escape, but it was too late. This sword is almost reaching its extreme, even if it is based on the cultivation base of the ancestor Tianyang, there is no time to escape, and the whole person has been smashed. His Chenjiang Yuanying Law body, under this sword, was as fragile as paper, and it was instantly split into two halves. Chapter 2342, Longevity Fairy Mountain, inside Bishan City. Shu Yi and the others looked at this scene in midair, as if they were petrified, completely frozen there. Just an understatement of the sword, the Tianyang sect ancestor Yuan Ying ancestor law bodies and physical bodies are all wiped out the city of nothingness. Although Shu Yi and the others already knew, Jiang Chen should at least have the strength of Yuan Ying stage. But they still didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be able to slay the ancestor of Tianyang in the Yuan Ying stage with a single sword. Even if it is a genius of Shanzong Yuanying, I am afraid it may not have such strength. Jiang Chen's cultivation is not only the Yuan Ying period, but the distraction above the Yuan Ying. Thinking of this, Shu Yi and others couldn't help but take a breath. Disciplinary genius disciples, even in the 5 great immortal sects, they are probably one of the few peerless arrogances. Just when Shu Yi and the others were too horrified, a horrified scream resounded directly above Bishan City. Shu Yi and the others quickly looked up. In midair, a slightly illusory figure emerged from the void in an embarrassing manner. It was the Yuan Ying of the ancestor of Tianyang. His gaze towards Jiang Chen also showed an unprecedented panic. The ancestor of Tianyang was originally a disciple from Shangzong. Because he offended a big man, he fled to the border and established the Tianyang school. Although the Tianyang ancestor was in the early Yuanying stage, he was born in the Shangzong after all, and his combat power was even better than the average Yuanying stage. With his own strength, he would be killed by the sword of the black-clothed youth in front of him. I have said long ago that I am someone you Tianyang faction can't afford to offend. Standing with his hands in his hands, Jiang Chen glanced at the ancestor Tianyang lightly. Let's talk about it. How do you want to die? Your Excellency is powerful, but I came from the Xuanyang sect of Shangzong. If you kill me, Xuanyang sect will definitely not let you go. The complexion of the ancestor Tianyang suddenly changed. The ancestor of Tianyang could only pull out the tiger skin of Xuanyang Gate, hoping to deter Jiang Chen with this. Don't say that you were only born in Xuanyang sect. Even if the people of Xuanyang sect dared to provoke me, I still can't kill it. Jiang Chen was expressionless, and a sharp sword aura condensed from his fingertips again. Shang Xian, forgive me, the old man is willing to surrender to you, and be a slave and a servant for life. The ancestor of Tianyang was full of souls in his heart, and quickly begged Jiang Chen for forgiveness with a look of horror. He has worked hard for thousands of years, and finally achieved the Yuan Ying period cultivation base. Now that Yuan Ying is still alive, he still has the opportunity to reshape his body. Once Yuan Ying is destroyed, he really will completely dissipate in the world. Jiang Chen pondered slightly, the sword energy at his fingertips also disappeared out of thin air. Just relying on the ants in the nascent soul stage of your own, but you don't have the qualifications to be my servant. He looked at the ancestor Tianyong lightly and said, "But, if you can answer a few questions for me, I can consider giving you a chance to survive." This ancestor of Tianyong was born in the Xuanyang Gate of Shangzong, and his experience should be extraordinary. He can get some useful information from this old guy. The ancestor Tianyong hurriedly said, "Excuse me, the elder must know everything and say nothing." Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, and asked directly, "Do you know, what is the place where life is extremely exuberant in Shenwu continent?" "A place where the breath of life is extremely exuberant." The ancestor of Tianyong was taken aback for a moment, and there was also a look of doubt in his eyes. "The place where life is extremely prosperous in Shenwu continent, the first to bear the brunt is the famous Changsheng mountain in Shenwu continent." If this guy came from the last sect or the Immortal Sect, how could he have never heard of the Immortal Mountain of Longevity? However, in order to save his life, the ancestor of Tianyong still respectfully said, "As far as I know, the place where life is most alive in Shenwu continent should be the Everlasting Mountain." Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. "Tell me about this Immortal Mountain of Longevity." The ancestor Tianyong responded and quickly introduced Jiang Chen respectfully. Changsheng Shanshan is a huge mountain range located in the center of Shenwu continent, which runs through almost the entire Shenwu continent. Nowadays, the Immortal Cultivator and the Martial Arts Cultivator, one south and one north, each occupy half of the Shenwu continent. And the Immortal Mountain of Longevity does not belong to either side, it has become the dividing line between the power of the Immortal Cultivator and the power of the Martial Arts Cultivator. Changsheng Shanshan is the place where life is the most vigorous in Shenwu continent, not one of them. It is said that once the immortal cultivation powers that have fallen to the limit, once they enter the Immortal Mountain of Longevity, they can increase the lifespan and delay the arrival of the limit. It is precisely because the life aura of Changsheng Shanshan is extremely exuberant, with monsters crisscrossed and spirit beasts everywhere. Among them, there are even peerless beasts with a period comparable to the tribulation period, which can be described as extremely dangerous. Even if the immortal cultivation power of the tribulation period can enter it, it will be difficult to get out of it alive. Changsheng Shanshan is the most dangerous forbidden area in Shenwu continent. Although Changsheng Shanshan is extremely dangerous, it still makes the immortal cultivators and warriors of the Shenwu continent rush to it. Because in the Longevity Fairy Mountain, there are many unparalleled opportunities. There used to be some mediocre people on the Shenwu continent, who lived against the heavens in the everlasting Immortal Mountain and soared into the sky ever since. The Everlasting Fairy Mountain is also an excellent place for some people who are approaching their deadlines. This powerful life force can not only delay their deadlines, but also give them a go. Once you can get some opportunities in the Fairy Mountain of Changsheng, you may be able to break the shackles and get a new life, certainly. These are actually secondary. According to legend, in the Fairy Mountain of Longevity, the real mystery of longevity is hidden. This is the root of countless people's madness. The Fairy Mountain of Longevity, powerful breath of life, the real mystery of longevity. After listening to the introduction of the ancestor of Tianyong, Jiang Chen also passed a touch of surprise in his eyes. This is really nowhere to be found after breaking through the iron shoes. This immortal mountain of longevity is very likely to be one of the 3 sacred trees of God's domain, the place where the sacred tree of life is located. Only the legendary tree of life can possess such a powerful life force. According to the speculation of the ancestor Shuangkan of the Dongshuan God clan, there should be news of God's domain and heavenly Tao where the tree of life is located. Divine Realm and Heavenly Way, it is very possible that it is also hidden in the Immortal Mountain of Everlasting Life. He has to take a trip to this Longevity Fairy Mountain. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered, then he glanced at the ancestor Tianyong, and his faint voice resounded. "Tianyong, as long as you take me to Changsheng Shanshan, I will spare you not to die, how about?" Chapter 2343, Enter the Quota of Changsheng Shanshan. Jiang Chen looked down at the ancestor Tianyong, but his faint voice seemed beyond doubt. He first came to Shenwu continent and knew very little about this place. And the ancestor of Tianyong in front of him came from the Xuanyang Gate of the Shangzong, and his experience was extremely extraordinary. If such a fellow could be used by him, he would be able to save a lot of trouble if he worked in the Shenwu continent. "Shangxian, I'm afraid this is a bit difficult." Hearing Jiang Chen's words, an expression of wry smile appeared on the face of the ancestor Tianyong. "Just let you lead the way, what's the difficulty?" Jiang Chen couldn't help but snorted indifferently. "I have given you a chance to survive. Since you don't cherish it, don't let the monsters act mercilessly." Shang. Shangxian, it's not that I don't take you to the Everlasting Mountain, but Lao Yu is not qualified to go to the Everlasting Mountain. Seeing this, the ancestor Tianyong couldn't help but scream to Jiang Chen. In fact, the ancestor of Tianyong was almost certain that Jiang Chen was definitely not a genius from Shangzong or Shanzong. The status of the above-mentioned genius disciple of the Immortal Sect, it is absolutely impossible to be ignorant of the situation of the Everlasting Immortal Mountain. What kind of identity Jiang Chen is, it doesn't matter to him anymore. He wants to survive now, except for surrendering to Jiang Chen, he has no other choice at all. Jiang Chen's brows couldn't help but frown slightly. What the censored is going on? A long time ago, there were no restrictions on the Longevity Fairy Mountain, and almost anyone could enter it. Later, a person in Shenwu continent was chased and killed by Shanzong and hid in the Everlasting Immortal Mountain. He even got a chance against the heavens in the Everlasting Immortal Mountain and severely inflicted the Immortal Sect alone. Since then, in order to prevent such things from happening, the 5 great immortals of the Shenwu continent have controlled the Changsheng Shanshan, and most people have no qualifications to enter the Changsheng Shanshan. The ancestor Tianyong didn't dare to conceal the slightest, so he quickly explained to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with brilliance. So, the qualification to enter the Immortal Mountain of Longevity is in the hands of the 5 great immortals, you can say so. In the beginning, the qualifications to enter the Immortal Mountain of Longevity were jointly controlled by the 5 great immortal sects and the top martial arts forces in the north. Since the defeat of the martial arts forces 8,000 years ago, the Immortal Mountain of Longevity has completely fallen under the control of the 5 great immortals. At a fixed time each year, the 5 great immortal sects will give some places to enter the Everlasting Immortal Mountain to the rest of the immortal sects. However, the Tianyong sect is just a small character in the Cultivation sect, and has no qualifications to enter the Longevity Fairy Mountain at all. The ancestor Tianyong said with a wry smile. Jiang Chen groaned slightly. Tell me how to get a place to enter the Everlasting Immortal Mountain. The 5 great immortal sects on the Shenwu continent are extremely powerful, and each has an old monster who crosses the tribulation period. He wanted to forcibly break into the Immortal Mountain of Longevity, which is probably an extremely difficult task. He entered the Everlasting Immortal Mountain this time to find God's domain and heavenly Tao, and he didn't want to be scared by it. Jiang Chen planned to mix in with the immortal cultivation forces and strive to get a place to enter the Everlasting Immortal Mountain. Although there is a certain difference between the power of the martial artist and the immortal cultivator, Jiang Chen's cultivation of the Azure Emperor longevity art is already different from the general martial arts cultivator. He also mastered the Hunyuan Yiki technique passed to him by the witch torture. As long as he didn't want to expose it, even the strong man who crossed the catastrophe period might not be able to easily detect it. Generally speaking, only Dazong and Shangzong will get more places to enter the Everlasting Mountain. Inferior sects, unless some have a background or extremely powerful existence, it is almost difficult to get a place to enter the Everlasting Immortal Mountain. When the ancestor Tianyong said this, a look of helplessness also appeared on his old face. It has been thousands of years since the ancestors of Tianyong broke through the Yuan Ying stage, and almost all of them have stagnated during these thousands of years. If he can, he also hopes to go to the Everlasting Immortal Mountain for a while. Jiang Chen couldn't help but cast a glance at the ancestor of Tianyong. Didn't you claim to be from the Xuanyang sect of the Shangzong? Why can't you even get a quota for the Everlasting Immortal Mountain? Shang Xian, I really don't lie to you. I violated Xuanyangmen's rules at the beginning and escaped from Xuanyang sect for fear of being punished by Xuanyangmen. When the ancestor Tianyong talked about this, an awkward look appeared on his old face. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the ancestor of Tianyong, Yuanying, and left a restriction on the ancestor of Tianyong. Go back and reshape your body, and take me to Xuanyangmen in a while. Don't try to escape, even if you escape to the end of the world, I can kill you. Jiang Chen waved at the ancestor Tianyong. The Xuanyang Gate is the most famous upper sect among the immortal cultivation forces, and there should be a lot of places to enter the Everlasting Immortal Mountain. Naturally, Jiang Chen also targeted Xuanyang Gate. The ancestor of Tianyong couldn't help but responded with a wry smile. Although he did not want to return to Xuanyang Gate, he had to bow his head under the eaves. Now he has no choice but to obey Jiang Chen's name. The ancestor of Tianyong no longer hesitated at the moment, and directly turned into a golden light and disappeared above Bishan City. As expected to be a disciple of the Shanzong, it is indeed extraordinary. Qingmeng, It is really an honor for my Xu family to meet Zhang Shangxian in Xiwandashan. Seeing the menacing ancestor Tianyang, he was so subdued by Jiang Chen. Xu Yi's face also showed an extremely excited look. Xu Tianming looked at the figure standing proudly in the air, her beautiful eyes gleaming, full of admiration. Jiang Chen is still training in the Bishan City Lord's mansion, and is ready to find the Tianyang ancestors and go to Xuanyang Gate after his injuries have fully recovered. Jiang Chen's plan was shattered by the ancestors of Tianyang. On the second day after returning to the Tianyang sect, the ancestor of Tianyang sent a message to Jiang Chen, saying that Xuanyang Gate was about to allocate a quota to enter the Immortal Gate of Longevity. After Jiang Chen got the news, he had to give up his plan to continue to heal his injuries in Bishan City. Through this period of recuperation, although Jiang Chen has not fully recovered to his peak state, he has also recovered 7 or 88. In his current state, as long as he doesn't encounter a powerhouse at the level of God King 7th Heaven, there should be very few people who can pose a threat to him. Above the 7th Heaven of God King, among the immortal cultivators, it is equivalent to the existence of the late stage of the tribulation. Even in the 5 great immortal sects, there are probably not many old monsters in the late stage of the tribulation. As for Xuanyangmen, it was just a sect, and it was unknown whether there was a strong man in the tribulation period, and it was difficult to pose any threat to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at the moment. He said goodbye to Xu Yi and the others, and hurried towards the Tianyang faction. Chapter 2344. Go to Xuanyang Gate. Xuanyang Gate, the famous ancestor in the south of Shenwu continent, is in charge of hundreds of thousands of miles of territory. The last sect, among the immortal cultivation forces in the Shenwu continent, is second only to the existence of the 5 great immortal sects, and there are at least strong people in the sect period. Every upper sect can dominate a party in the Shenwu continent, and it is also a holy place for cultivation that countless cultivators dream of. Xuanyang Gate is located in Xuanyang Mountain. In Xuanyang Mountain, there are beautiful peaks that rise from the ground, reaching a height of tens of thousands of meters, like the pillar of the sky, thrusting into the sky. The mountain peaks are shrouded in fairy mist, thousands of auras, spiritual mist like rain, and even more lanes shine brightly. Even some people who are not very talented, practice in this environment all the year round, will have the opportunity to break through the golden core and directly point to the nascent soul. Beyond Xuanyang Mountain, the distant sky, the 2 human figures cut through the space like meteors, and swiftly stepped into the air in the direction of Xuanyang Gate. These 2 figures are not others, they are Jiang Chen and Tianyang ancestor. After receiving the voice of the Tianyang ancestor, Jiang Chen rushed to the Tianyang sect for the first time, and then walked all the way to the Xuanyang Gate with the Tianyang ancestor who reshaped his body. After surrendering to Jiang Chen, the ancestor of Tianyang also worked hard for Jiang Chen in order to save his life. After returning to the Tianyang sect, he tried to find out about Xuanyangmen. The ancestor of Tianyang was the first to know that Xuanyang Gate was about to allocate a quota for the Immortal Mountain of Longevity, and notified Jiang Chen of the matter. When Jiang Chen learned of this, he naturally did not seem to hesitate, and rushed towards Xuanyang Gate as quickly as possible. Since the 5 great immortals took control of the Everlasting Mountain, the opportunity to enter the Everlasting Mountain has only been once a year. If you miss this time, you will have to wait another year. Now that God's domain continent has been invaded by the Void Demon race, the situation is very bad. Jiang Chen doesn't want to waste another year in this place. This is the gate of Xuanyang Mountain, the land of the upper sect. Those who come will stop. When Jiang Chen appeared outside Xuanyang Mountain, 2 violent spatial fluctuations also appeared in front of Xuanyangmen Mountain. The 2 Xuanyangmen disciples also stepped out of Xuanyang Mountain, blocking Jiang Chen and the others. Their breath is majestic, and their body is filled with the majesty of the nascent soul, and their cultivation has clearly reached the nascent stage, and they are even stronger than the Tianyang ancestor. Upon seeing this, the ancestor of Tianyang couldn't help but arched his hands at the 2 with a smile. The 2 seniors, Hong Tianyang, a disciple of the Xuanyang sect, are here to watch the immortal fairy sect of Mortal Sect. Tianyang ancestor Hong Tianyang said. A piece of Xuanyangmen disciple's identity token also emerged out of thin air in his palm. Seeing Hong Tianyang's identity token, the 2 Xuanyangmen disciples couldn't help waved their hands, and disappeared in front of Jiang Chen and the others in a flash. The Xuanyang Gate holds the Everlasting Fairy every year, vying for a place in the Everlasting Immortal Mountain, and many disciples who have practiced outside will rush back. And when Hong Tianyong left Xuanyang Gate, thousands of years have passed since then. These two Xuanyangmen disciples obviously didn't know the identity of Hong Tianyong. Hong Tianyong knew that it was inevitable to bring Jiang Chen to Xuanyang Gate this time. When he reshaped his body, he had already abandoned his original appearance. As long as he doesn't take the initiative to expose, even people who have known Hong Tianyong will recognize him. With Hong Tianyong as a disciple of the Xuanyang Gate, Jiang Chen and the two were almost unimpeded in the Xuanyang Gate. Hong Tianyong even used this identity to go directly to the Deacon Hall of the sect, and signed up for Jiang Chen to participate in the Longevity Ferry, vying for a place in the Longevity Ferry Mountain. Xuanyangmen, as the upper sect of the Megatron side, can have 6 places to enter the Everlasting Mountain every year. These 6 places will be born in the next Longevity Fair held at Xuanyang Gate. Of the 6 places, one of them will be reserved for some senior sect members of Xuanyang Gate. The remaining 5 places are contested by the talented disciples of Xuanyang Gate. As a former disciple of the Xuanyang Sect, Hong Tianyong was obviously very familiar with the Longevity Immortal Society, and soon Jiang Chen had a general understanding of the Longevity Immortal. Shang Xian, Xuanyang Sect has many talented disciples in the world. It is said that the first true biography of Xuanyang Gate has already possessed the strength of the distraction stage. The rest who have the strength to compete for the place of the Immortal Mountain of Longevity, all have at least the cultivation base of the late Yuan Ying. Hong Tianyong said solemnly, Xuanyang Gate, as the upper sect second only to the 5 immortal sects, is undoubtedly very powerful. Although Jiang Chen defeated him with a single sword and showed extraordinary strength, Hong Tianyong did not think that Jiang Chen could easily get a spot in the Immortal Mountain of Longevity. His identity is a disciple of the Xuanyang Sect, but there are still some problems. Although no one has noticed it yet, once Jiang Chen wins a spot in Changshungshan, he will probably be exposed. At that time, they will face huge troubles in all likelihood. Hong Tianyong also knew very well that he and Jiang Chen are like grasshoppers on a rope, and they can only help Jiang Chen take one step. I see, find a place to live first, and wait for 3 days to participate in the Eternal Fairy Fair. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently, without paying attention to the so-called Xuanyangmen geniuses at all. He is a strong master of the God King realm, not to mention this genius disciple of Xuanyang Sect. Even if it is an old monster from the Xuanyang Sect Harmony period, he would never want to prevent him from getting a place in the Immortal Mountain of Longevity. Hearing Jiang Chen asking him to find a place to live, Hong Tianyong was taken aback for a moment, and a look of embarrassment appeared on his face. Hong Tianyong really didn't know where to take Jiang Chen to live. Although he had entered the Xuanyang Gate with his previous identity token, it was obviously impossible to return the place where he once lived. And if he went to the Zongmen to arrange a residence at this time, his identity would be revealed in advance. Go straight to your residence at Xuanyangmen. Jiang Chen seemed to see through Hong Tianyong's mind and couldn't help but said lightly. Hong Tianyong hesitated slightly and said, Shang Xian, I am afraid that other disciples of the Xuanyang sect are already living in my previous residence. Jiang Chen smiled confidently, he won't have a chance to discover our existence. Hong Tianyong did not hesitate, and directly led Jiang Chen to follow the route in his memory. The two came to an independent courtyard. Before Hong Tianyong could speak, Jiang Chen grabbed Hong Tianyong's shoulder directly. Hong Tianyong was shocked to find that Jiang Chen had taken him to a room in the courtyard. Okay. What a terrifying method. Hong Tianyong was shocked. At this moment, he realized that he still underestimated this one. Such an unpredictable method is definitely not something that a monk in the nascent soul stage can possess. No wonder this guy is confident that he can win the spot on the Eternal Immortal in Xuanyang Mountain. This guy, I am afraid that at least it is also in existence who has reached the stage of distraction. Chapter 2345, Fairy will begin. The courtyard where Hong Tianyong once lived is now a disciple of the golden elixir of Xuanyang Gate. With Jiang Chen's strength, it is just a breeze to want a Jin Danchi not to discover their existence. The two Jiang Chen also came to the square of the main peak of Xuanyang Gate early to participate in the upcoming Longevity Ferry at Xuanyang Gate. When they came to the square was already full of people, almost gathered most of the elders and disciples of Xuanyang Gate. The Everlasting Fairy Fair is an annual event in Xuanyangmen. This grand event is even more related to the number of places to enter the Longevity Fairy Mountain. Although Changsheng Shanshan is the most dangerous forbidden area in the Shenwu continent, danger and opportunity coexist in it. There are countless chances against the sky, and there may even be hidden secrets of becoming immortal. Even knowing that the immortal mountain of longevity is very dangerous, and entering it is almost a lifetime of 9 deaths, countless people in the Shenwu continent still rush to it, wanting to gain the opportunity to enter the immortal mountain of longevity, at first. After the 5 great immortal sects took control of the everlasting immortal mountain, they entered the quota of the everlasting immortal mountain. The major immortal sects were not handed over to their disciples, but some powerful sects personally entered the everlasting immortal mountain to explore. One year when the immortal mountain of longevity was opened, the powerhouses of the major sects entered it, but the result was heavy losses, and the entire force of cultivation was greatly injured. The forces of the northern wilderness martial arts waited for the opportunity to counterattack. If it weren't for a few old monsters hidden by the 5 great immortals, the immortal cultivation forces might even be defeated. After this, in order to prevent such things from happening, the 5 great immortal sects added a rule. Each of the major immortal sects can only send one strong person who is about to reach the limit to enter the everlasting immortal mountain. As a result, the genius disciples of the major immortal sects are all people with extraordinary luck. It is not only easier to get opportunities to enter the longevity mountain, but it is also easier to live out of the longevity mountain. Secondly, even if the genius disciple of the Zongmen fell on the immortal mountain of longevity, it would not have a big impact on the strength of the Zongmen, and would not give the northern martial arts power a chance. Every year Xuanyangmen participates in the immortal fair of longevity. They are young disciples who have practiced for less than 1,000 years, and they are not at all from the same era as Hong Tianyang. Hong Tianyang didn't know any of these young disciples, so naturally he couldn't tell Jiang Chen about these young disciples. Hong Tianyang knew better about some of the older generation's powerhouses at Xuanyang Gate. Xuanyangmen, as the upper sect second only to the 5 immortal sects, is naturally extremely powerful, and there are 10 strong ones on the bright side. In addition to the suzerain who has reached the Hidao stage, there are also 9 elders in the distracting stage. In addition to these top 10 powerhouses, Xuanyang Gate now has a young genius whose cultivation level has reached the distraction stage, and is an enchanting existence who is extremely hopeful to impact the Hidao period and even the catastrophe period. Just as Jiang Chen and Hong Tianyang were talking in a low voice in a corner of the square, there was a sudden fluctuation in space over the square. An old man wearing a golden robe with a crane-haired childlike face also appeared in the sky above the square. With the appearance of the old man in the golden robe, the noisy square immediately became quiet. Shang Xian, this one is the great elder of the Xuanyang Gate, Yang Chengxian. When I was still at the Xuanyang Gate, this old fellow was already a well-known master of the distraction stage. Hong Tianyang saw the golden-robed old man who appeared in midair and couldn't help but whisper to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen couldn't help but looked up at the old man in Jinpao. The distraction period of the immortal cultivator is at most equivalent to the censored realm of the gods. And the aura on this old guy in front of him almost reached a level comparable to the realm of gods, and he was obviously a cultivator of the immortal cultivator. Jiang Chen was still vaguely on the main peak of Xuanyang Gate, and he felt 2 auras that were better than the old man in the golden robe. Especially one of the auras, I am afraid that it has reached the peak of Hidao, which is comparable to a god-level Tianzun-level martial artist, and I am afraid that it is only 1 step away from the tribulation period that is comparable to the God-King realm. The magical powers of the cultivator are extraordinary, and if there are 3 powerhouses who cross the catastrophe period, they may be afraid of 1 or 2. How can the trivial 3 men in the same period pose the slightest threat to him? According to the usual practice, the annual everlasting immortal meeting at Xuanyangmen will be hosted by the old man. Now I announce that this year's everlasting immortal meeting will officially begin, and all disciples participating in the everlasting immortal meeting are invited to enter. At this moment, Yang Chengxian's deep voice also resounded over the square. As Yang Chengxian's voice fell, the Xuanyangmen disciples all around quickly flashed out toward the center of the square. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate right now. He took Hong Tianyang's identity token directly, mixed among the Xuanyangmen disciples, and quickly came to the center of the square. He couldn't help but swept his eyes slightly over these Xuanyangmen disciples, and discovered that a dozen or so people had reached the nascent soul stage, and most of their cultivation bases were still in the golden core stage. Although it is almost impossible for these golden core stage disciples to get a quota to enter the immortal mountain of longevity, but the everlasting fairy fair is an annual event in Xuanyangmen. These golden core disciples, even if they don't have a chance to get a spot in the Longevity Fairy Mountain, can still show themselves in the Longevity Fairy. If one of the elders of the sect can get the favor of him and become his true disciple, that would also be a great opportunity. Jiang Chen didn't stay too much on these Xuanyangmen disciples either. When his eyes fell on a young man in a golden robe standing proudly in the center, he couldn't help but take another look. This golden-robed young man stood proudly with his hands on his back. He was scattered, but he was tied with a golden crown at will. His complexion was majestic, his pupils were as vast as the sky, and he exuded a powerful aura of no anger and self-prestige. There is no doubt that this young man in a golden robe should be the first genius of the Xuanyang Gate. Not only did this guy have reached the distraction stage, he was probably not much inferior to Yang Chengxian in the He-Dao stage, and he was indeed the number one genius in the Xuanyang sect. The rules of the Everlasting Immortal Club are the same as before. All the disciples who participated in the Everlasting Immortal Club fought a chaotic battle, and the 6 remaining on the field finally got the quota to enter the Everlasting Immortal Mountain. Yang Chengxian said indifferently, "Now I announce that the annual longevity fair at Xuanyangmen has officially begun." Following Yang Chengxian's words, the atmosphere in the center of the square became tense at this moment. Countless Xuanyangmen disciples stood together in groups of 3 or 5, looking at the others around with vigilant expressions, and they wanted to take action if they didn't agree with them. Chapter 2346. Don't bother me if you don't want to die. Jiang Chen stood alone in a corner, but his expression was extremely calm. In fact, Cheng Shengxian will be carried out in this form of melee, which is not fair. For example, the Xuanyangmen genius in the distracting stage, as long as he is willing, he can bring some weaker people to the end. The reason why Xuanyangmen made such a rule is also very likely to be deliberate. A genius disciple of the sect also plays a very important role in the future development of the sect. The Everlasting Fairy Mountain is full of dangers, and anyone who enters it has no absolute certainty that he can live out of it. Xuanyang Gate obviously did not want all the geniuses of the sect to enter it, so it used this form of melee to decide the place to enter the Everlasting Immortal Mountain. And these Xuanyangmen disciples who participated in the Immortal Fair of Longevity knew this very well. Most of them were small groups of 5 or 6 people, and wanted to hold the group to the end and get the quota of the Immortal Mountain of Longevity. Except for the distracted young man standing proudly in the middle of the square with his hands behind him, and Jiang Chen in the corner, almost no one was acting alone. The young man in the golden robe of the distracting stage was the first arrogant of Xuanyangmen, and he was almost invincible among the young generation of Xuanyangmen. This is very clear to all the Xuanyangmen disciples who participated in the Eternal Life Fair. Almost all Xuanyangmen disciples were far away from the young man in the golden robe, so that a vacuum zone appeared in the area of 10 meters around the young man in the golden robe. The tight atmosphere in the center of the square finally reached an unbearable limit. I saw a 5-person team led by a Yuanying disciple, and finally couldn't help but kill the other team next to it. The other team was obviously prepared for a long time, and they all sacrificed their weapons and magic weapons and fought with the 5-person team that had been killed. The fight between the two teams also completely broke the tense atmosphere in the square. A series of tyrannical auras constantly rushed out of these Xuanyangmen disciples in the field, causing the entire center of the square to be plunged into chaos. Some teams that were not led by Yuan Yingqi were defeated and completely withdrawn from the battlefield. In the entire central battlefield of the square, only Jiang Chen and the young man in the golden robe of the distracting stage did not make any moves. The young man in the golden robe of the distraction period was too strong, and almost no disciple of the Xuanyang sect dared to move. And Jiang Chen has been standing in the corner of the battlefield, and no one has looked at Jiang Chen for a while. Since these Xuanyangmen disciples did not set their sights on him, Jiang Chen naturally did not intend to take the initiative to attack. He came to participate in this Longevity Immortal meeting, just wanting to get a place to enter the Longevity Immortal Mountain, as long as he can stand in the field at the end. Since these Xuanyangmen disciples didn't come to trouble him, Jiang Chen was also happy. Several Xuanyangmen disciples of the Golden Core stage noticed Jiang Chen's existence and directly waved the weapon in their hands and killed Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and he just raised his hand, and a terrifying force swept out in an instant, sweeping the Golden Core stage Xuanyang sect disciples out of the field. At the same time, his faint voice sounded along with it. As long as I have a place to enter the Immortal Mountain of Longevity, don't bother me if I don't want to die. When Jiang Chen said this, Whether it was the Xuanyangmen disciples participating in the immortal fair of everlasting in the field, or the people around, they couldn't help but froze for a moment, and their eyes fell on Jiang Chen. Body. Who is this kid? He doesn't seem to be weak. Why have I never seen it before? Yeah, a blow that can understate several Jin Dan stage disciples swept out of the arena. This is probably because of the strength of the nascent soul stage. I have been in Xuanyang Sect for 1,300 years, and I have never seen Xuanyang Sect. Such a Yuanying genius. Isn't this guy from the Xuanyang Sect? It shouldn't be possible. How could people who are not from the Xuanyang Sect easily get into the Xuanyang Sect and participate in the Xuanyang Sect's longevity fairy? The Xuanyangmen Grand Elder Yang Chengxian, who was in charge of presiding over the immortal meeting of everlasting life, couldn't help but wrinkle slightly at this moment. There are only a dozen talented disciples in the Yuanying stage of Xuanyangmen. As the elder of Xuanyang Sect, Yang Chengxian knew almost every genius of the Yuanying stage at Xuanyang Gate. In his memory, he had never seen such a genius in Xuanyang Gate. This guy obviously concealed his aura with the supreme secret technique. Even with his strength in the harmony period, he couldn't see the true cultivation base of the other party. This guy. Is it really impossible for other forces to enter the Xuanyang Gate? Yang Chengxian's eyes narrowed slightly. Xuanyangmen, as the upper sect second only to the 5 immortal sects, was extremely powerful in the entire power of cultivation. Even those who are strong in the He Dao period can never easily get into the Xuanyang Gate. Yang Chengxian's eyes flickered slightly. Although this kid is indeed okay, Yang Chengxian didn't rush to ask about it, and everything will be discussed after the end of the longevity immortal meeting. Boy, you are my Xuanyang Sect disciple, why haven't I met you? A sharp-eyed, eagle-eyed man stared at Jiang Chen firmly, and said with a wary face. This eagle-eyed man is extremely strong, and he has already had the cultivation base of the middle stage of the nascent soul. Jiang Chen just glanced at him faintly, did not pay any attention at all, just stood there and closed his eyes to calm his mind. Seeing that Jiang Chen actually ignored his existence, the eagle-eyed man's eyes also flashed an expression of anger into anger. As one of the top 10 Yuanying geniuses of the Xuanyang Sect, how detached is his position among the Xuanyang Sect disciples? In the entire Xuanyang Gate, the number of young geniuses he can put in his eyes will never exceed the number of one hand. The black-clothed young man in front of him was so unconcerned about him. How could this make him not angry? Hands, solve this kid for me. This eagle-eyed man suddenly exploded with a violent killing intent, and directly led several Jin Danchi disciples behind him to kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stood proudly on the spot without moving, without paying attention to the eagle-eyed man who had killed him. Until the eagle-eyed man and others appeared within 10 feet of Jiang Chen's body, a golden barrier appeared out of nowhere. The attacks of the eagle-eyed man and others all fell on the golden enchantment. A terrifying counter-shock force instantly spread from the golden enchantment. The eagle-eyed man and others hadn't reacted at all. The whole person was shocked to vomit blood, flew out in a panic, and finally fell directly out of the range of the battlefield. Chapter 2347. I only need a quota for the longevity fairy mountain. Seeing this scene appearing in the center of the square, everyone looked sluggish, and it took a long time to recover from the shock. The black-clothed youth just stood there motionless, didn't make a move at all, and the eagle-eyed men couldn't even get close to their 10-meter range, and the opponent was out of the game in embarrassment. The eagle-eye man is a well-known Yuanying genius in Xuanyang Sect, ranking 6th among the disciples of Xuanyang Sect. The young geniuses in Xuanyang Sect that can be compared with it are almost one of the few. But such a Yuanying genius was swept out by the opponent without even touching the corner of the black-clothed youth. With such a strength, even if you look at the entire Xuanyang Gate, I am afraid that only the existence who has reached the distraction stage can be compared with it. This son is definitely not from my Xuanyang Sect. The complexion of Xuanyangmen Grand Elder Yang Chengxian also instantly became extremely solemn. The strength of this time, compared to their first genius Yang Zan, I am afraid they will not be inferior to the slightest. Apart from Yang Zan at Xuanyang Gate, it is impossible for them to have such a talented person. The black-clothed youth in front of him, in all likelihood, other forces have mixed into their Xuanyang Gate. Their Xuanyang Gate has been inherited for at least 1 billion years, not to mention the strong people in the He Dao period. Even if they are able to pass the tribulation period, they may not be able to quietly enter the Zanyang Gate. Yang Chengxian really couldn't understand how this guy appeared at Xuanyang Gate. Yang Chengxian's eyes flickered slightly, and immediately transmitted a message to Yang Zan, intending to let Yang Zan test the other party's details. Yang Zan looked at Jiang Chen, who stood proudly, and a look of interest also appeared in his eyes. As the first arrogant of Xuanyangmen, Yang Zan has been almost invincible among his peers since his debut, and has never encountered an opponent worthy of his face. And the existence of this genius who can easily kill the nascent soul stage in seconds is undoubtedly an opponent that interests him very much. As Yang Zan's thoughts flashed, the figure that had been standing proudly in the center of the square finally moved. Seeing that he didn't hesitate at all, he walked straight towards Jiang Chen's direction. When other Xuanyangmen disciples saw this, they all made way for Yang Zan. They also knew very well that the existence of this genius who could kill the nascent soul stage in a flash could only be dealt with by Yang Xuanzhao on the first day of the Xuanyang Gate. Yang Zan walked slowly like this, and soon came to a place 10 feet away from Jiang Chen. He glanced at Jiang Chen slightly, and said faintly, "Boy, you are not my Xuanyang Sect disciple, who are you?" Jiang Chen glanced at Yang Zan faintly. "You just need to know that I came to Xuanyang Gate this time, just wanting a place in the Immortal Mountain of Longevity." Jiang Chen didn't show Hong Tianyang's identity token either. At first, Hong Tianyang escaped from Xuanyang Gate because he violated the rules of Xuanyang Gate and was afraid of being punished by Xuanyang Gate. Even if he took out Hong Tianyang's identity token, he would still have trouble with his upper body. That being the case, Jiang Chen didn't bother to waste time. Following Jiang Chen's words, all the people at the Xuanyang Sect couldn't help but feel an uproar. There really were people outside of Xuanyang Gate who got into Xuanyang Gate, and they also participated in the Fairy Fair held at Xuanyang Gate. To participate in the Eternal Fairy Fair, you must go to the Deacon Hall to sign up with the Xuanyang Gate identity token. How did this guy get into the Eternal Fairy Fair? Your Excellency is very arrogant, dare to come to my Xuanyang Gate so blatantly to get a place in the Changshengxianwei, you are the first one. Yang Zan's eyes narrowed involuntarily. If this son really came for the quota of the Everlasting Immortal Association, it would not be someone from the other cultivating sect. With the strength of the black-clothed youth in front of him, not to mention being in the upper sect, even in the 5 great immortal sects, it is extremely easy to get a place to enter the Everlasting Immortal Mountain. If this black-clothed young man is a member of other immortal cultivation forces, how could he be mixed into their Xuanyang sect for the quota of a longevity immortal mountain? Could it be that this guy is a casual cultivator? But Yang Zan had never heard of it. There were young talents in the distraction stage in the casual cultivator. Or in other words, the quota of Changsheng Shanshan is just a cover at all. When this guy came to Xuanyang Gate, what other ulterior secrets did he have? Jiang Chen stared at Yang Zan flatly. "Why, do you want to stop me? My Xuanyang Sect Changsheng Shanshan quota, naturally, I can't let an outsider take it easily." Yang Zan looked at Jiang Chen, and his whole body burst out with a terrifying warfare, and said coldly, "If you want a place in the Immortal Mountain of Longevity, it depends on whether you have that ability. You are not my opponent, neither is the one above." Jiang Chen shook his head and said indifferently, "You Xuanyangmen and 2 strong men of the affinity stage are hiding in the dark, let them come together. HMPH, you must not be too arrogant. I want to see, what qualifications do you have to be arrogant at my Xuanyang Gate?" Yang Zan's voice fell, and the powerful aura of the distraction stage was also overwhelmingly rushing towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was expressionless, still standing proudly in place, as if under the strong breath of Yang Zan, he was not affected at all. Seeing this scene in front of him, Yang Zan's pupils couldn't help but shrank, and the gaze that looked at Jiang Chen instantly became a lot more solemn. "It's a bit capable, no wonder I have the courage to come to my Xuanyang Gate to go wild." Yang Zan stared at Jiang Chen sternly, and the vast real essence of the distraction phase instantly mobilized to the extreme. His hands suddenly sealed, and his pupils were like giant lamps, shooting out 2 bright golden lights, and a huge golden sun rose slowly from behind. The terrifying sun's real fire spread all over his body. The countless Xuanyangmen disciples on the square were simply unable to withstand the hot energy of the golden sun, and had to withdraw from the battlefield of the Everlasting Immortal Association in embarrassment. "Golden Sun's great art of burning the sky, this is one of my town's sacred art of the Xuanyang Gate." It seems that the kid completely angered senior brother Yang Zan. As soon as senior brother Yang Zan made a move, he used this town clan magical technique. Yeah, that kid actually dared to provoke senior brother Yang Zan. This time I am afraid he is dead. Seeing this scene in the center of the square, many Xuanyangmen disciples couldn't help but talk. Jinyang burns the sky, Yang Zan screamed, directly controlling the golden sun with a diameter of more than 100 feet behind him, and violently suppressing Jiang Chen. The golden sun suddenly carried the terrifying power to burn everything, as if to completely burn Jiang Chen and the surrounding space into nothingness. Chapter 2348, Megatron Xuanyang Gate. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently, only raised his hand to volley and pointed, and the golden sun that was suppressing him was frozen in midair. A series of terrifying sword auras emerged from the void, and instantly crushed the golden sun, solidified in the void into powder. The sword chi shattered the golden sun, and then under the control of Jiang Chen, it directly turned into a lightsaber to penetrate the space and slashed towards Yang Zan. Yang Zan's expression suddenly couldn't help but change drastically. Facing the black-clothed youth with a mysterious origin, Yang Zan didn't keep any hands at all. As soon as he shot, he directly used the Xuanyangmen's Jinyang burning sky technique. Using his cultivation base to perform this trick with all his strength, even those who are strong in the Tao period can contend against one or two. Yang Zan never expected that the black-clothed youth in front of him could defeat his move so lightly. At this moment, Yang Zan didn't have time to think too much. I saw the power of his true essence surging violently, and his hands quickly pinched a mysterious technique. The dazzling golden glow turned into a three-layer golden sky curtain directly in front of Yang Zan, trying to get Jiang Chen's sword down. The power of Jiang Chen's sword completely exceeded Yang Zan's imagination. The three-layered golden sky curtain that he gathered all the power to display was almost like paper paste under the power of Jiang Chen's sword, and it was instantly shattered by the sword light. Zhang Guang smashed the 3 layers of golden sky curtain, and the remaining power on it did not give Yang Zan any chance to react, and instantly fell on Yang Zan's body. Yang Zan immediately trembled, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. The whole person was like a kite with a broken line, swept out of the battlefield of the everlasting fairy by Jiang Chen's sword. All of them stared at Jiang Chen in an arrogant position with a dull face, and it was a long time for them to recover from the horror. The first genius of the dignified Xuanyang Gate, Yang Zan, whose cultivation level had reached the stage of distraction, was also defeated by Jiang Chen's understatement. The distracting genius of Xuanyangmen was actually killed by Jiang Chen in a second. On the square, Hong Tianyang, who had been hidden in the crowd, stared blankly at the scene in front of him, and there was an incredible horror in his eyes. This is the first genius of Xuanyang clan, a Tianzhao figure whose cultivation has reached the stage of distraction. It is said that this one possesses a unique spiritual root, and his talents are very powerful. With this guy's combat power, even a general strong man in the affinity period may not be able to easily defeat him. Hong Tianyang realized that he still underestimated Jiang Chen. No wonder Jiang Chen had the guts to come to Xuanyang Gate to get a place in the immortal mountain of longevity. What kind of primordial infant genius is this? This is simply a more terrifying existence than the censored of distraction Tianzhao. Although Hong Tianyang was horrified, he couldn't help but feel fortunate. Fortunately, he chose to surrender at the beginning, otherwise he might not even know how he died. This sun is really unfathomable. Looking at the scene in front of him, Yang Chengxian, the elder of Xuanyangmen, couldn't help but suddenly shrink. As the elder of Xuanyangmen, Yang Chengxian knew Yang Zan's strength better than anyone present. Even with his cultivation base during the He Dao period, defeating Yang Zan was not an easy task. The black-clothed youth in front of him is even worse than his existence in the He Dao period. This black-clothed youth association is an existence whose cultivation has reached the stage of harmony. Such a young He Dao genius, even if you look at the 5 great immortals, there will never be more than one poem. Who is your excellency, and why did you come to my Xuanyang Gate? Yang Chengxian took a deep breath, and immediately appeared in front of Jiang Chen with a flash of figure, and said in a deep voice. Suddenly mixing into Xuanyangmen with such a powerful young man with mysterious origins is tantamount to a time bomb for Xuanyangmen. This is the end of the matter, and Yang Chengxian has to deal with it personally. Jiang Chen said indifferently, Zixia is just a casual cultivator. The purpose of coming to Xuanyangmen is only one, and that is to get a place in the immortal mountain of longevity. When Yang Chengxian heard this, his brows couldn't help but twisted together tightly. As the elder of Xuanyangmen, Yang Chengxian knew the 5 immortal sects very well. He was certain that the 5 great immortals should not have a top-notch genius like Jiang Chen. As far as he knows, there are some peerless cultivators in the world of cultivating immortals, and they are not inferior to the old monsters of the 5 great immortal sects. Is the black-clothed youth in front of him a disciple who has been cultivated and eliminated by peerless cultivation? Nowadays, there are almost no Mahayana cultivators in the immortal cultivation world on Shenwu Road. During the tribulation period, he is the strong man standing at the pinnacle of the immortal cultivation world. Even if it's just a casual cultivator, even the 5 great immortal sects have to be afraid of 3 points, let alone their Xuanyangmen. Give him a place in the immortal mountain of longevity. When Yang Chengxian was hesitating, an old voice rang directly in his mind. When Yang Chengxian heard the words, he couldn't help but feel a little bitter. It seemed that the black-clothed young man in front of him was very jealous of him. If this young man in black is really just for the quota of an immortal mountain of longevity, that person is obviously unwilling to be an enemy of this unfathomable mysterious youth in front of him for the quota of an immortal mountain of longevity. As Yang Chengxian's thoughts flashed, he immediately moved his palm, and a piece of silver light flashed with a token engraved with a fairy character, which directly appeared in front of Jiang Chen out of thin air. This is the token to enter the immortal mountain of longevity. After half a month, the 5 great immortal mountains will open the immortal mountain of longevity. You can enter it with this quick token. The young man in black in front of him was indeed very powerful. Even if he took the shot himself, there was no certainty that he would win. Since the ancestor decided to send this guy away with a quota of Chengshengxianwei, Yang Chengxian wouldn't make any sense to it. Jiang Chen looked at the token in front of him, and a surprised look appeared on his face. According to Xuanyang Sect, it is also the upper sect of the world of cultivating immortals, second only to the 5 great immortal sects, and should not easily hand over the quota of Chengsheng Shanshan to him. But Jiang Chen obviously didn't expect it. Xuanyangmen would be so acquainted, and directly gave him a place in the immortal mountain of longevity. Jiang Chen couldn't help but looked up at the depths of the main peak of Xuanyang Gate. He had clearly sensed that there was an energy fluctuation coming from the main peak, and in all likelihood, it was the old monster at Xuanyang Gate who was approaching the tribulation period. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and pocketed the token in front of him, and then greeted Hong Yangtian. He was about to turn around and leave Xuanyang Gate. Chapter 2349, Identity Exposure. Yang Chengxian looked at Jiang Chen's leaving back, and while he was slightly relieved, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This son left Xuanyang Gate after getting the quota of Chengsheng Shanshan, which proved that he was really only for the quota of Chengsheng Shanshan and had no other purpose. Xuanyangmen, as the upper sect of the immortal cultivation realm on the Shenwu continent, was second only to the 5 great immortal sects, but it was forced to such a point by an unknown hairy boy. This was the first time in history. Shaking his head, Yang Chengxian stopped thinking about it, and his faint voice resounded directly through the audience. Due to some special reasons, the Xuanyang Gate will hold another day for this longevity immortal, so let's get together first. Because of the appearance of the mysterious black-clothed youth, this longevity immortal meeting was obviously unable to continue smoothly, and Yang Chengxian could only postpone the longevity immortal meeting. After announcing the postponement of the Eternal Life Fair, Yang Chengxian's figure disappeared over the square in a flash. Yang Chengxian's figure had already appeared in a hall on the main peak of Xuanmen. In the center of the main hall, there was a withered white-haired old man sitting there cross-legged with eyes closed. Ancestor, although the kid has a mysterious origin and extraordinary strength, we just let the kid take a place in the immortal mountain of longevity. I'm afraid it will affect the reputation of Xuanyangmen. Yang Chengxian looked at the white-haired old man in the center of the hall with a respectful expression on his face. Xuanyang Gate was the only one of the 5 immortal sects, but now it was shocked by a little boy who gave up a spot in the longevity fairy mountain. If this spreads out, Xuanyang Gate will probably become a joke in the realm of cultivating immortals. Do you think the old man wants that kid to take a place from Xuanyang Gate for a longevity fairy mountain in such a big way? The gray-haired ancestor's muddy old eyes suddenly opened, and he said astonishingly, "That kid is very strong, and I feel an extremely dangerous aura from him. Even if the old man takes the shot himself, I am afraid it's almost impossible." Not his opponent. When Yang Chengxian heard this, he couldn't help but scream in surprise. Yang Chengxian knew exactly how terrifying the strength of the ancestor of the Xuanyang sect in front of him was. When he broke through the stage of distraction and became the elder of Xuanyangmen, this one was already a strong man at the pinnacle of He Dao. Thousands of years have passed, even though this one still has not been able to break through the tribulation period, I am afraid it is only one step away from the tribulation period. During the tribulation period, this ancestor of the Xuanyang Gate was almost invincible. Even the ancestors thought they were not the opponents of the black-clothed youth. Could it be that the black-clothed young man who was able to cultivate immortality at the stage of crossing the catastrophe could not be accomplished? The power of cultivating immortals during the tribulation period, even if you look at the entire immortal cultivating world of the Shenwu continent, it is rare in existence, and all are old monsters who have lived for so many years. How could the black-clothed youth be the cultivating power of the tribulation period? Even the top 5 immortal cultivators in the world is only the cultivation base of the He-Dao period. There is nothing impossible. The strength of the black-clothed youth is indeed very terrifying. Although that guy's aura is extremely hidden, I can tell you with certainty that he is definitely comparable to the power of immortal cultivation during the tribulation period. The white-haired old man said solemnly, if the Xuanyang Gate chooses to be its enemy, it will definitely hurt its vitality, and it is even very likely to be destroyed by the gate. No. Impossible. Yang Chengxian was still a little unbelievable. Shenwu Continent Cultivation Realm, there has never been such an enchanting genius of immortality. The white-haired old man flashed in his old eyes, and said faintly, Shenwu Continent, there are not only immortal cultivators. Immortal cultivators are not so talented, but it does not mean that other forces do not. Hearing the white-haired old man's words, Yang Chengxian's expression suddenly changed drastically. He thought of the white-haired old man's ability to be comparable to the power of cultivating immortals during the tribulation period. He couldn't help but suddenly raised his head and looked at the white-haired old man, his heart horrified. Ancestor, what do you mean? The black-clothed youth is not from the world of cultivating immortals, but from the northern martial arts forces. In the Shenwu continent, the immortal cultivators and the northern martial arts forces each occupy half of the country. Since the young man in black is not a person in the world of cultivating immortals, he must be a martial arts force from the north. If the black-clothed young man is really an enchanting genius from the northern martial arts forces, how could he come to Xuanyang Gate for a place in the Immortal Association of Longevity? Cultivation forces and martial arts forces can be incompatible with fire and water in the Shenwu continent. Once the identity is exposed, no matter how enchanting it is, I am afraid it will be difficult to leave the world of the cultivator safely. Ancestor, this is unlikely, isn't it? We immortal cultivators and the martial arts practitioners in the north are completely different cultivation systems. Why didn't I feel the breath of the martial arts practitioner from the black-clothed youth? A look of doubt appeared in Yang Chengxian's eyes. That kid is extremely clever in hiding his breath, even I was almost deceived by him. The white-haired old man said with a firm face, but I can be sure that the black-clothed young man should be a martial arts practitioner in the Divine King Realm. God King Realm martial arts practitioners. Yang Chengxian's pupils shrank slightly. The censored King Realm of martial arts practitioners is comparable to the powerful existence of the cultivators who cross the catastrophe period. Although the cultivator of the tribulation period can suppress the Divine King Realm when the cultivation base is quite the same, a martial Dao Divine King is definitely not to be underestimated. My ancestor, I am the realm of immortality cultivation, and the northern martial arts forces are enemies of life and death. Since you have seen through his identity, why don't you take it down and give him a place in the Immortal Association? Yang Chengxian's face was solemn and authentic. The young man in black has become a censored king at such an age, and his talent can be described as terrifying. If such an enchanting character is allowed to grow up, it is very likely that it will even cause great trouble to the entire world of cultivation. Do you think that with the strength of Xuanyang Gate, you can win a martial Dao God King? The white-haired old man said indifferently, give him a place in the Longevity Fairy Club, just because he doesn't want to stun the snake. When he goes to the Longevity Fairy Mountain, that kid will fall. Ancestor wise. When Yang Chengxian heard the words, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. This Longevity Immortal Club's quota is undoubtedly the bait that the ancestor gave to the black-clothed youth. As long as the kid goes to the Everlasting Immortal Mountain, when the Everlasting Immortal Mountain is opened, all the powers of cultivation, including the 5 great immortals, will gather in the Everlasting Immortal Mountain. No matter how enchanting that kid is, I am afraid he will die without a place to bury him. Chapter 2350, Danyang City, the First Immortal Family, Shenwu Continent, the realm of cultivating immortals. In the cloudless sky, a war horse full of flames is pulling a carriage slowly into the air. Sitting in front of the car and driving, it was Hong Tianyang, the ancestor of the Tianyang school. Because there is still half a month before the opening of the Longevity Immortal Mountain, Jiang Chen is not in a hurry, intending to travel around the world of immortality in the Shenwu continent, and learn more about the immortal cultivators by the way. Hong Tianyong found a carriage and pulled Jiang Chen slowly towards the direction of the everlasting Immortal Mountain. Along the way, through Hong Tianyong's introduction, Jiang Chen also learned more about the world of cultivating immortals. He finally understood why there was a warrior in Bishan City back then. Because the world of cultivating immortals in the Shenwu continent is a world composed of cultivators and warriors. When the cultivating forces first appeared on the Shenwu continent, there was actually no warrior. On the journey of cultivating immortals, the requirements for the spiritual root of talent are extremely high, and a person who does not have a spiritual root cannot become a cultivator at all. Gradually, many ordinary people who could not cultivate appeared in the power of cultivating immortals. These ordinary people are not reconciled to the ordinary. They have obtained the martial arts practice method from the northern martial arts practitioners and embarked on the road of martial arts practice. Compared with cultivating immortals, martial arts has no threshold for cultivation, and almost everyone can step into the road of martial arts practice. The level of talent will only determine the future achievements of a martial arts practitioner. Some people in the world of cultivating immortals who are not qualified to become immortal cultivators have all embarked on the road of martial arts practice. Although the world of cultivating immortals and warriors coexist now, the status of warriors is extremely low, far from being comparable to that of cultivators. In the vast majority of immortal cultivating forces, almost all warriors are enslaved by immortal cultivators. Jiang Chen was not surprised by the situation of the martial artist in the world of Shushan. Although these guys who set foot on the road of martial arts practice are all people from the world of cultivating immortals, after all, the martial arts system of the northern martial arts cultivators. Although the major forces in the world of cultivating immortals have not prevented the existence of martial arts cultivators, they absolutely cannot allow martial arts to grow in the world of cultivating immortals. Hong Tianyong drove the carriage and drove Jiang Chen through the ancient cities. Wherever he went, the aura became denser and denser, and even the cultivators of the Yuan Ying stage became more and more dense. Jiang Chen and the others came to the most prosperous area in the world of cultivating immortals. Shangxian, the city in front is Danyang City. The Danyang City Dan family is extremely famous in the world of cultivating immortals, and is known as the first family of cultivating immortals. At this moment, Hong Tianyong, who was driving the carriage in front of him, couldn't help but respectfully said to Jiang Chen. After Xuanyangman and his party, Hong Tianyong became more respectful to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was in Xuanyang Gate, but he showed an extremely terrifying strength. Not only did he easily kill the distracting genius of Xuanyang Gate, he also shocked the entire Xuanyang Gate with one person's power, forcing Xuanyang Gate to surrender. The quota of Chengsheng Shanshan. Following such a existence, even if it is to become his servant, it is a great destiny for him. Jiang Chen, who had been cultivating with his eyes closed, couldn't help but opened his eyes in vain, and asked curiously, how is the strength of this Danyang City Dan family compared to the 5 great immortal sects? When it comes to strength, the Dan family is naturally not comparable to the 5 great immortal sects, and at most it is almost the same as the Xuanyang Gate. The reason why the Dan family is known as the first immortal cultivation family in the Shenwu continent is mainly because the Dan family is very good at alchemy. Even the powers of the 5 great immortal sects have asked the Dan family for pill. Because of this, although the Dan family is not strong, it has a very wide network of contacts. There is no power in the immortal world, and there is no fear of the Dan family. Hong Tianyong quickly explained. A strange light flashed across Jiang Chen's eyes. He pondered slightly. How far are we from Chengsheng Shanshan now? Hong Tianyong thought for a while and said, Shangxian, if we drive our way with all our strength, we will be able to reach Chengsheng Shanshan in 3 days at most. Jiang Chen nodded and smiled faintly. If this is the case, let's go to Danyang City to take a look. They traveled from Xuanyang Gate to Danyang City, but it took 5 days, and there was still a lot of time before the Longevity Immortal Mountain opened. That being the case, Jiang Chen didn't mind going to Danyang City. With his current cultivation base and strength, he wants to go to the next level, and relying on his own cultivation alone, even with a systematic 100-fold experience bonus, is an extremely difficult task. If you want to quickly improve your cultivation, the only way is to obtain cultivation resources. Although martial arts and cultivating immortality are 2 Completely different cultivation systems, many cultivation resources can be used in common. The Nadan family is known as the first immortal cultivating family in the world of cultivating immortals, and it is extremely good at alchemy, so it must have abundant cultivation resources. Jiang Chen also wanted to see the difference between the elixir of the immortal cultivation world and the elixir of the gods. Hong Tianyong responded, and then drove the carriage and flew towards Danyang City. Just as Hong Tianyong was driving and approaching Danyang City immediately, an exploding flame fell like a meteorite, crashing down towards Jiang Chen and the others. Hong Tianyong quickly urged Junli with all his strength to protect the carriage. Even so, the carriage was still shaking constantly by the explosion of flames. Jiang Chen, who was sitting in the carriage, couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. Hong Tianyong couldn't help but said in a deep voice, "Shang Xian, someone in front of us forcibly blocked our way." Jiang Chen couldn't help standing up, pushing the car door and stepping out slowly. He raised his gaze slightly, and fell on two figures thousands of feet away. These two figures are one old and one young. Among them, the young monk's cultivation has reached the nascent soul stage, and there is a faint red glow on his palm, which is obviously the attack that this guy has launched against Jiang Chen and the others. And beside the young monk, there was a distracted old man. The old man carried his hands on his back, his expression was indifferent, and there was nothing in his eyes. The Dan family is here to do things, and the idlers and others will go around, otherwise there will be no mercy. The old and the young not only stopped Jiang Chen and the other two, but almost all the monks who passed by were stopped by them. These monks were very angry, but when the old man directly reported the name of the Dan family, all the monks present suddenly changed color. Danyang City Dan family, this is the overlord of Danyang City, known as the existence of the first immortal cultivation family in the world of cultivating immortals. Even the people of the 5 great immortal sects in the world of cultivating immortals must be polite to the Dan family. With such an existence, how dare these ordinary monks easily provoke them? Many monks closed their mouths obediently when they learned the identity of the young and old in front of them, and then silently chose to take a detour and leave. Chapter 2351, Within 3 breaths, you will die if you don't roll. Shangxian, what shall we do now? Seeing that many monks were retreating, Hong Tianyong couldn't help but whispered to Jiang Chen. Don't pay attention to them, just go. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he turned and returned to the carriage without looking back. This so-called Shenwu continent's first immortal cultivation family was nothing more than that in Jiang Chen's eyes. After several days of retreat and cultivation, Jiang Chen's injuries in his body have completely recovered, and his strength has returned to its peak state. Not to mention a small Dan family, even if it is the 5 great immortals, what fear does Jiang Chen have? After receiving Jiang Chen's order, Hong Tianyong didn't hesitate anymore, and directly urged the Qian god horse to move on. This scene also caused many cultivators to retreat, their eyes all falling on Jiang Chen and their carriage. They obviously didn't think about it. The owner of this carriage, after learning the identities of the two opposite people, even dared to go straight forward. A look of curiosity appeared in the eyes of all the monks present. People of the Dan family, even the 5 great immortals, have to give them a bit of face. They also want to know who the owner of this carriage is, so that they dare not put Dan's people in their eyes. This fellow Taoist, the second son of my family, is chatting with Fairy Xian from misty Shanzong hundreds of miles away, and traffic here is forbidden. The young monk looked at Hong Tianyong, but his tone was unquestionable. If you dare to take the next step, you can blame me for being rude to you. What the young cultivator said caused an uproar among many cultivators in the field. The second son of the Dan family, Dan Ning, is a young generation of Dan family who is both pill and martial arts. It is said that he is not only a very high alchemy, but also a genius who has reached the stage of distraction. That Xian Fairy is one of the 5 great immortals, the true disciple of Misty Fairy Sect, and also a distracting peerless genius. It turns out that these two met in front. It's no wonder that these 2 Dan family members are so arrogant and domineering. While everyone was talking about it, they couldn't help but cast their eyes on Jiang Chen and their carriage. Dan Ning, the second son of the Dan family, is a true disciple of Misty Shanzong. Even if it is the strong man in the Harmony period, I am afraid that I dare not easily offend these 2 people. They also want to know how the owner of the carriage is going to deal with it at this moment. Hee, it's worthy of being the first immortal cultivation family in Shenwu continent, it's really overbearing. But this is not Danyang City, let alone your Dan family. What qualifications do you have to prohibit you from traveling together? My family said that he is going to leave from here today. If anyone dares to stop him, he will do so at his own risk. Hong Tianyong said lightly. If he had not gone to the Xuanyang Gate with Jiang Chen, facing the Dan family master and Misty Shanzong's true biography, Hong Tianyong would have been trembling with fright. Now that he has seen Jiang Chen's unfathomable strength, Hong Tianyong is naturally full of confidence. Although the Dan family is known as the first immortal cultivation family in the Shenwu continent, it is mainly because the Dan family's Dan Dao Wushuang has established a strong and incomparable network in the immortal cultivation world. In terms of strength, Dan clan is almost the same as that of Xuanyangmen. Jiang Chen was able to subdue Xuanyang Sect with his own strength and forced Xuanyang Sect to obediently hand over a quota for the immortal mountain of longevity. How could this Dan family win Jiang Chen? Dare to be presumptuous in front of my Dan family, you are looking for death. Two Dan family monks, one old and one young, their expressions became extremely gloomy in an instant. The monks who were onlookers all looked horrified. As the first immortal cultivation family in the Shenwu continent, the Dan family has always been known for its domineering, and the entire world of immortal cultivation is all jealous of the Dan family. The owner of the carriage really dared to provoke the majesty of the Dan family. Those who commit the power of my Dan family, die. The young monk roared with a ferocious roar on his face, and directly took out a cyan long sword, cut out 100 Jiang sword light, opened the space with a sword, and slashed towards Hong Tianyong who was driving the carriage. All around, countless spectators were all moved. It's worthy of being a genius of Yuan Ying from the first immortal cultivation family. This sword is probably enough to kill ordinary Yuan Ying cultivators in seconds. Looking at the sword struck by the young monk, although Hong Tianyong knew that he could hardly contend with this sword, his expression was extremely calm and there was no panic at all. He ignored the sword light, coming from tearing the space, but under countless horrified gazes, he drove the carriage to move on. And just when that sword aura was about to hit Hong Tianyong, a golden sword flew out from the carriage. The sword finger penetrated the space and hit the Beizong Jianlight impartially, causing the Beizong Jianlight to burst into pieces. And the young monk was hit by an invisible giant hammer, and flew upside down in embarrassment for thousands of feet, spewing out countless blood in the sky, and even the entire body was cut into countless cracks by the sword energy, almost torn apart. This scene also caused everyone present to change color at the same time. Just an understatement of a sword finger, it killed a Dan family Yuanying genius in seconds. The owner in this carriage is really amazing. Who is your excellency? Do you really want to be against my Dan family? The old man from the Dan family looked on for an instant, and said sharply, if you disturb the second son, I promise you will pay a very heavy price for it. Within 3 breaths, you will die if you don't roll. Inside the carriage, a faint voice also resounded directly in everyone's ears. Everyone could not help taking a breath when they heard the sound coming from the carriage. It seems that this person in the carriage is really going to fight the Dan family to the end. Since your excellency has to find his own way, then I will fulfill you. The Dan family old man's sharp voice fell, and the powerful aura of the distracted monk swept the audience in an instant. The countless Yuan Ying cultivators present were all pale under the pressure of the Dan family old man's powerful aura, and they felt as though they were about to breathe. Go to death for me. The old man of the Dan family looked savagely, and saw his palm move, and the violent true essence instantly turned into a giant flame palm in the void, carrying a fiery energy that burned the void, and slapped it against the carriage. At this moment, a cold snort of disdain came from the carriage again. An ant-like existence, dared to attack me, and at the moment when this disdainful sound fell, another golden sword energy slashed straight out from the carriage. The golden sword energy cut through the space, like cutting tofu, instantly smashing the giant flame palm into nothingness, and then appeared in front of the Dan family old man without warning. The sword energy instantly penetrated the body of the old man of the Dan family. I saw the body of the old man from the Dan family split directly into 2, and then crashed from the void to the ground. Chapter 2352, The Power of a Drink, Quiet. Looking at the corpse of the Dan family elder who fell from midair, the surroundings fell into a deadly silence. This old man of the Dan family was actually understatement by the owner of the carriage and was cut in half with a sword, and even Yuan Ying was turned into nothingness under this sword. The old man from the Dan family is a genuine distraction stage cultivator. Killing a monk at the distraction stage with a single sword, what a terrifying existence is this. The mysterious master in this carriage is probably at least a powerful existence in the Hedao period. You dare to kill my Dan family. Seeing that his companion who had reached the distraction stage in his cultivation was all killed with a single sword, the young monk who had been hit hard before had an unconcealable panic in his eyes. No one on the carriage answered the young monk at all. Hong Tianyong directly drove the carriage to roll forward, and the red flame god horse was surrounded by red flames and slammed into the young monk like a ball of flame. The young monk's complexion changed, and he didn't care about the injuries in his body. He hurriedly staggered and could only watch the carriage go straight ahead. The young monk's complexion was ugly to the extreme, and he quickly displayed the secret sound transmission technique, and notified the second son, Danning, of the situation in this place. Who is the owner of this carriage? It's too awesome. Yeah, this distraction stage cultivator even dared to kill the Dan family. This clearly doesn't put the Dan family in his eyes. Go, hurry up and take a look, but there are Dan Ning, the second son of the Dan family, and the misty Shanzong Zion fairy in front. I'm afraid there will be a good show now. While many monks were talking about it, they all hurriedly followed. Hundreds of miles away, in a void, a man and a woman, two young people are walking side by side. The man looks handsome and has extraordinary bearing, and his cultivation has reached the middle stage of distraction. The woman wore a white long skirt with a slender and enchanting body, with a tulle on her face, her breath was ethereal, and her skin was crystal clear as suet jade. Her cultivation level was worse than that of the man next to her. Behind the two of them, there were more than a dozen monks standing there respectfully with their hands together. These more than 10 cultivators all reached the nascent soul stage or above, and the two with the strongest strength even reached the distraction stage. Brother Danning, Zion came to Dan's house this time, hoping to get a Hedao god pill to impact the Hedao period, and also hope that Brother Dao can say something for me. Fairy Zion opened her vermilion lips lightly, her voice was ethereal and sweet. Tanning couldn't help but smiled and said, "It's just a small matter, Fairy Zion, don't worry, the things of the Hedao Shendan will be on my body." As the second son of the Dan family and one of the top geniuses in the Dan family, Danning's status in the Dan family is naturally extraordinary. It was not difficult for him to come forward and ask the Dan family to refine a Hedao divine pill for Fairy Zion. "So thank you, brother." Fairy Zion smiled, her eyes flowed, her beauty was peerless. Although she is a true disciple of Misty Immortal Sect and her status is extremely extraordinary, Hedao God pill is an extremely rare pill in the world of cultivating immortals, and only the pill family can refine it. Fairy Zion was not sure to let the Dan family refine a Hedao divine pill for herself. Fairy Zion contacted Danning, the second son of the Dan family, before coming to the Dan family. Fairy Zion doesn't need to be polite, it is an honor for Dan to be able to serve you. Fairy Zion's smile directly made Dan Ning look a little dumbfounded, and said idiotically. At this moment, a sudden sound transmission awakened Tannen from this state of immersion. Tanning frowned, and an unpleasant expression appeared in his eyes. "Red Crane, someone broke into the land blocked by this young man, you can take it for a walk yourself." Tanning looked back at one of the distracted middle-aged cultivators, but his faint tone revealed a trace of killing intent that was difficult to conceal. He is the second son of the Dan family. Now near this Danyang city, someone dares to disobey his will. This is obviously not to take him, the second son of the Dan family. If you don't give that guy a little bit of color, don't he, the second son of the dignified Dan family, will be underestimated by Fairy Zion. Although Tanning was angry, he did not lose his reason. He had previously dispatched a nascent soul genius and a strong man in the early stage of distraction to seal the road. If someone can break through the blockade of the two, his strength must be very average. Tanning directly sent out the Red Crane in the distracting period. "Second young master, don't worry, the subordinates will go to find out, and they will never disturb young master and Fairy Zion." The voice of the middle-aged monk named Red Crane fell, and it turned into a shocking rainbow and blasted towards the rear. "Fairy, don't worry, Red Crane is a well-known strong man in my Dan family, and his cultivation has reached the late stage of distraction. Even among the cultivators of the distraction stage, there are almost few opponents." After Dan Crane left, Danning couldn't help but smile confidently. Just as Danning's voice fell, another rapid transmission came to Danning's ears. The smile on Danning's face also stopped abruptly at this moment. A carriage also burst out from the distant sky, and soon appeared in the sight of Danning and the others. "Elder Danyan, take it down for me." Tanning's complexion was blue, and a hideous look appeared in his eyes. Bold fanatics, dare to offend my Dan family Tianwei, kill. Behind Danning, another strong person in the distraction phase screamed wildly, and a scarlet long knife in his hand emerged out of thin air, slashing directly towards the carriage. The knife was cut out, and the sky suddenly burst and the earth broke, and the vitality roared for hundreds of miles, and then turned into a sea of flames, and instantly enveloped the carriage. And behind the carriage, the monks who followed the carriage all the way to watch, couldn't help but exclaimed. The burning heaven sword art, this is the famed stunt of Dan's patriarch, Dan Yan. It is said that this person has reached the peak of distraction, and he is only half a step away from Hidao. Dan Yan's air pressure burned the sky with a single blow. Just when everyone thought that even the owner of the carriage should not be too easy to deal with, a cold word suddenly came out of the carriage. When the word was spit out, the heavens collapsed, the sun and the moon fell. Even Dan Yan's burning of the sky, it crashed under this word. Dan Yan was shocked, and his whole body was shocked backwards, embarrassed by a substantive sound wave. Every time he took a step back, he stomped a huge spatial crack in the void, and his face became paler. Dan Yan could no longer suppress the churning breath in his body, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help but squirt out wildly. Chapter 2353, The Second Son of the Dan Family, Danning. At this moment, the audience was dead silent. Whether it was Tannen and Fairy Xian, or the many monks who came to watch, they couldn't help but change their colors in amazement. Just a simple scrolling made Dan Yan, who was the peak of the scoring god, instantly defeated. The master in this carriage is definitely a terrifying existence whose cultivation base has reached the stage of the awakening. Tanning's face was ugly. This time Fairy Xian came to Dan's house for the purpose of Hidao Shendan. The reason why Danning would give all his help was to capture the love of the beautiful woman. Fairy Xian, as a true facsimile disciple of Misty Shanzong, has a very high status in Misty Shanzong. If he can win Fairy Xian, it will undoubtedly be a great help for him to fight for the position of patriarch in the future. Danning never thought of it anyway. When he was talking with Fairy Xian, he suddenly killed a guy who didn't have long eyes, and made him lose face in front of Fairy Xian. "Who is your excellency? Why are you having trouble with my Dan's family?" Tanning stared at the carriage, his eyes were also shining with a cold light. Although Tanning was full of anger in his chest, he did not lose his reason. Before the carriage arrived, he had sent 2 strong distractions to stop him, but now they have not been able to return. At the beginning, Danning thought it was their carelessness that caused the carriage to break through the line of defense. It wasn't until he witnessed the owner of the carriage severely hit Elder Danyan with his own eyes that Danning realized that the 2 distractions he had sent earlier were probably already horrible. A monk in the distraction phase, even in the Dan family, is a very rare existence. Every monk in the distraction stage has a pivotal position in the Dan family, and it is also the capital for Dan Ning to fight for the position of patriarch in the future. Now that he has lost 2 periods of distraction one after another, this is undoubtedly a very huge blow to him. Second young master, the immortal of my family is just passing by here, and has no intention of having trouble with the Dan family. Please also ask the second young master to make way, Hong Tianyong said lightly while driving the carriage. Tanning was furious and stared at Hong Tianyong gloomily. What if my son doesn't let it? Hong Tianyong shook his head and said, Second young master, I would advise you not to seek your own death. You cannot afford to be offended by my family. Tanning smiled angrily. My son wants to see who is the censored of your family. As the second son of the Dan family, even in the entire world of cultivating immortals, Danning's status is extremely detached, and few people dare not give him face. The person in this carriage killed 2 of his Dan family's distracting monks, and he didn't put him in the eyes. If he doesn't get rid of this kid today, what face will he have in the future to gain a foothold in the world of cultivating immortals? Tanning's voice fell, and he stepped straight out, and the tyrannical aura of the mid-distraction stage also swept out of him in an instant. I saw that Danning's figure instantly turned into 3 in midair, and then formed a triangle shape, firmly surrounding the carriage in the center. These 3 figures are almost exactly the same, both true and illusion, making it difficult to tell which one is the body of Tannen. Almost each of these 3 figures has the strength not weaker than the distraction stage. Skyfire Phantom Body. Looking at this scene in front of them, many monks couldn't help but suddenly change their expressions. Skyfire Illusion, one of the most famous magic spells of the Dan family. It is said that this method can be cultivated to the extreme, and 3 identical phantom bodies can be condensed, and each phantom body possesses 90% of the strength of the body. Tanning was originally a Tianjiao figure in the middle of distraction. Even in the face of some early existence of the Tao, he can still contend with it. Now Tanning condenses 2 phantom bodies with the Skyfire phantom body, plus the main body. It is equivalent to 3 strong people in the distraction stage shooting at the same time. Even the strong people in the early stage of common harmony would have to hate it. Do you come out by yourself, or do you want me to invite you out? Just when everyone was shocked by the Skyfire phantom that Danning displayed, 3 identical Tannins spoke almost at the same time. Let me come out, you don't have the qualifications yet, get out. At this moment, a very flat voice in the carriage was also slowly heard. It was seen that the people in the carriage despised themselves again and again, and Tannin, who had long been on the verge of an outbreak, could no longer be restrained at last. I saw that the breath of the 3 Tannins exploded at the same time, and the breath of the 3 distraction phases instantly overwhelmed the void, causing the monks who watched around to explode 1,000 feet away. To everyone's horror is that, the carriage at the center of the Tannins, pressure was not affected at all. The powerful aura of the 3 distraction stages disappeared without a trace out of thin air when they were within 100 feet of the carriage, and even a trace of the horsehair of the golden core stage Qian god horse could not be injured. This scene also caused countless monks' pupils to suddenly shrink. Even Fairy Xian, who is a true disciple of Misty Shanzong, couldn't help showing a solemn look in her beautiful eyes. Intuition tells her that the person in the carriage is by no means an ordinary strong person in the harmony period. I don't believe I can't force you out of the carriage. Danning suddenly let out a low roar, and the 3 figures simultaneously urged the Dan family's immortal technique, and then condensed 3 fire lotus that ruined the world and smashed down against the carriage. At this moment, an illusory palm protruded from the carriage, and then gently shook the 3 fire lotus that had fallen from a distance. The 3 fire lotuses were all frozen in midair as if they had been given a hold method. Tanning's pupil suddenly shrank. Before he could react, the 3 fire lotus burst open with a bang, turning into tiny sparks and dissipating in the void. The 3 muffled sounds also resounded in midair at the same time. I saw the figure of 3 Tannins, almost at the same time stepping into the void and retreating from a distance of hundreds of meters, before stabilizing in embarrassment. Everyone stared at this scene dumbfounded, and it was difficult to recover from the shock for a long time. This second young man of the Dan family, who was good enough to fight against the strong man in the Hedao period, was not only not an opponent of the carriage owner, but even had no qualifications to force him out of the carriage. The owner of this carriage is really unfathomable. Tanning suppressed the churning aura in the body, staring at the carriage, and the cold voice instantly resounded through the world. Your Excellency is tyrannical, and you are definitely not a nameless person in the world of cultivating immortals. Since your Excellency has the courage to be an enemy of my Dan family, why not show up? Chapter 2354, One Enemy 2. As Tanning's voice fell, a cold voice in the carriage also came out instantly. Since you want to see me so, then as you wish. Hong Tianyang, who was in charge of driving the carriage, quickly opened the door with a respectful look. I saw a young man in black who looked only in his early 20s, slowly stepping out of the carriage, and directly appeared in the sight of everyone. Everyone stared blankly at this Jiang Chen who walked out of the carriage, and almost couldn't believe his eyes. The mysterious strong man in the carriage who can easily repel denim is such a young man in black. Tanning is a genius of cultivating immortals who has reached the stage of distraction. Even in the entire world of cultivating immortals, his talent and strength are among the top existences. How could this little-known black-clothed young man have the strength to crush Tannins? What is the origin of this kid? When did such a genius appear in the world of immortality? Fairy Xian stared at the black-clothed youth who walked out of the carriage, and there was also a touch of shock that could not be concealed in her beautiful eyes. Young geniuses in the distraction period, even if you look at the entire world of cultivation, they are very rare. As for the strength of Tannins, Fairy Xian can be regarded as understanding after all. Even if she wanted to defeat Danning with her strength in the late stage of distraction, it was not an easy task. The strength of the black-clothed youth in front of her is probably still above her. Such a character, even in their Misty Immortal Sect, I am afraid that only the first true biography who has reached the stage of harmony can be compared with it. It took a long time for Tanning to recover from the horror, and there was a solemn expression in the eyes that looked at Jiang Chen. The owner of the carriage in front of me is a young man in black who looks so young. Such a young genius, even the 5 great immortal sects can hardly be easily cultivated, and his identity must come from an extraordinary origin. Jiang Chen glanced at Tanning faintly. Now I am going to pass from here, do you have any comments? Tanning's expression sank slightly when he heard the words. Your Excellency is very powerful, but my Dan family is not a soft persimmon that anyone can need. You have killed 2 of my Dan family's distracting monks. If you let you leave, what face is there in my Dan family? A foothold in the realm of cultivation. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. So, are you trying to stop me? Tanning snorted coldly, and said solemnly to the Fairy Xian who was on the side, Fairy Xian, the strong man from the Dan family is coming soon, please let the fairy help me. Through the confrontation just now, Danning was also very clear that it was impossible to compete with the black-clothed youth in front of him just by his own strength. Fairy Xian is a true disciple of Misty Shanzong, and his cultivation has reached the late stage of distraction. The 2 of them work together, even if they are strong in the middle and even later stages of Hidao, they may not be unqualified for a battle. Fairy Xian didn't hesitate, she moved Lianbu lightly, and stood side by side with Tanning. She came to the Dan family this time to allow the Dan family to refine a Hidao God pill for her that would help break through the Hidao period. Now that Danning is in trouble, how can she stand by? Jiang Chen glanced at Fairy Xian and said faintly, if you are more familiar, you'd better not be nosy. What if I have to manage? Fairy Xian's pretty face changed color slightly and snorted coldly. As a true disciple of Misty Shanzong, one of the 5 great immortal sects, Fairy Xian has an aloof status and has always been aloof. Now that the black-clothed young man in front of her is so not looking at her, how can she not be angry in her heart? In that case, you will be buried with him. Jiang Chen's indifferent voice fell, and the whole person turned into a long rainbow that pierced through the heavens and the earth, and blasted past both Danning and Fairy Xian with a punch. Looking at Jiang Chen's invincible shocking punch, the expressions of both Danning and Fairy Xian couldn't help but change drastically. The true essence in their bodies burst out in an instant. Danning once again displayed the Skyfire illusion, transforming into 3 figures to welcome the suppressed boxing gun at the same time. Beside Tanning, Fairy Xian held a long sword and quickly displayed the Misty Sect's Misty Sword art, which turned into a stunning sword light. The 2 of them displayed their own unique skills, and they collided with Jiang Chen's devastating punch, and suddenly there was an unprecedented loud noise. The terrifying energy ripples flew away in all directions, annihilating the void of hundreds of squares into nothingness. The monks who watched all around couldn't help but retreat again and again. Their gazes are staring at the space that has turned into chaos ahead. I don't know how the 3 of them played against each other. It must be Tanning and Fairy Xian who have won. Even if they are an ordinary strong man, they are definitely not opponents. Even though the kid is strong, I am afraid it will be difficult to fight 1 against 2. That's not necessarily. The strength of the black-clothed youth is unfathomable. I think even if the 2 of Danning work together, they may not be able to compete with it. Many monks watched the battle between the 3 Jiang Chen and couldn't help but talk. 2 human figures also flew out of that chaotic space in embarrassment. It was Tanning and Xian Fairy. Even if the 2 great distraction geniuses of Tanning and Xian Fairy joined forces, they still couldn't compete with Jiang Chen, and they were directly beaten back by Jiang Chen with a punch. Everyone looked at the shocking scene in front of them, and they couldn't help being stunned for a while. Rao is a cultivator who is more optimistic about Jiang Chen, but he didn't expect Jiang Chen's strength to be so terrifying. With just 1 punch, he repelled Tanning and Fairy Xian. This guy, the cultivation base, is afraid that he has reached the stage of harmony. Fairy Xian suppressed the churning aura inside her body, and in the gaze looking at Jiang Chen, an unprecedented horror finally appeared. As a true disciple of Misty Shanzong, Fairy Xian has already reached the late stage of distraction in his entire body, and is almost invincible during the period of distraction. But now that she and Danning joined forces, she was still beaten by the black youth in front of her. Hidao period. I am afraid that only the Tianzhao figures in the Hidao period have such terrifying strength. The young Tianzhao in the amalgamation period are all the top enchanting figures in the world of cultivating immortals. Even in their Misty Immortal Sect, there are only 1 young disciple who has reached the stage of harmony. Fairy Xian really couldn't understand. Chapter 2355, Let the forces behind you redeem people. I really didn't expect that Your Excellency would be a Tianzhao of Hidao period. As far as I know, In today's world of cultivating immortals, only the 5 great immortal sects have geniuses of the Hedao period, and there are only a handful of them. Your Excellency shouldn't be any of the 5 great immortals. Who are you? Fairy Xian took a deep breath and stared at Jiang Chen. As a true disciple of Misty Immortal Sect, Fairy Xian naturally knows some geniuses of the 5 great immortal sects very well. Today's 5 great immortal sects, with the exception of Taixu Immortal Sect, the head of the 5 great immortal sects, which has 2 Hedao Tianzhao, the other 4 great immortal sects have only 1. There are only 6 Hedao Tianzhao from the 5 great immortals. These 6 great arrogances, Fairy Xian, had all seen them at the Immortal Cultivation Conference held by the 5 great immortals. She was almost 100% sure that the young man in black in front of her was not one of the 6 Hedao Tianzhao. This black-clothed young man is the new Hedao Tianzhao of other immortals. But this is unlikely. In the 5 great immortal sects, the birth of every Hedao Tianzhao is a matter related to the rise and fall of the Zongmen. In the Shenwu continent, only a sect that has the power to sit in during the tribulation period can be called Shanzong. And one way of cultivating immortals is one realm and one heaven. Especially in the period of harmony, it is undoubtedly a very difficult thing to break through the higher level transition period. In Shenwu continent, there are at least 90% of the cultivating realm, and none of them can cross this realm and break through the tribulation period. Young Tianzhao in the Hedao period, their talents are far beyond ordinary people, and each one is extremely hopeful to break through the tribulation period. The young Tianzhao in the Hedao period is the key to the inheritance of Shanzong. On the Shenwu continent, there were also some immortal sects, because they failed to give birth to a new powerhouse in the tribulation period, and they have since fallen. The 5 great immortals are very fancy for Tianzhao in the Hedao period. If Hedao Tianzhao is born in the sect, the 5 immortal sects will announce it with great fanfare at the first time to strengthen the reputation of the sect. For example, when their Miao Miao Shanzong Hedao Tianzhao was born, Miao Miao Shanzong also held a special event for him, so that the entire world of cultivators knew that their Miao Miao Shanzong had Hedao Tianzhao. And the black-clothed youth in front of him is not well known in the world of immortality. Obviously it is impossible to come from the 5 great immortal sects. In addition to the 5 great immortals, who else in the immortal cultivation world of the Shenwu continent can cultivate such a young talented arrogant in the harmony period? I'm someone you can't afford to provoke. Jiang Chen stood with his hands in his hands, his eyes calmly said, for the sake of the power behind the 2 of you, I will forgive you first. Immediately notify the people behind you and bring 5 divine crossing pills to redeem each other. Bar. The pill grade of the immortal world is also named after the cultivation base. For example, the medicine pill that is useful to monks in the Hedao period is called the God Pill of Hedao. The pill that can overcome the tribulation period monks is called the Divine Pill of Crossing Tribulation. Jiang Chen is a God King realm comparable to the tribulation period. Except for the Divine Tribulation Pill, ordinary pills are not of much use to him. And the Dan family and Misty Immortal Sect are both the top forces in the practice world of Shenwu continent, and they must have abundant cultivation resources. Jiang Chen might as well blackmail some cultivation resources from them. Your Excellency, don't be too arrogant. When Fairy Tanning and Xian heard these words, their expressions became extremely gloomy in an instant. 2 of them, one is the second son of the Dan family, the first immortal cultivation family in Shenwu continent, and the other is the true disciple of Misty Shanzong, one of the 5 great immortal sects. The forces behind the 2 are among the best in the immortal cultivation world of the Shenwu continent. They really can't imagine, where is the courage of the black-clothed youth in front of them, so arrogant in front of them? Even though this guy is extraordinary in strength, he is the unparalleled Hedao Tianzhao, he is not qualified to be rampant in front of the Dan family and Misty Immortal Sect, right? Jiang Chen was expressionless, and looked down at the 2 of them condescendingly. Give you an hour. If no one comes to redeem you with the God of Crossing Tribulation pill, you will be prepared to report to the King of Hades. Boy, I don't care who you are, so don't want to be presumptuous in front of my Dan family and die for me. Tanning screamed in anger, and immediately waved his long sleeves, and a bright purple long sword flashed out of thin air in the palm of his hand, and then turned into a long rainbow, slammed across the sky and slammed at Jiang Chen. The purple profound sky-splitting sword, a magic weapon from the Danjiajun clan, is also one of the top 10 magic weapons in the world of cultivating immortals. I didn't expect Danning to use this magic weapon. It is said that this sword is a powerful magic weapon at the peak of the tribulation, and its power is extremely terrifying. This sword can be used to cut the strong man in the Tao period, then the kid is afraid it is dangerous now. Some people with extraordinary vision looked at the mighty purple long sword in Danning's hand, and their expressions could not help but change slightly. Even Fairy Xian couldn't help but show a solemn look in her beautiful eyes. The purple profound sky-splitting sword, one of the most powerful magical tools in the world of cultivating immortals, even the 5 great immortal sects, is one of the few magical weapons that can be compared with it. With Tanning's cultivation base, the sword that spurred the purple profound sky-splitting sword to cut out, even if she might not be able to resist it at all. It's ridiculous to look to kill me with this long sword that is like rubbish. Jiang Chen sneered disdainfully, and stretched out his hand to grab the purple long sword in Danning's hand. The purple long sword in Danning's hand was slightly stronger than the general divine king artifact of the god's domain continent, and even slightly less than the imitation of the innate Taoist artifacts Jiang Chen had seen. Don't say that Tanning only distinguishes the cultivation base of the gods. Even if the old monsters in the tribulation period urged this magic weapon, it would not be the slightest threat to him. Jiang Chen pierced the void with one claw, and he shattered the power of Danning's sword. A terrifying force directly shattered the purple long sword into 2 pieces. Tanning's body trembled suddenly, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. In his gaze looking at Jiang Chen, an unprecedented panic appeared finally. Whether it was the crowds of monks watching or the Fairy Xian who was standing not far behind Danning, the expressions were all in awe. Danning was still defeated by Jiang Chen's understatement after he sacrificed the Zishuan sky-splitting sword, the strongest magic weapon in the realm of cultivating immortals. Jiang Chen's claw not only severely damaged the tannins, but even the strongest magic weapon, the purple profound sky-splitting sword, was broken into 2 pieces. The strength of this black-clothed youth is really terrifying. Chapter 2356, At the pinnacle of Hedao, no more ants. Jiang Chen smashed the sword that Danning had spurred the purple profound sky-splitting sword with one move, and immediately caught Danning in the air again. A horrible suction erupted directly from Jiang Chen's palm. Tanning didn't have any resistance at all, and the whole person was like a magnet that was attracted, quickly approaching Jiang Chen. Danning was like a chicken and was caught by Jiang Chen. You can't kill me. I am the second son of the Dan family, and the strong man from the Dan family will come soon. If you kill me, the Dan family will definitely not let you go. While struggling, Tanning called out to Jiang Chen in horror. Don't worry, I am waiting for your Dan family to redeem people, so naturally I won't kill you easily. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, then raised his head and glanced at Fairy Xian. The same is true for you. If you want to survive, let the misty Shanzong come to redeem people. With Jiang Chen's words, Fairy Xian's delicate and pretty face instantly became extremely difficult to look at. She stared at Jiang Chen icily. Friends of Taoists should think about it. What will be the consequences of being an enemy of my misty immortal sect? As one of the 5 great immortal sects in the world of cultivating immortals, Misty Immortal Sect has a profound background and a long history of inheritance. It is a superpower standing at the pinnacle of the Shenwu continent. On the entire Shenwu continent, there are only a handful of forces that can be compared with Misty Shanzong. Even the Taixu Immortal Sect, the head of the 5 immortal sects, would have to give Misty Shanzong a bit of face. In the eyes of this young man in black, although his strength is extraordinary, but he wants to be an enemy of their Misty Immortal Sect, I am afraid it is still far from qualified. It's just the sect who has the tribulation period, and he dares to call Shanzong in vain. Jiang Chen curled his lips in disdain. If you are not convinced, please call in your Misty Shanzong's tribulation period powerhouse, and I will wait here. Fairy Xian's eyes shrank suddenly. The black-clothed youth in front of him is not afraid of the strong during the catastrophe period, which proves that there is probably a strong person behind the catastrophe. In the immortal cultivation world of the Shenwu continent, in addition to the large and small immortal cultivation forces, there are also some casual cultivators who have not joined any forces. Although casual cultivator cannot be compared with the immortal cultivating forces, there are also some peerless powerhouses who have grown up by chance, and there are even some old monsters who cross the catastrophe period. Is the black-clothed young man in front of him a disciple who had gone through the catastrophe period and was a casual cultivator who failed? Just when Fairy Xian was in a state of uncertainty, a powerful aura that swept across 1,000 miles of void was also overwhelmingly surging from behind. Fairy Xian looked back, and saw a middle-aged man in a golden robe that was somewhat similar to Tanning striding through the air. The middle-aged Jinpao made a big step, and he appeared directly in front of Jiang Chen in just a few breaths. Fairy Xian looked at the visitor and let out a sigh in her heart. Dan Qingfeng, the head of the Dan family, the great monk at the pinnacle of He Dao, is second only to the powerhouse in the tribulation period, and even in the entire world of cultivation, it can still be ranked in the top 20. With this Dan family patriarch taking action, it was natural to deal with the black-clothed youth in front of him. Dan Qingfeng, the head of the Dan family, didn't expect this one to make the shot himself. It is said that this person's cultivation has already reached the peak of He Dao, and he is an invincible powerhouse during the tribulation period. I'm afraid that kid is in trouble now. Seeing that Dan Qingfeng, the head of the Dan family, came personally, the many monks onlookers couldn't help shaking their heads and sighing. No matter how enchanting the kid is, I am afraid it will be difficult to compete with the Dan family patriarch at the pinnacle of He Dao. Father save me. Tanning looked at the Dan Qingfeng that appeared in front of him, and couldn't help but a look of ecstasy appeared on his face, and quickly shouted for help. Boy, let go of the tannins quickly, I will spare you not to die. Seeing Dan Ning's miserable look, Dan Qingfeng's complexion couldn't help but shudder, and he sternly shouted at Jiang Chen. As the first immortal cultivation family in the Shenwu continent, how detached the Dan family's position in the immortal cultivation world is. Now that the black-clothed young man in front of him dared to do something to his son, how did this make Dan Qingfeng not angry? Jiang Chen didn't feel the slightest horror at the appearance of the pill Qingfeng, and said calmly, if you want your son to survive, then you can change it with 5 divine crossing pills. A sharp cold light flashed across Dan Qingfeng's eyes, and the breath of the weather at the peak of He Dao also rushed out of him in an instant, and then pressed towards Jiang Chen. Immediately release the tannins, otherwise I promise you will die ugly. The tribulation censored pill, in the Shenwu continent, is an extremely rare and peerless censored pill. Even the pill family, which is famous for its alchemy Dao, would be extremely difficult to refine a divine tribulation pill. Now the Dan family possesses no more than 10 pills for crossing tribulation. This black-clothed young man asked 5 tribulation divine pills. How could this make Dan Qingfeng not angry? Facing the pressure of Dan Qingfeng's breath, Jiang Chen still stood proudly in place, as if he hadn't been affected at all. He glanced at Dan Qingfeng contemptuously. You are not qualified to speak up in front of me. The pinnacle of He Dao is nothing but ants in my eyes. My pill Blue Wind has been in the cultivating continent for so many years, dare to be so rampant in front of me, you are the first one. No matter who you are, I want you to pay a heavy price today. Dan Qingfeng's voice fell, and the majestic essence of the peak of He Dao surged out of the body in an instant, and then turned into a terrifying energy that was enough to solidify the void, as if to solidify Jiang Chen and the surrounding hundreds of meters. Stand up. Jiang Chen just waved his hand, an invisible sword energy penetrated the void, and instantly defeated the true essence of Dan Qingfeng's solidified space. He looked at Dan Qingfeng with an indifferent expression. Now take out 5 tribulation divine pills, you and your son can leave safely. If you have to know what is good or bad, then don't let the monster be merciless. This son, so strong. Seeing Jiang Chen understatement and shattered his own blow, Dan Qingfeng's face couldn't help but add a dignified look. As a strong man at the pinnacle of He Dao, Dan Qingfeng is only one step away from crossing the catastrophe period. With his strength, even a normal monk in the Taoist stage could easily crush it. And the mysterious black-clothed young man in front of him was able to easily resolve his full blow. Looking at the entire world of cultivating immortals, the young genius who can possess such strength is probably only the few Tianjiao figures of the 5 great immortals. Is this black-clothed young man in front of him just a He Dao Tianjiao? Chapter 2357, One Sword Shakes the Audience. Fairy Xian, who is this person? Dan Qingfeng suppressed the horror in his heart and couldn't help but spread the voice to Fairy Xian on the side. He Dao Tianjiao, generally only the 5 immortal sects can be born. Fairy Xian, as a true disciple of Misty Immortal Sect, perhaps should know the identity of the black-clothed youth in front of him. The relationship between the Dan family and the 5 great immortal sects has always been friendly. How could the people of the 5 great immortal sects attack the Dan family inexplicably? Patriarch Dan, this person is not from the 5 great immortal sects. If what I expected is correct, he should be a personal disciple of some kind of casual cultivator during the tribulation period. Fairy Xian quickly replied, a personal disciple who went through the catastrophe and scattered repairs. After hearing Fairy Xian's words, Dan Qingfeng's pupils couldn't help but shrink suddenly. The great power of the tribulation period, this is a powerful existence standing on the pinnacle of the immortal world. Although a casual cultivator during the tribulation period may not be as terrifying as the 5 great immortals, it is also a very tricky existence. Fairy Xian, if this child is really a true disciple of the tribulation period, I also hope that you can contact the Misty Immortal Sect. Dan must thank you again. Dan Qingfeng took a deep breath and couldn't help but speak again. Although the Dan family was known as the first immortal cultivation family in the Shenwu continent, it mainly relied on the attainments on the alchemy path, and it did not have the power to survive the tribulation period itself. If faced with a strong man in the period of tribulation, the Dan family simply cannot cope with it. The Dan family has been standing in the Shenwu continent for so many years and has established an extremely strong network. Naturally, it will not shrink back because of a robbery cultivator. Just in case, Dan Qingfeng asked Fairy Xian to contact the powerhouse of Misty Shanzong. Fairy Xian couldn't help but smiled slightly. Patriarch Dan can rest assured that Xian has already contacted his master, and the ancestor of Misty Shanzong will come in person. From when she guessed that the black-clothed youth in front of her was a direct disciple of Dujia Sanshou, she knew that this matter might be difficult to deal with. Fairy Xian contacted Misty Shanzong without hesitation. Even the Dan family is not capable of coping with the strong during the tribulation period. Hearing that the ancestors of the Misty Shanzong crossing tribulation period will come in person, Dan Qingfeng no longer has any scruples. His stern gaze directly looked at Jiang Chen. Boy, immediately release the tannins. Otherwise, even if you are a personal disciple of the casual cultivator during the tribulation period, and dare to run wild on the sight of my Dan family, I will let him. You paid a heavy price for this. I gave you the opportunity. Since you don't cherish it, don't blame me for being rude. Jiang Chen was expressionless, and lightly squeezed the palm of the tannin, which directly shattered the meridians of the whole body of tannin, and then threw the tannin which was howling miserably to Dan Qingfeng like trash. You dare to abolish tannins. Today, my dancing wind will not kill you, and I will swear not to be a man. Seeing that Jiang Chen had abolished tannin directly in front of him, Dan Qingfeng couldn't help but let out an angry roar. Tanning, his natural son of Dan Qingfeng, is also one of the most dazzling geniuses of the younger generation of Dan family. Now that he has been scrapped by the black-clothed youth in front of him, how can Dan Qingfeng not be angry? Dan Qingfeng handed Tanning to the care of the few Dan family members behind him, and the powerful aura of the peak of Hidao broke out to the extreme at this moment. I saw him staring at Jiang Chen coldly, and quickly pinched a magic trick with both hands. A dazzling sword light pierced through the void instantly, as gorgeous as a rainbow, exuding a heart-palpitating breath. With Dan Qingfeng waved his hands. Zhongguang instantly broke through the sound barrier, drawing a long arc in the void at an incredible speed, splitting the world with a sword, and slashing towards Jiang Chen. This sword antelope hangs its horns, and it is so wonderful that all the monks in the Kodao period can't help but chill. Facing Dan Qingfeng, the sword light that had smashed everything, Jiang Chen just stuck out a fluttering palm, and grasped the sword light that was cut on the face in an unbelievable place. He saw his 5 fingers bend slightly, and he smashed the sword of Dan Qingfeng into nothingness with a bang. Dan Qingfeng's pupils shrank, and an incredible horror appeared in his eyes. With his powerful strength at the pinnacle of Hidao, he couldn't even shake the black youth in front of him with a full blow. Even if it is the Hidao Tianzhao of the 5 great immortals, I am afraid it may not have such a terrifying strength. Dan Qingfeng, I told you a long time ago that the peak of Hidao is nothing but an ant in my eyes. Since you have to find your own way, then I will do it for you. Jiang Chen condescendingly looked down at the dancing wind, and the golden ancient sword also emerged from his palm. Holding the golden ancient sword in his hand, Jiang Chen directly spurred the Azure Emperor's longevity art, turning it into a weird sword light, and slashed at the Dan Qingfeng. Dan Qingfeng's true essence urged to the extreme, and quickly condensed a body protection mask all over his body protection mask, under the power of Jiang Chen Waffen's sword, was of no use at all. The power of Jiang Chen's sword penetrated the body shield almost without hindrance, and slashed on Dan Qingfeng's body. I saw Dan Qingfeng's aura suddenly collapsed, and soon there was a Hidao stage that fell to the distraction stage, and then the distraction stage fell to the nascent soul stage. Dan Qingfeng was transformed from a strong man at the pinnacle of the Tao into a useless man with no cultivation base, and fell to the ground from an embarrassed midair to the extreme. Everyone looked at this scene with a dull face, and couldn't believe their eyes at all. Dan Qingfeng, the head of the Dan family, is a well-known strong man in the world of cultivating immortals. Except for one of the few powerhouses in the cultivation realm, Dan Qingfeng almost has few rivals in the cultivation realm. Such a strong man at the pinnacle of the Harmony Tao was actually cut off his cultivation base with a single sword by the black-clothed youth on the opposite side, and he was completely reduced to a useless person. Even those who are strong during the tribulation period may not have such a terrifying means. Unexpectedly, even the Dan Patriarch could not stop this kid's sword. Fairy Xian stared at the black-clothed youth on the opposite side, and there was an unprecedented horror in his eyes. Although she knew that the strength of the boy in front of her was above her, she still did not expect that the strength of this guy was already so terrifying. It was just an understatement to cut the cultivation base of Dan Qingfeng, the pinnacle of the Tao, clean. Such power, even Fairy Xian is unheard of. Fairy Xian just realized how outrageous he was before. The black-clothed young man in front of him, whereas the direct disciple of crossing tribulation and Sanshou, is already a terrifying existence that is not inferior to the crossing tribulation period. Chapter 2358, The Strong Come During the Tribulation Period. You are not from the world of cultivating immortals, you. Who are you? Dan Qingfeng looked up at Jiang Chen, who was standing in the void with a pale face, and there was an unprecedented panic in his eyes. Dan Qingfeng never expected it anyway. The black-clothed youth in front of him was so terrifying in strength. With his cultivation base at the pinnacle of He Dao, his cultivation base was completely cut by the opponent's sword. These methods are simply unpredictable. As the patriarch of the Dan family, Dan Qingfeng has seen more than one strong man in the transition period, and he has even personally experienced the power of the transition period strong. Even if it is a general powerhouse during the tribulation period, I am afraid that he may not be able to cut off his cultivation with a single sword. Dan Qingfeng vaguely felt that the sword Jiang Chen had just displayed did not seem to be a power possessed by the cultivator. The black-clothed young man in front of him is most likely not a person in the world of cultivating immortals. In Shenwu continent, apart from the immortal cultivators in the world of cultivating immortals, there are only martial arts practitioners located in the northern wilderness. This young man in black is a genius born from the northern martial arts forces, isn't it? If the northern martial arts forces really gave birth to such enchanting peerless genius, this would definitely not be a good thing for them in the world of immortality. I said long ago, I'm the one you can't afford. Jiang Chen stared at Pil Qingfeng with indifferent eyes. One person has 5 tribulation pill, I will forgive you not to die. If you are not satisfied, you can continue to call others. Dan Qingfeng's complexion suddenly became hard to see the extreme. The ancestor of the Misty Shanzong crossing tribulation period will come soon, and there is a kind of you waiting here. As the patriarch of the first immortal cultivation family on the Shenwu continent, Dan Qingfeng is not only powerful but also aloof. He has never been so embarrassed as it is now. But the black-clothed young man in front of him was not inferior to the powerhouse during the tribulation period, and it was not the Dan family that could handle it. Fortunately, Fairy Xian has notified Misty Shanzong's ancestor of the tribulation period. Now, he can only wait for the ancestor of Misty Immortal Sect to arrive in the tribulation period before he can resolve the immediate crisis. Okay, I'll wait for him here. Jiang Chen stood proudly in the void with his hands, quietly waiting for the arrival of the ancestor of Misty Immortal Sect. Many onlookers watched the scene in front of them, and couldn't help taking a breath. From the very beginning, when this mysterious black-clothed youth clashed with the Dan family, they were actually not very optimistic about Jiang Chen. As the first immortal cultivation family in the Shenwu continent, the Dan family is extremely powerful. Although the Dan family cannot be compared with the 5 great immortal sects in terms of strength alone, it is worse than most previous sects. Even if you put aside the Dan family's huge connections in Shenwu continent, it is definitely not something that ordinary people can offend. They didn't expect that this mysterious young man in black slapped them in the face with his strength time and time again. He first killed the 2 powers of the Dan family's distraction stage, and then another manpower pressed the 2 major distractions, Tianzhao, Danning and Xian Fairy, which attracted the Dan Qingfeng, the head of the Dan family, to appear in person. The Dan family patriarch at the pinnacle of He Dao was cut off by the mysterious black-clothed youth with a single sword. This guy even dared to wait here for Misty Immortal Sect's tribulation period powerhouse to arrive. What a terrifying existence the mysterious black-clothed youth in front of him is. Seeing that Jiang Chen really intends to wait for the ancestors of Misty Shanzong's tribulation period to arrive, Dan Qingfeng's pupils can't help but shrink slightly. It seems that the mysterious black-clothed young man in front of him really has the confidence to fight against the powerhouse during the tribulation period. At this moment, he has been cut off by Jiang Chen's cultivation base. Under such waiting, time passed bit by bit. The originally silent void was finally broken by a sudden spatial fluctuation. I saw a rickety Kang old man's shadow, suddenly flashed out of the void, and appeared directly beside Fairy Xian. As soon as this old man appeared, a terrifying aura that made all the cultivators present was about to suffocate, slowly spreading across the world. Xian pays homage to the ancestor of Tianshu. Fairy Xian could not help but salute hurriedly with a respectful look on his face. The person here is not someone else, but the ancestor of Tianshu, one of the three ancestors of Misty Three Sects. The ancestor Tianshu nodded, and then asked faintly, Ziyun, you asked your master to call me to come, what is the matter? Fairy Xian naturally didn't dare to conceal the slightest bit of concealment, and hurriedly recounted what had happened before. Hearing the narration of Fairy Xian, the ancestor of Tianshu was also taken aback. He lowered his head slightly, and he discovered the already embarrassed Dan Qingfeng on the ground. This Dan family patriarch, as expected by Fairy Xian, was cut off his cultivation base with a single sword. From a monk at the pinnacle of the Tao to a mortal without any cultivation base. What a weird method. The pupils of the ancestor of Tianshu couldn't help shrinking slightly. Yijian cut off the cultivation base of a cultivator at the pinnacle of the Tao, without letting his body suffer the slightest harm. With such a method, Rao is the ancestor of Tianshu, and it is the first time I have seen it in history. The ancestor Tianshu took a deep breath, and his eyes fell on the black-clothed youth opposite, his expression also becoming extremely solemn. The breath of this black-clothed youth is really mysterious. Even with his strength in the period of tribulation, it is impossible to see through it at all. One thing the ancestor of Tianshu can be sure that the black-clothed youth in front of him is definitely a powerful existence who is not weaker than the tribulation period. The ancestor of Tianshu even felt an extremely dangerous aura from the black-clothed youth. What is the origin of this son? The ancestor of Tianshu was shocked. Since the birth of the immortal cultivation realm of the Shenwu continent, there has never been a cultivator in the Mahayana period. During the tribulation period, he has already stood at the pinnacle of the immortal cultivation world. Even the cultivators during the tribulation period are rare in the immortal cultivation world of the Shenwu continent. The total of their 5 great immortal sects cultivators during the tribulation period is no more than a dozen in total. These monks during the tribulation period were all old monsters who had cultivated for at least tens of thousands of years. Even in the history of the Shenwu continent, the youngest monk during the tribulation period was over 3,000 years old. The age of the young man in black is probably 100 years old at best. At this age, he already has the strength to cross the catastrophe period, which is too terrifying. Just when the ancestor Tianshu was frightened, Dan Qingfeng's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Tianshu ancestor, be careful, this method is weird, it is very likely that he is not a person in the world of cultivating immortals. Chapter 2359, The Horror of the Ancestor of Tianshu, not a person in the world of cultivating immortals. Hearing Dan Qingfeng's words, the pupils of the ancestor Tianshu couldn't help but shrank suddenly. In Shenwu continent, apart from the realm of cultivation, there is only the realm of martial arts in the north. This young man in black is not a member of the world of cultivating immortals, could it be a member of the northern martial arts world? As one of the 5 great immortal sects, the ancestor of Misty Shanzong, the ancestor of Tianshu is very knowledgeable about the situation of the world of immortality. It is absolutely impossible for the immortal cultivation realm of the Shenwu continent to have such a young man in the tribulation period. Even the first genius of Taixu Immortal Sect, there is still a long way to go before the tribulation period. Since this son is not a person in the spiritual world, he is probably from the northern martial arts world in all likelihood. The ancestor Tianshu took a deep breath, and his turbid eyes couldn't help but stare at Jiang Chen, saying every word, "Boy, are you from the northern martial arts world?" Jiang Chen stared at the ancestor Tianshu calmly. "Old fellow, I just told the disciple of the Misty Shanzong next to you that if you want to survive, let Misty Shanzong take 5 elixir of crossing the catastrophe to redeem people, I don't know. Are you here to redeem someone? Jiang Chen didn't even think about hiding his identity as a warrior. Even though he cultivated the Azure Emperor longevity secret art and possessed a breath-changing method such as the Hunyuan Yiki method, ordinary cultivators couldn't see through his identity at all. However, the ancestor of Tianshu in front of him is a cultivator who is slightly better than God King Realm during the tribulation period. Once he makes a move, the ancestor of Tianshu will definitely find that he is different from the immortal cultivator. Jiang Chen also had no need to hide. When Jiang Chen first came, he didn't know anything about the situation of the immortal cultivation world on the Shenwu continent, and was seriously injured, so he had to hide his identity. Now Jiang Chen's body injuries have completely recovered, and his cultivation has returned to the peak, and he can be against the 8th heavenly powerhouse of the God King. In this immortal cultivating world on the Shenwu continent, even if it is an old monster in the late stage of the tribulation, it may not be able to win him. Even if his identity is revealed, what fear does Jiang Chen have? I didn't expect that in the northern martial arts world today, someone like you thought evildoer was born. The ancestor of Tianshu stared at Jiang Chen, his whole body was filled with murderous intent. Since I have come to the world of immortality, then leave it to me forever. The immortal cultivation world and the martial arts world of the Shenwu continent are the enemies of life and death. Over the years, although the Shushan realm has suppressed the martial Dao realm by virtue of its strength, it has not been able to completely defeat the martial Dao realm. The young man in black in front of him is, in all likelihood, a martial, censored, king who is comparable to the tribulation period. Such a young martial arts king, his talent can be described as stunning forever. If you don't remove this kid will definitely become a confidant of their immortal cultivation world in the future. Jiang Chen glanced at the ancestor Tianshu calmly, and said indifferently, "Old man, it seems that you don't intend to take the divine tribulation pill to redeem people. Boy, no matter how enchanting your martial arts talents are, you don't have the qualifications to be wild in the world of cultivating immortals. Die for me." The voice of the ancestor of Tianshu fell, and a black long knife with an ethereal aura suddenly emerged from his palm. The ancestor of Tianshu held a long knife in his hand and slashed directly at Jiang Chen without fancy. An extremely bright black blade light suddenly spread from the black long blade. At that moment, the world seemed to be divided into two by the black sword light. The terrifying aura of the monks during the tribulation period shocked the heaven and the earth, and the sun and the moon trembled. Hee. Relying on your cultivation base at the beginning of the tribulation, I really don't know where the courage to kill me. Jiang Chen sneered with disdain, and immediately raised his hand with a wave. Thousands of sword chi burst out from the void space, and instantly shattered the heaven and earth ancestor's pioneering sword into nothingness. The ancestor of Tianshu in front of him does not transition to his initial cultivation. In terms of strength, this guy is estimated to be almost the same as God's domain continent God King Triple Heaven. This level of strength was already enough to contend with Jiang Chen before he broke through the Divine King realm. Now that Jiang Chen's cultivation base has reached the 5th heaven of the censored king, is it not easy to deal with the existence of Tianshu ancestor? This kid really is a martial, censored, king who can rival the tribulation period. Seeing Jiang Chen's understatement, he defeated his sword, and the pupils of the ancestor Tianshu couldn't help but shrank. As a cultivator during the tribulation period, Tianshu ancestors naturally found that the power of Jiang Chen's sword was not condensed by the true essence of the cultivator. This kid is a martial arts, and he is not an ordinary martial arts king. With the previous cut, the ancestor Tianshu didn't have the slightest reservation at all, and used almost all of his own. Even some of the martial arts kings in the martial arts world, the martial arts kings of the triple heavens, may not be able to easily resist them. The fact that the guy in front of him can easily resolve his previous stab is enough to prove that he has at least no weaker strength than the Divine King's triple heaven. As expected to be the God King realm Tianzhao of the martial arts world, I really have a bit of skill, so take me and try again. The ancestor of Tianshu looked cold. The black long knife in his hand drew a strange arc in the void and slashed out. At the same time that the knife was slicing out, the body of the ancestor of Tianshu also instantly escaped into the void of space, and disappeared in place spookily. I saw the body shape of Tianshu ancestor, already appeared behind Jiang Chen. Stab it! The pitch-black blade light tore through the space, carrying a sharp black wind gang, and slashed towards Jiang Chen's back. This black wind gang, like a ghostly wind blowing from the abyss, carries an extremely terrifying power. Any monk who is contaminated with a trace of the same way will instantly lose his soul and even his body will decay, which is the period of tribulation. Don't dare to head on. Jiang Chen was expressionless, the golden ancient sword flashed out of thin air, and his backhand was swiping a sword towards his back. An invisible sword energy instantly smashed the black wind gang behind it, and then slashed on the body of the ancestor Taixu. The ancestor Taixu let out a sigh, and the whole person stepped back hundreds of feet in the void. He suppressed the writhing aura in his body, and his slightly pale old face also showed a touch of horror that could not be concealed. The strength of this kid in front of him has completely surpassed his imagination. With his cultivation base in the early stage of the tribulation, he is not even this kid's opponent at all. Facing this kid in front of him, the ancestor of Taixu even had the feeling of facing the misty Immortal Sect in the late stage of the tribulation. The strength of this son, even if you look at the entire world of cultivation, you can match it. I am afraid it will never exceed the number of hands. The ancestor of Taixu really couldn't understand. In the martial arts world in the north, how could such a monster emerge inexplicably? If this sun is not removed, it will definitely rewrite the current situation in Shenwu continent. Chapter 2360, Danyang City Shake. I didn't expect that the martial arts world, which has already fallen, could even give birth to your God King realm Tianzhao. The ancestor of Taixu stared at Jiang Chen steadily, and his eyes were also flashing with cold light. But, no matter how evil you are, you can't even want to live and cultivate the immortal world today. The voice of the ancestor of Taixu fell, and he quickly typed a magic trick with both hands to send a message back to Misty Shanzong. The black long knife in his hand was surrounded by black light, and the sky swept across the world. The strength of this sun is unfathomable, and even the ancestor of Taixu is not sure that he can handle it. Just in case, the ancestor of Taixu directly sent a message to the Misty Shanzong, intending to send the Misty Shanzong to help him. The strong during the tribulation period is an existence standing at the pinnacle of the Shenwu continent. Even though the black-clothed youth in front of him is a martial arts world's censored king realm arrogant, but Taixu ancestor believes that with his own strength, even if he is not a black-clothed opponent, it should not be difficult to hold the black-clothed youth. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently, and looked at the ancestor Taixu with contempt. I am still uncertain whether your cultivation world can keep it, but if you continue to do it, today this place may be your burial place. The ancestor Taixu let out a cold snort, and the dark long knife uttered a heavy knife groan in his palm. An extremely terrifying aura instantly rose from the black long knife. At that moment, the mighty power of the tribulation period caused the entire world to collapse suddenly, and all the creatures in the radius of a radius could not help but shiver. Void broken soul, the ancestor Taixu shouted angrily and slashed at Jiang Chen again. The jet black blade light like a waterfall instantly tore the void and cut through the chaos, and the endless black storm seemed to blow from the nether, enough to destroy the spirit of any monk under the catastrophe. All the monks onlookers were shocked when they saw this knife. Is this the mighty power of the tribulation period? It is really terrifying. Many monks couldn't help but let out a low whisper. The power of cultivating immortals during the tribulation period is extremely rare in the immortal cultivating world of the Shenwu continent. An ordinary monk may not be able to see the great power of cultivating immortals during the crossing period several times in his life, let alone witnessing the great power of cultivating immortals during the crossing period with his own eyes. For example, today's ancestor Xu made a full shot, enough to make Xing shake it, and make heaven and earth collapse. Many monks have never seen the sword light that contains countless avenues in immortals. In front of this sword, any monk under the robbery was almost the same as the ants on the ground. Is this the power to cross the catastrophe period? Fairy Zion's beautiful eyes stared at the huge sword light that pierced through the sky and the earth, which was a length of 10,000 meters. As a true disciple of Misty Shanzong, although Fairy Zion has seen Misty Shanzong's ancestors during the tribulation period more than once, she has never seen the powerhouses of the transition tribulation period take action in a true sense. Now that the ancestor of Taixu made a full shot, Fairy Zion looked very excited. The power of cultivating immortals during the tribulation period is indeed terrifying. This kind of power is worthy of the power that all the cultivators in Shenwu continent dream of. The ancestor of Taixu swept across the void with a single knife, and all the creatures in the radius of 1,000 miles were terrified at this moment. Even in the city of Danyang thousands of miles away, many monks felt the terrifying aura of the sword of the ancestor of the sky, Mango. This is the breath of cultivating power during the tribulation period. No, the immortal cultivation power in the tribulation period is fighting nearby. Everyone, run away, be careful of the pond fish. It's a rare encounter for cultivating immortals during the tribulation period to fight against each other in 10,000 years. The world of immortality today has no idea how many years have not been able to fight against the cultivators during the tribulation period. Many monks were shocked, or confused. The great power of immortal cultivation during the tribulation period is high, overlooking all sentient beings. Almost all of them are old monsters who practice in seclusion. These old guys may not show up once in hundreds of years. In the eyes of these cultivating immortals during the tribulation period, almost only broke through the Mahayana period, so as to ask Tao to become immortal and obtain longevity. Under normal circumstances, unless there are some compelling circumstances, these cultivating powers during the tribulation period will not be easy to fight. But now there are two great cultivators in the tribulation period, fighting around Danyang City. The battle between the two great cultivators during the tribulation period will surely destroy the heavens and the earth, spreading thousands of miles or even tens of thousands of miles. Maybe Danyang City will be affected by the fight between the two cultivators. Some timid people hurriedly left Danyang City in a hurry, far away from the area where the two great cultivators fought during the tribulation period. However, some bold monks with good strength and talents directly turned into a stream of light, and quickly flashed away in the direction that the aura radiated. The battle of cultivating immortality in the tribulation period can be met but not sought. If they can observe the battle of the great power of immortal cultivation during the tribulation period, and understand one or two from it, this will undoubtedly be of great help to their future cultivation. Dan's house in the center of Danyang City. The elders of several Dan parents directly appeared in the sky above Danyang City out of thin air. They stared at the surging weather that radiated from a distance, and there was a solemn look in their eyes. What the censored is going on? How can the great power of cultivating immortals during the tribulation period suddenly fight near Danyang City? An elder Dan who was in harmony with the Tao period couldn't help but said in a deep voice. The power of cultivating immortals during the tribulation period is extremely rare in the world of immortal cultivation in the Shenwu continent, and almost all belong to the 5 great immortal sects. The old monsters of the 5 great immortals crossing tribulation period, unless something major happens in the realm of cultivation, and they are rarely born, how can they suddenly fight near Danyang City? The direction in which the immortal cultivation power in the tribulation period is fighting against it seems to be the direction the patriarch went to not long ago. At this moment, another Dan's elder couldn't help but speak out. Many Dan family seniors heard this, their complexion changed suddenly. Dan Qingfeng, the head of the Dan family, got the message that Danning, the second son of the Dan family, asked for help, so he left the Dan family alone and went to help Danning. If it is said that the direction where Dan Qingfeng went before is the same as the place where the immortal cultivation power in the tribulation period erupted, could it be that Dan Ning was not able to be provoked by the powerhouse who provoked the tribulation period? If this is the case, Dan Qingfeng might be in trouble. Go and see. The head of the Dan parent who was in the late stage of Hidao's old eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he flashed directly in the direction of the aura emission. Especially for these monks in the affinity period, watching the battle of the immortal cultivation power during the tribulation period may be an opportunity for them to break through. Regardless of whether this matter is related to Dan Qingfeng or not, they have no reason not to take a look. Chapter 2361, The Power of Immortal Cultivation During the Tribulation Period, Fall, and when the entire Danyang City was shaken by the sword of the ancestor of Tianshu. Jiang Chen, who was in the center of this knife, looked unusually calm. Facing the smashing blow of the ancestor Tianshu, Jiang Chen raised his sword and raised his eyebrows, obliquely blocking it. With this sword cut out, the entire world was instantly divided into two, with the stars and sea shining on one side, and the sky clear on the other. Good luck Zhang Shensho, yin and yang cut faint dawn. With Jiang Chen's current strength, the sword that he was able to display alone was extremely powerful and terrifying, enough to instantly kill the powerhouses of the God King's 5th heaven and even the God King's 6th heaven. This ancestor of Tianshu did not transition to the initial cultivation base of the tribulation, and his strength was between the God King's 3rd heaven and God King's 4th heaven. How could he withstand Jiang Chen's sword? Only heard a loud bang. Jiang Chen's sword that divided heaven and earth slashed directly on the blade of Tianju's ancestor that destroyed heaven and earth. Under Jiang Chen's sword, the blade light that stretched across the sky was like a piece of paper, and it collapsed when touched. The ancestor of Tianshu even brought a knife, and was smashed into the earth with a sword by Jiang Chen, deeply slammed into the center of the earth, and smashed a huge crack that was hundreds of miles long. The countless monks who have witnessed this scene with their own eyes are all like ghosts, and it is difficult to recover from the shock for a long time. Tianshu Ancestor. This is the ancestor of Misty Shanzong, one of the 5 great immortals. No one could have imagined that a magnificent cultivator of immortality during the tribulation period would be killed in seconds by the mysterious black-clothed youth on the opposite side. Kill the strong over the catastrophe period with a single sword. The black-clothed youth in front of him, would he be so against the sky? Ancestor Tianshu was defeated like this. Fairy Xian looked at this scene in disbelief, even wondering if there was something wrong with her eyes. The power of cultivating immortality during the tribulation period, this is the existence that stands at the pinnacle of the Shenwu continent. Such a character was actually killed by a sword that was downplayed by the young black-clothed youth on the opposite side. Just when everyone was shocked by the scene before them, a breath of heaven burst into the sky from the ground of 1,000 feet, and it was the ancestor of Tianshu who was cut down by Jiang Chen with a sword. I saw half of the body of Tianshu ancestor shattered, and his whole body was shrouded in a weird black armor. He looked up at Jiang Chen on the opposite side, and there was an unprecedented panic in his old eyes. The mysterious young man from the martial arts world in front of him was really terrifying. Even with his cultivation in the early stage of the tribulation, in front of this mysterious young man, there was no power to fight back. If he hadn't had this defensive armor that could withstand a full blow in the midst of the tribulation, I am afraid that his entire body would have been slashed by the previous sword. You are a good armor. It can actually block my sword, but that's all. Jiang Chen's indifferent voice fell, the golden ancient sword in his hand volleyed, and another sword struck the Tianshu ancestor. Looking at Jiang Chen's sword once again, the ancestor Tianshu only felt that the souls were coming out, and he couldn't help letting out a roar of anger. I saw his powerful true essence surging in the tribulation period, and quickly pinched the magic arts with both hands, condensing more than a dozen defensive powers in the whole body in a row. These defensive strengths of his, in front of Jiang Chen's sword light, were no different from the paper, almost collapsed at the touch of a touch. More than a dozen defensive forces were all slashed by Jiang Chen's understatement. The ancestor Tianshu had no time to react. The whole body was completely transformed into nothingness under the sword of Jiang Chen, and only an illusory figure fled out in panic. It was the ancestor of the ancestor Tianshu. And at this moment, many monks who came from Danyang City were also stunned by this scene. Someone was defeated, and their body was cut off. How could the battle of the cultivating power during the tribulation period be so quickly divided? The ancestor of Tianshu, the one who was decapitated, turned out to be the ancestor of Tianshu of Misty Shanzong. Hiss. Is it possible that the man who defeated the ancestor Tianshu and cut off his body was the black-clothed youth on the opposite side? And just as everyone was talking about it, several monks from the Dan family also rushed to the scene. They couldn't help being surprised when they saw that the Tianshu ancestor of Misty Shanzong was beaten and lost his body. Fortunately, the two sides of the battle did not have Dan Qingfeng, the head of their Dan family, and the elders of the Dan family were slightly relieved. A sharp-eyed elder spotted the Dan Qingfeng being supported by the Dan family monk, and his complexion changed slightly. Look at it, the situation of the patriarch, it seems that something is not very good. Upon hearing this, several elders couldn't help but look towards the place where Dan Qingfeng was. When they saw that Dan Qingfeng's cultivation at the peak of Dao had disappeared inexplicably, their expressions couldn't help but change drastically. They hurriedly came to Dan Qingfeng's side. The head of the old man in the late stage of Hidao hurriedly asked, "Patriarch, what happened here just now, your cultivation base?" "My cultivation base was slashed by the black-clothed youth on the opposite side." Dan Qingfeng smiled bitterly. This son's strength is too high, and even the ancestor of Misty Shanzong's Tianshu was cut off by 2 swords. My Dan family, I'm afraid it will be troublesome again this time. When several Dan parents heard the words, they looked at Jiang Chen, and there was also a touch of horror that could not be concealed. The ancestor of Tianshu, one of the 3 great powers of cultivating immortals during the tribulation period of Misty Shanzong. Although such a character cannot be called invincible in the spiritual world, there are only a handful of people who can compete with it. How could the black-clothed youth in front of him have the strength to defeat the ancestor of Tianshu? Just when several Dan parents were horrified, after the ancestor of Tianshu was killed by Jiang Chen with a sword, He dared to stay for half a minute, but he didn't dare to look at Jiang Chen more. Fleeing towards the sky, Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously and waved the golden ancient sword in the air. This sword is unremarkable, invisible and silent, and there is not even a slight energy fluctuation. But it was such a simple sword, but it surpassed time and space in an instant. The Yuan Ying of the ancestor of Tianshu had just escaped less than 100 miles away, and suddenly froze in midair. An invisible sword aura slowly emerged from the inner soul of the ancestor of Tianshu, and then completely strangled his soul into nothingness. This misty immortal sect's cultivating power during the tribulation period finally fell completely under Jiang Chen's sword. Chapter 2362, The Frightened Misty Immortal Sect. The ancestor of the misty Shanzong crossing the catastrophe period has fallen like this. Many monks stared at this scene with dull eyes, and it was a long time to recover from the shock. This is the powerhouse in the tribulation period standing at the pinnacle of the immortal cultivation world on the Shenwu continent. Tianshu ancestor has fallen. Fairy Xian stared blankly at the ancestor Tianshu who had completely dissipated in the void, and his expression turned pale in an instant. She never thought of it anyway. The mysterious black-clothed youth in front of him was so powerful that he could easily kill and pass the tribulation period and cultivate immortality. But the Dan family, including everyone in Dan Qingfeng, looked terrified to the extreme. Even the ancestor of Tianshu, the miraculous immortal sect's great power of cultivating immortals during the tribulation period, was easily killed by this kid. How can their Dan family resist? Thinking of this, Dan Qingfeng and others felt like falling into the abyss. Unless the 5 great immortal sects can dispatch more cultivating powers during the tribulation period, their Dan family may be in danger today. Unexpectedly, this one turned out to be a martial arts king from the martial arts world. Hong Tianyong stared blankly at Jiang Chen standing proudly in the sky, and it took a while before he recovered from the shock. Since encountering Jiang Chen, Hong Tianyong has seen Jiang Chen's terrifying strength time and time again, and has guessed Jiang Chen's identity more than once. But he never expected that Jiang Chen would be a martial arts practitioner from the northern martial arts world, and he would also be a martial arts censored king who can kill and cultivating immortals during the tribulation period. Although Hong Tianyong is a cultivator, he also knows that the world of cultivating immortals and the martial arts world of the north are enemies of life and death. He was just a small cultivator in the nascent soul stage, and he didn't feel much about it. For him, it is also an extremely honorable thing to be able to chase after a martial arts king who can kill and pass the catastrophe and cultivate immortality. Go back to Danyang City quickly, and use the Dan family's guardian array to resist this guy. Dan Qingfeng suppressed the shock in his heart and hurriedly shouted in a low voice. The boy in front of him could easily kill even the ancestors of Tianshu and other experts in the tribulation period. His strength was unfathomable, and his Dan family could not handle it at all. Now they can only return to the Dan family and use the Dan family's heritage to deal with this kid. As the first immortal cultivation family in the Shenwu continent, the Dan family has a profound background. The Dan family not only has a large guardian array that claims to be able to withstand the power of the tribulation period, but also has some powerful cards that are comparable to the power of the tribulation period. The ancestor of Tianshu had already sent a message back to Misty Shanzong when he fought Jiang Chen earlier. Misty Immortal Sect and even the 5 great immortal sects will never allow such a martial arts genius to walk out of the immortal cultivation world alive, and will surely send more immortal cultivation powers in the tribulation period to come soon. As long as they can delay the arrival of the 5 great immortal sects, they can resolve the crisis facing the Dan family. Several Dan elders heard Dan Qingfeng's words, and did not hesitate at the moment. They directly took Dan Qingfeng and Danning, and quickly turned and blasted towards Danyang City. Seeing this, Fairy Xian quickly followed. She wants to survive now, and she can only follow the Dan family to withdraw to Danyang City first. Want to escape? Since you have to find your own way out, today I will destroy the Dan family, the so-called Shenwu continent's first immortal cultivation family. Jiang Chen's cold voice fell, and immediately stepped away in the direction of Danyang City without a hassle. The immortal cultivation realm of Shenwu continent all originated from the immortal cultivation universe that invaded God's realm in the first place, and it was the enemy of God's realm. The main purpose of Jiang Chen's visit was to find God's domain Heavenly Tao. He didn't want to be too eye-catching. As his cultivation level returned to the peak, Jiang Chen also vaguely had some new plans in his heart. A few days later, the everlasting immortal mountain will open, and there will surely be many powerful people in the immortal cultivation world who will gather at the everlasting immortal mountain, and his identity may be difficult to conceal at all. Once his identity is revealed at the time, it will undoubtedly be very troublesome for him to enter the everlasting immortal mountain to find the heaven and earth of the gods. The 5 great immortal sects in the world of cultivating immortals are not weak, and there are even old monsters in the late stage of the catastrophe. With Jiang Chen's current strength, although he is not afraid of the immortal cultivation power in the later stage of the tribulation, it is impossible to use the power of one person to contend the entire cultivation world. Jiang Chen decided to make a big fuss in the world of cultivation. Today, he first beheaded an ancestor of Misty Shanzong during the tribulation period, and then flattened the Dan family, the first cultivating family in the world of cultivating immortals, which would surely shock the entire world of cultivating immortals. Even the northern martial arts world may be able to get news and directly attack the immortal world. If it can unite with the martial arts world in the north, it would be best to destroy the immortal world directly. Even if the immortal world cannot be destroyed, the northern martial arts world will hold back the immortal world, and it will be extremely beneficial for him to enter the everlasting immortal mountain to find the heavenly realm of the gods. This guy actually killed Danyang City. The first family of cultivating immortals in the dignified Shenwu continent was knocked on the door. This is the first time since the rise of the Dan family in the realm of cultivating immortals, right? This son can easily kill the ancestor of Tianshu. The Dan family is afraid that it will be over today. Many monks couldn't help but talk. No one could have imagined that a martial arts king in the northern martial arts world would dare to go to their immortal cultivation world to run wild. This guy not only killed the Tianshu ancestor of Misty Shanzong, but also wanted to kill Danyang City Dan family alone. All the cultivators present were very clear in their hearts that after today, the Shenwu continent would definitely become turbulent. And at the same time that Jiang Chen killed the ancestor of Tianshu and killed Danyang City. One of the 5 great immortal sects in Shenwu continent, Misty Immortal Sect. A mysterious hall surrounded by clouds and mist, with an unusually ethereal atmosphere. A middle-aged man dressed in white robes, with a thin face and a mysterious aura sits high above the hall. The middle-aged man is no one else, he is Yun Tianyi, the contemporary lord of the Misty Shanzong, and one of the 3 great powers of the Misty Shanzong for cultivating immortals during the tribulation period. On both sides of the main hall, there are more than a dozen people with extraordinary auras, all of them are strong people who have reached the stage of harmony. Elders, just now the ancestor of Tianshu came back from the news. A martial, censored, king of the martial arts world appeared near Danyang City. Let this sect master quickly lead people to support, I don't know what you think. Yun Tianyi's eyes swept slightly in the hall, and a faint voice sounded along with it. Sect master, if you want to solve a martial, censored king, even my Misty Immortal sect will have to pay a lot of price. I think it's better to notify the other immortal sects of this matter first. An elder said solemnly. Just as the elder's voice fell, a Misty Shanzong disciple rushed in. Sect master, the big event is not good, the ancestor of Tianshu has fallen. As soon as this remark came out, whether it was Yun Tianyi or the many Misty Shanzong elders present, their expressions couldn't help but change drastically. Chapter 2363, Kill Dan's House. Yun Tianyi returned to his senses and couldn't help but stare at the disciple who had broken in. There was also an unbelievable look in his eyes. Tianshu ancestor, this is one of their Misty Immortal Sect's 3 great powers during the tribulation period. The time it took to break through the tribulation period was much longer than that of his Misty Sect master. How could such a great power of cultivating immortals during the tribulation period easily fall? Although Yun Tianyi also knew that the ancestor of Tianshu was at war with a martial arts king in the martial arts world. But even if it is a martial, censored king, it is impossible to easily kill the ancestor of Tianshu, right? Sect Master Qi, just now, the ancestor Tianshu left the soul card in the sect, which was completely broken. The Misty Shanzong disciple said quickly with a look of horror. In the Misty Immortal Sect, every disciple elder who is above the harmony period has a soul card in the sect. Once the soul card is broken, it means a complete fall. This Misty Shanzong disciple was the one who was specifically responsible for guarding the soul cards. Just now, he was horrified to discover that the ancestor of the sky, one of the 3 great powers of the Misty Shanzong, had his soul card completely shattered. The fall of Tianshu ancestor is undoubtedly a shocking event for Misty Shanzong. This misty Shanzong disciple dared to have the slightest hesitation, and hurriedly rushed to report the matter to Yun Tianyi. The soul card of the ancestor of the sky is broken. As soon as this misty Shanzong disciple said this, the entire hall fell into a dead silence. On the faces of all the misty fairy sect elders, there was a touch of inconceivable horror that could not help but surfaced. Just now, they have heard Yun Tianyi say that the ancestor of Tianshu encountered a martial arts king in the martial arts world near Danyang City. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the ancestor of Tianshu would fall. The martial censored king encountered by the ancestor of Tianshu was by no means an ordinary martial censored king, but a terrifying existence that could easily kill a mighty immortal cultivator during the tribulation period. Sect Master, this matter is beyond our misty immortal sect's ability to deal with it. It should not be too late. Please inform the other 4 immortal sects immediately. A misty Shanzong elder came back to his senses and couldn't help but said solemnly. Yun Tianyi took a deep breath, and a look of jealousy appeared in his eyes. In fact, Yun Tianyi didn't want to notify the 4 great immortals first, but planned to directly support the ancestors of Tianshu, and kill the martial censored king, in order to revitalize the reputation of the Misty Fairy sect. But he didn't expect that martial arts censored king, the strength is completely beyond imagination. Even the ancestor Tianju's cultivating power during the tribulation period fell into the opponent's hands in an instant. Fortunately, after receiving the call from the ancestor of Tianshu, he did not directly go to support him, but chose to summon the elders of Misty Shanzong to come to discuss. His fate may not be any better than Tianju's ancestor. With such an existence, I am afraid that only the ancestor of their Misty Shanzong in the late stage of the tribulation can contend with it. The one who retreats all the year round, is not at the critical moment of the life and death of the Misty Shanzong, and will not easily make a move at all. The current situation is no longer what their Misty Immortal sect can handle, and they can only pass the news to the other 4 immortal sects as soon as possible. At the same time the Misty Shanzong was shaking because of the fall of the Tianshu ancestor. Danyang City, Dan's house. Dan Qingfeng and his party fled back to Dan's house in a panic. Before they had time to catch their breath, a Dan family disciple came to report, "Patriarch, the black-clothed youth has already killed the Dan family and has now appeared outside Danyang City." The expressions of Dan Qingfeng and others were suddenly hard to see the extreme. As the first immortal cultivation family in the Shenwu continent, the Dan family has always been aloof, and its reputation is not even weaker than the 5 immortal sects. For so many years, their Dan family has never been the only one to bully others, and now this is the first time someone has been knocked on the door. Immediately open the Great Defense Formation, summon the Battle Formation, sacrifice the heritage of the Dan family, and fully meet the enemy. Dan Qingfeng did not hesitate at all, directly and decisively gave orders. Although the black-clothed youth is powerful, the Dan family is not a soft persimmon that anyone can knead. If you fight against the black-clothed youth outside, no one in the entire Dan family will be its enemy, but the Dan family has been inherited in Danyang City for many years and has a lot of background. I don't know how many years this place has been run by the Dan family. Especially within the Dan family, there is a peerless formation laid down by the Master of Formation. Even if the strong man in the period of tribulation wants to forcefully break into the Dan family, he will have to pay an unusually heavy price. This is also an important reason why the Dan family can stand tall in the world of cultivation. It was said that Dan Qingfeng was not sure to defeat the black-clothed youth with the background of the Dan family, but if he wanted to delay the help of the 5 great immortals, Dan Qingfeng still had a certain degree of confidence. Outside Danyang City, Jiang Chen stood proudly in the void with his hands in his hands, staring indifferently at an extremely magnificent huge city in front of him. At the moment when he was about to step into Danyang City, there was a sudden loud noise over the entire Danyang City. With this loud noise spreading throughout the world, the originally silent Danyang City seemed to have awakened from a deep sleep. Layers of vast and extraordinary arrays, like lotus blossoms, emerged around Danyang City. Countless strange rays of light gleamed, and even the beasts roared, and countless strange appearances appeared. This formation is a shocking formation created by the Dan family seeking a master of formation, and it has spent countless resources to build a shocking formation. Even those who want to break through this battle will have to pay a heavy price. Jiang Chen's complexion was indifferent, and his eyes were neither happy nor sad. In his eyes, the stunning formations around Danyang City seemed to be non-existent, stepping directly on the void and striding towards the Danyang City. And at the moment he stepped into Danyang City, in the endless void above Danyang City, a purple divine thunder was directly condensed, and then, with the terrifying power of destroying the sky and the earth, it smashed directly towards Jiang Chen. This purple divine thunder is extremely terrifying. Even if the monks in the amalgamation period are contaminated, they will be instantly destroyed under the purple divine thunder. Jiang Chen was expressionless, and when he raised his hand, a sword light slashed straight out, slashing the purple divine thunder into nothingness. The shocking formation created by the Dan family in Danyang City is indeed extremely extraordinary, and its power is almost comparable to the power of the ancestor of Tianshu, who is waiting for the tribulation period to cultivate immortality. But in Jiang Chen's eyes, it was actually that way. Dan Qingfeng, you also want to stop me based on this area of formation. You are too naive. Let's see how I can defeat your Dan family's guardian formation. Jiang Chen's words fell proudly, and the divine body vision man emperor's sword also condensed directly from behind. Jiang Chen screamed, and the emperor's sword of the divine body vision man behind it was also like opening the sky and the earth, slashing directly towards the sky above Danyang City. Chapter 2364, The End of the Dan Family. Jiang Chen's sword split directly between the world and the earth, splitting the formation of Danyang City layer by layer like a remnant cloud. Danyang City's mountain protection formation, which is known as the mighty power of crossing the catastrophe period, almost turned into dust under Jiang Chen's sword like paper paste. Danyang City's formation was smashed by that guy with a single sword. Countless monks witnessed this scene, and they couldn't help showing an unprecedented shock. Dan Qingfeng and other high-ranking Dan families' expressions turned pale in an instant. That kid actually killed my Danyang City formation with a single sword. How is this possible? An old Dan elder stared at this scene with a dull gaze. The whole person was like a ghost, and he could hardly believe his eyes. Let the Dan family profound guard immediately end the battle. Dan Qingfeng took a deep breath, suppressing the horror in his heart, his expression solemn and authentic. Although he also knows, with Jiang Chen's terrifying power capable of killing the ancestor of the misty Shanzong Tianshu, Danyang City's formation alone would not be able to stop this black-clothed youth. But Dan Qingfeng still didn't expect it. Jiang Chen's understatement alone broke the formation of Danyang City. If this continues, if the 5 immortal sects can't come as soon as possible, just based on their Dan family's background, I am afraid that they may not be able to deal with this guy for too long. Following the command of Dan Qingfeng, hundreds of monks with extraordinary aura instantly rose into the sky from Dan's house, and directly placed a slightly strange battle formation in front of Jiang Chen, blocking Jiang Chen. The Dan family Xuanwei is dispatched. Many monks looked at the hundreds of figures that appeared above Danyang City, and they couldn't help but exclaimed. The 300 profound guards of the Dan family are the most elite trump card power of the Dan family. It is said that every Pill clan Xuanwei has a cultivation base that has reached at least the distraction stage. The 300 Pill family Xuanwei cultivated a battle formation even more. Once the 300 Pill family profound guards are combined and the battle formation is opened, a terrifying force comparable to the powerhouse of the tribulation period can be erupted. Now, under the pressure of the black-clothed youth, the Dan family has displayed almost all of its whole cards. It's just a small trick. Your Dan family wants to stop me with this little method, but it's far from qualified. The ancient seal of Zhu Shen, give me the town. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and the bright golden light on his palm rose to the sky. A divine mark of Zhu Zi, condensed directly in the void that contained the mighty power of the heavens. Jiang Chen flipped his hand and pressed, the heavens hummed together, and the mountains shook. Over the entire Danyang City, it seems that there is only one huge divine mark of Zhu Zi left, and that divine mark fills the universe and covers all directions, as if it can crush everything. Feeling the terrifying mark of Jiang Chen, the 300 Pill family profound guards made a roar that shook the sky. The breath of the 300 disciples cultivators intertwined and merged in midair, and finally turned into a killing spear containing a monstrous killing intent, colliding with the imprint of the punishable character that came from the suppression. At that moment, the sky broke and the earth cracked, the sun and the moon hung upside down, and the chaos reopened. I saw the 300 Pill family Xuanwei condense the killing spear with the supreme battle formation, under the suppression of the divine seal of Zhu Zi. Even without a single finger, it broke directly. The 300 Pill family Xuanwei hadn't even reacted, and had already been swallowed by the mark of Zhu Zi God. Under the power of Zhang Chenjuo's ancient seal, No one of the 300 pill family profound guards survived, and almost all of them were turned into dust under this seal. Seeing this scene, all the monks who watched the battle were stunned. Like a ghost, some couldn't believe their eyes. In their eyes looking at Jiang Chen, they couldn't help but show unprecedented horror. The strength of the black-clothed youth in front of him was really too terrifying. The ancestor of Misty Shanzong crossing the tribulation period was beheaded and killed by his understatement. Danyang City was able to contend with the great defense formation of the strong during the tribulation period, and was also defeated by an understatement. Now the 300 pill family Xuanwei was killed by Yi in town and turned into nothingness. The young man in black in front of him was incredibly powerful. Today, the Dan family is afraid that it will be completely finished. How terrifying is the strength of this guy? Fairy Xian stared blankly at the situation in front of her, and there was also an unconcealable panic in her beautiful eyes. Danyang City's formation and the 300 pill family profound guards, these are the trump cards that the Dan family is proud of, and they are comparable to the power of the immortal cultivation power during the tribulation period. Such strength could not stop the black-clothed youth at all. It seems, I still underestimate this kid after all. This son is not something that my Dan family can fight against. Let the Dan family disciples disperse and flee immediately. One can escape one by one. Dan Qingfeng looked at the scene before him, and closed his eyes desperately. Although Dan Qingfeng also knew that the black-clothed youth from the martial arts world in front of him was very strong, he did not expect this guy to be so strong. The Dan family's methods that can contend with the tribulation period are not worth mentioning in front of this guy. Now the formation of Danyang City was smashed by this black-clothed youth, and the 300 pill clan Xuanwei was also killed by Qian, so what would the Dan clan contend with? This Danyang City and the Dan family are destined to be unstoppable today. Dan Qingfeng can only let the Dan family members escape from Danyang City, so perhaps it can save a trace of fire for the Dan family. The Dan family may be completely destroyed today. Hearing Dan Qingfeng's words, the expressions of many Dan parents could not help but change slightly. As the first immortal cultivation family in the Shenwu continent, the Dan family's position in the immortal cultivation world is so detached that almost no one dares to provoke it easily. They did not expect that the Dan family would one day be driven to the point of desperation. Many Dan family elders are also very clear in their hearts that now the Dan family's two whole cards that can contend with the power of the tribulation period are easily destroyed by this black-clothed youth, and the Dan family is no longer able to compete with them. They had no choice but to abandon Danyang City and Dan family. Run away. Many Dan parents did not hesitate at all, they turned into a flash of light, and each fled to the distance. Jiang Chen also ignored those Dan family people who were fleeing outside Danyang City. These members of the Dan family, the strongest ones, are only the cultivation base of the Hedao period. In his eyes they are almost indistinguishable from the ants, and they are not a concern at all. As the world's first cultivator of immortality in the Shenwu continent, the Dan family is also very good at alchemy, and the resources for cultivating immortality are better than those of the 5 immortal sects. Compared to hunting down these people of the Dan family, Jiang Chen is undoubtedly more interested in the cultivation resources that the Dan family has. He stepped directly on the void and swaggered towards the Dan family in the center of Danyang City. Chapter 2365, The 5 Powers of Crossing Tribulation. Boy, you destroy my Dan family, I want to fight with you. Inside the Dan family, some people from the Dan family who were unwilling to leave saw Jiang Chen coming in the air, and directly snarled frantically and rushed away at Jiang Chen. I saw that when they rushed towards Jiang Chen, they directly reversed the meridians and detonated the Yuan Ying, wanting to die with Jiang Chen. The cultivation bases of these members of the Dan clan were nothing more than distracting the nascent soul, and even if the nascent soul was detonated, it would not pose the slightest threat to Jiang Chen. Even if several Dan family cultivators detonated the nascent soul at the same time, they could not even touch the corner of Jiang Chen's clothes. This scene also caused countless people in the Dan family to show an extremely desperate look on their faces. Jiang Chen looked down indifferently, and the voice of sneer resounded instantly. Following Jiang Chen's remarks, more people from the Dan family ran away from the Dan family in a panic. There were still some people who didn't know what to do, rushing towards Jiang Chen frantically, and they were all smashed into nothingness by Jiang Chen's understatement. People in the Dan family flee from death to death, and almost all of the huge Dan family has become empty. Jiang Chen's divine consciousness swept across the Dan family quickly, and soon found the treasure house of the Dan family, and swept away the resources in the Dan family. As the first immortal cultivator family in Shenwu continent, the resources that the Dan family possesses are indeed very rich, and many of them have many cultivation resources that are very useful to Jiang Chen. With these resources, plus the system's hundredfold improvement, as long as he is given some time, he will be able to break through the 6th heaven and even the 7th heaven of the God King. Even if he is facing the powerhouse of God King 9th heaven, Jiang Chen is completely confident to defeat him. After scraping the Dan family's resources, Jiang Chen did not stay at the Dan family for a long time. He returned to the carriage that Hong Tianyang drove directly under the eyes of everyone, and then quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. I didn't expect that. The first family of cultivating immortals in the dignified Shenwu continent would be destroyed like this. It is said that the kid is the martial, censored, king of the northern martial arts world. I didn't expect this guy to come to the immortal world alone and destroy the Dan family. Next, Shenwu continent is afraid that the sky will change. Looking at the direction in which Jiang Chen disappeared, many monks couldn't help but talk about it. Since the rise of the immortal world in the Shenwu continent, in recent years, the martial arts world in the north has almost been suppressed to death. This time there will be a martial, censored, king who will come to the world of cultivating immortals by himself, and it will cause the world of cultivating immortals to be upset. Now not only has the Misty Immortal Sect lost a great power in the tribulation period, but even the Dan family, the first immortal cultivation family, has also been destroyed. It has been a long time since the cultivating world has suffered such a big loss in the hands of the northern martial arts world. Once the 5 great immortal sects learn about this, they will surely be angry about it, and maybe there will be a terrifying battle between the cultivation realm and the martial Dao realm in the north. Buzzing. Just when many monks hadn't recovered from this shocking scene before their eyes, I saw a sudden violent spatial fluctuation in the sky above Danyang City. A huge spatial passage with a length of hundreds of meters also slowly emerged from the sky above Danyang City. The silhouettes of the 5 dazzling auras also walked out of the space channel one after another. One of the figures is Yun Tianyi, the master of Misty Shanzong. After Yun Tianyi learned of the disappearance of the ancestor of Tianshu, he contacted the other 4 immortal sects for the first time. Regarding this matter, the other 4 immortal sects, headed by Taixu Immortal Sect, obviously all attached great importance to this matter, and they respectively sent a great power to cross the tribulation period. In case of delay, it will change. The 5 cultivators directly joined forces to open up a space channel and came to the sky above Danyang City at the fastest speed. The great power of the 5 great immortals. Seeing the situation in midair, many monks couldn't help but breathe in cold air. The 5 great immortal sects also attached great importance to this matter, and they directly gathered the 5 great tribulation powers and descended to Danyang City at the same time. Something has happened to the Dan family. I didn't expect that we were still a step late. Looking at the situation of the Dan family below, Yun Tianyi's complexion couldn't help but sink slightly. As the first immortal cultivation world in the Shenwu continent, the Dan family did not have the power to overcome the catastrophe period, but it had the power to fight against the catastrophe period. Yun Tianyi never thought of it anyway. The dignified Pill family was destroyed by that martial arts censored so quickly. What a rampant martial arts god, dared to come to the world of cultivating immortals by himself, kill me the power of the cultivating world, and destroy the Pill family. Is it true that I am no one in the world of cultivating immortals? A tall and burly man shouted, his whole body exuding an overbearing aura that made one dare not look at him. It seems that our immortal world has been silent for too long, and the northern martial arts world has the courage to come to my immortal world to go wild. It's time to give the northern martial arts world a little bit of color. An old man in a black robe with a gloomy expression also said with cold eyes. Since someone dared to be so blatantly in the world of immortality, he must have something to rely on. The first old man in Xing Yi with a fairy style and bones said lightly, let's find someone to find out about the situation in Danyang City. Just as the old man in Xing Yi had just fallen off his voice, a figure flew towards the 5 of them quickly. Ziyun has seen the sect master and all the seniors. This figure flying by is no one else, but Fairy Xian, the true disciple of Misty Shanzong. Previously, Jiang Chen defeated the Dan family's trump card with 2 tricks, forcing the Dan family members to flee in all directions, so Fairy Xian naturally took the opportunity to escape Danyang City. After Fairy Xian escaped from Danyang City, seeing that Jiang Chen didn't intend to chase them, he didn't leave. Now seeing the 5 great immortals coming, Fairy Xian naturally rushed over at the first time. Upon seeing this, Xu Tianming couldn't help but directly said, "Xian, you came just in time, tell us quickly about what happened here." Fairy Xian replied respectfully, and then quickly narrated what happened to Xu Tianming and others. From Jiang Chen's understatement of killing the Taixu old man, to the 2 moves that defeated the Dan family's whole cards, and then scraped the Dan family resources and floated away. During the whole process, Fairy Xian did not conceal the slightest concealment, and narrated it to the 5 people in front of him. Hearing the words of Fairy Xian, the hearts of the 5 Xu Tianming couldn't help but shudder. Killing the Taixu old man with the power of one-person understatement, treating the formation of the Dan family and the 300 Xuanwei as nothing. I am afraid that none of the 5 of them can do this kind of terrifying means. The strength of that martial arts king is really unfathomable. Chapter 2366, Chase. Everyone, how do you think this should be handled? The leading old man in Xing Yi glanced at Xu Tianming and the other 4 and couldn't help but said in a deep voice. This old man in Xing Yi is the true Qingyan real person of Taixu Immortal Sect, the head of the 5 great immortal sects, the strongest who has reached the middle stage of the triumph, and is also the strongest existence of these 5 great ones. How can we deal with it? No matter what, the martial arts king who came to the immortal world must die, otherwise the northern martial arts world thinks we are easy to bully in the immortal world. The burly man said domineeringly. Xu Tianming hesitated slightly and said, I think this matter is very strange. It is better not to act rashly until the identity of the martial arts king is known. The mysterious martial arts king killed an ancestor of Misty Shanzong during the tribulation period, and Xu Tianming wanted to kill the martial arts king more than anyone else. But instinct told him that they still don't want to make a move at this time. The martial arts king of the northern martial arts world suddenly sneaked into the world of cultivating immortals, which was a very strange thing. This may be a conspiracy carefully planned by the northern martial arts circles. If they are not careful, they may pay a heavy price for it. Before clarifying the specific situation, Xu Tianming obviously did not approve of direct action. The martial arts king who came to the world of cultivating immortals, the strength can be described as unfathomable. With his own power, he killed the elder Tianshu of their misty immortal sect, and destroyed the Dan family of the first immortal cultivation family. Such a strength, compared to the strongest true person Qingyan among the 5 of them, I am afraid that they are all inferior to them. They want to keep the martial arts king. I am afraid it is by no means an easy task. Mr. Qingyan, it's up to you to decide whether we do it directly. In the end, Xu Tianming and other 4 strong men in the tribulation period all looked at the real Qingyan headed by them. Chasing, absolutely can't let that martial arts king leave the realm of cultivating immortals alive. Real Qingyan's eyes flickered slightly, and then he said in a deep voice, you should also be aware of what a terrifying existence a young Tianzhao who has achieved a cultivation base of the martial god king will be. When Xu Tianming heard these words, they couldn't help but shudder in their hearts. The god king young Tianzhao in the martial arts world, like the young Tianzhao in the tribulation period of the cultivating world, is an existence against the heavens that can be met but cannot be sought. At that time, the realm of Shushan rose from the Shenwu continent, and once defeated the martial arts world steadily, and even almost wiped out the martial arts forces in the north. At the critical moment, the northern martial arts world gave birth to an incomparable god king realm Tianzhao. This person almost turned the tide on his own, blocked the offensive of the Shushan realm for his life, and quickly grew into an almost invincible peerless powerhouse in the Shenwu continent, causing the Shushan realm to suffer a lot. It is precisely because of that peerless existence that has repelled the attacks of the Shushan realm again and again, so that the martial arts realm can occupy half of the Shenwu continent and fight against the Shushan realm. Now there is a young Tianzhao of the censored king realm in the martial arts world. What this person did was more domineering and controlled than that of the previous one, and he directly dived into the realm of cultivating immortals alone, and turned them upside down. If this censored king realm Tianzhao were allowed to grow, it would definitely be a huge disaster for them to cultivate immortals. In that case, it should not be too late. Let's catch up immediately. Hearing the words of real person Qingyan, Xu Tianming couldn't help but take a deep breath, then looked at Fairy Xian and said, Xian, where did the martial censored dynasty leave? The martial arts censored king level Tianzhao figure is too defying. Once it grows up, it will definitely become a terrifying existence dominating the situation in Shenwu continent. Such a character, Even if it is to pay some price to kill him, it is very worthwhile. At the moment when the real person Qingyan made a decision, Yun Tianyi didn't say much anymore. Although the censored King Tianzhao of the martial arts world is very strong, they now have 1 mid-stage crossing and 4 early-stage crossings. With such a lineup, even in the face of the strong in the late stage of the robbery, it can also contend against 1 or 2. With the strength of the 5 of them, as long as there is no accident, there shouldn't be any problem in besieging the martial, censored king. Fairy Xian quickly said, Sect Master, it is the direction of the everlasting immortal mountain. It seems that Guy wants to leave the world of immortality, let's chase it. True person Qingyan took the lead and turned directly into a cyan streamer, bursting out toward the everlasting immortal mountain. The 4 Yun Tianyi no longer hesitated at the moment, and quickly followed up with their physical skills. If they want to kill the martial, censored, of the censored king realm, they must solve it before he crosses the eternal mountain of immortality and leaves the world of cultivating immortals. Once they return to the martial arts world, they want to kill him. I am afraid it will not be easy. And at the same time that the 5 great cross-tribulation period powerhouses descended on Danyang City. To the north of Danyang City, in a void 100,000 miles away, a carriage was slowly moving towards the northern sky. The owner in the carriage is naturally Jiang Chen. After leaving Danyang City, Jiang Chen didn't rush on purpose, he still let Hong Tianyang drive the carriage toward the everlasting immortal mountain, while he cultivated in the carriage to improve his strength. From the time he left Danyang City to the arrival of the 5 great immortal sects during the tribulation period, Jiang Chen and the others only traveled a distance of 100,000 miles north. The distance of 100,000 miles is not far away for those who are strong during the tribulation period. Really, Qingyan was chasing after the 5 great tribulation period powerhouses with all his strength, and soon caught up with Jiang Chen and their carriage. Lord, Master, the powerhouses of the 5 great immortals have caught up. Feeling the 5 monstrous auras behind him, Hong Tianyang couldn't help shivering. The power of cultivating immortals during the tribulation period. Hong Tianyang never expected that in order to deal with Jiang Chen, the 5 great immortal sects had dispatched 5 immortal cultivators who had passed the tribulation period. This is the great power of the tribulation period standing at the pinnacle of the immortal cultivation realm. Hong Tianyang has lived for thousands of years. Before today, he had never seen any cultivating power in the tribulation period. Now he has not only seen it, but also saw 5 at once. Even if he knew that Jiang Chen's strength was unfathomable, Hong Tianyang couldn't help feeling a panic in his heart. Although Jiang Chen is strong, even the ancestor of the sky who crosses the tribulation period can easily be killed, but can he really stop the 5 powers of the tribulation period? It's just that the 5 people are going through the catastrophe period. What's the cause of panic? Jiang Chen stepped out of the carriage with his hands on his back, and there was no change in the slightest due to the appearance of the 5 strong men in the tribulation period. I saw that the 5 powerful men in the tribulation period were full of fairy light, like a big sun hanging high above. Everyone was exuding infinite power. The monstrous power of the tribulation period was like waves. The void is constantly surging, shaking the heaven and the earth. Chapter 2367, Tiangong Golden Body. Haha. 5 immortal cultivators during the tribulation period, you 5 immortal sects, really value me. Jiang Chen's gaze swept across the 5 people slightly, and the faint laughter resounded directly in the air. Although facing the 5 great powers of cultivating immortals during the tribulation period, Jiang Chen's expression was extremely indifferent, without any panic. In front of the 5 cultivators during the tribulation period, only the ancestor of Xing Yi was the leader. The cultivation base reached the middle of the tribulation period, and should have a strength comparable to that of the God King's 5th heaven and even the God King's 6th heaven. The other 4 people are all in the early stage of the tribulation, and they should be almost the same as the ancestor of the sky that was killed by him earlier. This lineup is weaker than the Darkwing Peng clan. When he was still in the 4th heaven of God King, he was able to suppress the Darkwing Peng clan with his own power. How can these cultivators pose a threat to him? Your Excellency came to Cultivation Realm so blatantly, killed me the cultivator of the Cultivation Realm, and destroyed the Dan family. Now that I want to leave so easily, I am too unsure about it. Junren Qingyan stared at Jiang Chen stubbornly, and a solemn expression appeared in his muddy old eyes. The breath of the black-clothed youth in front of him was too mysterious. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't see through the strength of the young man in black. True person Qingyan even felt a trace of extremely dangerous aura from the black-clothed youth. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. If I really want to leave, do you think you can catch up with me? With his current strength, if they really wanted to leave, it would be almost impossible for them to catch up with him with the 5 people in front of them. The reason why he didn't leave in a hurry was because he actually wanted to see if he could attract people from the 5 great immortals to chase after him. Unexpectedly, in order to solve him, the 5 great immortals sent out 5 monks during the tribulation period. Now he will kill a monk during the tribulation period, destroying the first family of the cultivation world, the pill family, and shaking the whole world of cultivation. If the 5 cultivators in front of the tribulation period were to be solved now, it would surely be enough to greatly hurt the vitality of the cultivation realm. The northern martial arts world will certainly not let go of such an excellent opportunity. In this way, most of the power in the spiritual world will definitely be constrained by the northern martial arts world, and there will be no time to take care of him. And he can take the opportunity to enter the immortal mountain of everlasting life, looking for traces of God's domain heavenly Tao. Boy, you are crazy, this place today is your burial place. The burly man stepped out in one step, and the sound like thunder burst out in the void instantly. His terrifying aura instantly surging out, directly making the void in front of him unbearable, crackling into void cracks. Facing the surging weather of the burly man, Jiang Chen stood proudly with his hands on his back, not even a single strand of hair swayed. Seeing this scene, the burly man's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. He stared at Jiang Chen with a sneer. As expected, he is the God King Realm Tianzhao of the martial arts world, he is really capable, but... The burly man has not finished speaking. Jiang Chen had already surpassed the bily void out of thin air, slashed out with a sharp sword, and slashed directly on the burly man's rugged face, cutting off his face in half, and countless golden blood spurted out, sprinkling the void. And the burly man's whole body was beaten by this sword and flew out dozens of miles in an instant, knocking the void out of a huge hole. The cultivation base in the early stage of the tragedy, the existence of ants, dared to make noise in front of me. Jiang Chen stood holding the sword, and drops of golden blood also slowly dripped down from the void following the ancient sword. He was black-clothed and black-haired, and he didn't have the slightest aura in his whole body, but facing the 5 great tribulation cultivators, he was like a peerless sword immortal facing the mortal world, without the slightest fear. Instead, the pressure was all over the audience, and the king came for 9 days. Seeing that Jiang Chen was just an understatement, he severely injured the burly man. In the eyes of the 4 real people Qingyan, there was also an incredible horror that appeared. Although before that, they already knew that the one in front of them was very strong and possessed the terrifying power to kill the strong man in the tribulation period. But they still didn't expect that this guy's strength could be so terrifying. This burly man is a strong man from the tribulation period from Tiangong Shanzong. Tiangong Shanzong is famous in the world of cultivating immortals for its physique. The Tiangong golden body art of the Tiangong Immortal Sect is a prestigious body refining magic technique in the Shenwu continent. The 4 real Qingyan men are naturally also very clear how strong the defense is for the burly man who has cultivated the Tiangong golden body art. Even a monk who is at the same level as the burly man can hardly hurt the burly man. Such a cultivator during the tribulation period was hit hard by a sword that was downplayed by the young black-clothed youth on the opposite side. Master Qingyan took a deep breath, suppressing the horror in his heart, and could not help hurriedly shouting to Yun Tianyi and the others. The strength of this black-clothed youth is really too strong, so powerful that real person Qingyan has a feeling of horror. If they were a little careless today, I'm afraid they would really fall into the hands of this young man in black. Yun Tianyi and the 3 obviously understood the horror of the black-clothed youth. The mana of the cultivator during the tribulation period was exploding, and the energy surged like a tide, and they were ready to shoot at the same time. Ah! Boy, I'm going to kill you. At this moment, a roar that shook the sky also came from a black hole in space dozens of miles away. A figure full of golden light slammed through the sky, burst out of the black hole with the mighty wind and energy, and then crashed down in front of Jiang Chen. This figure is naturally a burly man who was cut flying by Jiang Chen with a single sword. I saw that his figure was suddenly raised several feet higher than before, and his whole body was shrouded in infinite golden light, and his skin and hair all turned golden. That golden light is immortal forever. Real man Qingyan saw this scene, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. Tiangong gold body, A supreme body condensed from the Tiangong golden body Zhu Dacheng, which claims to be invincible and indestructible. The burly man who displayed the golden body of Tiangong is no less powerful than the monk in the middle of the tribulation period. Even with the strength of the real Qingyan, facing the burly man with the golden body of Tiangong, I am afraid that he will have to retreat. The burly man's golden pupil stared at Jiang Chen indifferently, and his voice of disdain also sounded. Boy, my Tiangong golden body, even the monk in the middle of the tribulation, it may not be easily broken, I want to see. The words of the burly man were only general. Jiang Chen suddenly lifted the golden ancient sword in his hand, and another brilliant sword light slashed out at the burly man. Chapter 2368, The Monk of Even Zandu Tribulation Period. Jiang Chen cut out with this sword, making the whole world quiet, as if even the space around the burly man was completely solidified. The burly man's complexion suddenly changed drastically, and his pupils shrank to the extreme in an instant, as if he had encountered something terrible. I saw the golden light on his Tiangong golden body exploded, trying to break free from the shackles of the burly man's sword. Jiang Chen cut out with this sword, and the world was silent. The whole world seemed to be stagnant at this moment, and only a sword light flashed through the void. Apart from that, there was no more movement. But in the next moment, I saw the golden light flashing body of the burly man suddenly burst into a crackling sound, and a bright sword aura exploded to his chest, spreading to the limbs in hundreds of corpses. The burly man was suddenly terrified. It's just that he just spit out a word, that powerful Tiangong golden body, even the golden infant in his body, burst into countless pieces out of thin air. Looking at this incredible scene in front of them, the faces of the four real people Qingyan could not help but show an incredible horror. A dignified man during the tribulation period was slashed by the black-clothed young man on the opposite side without any resistance. They never thought that the martial arts realm, censored King Realm Tianzhao was so powerful. Just an understatement of the sword broke the burly man's Tiangong gold body, and even his physical body and Yuan Ying were smashed into nothingness. Even the real Qingyan who had reached the mid-stage of the tribulation with his cultivation base only felt an inexplicable chill over his heart. What a terrifying sword, this person's kendo attainments are almost immortal. The middle-aged in the purple robe carrying a long sword came back to his senses and couldn't help but said with a look of astonishment. This middle-aged in purple robe was Mo Tianming, the sword repairman of the Purple Sword Sect of the 5 great immortal sects. As a sword repairman during the tribulation period, Mo Tianming's kendo attainments were extremely extraordinary, and he naturally knew more about the horror of Jiang Chen's previous sword. Let's do our best together, this sun is too enchanting. If you are a little careless today, I am afraid that the 4 of us will fall here. True person Qingyan took a deep breath, and the powerful aura in the mid-tribulation period was also unreservedly diffused from his body. The 3 of Yun Tianyi did not hesitate either, they all sacrificed their magic weapons one after another, and the terrifying power swept away from them in an instant. Ha ha! The 5 great tribulation cultivators are no more than geniuses. Since you have the guts to kill me, then leave it to me forever. Jiang Chen's words fell, and the breath of the censored king's 5th heaven peak also burst out without reservation. Feeling the powerful aura on Jiang Chen that was not weaker than his own, Madame Qingyan's complexion changed, and there was a loud shout in his mouth. When he finished speaking, he directly sacrificed a blue wooden sword. Under the urging of the real Qingyan, the wooden sword turned into a huge and incomparable blue sacred tree in the void, and moved towards Jiang Chen's suppression with the great power of the sky. Wuji Zan Ling, Zion Divine Sword, Qian Heaven Breaking Sword, Yun Tianyi's 3 people exerted their strength to the extreme, and they sacrificed the most powerful magic weapon in their hands, and blasted towards Jiang Chen with a full blow. What kind of scene is it like for the 4 strong men in the tribulation period? The void in a radius of thousands of miles seemed to be unable to withstand the forces of the 4 tribulation periods, and it collapsed and turned into chaos. In the void, there seemed to be 4 bright divine lights of different colors, dragging a long light tail, like a comet hitting the moon, crashing towards Jiang Chen. The power contained in every divine light is enough to turn the void 1,000 miles into dust. Faced with the combined blow of the 4 real people Qingyan, Jiang Chen didn't care at all. The true essence of mana cultivated by Xu Shenzhen is indeed stronger than that of a martial artist. The 4 real Qingyan people joined forces, and even the average divine king's 7th heavenly powerhouse might not be able to easily resist it. But that's only for ordinary people. Jiang Chen cultivated the Azure Emperor longevity art, and the martial arts power in his body was even worse than the power of the true essence of crossing the catastrophe period. With his current strength, even if it is a monk in the late stage of the tribulation, it may not be able to win him. Although the 4 members of True Man Qingyan are not weak in joining forces during the tribulation period, how can they pose a threat to him? Looking at the 4 collisions of divine light, the golden, ancient sword in Jiang Chen's hand only slightly lifted, and a bright sword light slashed straight out. This sword directly shattered the azure sacred tree that was first suppressed into nothingness. Countless cyan light, like a goddess scattered flowers, spilled down from the void. Jiang Chen swung his sword again and swept out 3 swords in a row. I saw that the offensives of the 3 of Yun Tianyi were all killed by Jiang Chen with a single sword. Even the magic weapon in their hands was blown to life by Jiang Chen's sword. The Yun Tianyi trio stepped on the void and retreated a distance of thousands of feet. Before they were relieved, they saw that the golden ancient sword in Jiang Chen's hand directly drew a strange emergence, and then, with a mysterious force, directly slashed towards Yun Tianyi. Yun Tianyi's expression changed suddenly. But before he had time to move, the sword light had penetrated time and space, and a sword had penetrated through his body. The aura on Yun Tianyi's body collapsed suddenly, and the mana essence in his body also flowed like crazy at a terrifying speed. Yun Tianyi's cultivation has already fallen from the tribulation period to the Hedao period, and then all the way down. I saw that Yun Tianyi's cultivation base during the tribulation period was chopped clean by Jiang Chen with a single sword, and turned into a mortal smashed down from the void. With Jiang Chen's current cultivation base, using the Azure Emperor's sword technique to transform a sword, even if it is a general old monster in the late stage of the tribulation, it is probably not an easy task to deal with one sword. How can Yun Tianyi resist his initial cultivation base at the beginning of the tribulation? One sword cut out Yun Tianyi's cultivation. Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest hesitation in the movements of his hands. The Azure Emperor's swordsmanship years and swords were directly at Mo Tianeng of the Purple Sword Sect. Rao is Mo Tianeng's extraordinary swordsmanship, but Jiang Chen's sword is unstoppable at all, and he can only let the power of the sword pass through his body. Mo Tianeng's life also accelerated tens of thousands of times faster. Mo Tianeng went from a middle-aged man with a sword eyebrow star to a gray-haired old man. The breath of life in Mo Tianeng's body also completely disappeared under the power of the Sword of Time, turning into an icy corpse and falling down from the void. Chapter 2369, Shanzong shakes, the wind is surging. The Azure Emperor has a sword. After Jiang Chen had exhausted Mo Tianeng's lifespan with the Sword of Time, the golden ancient sword in his hand opened the sky with one sword, and the third style of Qingdi's swordsmanship, Qingdi's sword, slashed out again. A peerless sword fairy stepped into the air from the heavenly gate in the void, and slashed straight down at the remaining 2 real Qingyan men with a sword. This sword is brilliant and shocking, and it is invincible, and everything it passes is returned to nothingness. The last cultivator in the early stage of the tribulation was simply hard to stop, and his soul was destroyed almost instantly under Jiang Chen's sword. Only the real Qingyan who had reached the mid-stage of the tribulation in his cultivation, after using all his best and using countless magic weapons, he finally barely blocked Jiang Chen's shocking sword. Even so, real Qingyan paid a very heavy price. I saw that he was covered in blood, and there was almost no goodness in his whole body. He looked up at the arrogant Jiang Chen, and there was an unprecedented panic in his old eyes. The black-clothed young man from the martial arts world in front of him was really terrifying. Just a few understatement of swords, and even cut 4 cultivators. During the tribulation period, killing a monk during the tribulation period is almost like slaughtering a chicken and a dog. With such strength, I am afraid that they will not be inferior to the old monsters in the late stage of the immortal cultivation world. True person Qingyan couldn't understand anyway. How could such a terrifying Tianzhao character be born in the northern martial arts world, which has been gradually declining under the pressure of their immortal cultivation world? True person Qingyan was horrified in his heart, where he dared to stay the slightest bit. He swallowed a few pills in a hurry, and he didn't even care about his injuries. He fled out in panic and turned into a green mansard. Want to escape? Since you are here, leave it to me forever. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen just smiled contemptuously, and slashed out the golden ancient sword in his hand at Dao Qingyan. The figure of the real Qingyan directly changed from extremely fast to still. He didn't even have time to let out a scream. The whole person, including the Yuan Ying in his body, turned into nothingness under this sword. Hong Tianyong stared at the scene in front of him blankly, and it was difficult to recover from the shock for a long time. In just a moment, the 5 great cultivators of the 5 great immortal sects were killed by Jiang Chen. How terrible is the strength of this guy! Hong Tianyong finally understood why this one dared to come to the world of cultivating immortals alone. With the strength of this person, I am afraid that it is the existence of the later period of the tribulation and even the peak of the tribulation. I am afraid that it may not be easy to get him. Solved the real Qingyan lightly. Jiang Chen flashed directly, returned to the carriage that Hong Tianyong was driving, and said faintly, "Go on." Hong Tianyong dared to have the slightest negligence there, and quickly replied respectfully, driving the carriage toward the direction of the everlasting immortal mountain with all concentration. And at the same time that Jiang Chen successively cut down the 5 cultivators of the tribulation period. Misty Fairy Ancestor Hall. 2 disciples of Misty Shanzong who are responsible for guarding the ancestral land are standing on either side of the ancestral hall. "Brother, Tianshu Ancestor, he really fell?" The slightly younger disciple on the left couldn't help but ask curiously. "Yes, not long ago, the ancestor Tianshu left the soul card in the ancestral hall, which has been shattered." The older disciple on the right took a slow and deep breath, nodded and said, "The brother who guarded the ancestral hall earlier was also frightened by this, and the sect asked you and I to come and guard the ancestral hall." The disciple on the left suddenly looked shocked and said, "Tianshu Ancestor is a well-known expert in the tribulation period of the immortal cultivation world, and his strength is the existence at the top of the immortal cultivation world. How can he fall easily? Have no idea." The disciple on the right shook his head and slowly said, "The sect master has personally investigated this matter with other Shanzong powerhouses, and there must be results soon." But just as the disciple's voice fell, the ancestral hall suddenly heard a banging sound. Hearing the voice in the ancestral hall, the expressions of the 2 Misty Shanzong disciples changed drastically. As disciples of Misty Immortal Sect, they naturally knew exactly what it meant to be heard in the ancestral hall. Because the voice of Tao is the sound of the explosion of the soul card. In the ancestral hall of Misty Immortal Sect, except for some unparalleled geniuses, only strong men above the stage of harmony have soul tablets in the ancestral hall. Misty Shanzong, another strong man above the stage of harmony, has fallen. Where did these 2 disciples dare to hesitate at all, and hurriedly stepped into the ancestral hall? Their eyes swept slightly, and they soon landed on a spot in the center of the hall. Originally placed the soul card of Misty Shanzong's 3 great tribulation period powers. With the fall of Tianshu Ancestor, there should be 2 soul cards left here. But the 2 disciples were shocked to discover that in this place where there should have been 2 soul cards, there was only the last soul card standing there alone. And around this soul card, there were a number of broken soul cards scattered on the ground. This should be the soul card of the sect master. The soul card of the sect master burst. The older disciple looked at the scene in front of him, and there was an unconcealable panic in his eyes. Misty Shanzong has only 3 cultivating powers during the tribulation period. Except for the fallen ancestor of Tianshu, there are only the sect master and the ancestor of Tianshu who has not been born for many years. The ancestor of the profound sky has been in the Misty Immortal Sect retreat and cultivating. Unless the deadline comes, it is impossible to fall suddenly. This blasted soul card belongs to their Misty Sect master. The sect master hurriedly went to investigate the situation of the fall of the ancestor of Tianshu together with the 4 great powers of the other immortal sects. The 5 cultivators of the Great Tribulation period joined forces, and even in the entire Shenwu continent, they could almost walk sideways. How could their Misty Sect master fall at this time? Go quickly and report to the senior sect." The disciple took a deep breath, and immediately disappeared into the same place with a flicker. And at the same time that Misty Shanzong discovered that the master Yun Tianyi had fallen, Taixu Immortal Sect and the other 4 immortal sects also quickly discovered that the monk of the tribulation period of his sect had fallen. The 5 immortals have all made contact with each other. When they learned that the 5 great powers sent by the 5 great immortal sects had all fallen, they couldn't help but shake. The cultivator of the tribulation period, this is the top powerhouse in the world of immortality. Even in the entire world of cultivating immortals, the number of cultivators during the tribulation period is rare. The fall of 5 cultivators during the tribulation period was enough to hurt the vitality of the 5 great immortals. Suddenly, the entire world of immortality has become surging. Chapter 2370. Not from Shenwu continent. Taixu Immortal Sect, located in the central area of the Shushan realm of Shenwu continent, Taixu Immortal Mountain, ranks first among the 5 immortal sects of Shenwu continent. Taixu Immortal Sect has a long inheritance history. It has existed since the birth of the Immortal Cultivation realm on the Shenwu continent, and is one of the pioneers of the Immortal Cultivation realm on the Shenwu continent. Taixu Immortal Sect's strength is unfathomable, far better than the other 4 immortal sects, and has an incomparable position in the world of immortality. After the soul card of true person Qingyan, Taixu Immortal Sect was also the first to notify the other 4 immortal sects and let them come to Taixu Immortal Sect to discuss matters. This time Danyang City suddenly appeared the martial, censored, king of the northern martial arts world, and killed the Tianshu ancestor of Misty Shanzong. The 5 great immortal sects naturally attached great importance to this, and each sent a great power to cross the catastrophe period to Danyang City. No one could have imagined that the 5 great powers of the tribulation period, including true person Qingyan, the monk in the middle of the tribulation period, would have all fallen. With the strength of the real Qingyan, in the entire world of cultivating immortals, it is enough to rank in the top 10. With the addition of the 4 cultivators of the 4 great immortal sects, this lineup is almost enough to walk sideways in the Shenwu continent. Even if the old monsters in the late stage of the tribulation make a move, they may not be able to easily win the 5 real Qingyan people, let alone kill all 5 people. Such means, even if Wu Zontian, the number 1 expert in the northern martial arts world, might not be able to kill all the 5 real people of Qingyan in one go. The fall of the 5 great powers during the tribulation period is a huge blow to the entire world of immortality. And the northern martial arts world has another such enchanting martial arts king, which is undoubtedly worse for their immortal cultivation world. Even if it was Taixu Immortal Sect, the other 4 immortal sects had time to discuss countermeasures. After the 4 great immortal sects got the summoning order of Taixu Immortal Sect, they also dispatched Zongmin to cross the tribulation period powerhouse to Taixu Immortal Sect for the first time. Taixu Shanzong, the main hall of sect discussion. 5 monks during the tribulation period sat quietly on the main hall. These 5 breaths are overwhelming, and any one of them will not be inferior in the slightest to the real Qingyan who has reached the middle stage of the tribulation. In the leading position, there is an elegant middle-aged man in a blue Taoist robe. This person is no one else. It is Mu Qingkang, the contemporary lord of the Taixu Immortal Sect, a well-known expert in the tribulation period in the immortal cultivation world of the Shenwu continent. Everyone, this time, a martial, censored king from the northern martial arts world suddenly appeared in the immortal cultivation world, and he even killed 6 strong men in the immortal cultivation world. What do you think of this matter? I don't know how long it took. Mu Qingkang finally spoke slowly, breaking the tranquility in the hall. This fact is a bit strange. The northern martial arts world has fallen. Except for a martial arts god, there is almost no strong person who can match the late stage of the robbery. How can such an enchanting, censored, King Tianzhao suddenly emerge? At the head of the left, an old man with a misty breath and white beard and hair said with a gloomy face. This old man is the Tianshuan ancestor of Misty Shanzong who hasn't been born for many years, and the only remaining monk of Misty Shanzong who is in the tribulation period. Now that the other 2 great tribulation monks of Misty Shanzong have all fallen, Misty Shanzong has reached a critical moment of life and death, and has to call out this ancestor who has not been born for a long time. The ancestor of the Misty Shanzong Tianshuan, one of the oldest monsters in the world of immortality cultivation, had a cultivation base in the late stage of the tribulation many years ago, and is the famous 5 powerhouse in the immortal cultivation world of the Shenwu continent. I have already been investigated. This person first appeared in the south of the Shenwu continent. Once a man was forced to press the Zong Xuanyang Gate, he forced Xuanyang Gate to give him a place in the immortal mountain of longevity. At this moment, a middle-aged man with red hair and red clothes next to him slowly said. This middle-aged man with red hair and red clothes is the sect master Jin Qishao of the Great Sun Immortal Sect, and he controls the area south of the immortal cultivation realm. Based on some news from Danyang City and what he had learned, Jin Qishao was almost certain that the person who killed the 5 great immortal sects during the tribulation period in Danyang City was the one who appeared at Xuanyang Gate. On that day, Xuanyang Gate reported the matter to Dari Shanzong, and Jin Qishao didn't care too much. According to Xuanyangmin's report, that genius in the martial arts world is just a martial arts arrogant comparable to the realm of the martial arts. Since this guy forcibly seized a spot in the Xuanyang Gate for a longevity fairy mountain, his purpose should be longevity. When the longevity fairy mountain opens, there will be many strong people in their cultivation world going to the Longevity Fairy Mountain. As long as the Tianzhao of the martial arts world dared to appear in the everlasting Immortal Mountain, he was destined to be difficult to fly. Jin Qishao never thought of it anyway. The martial artist at the gate of Xuanyang, who was comparable to the He Dao period, had such a terrifying strength. Killed the ancestor of the misty Shanzong Tianshu, annihilated the Dan family of the first immortal cultivating family, and finally killed 5 of their immortal cultivating realms strong in the tribulation period. 6 people crossing the catastrophe period. This is nearly 1/3 of the powerhouses in the tribulation period in the Shenwu continent, and now they have been wiped out by the mysterious martial arts Tianzhao. Oh, so, that kid is here for the everlasting Immortal Mountain. The ancestor Tianshuan's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, if this is the case, let's go to Changsheng Shanshan and wait for the kid to bring him to the door. This kid is too enchanting. If you don't get rid of it as soon as possible, I'm afraid the consequences will happen. Unthinkable. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Since the Northern Martial Arts world dares to let that kid come to the immortal world, he must have some preparations. Now that I have lost 6 of my cultivators during the tribulation period, it can be described as a great loss of vitality. Facing the Northern Martial Arts world, I am afraid that I will not be able to occupy much of an advantage. The Northern Martial Arts world is very likely to take the opportunity to make a comeback, and we have to guard against it. At this moment, the old Tibetan sword elder of the Purple Sword Sect also spoke. Hearing the words of the old man hiding the sword, everyone's hearts couldn't help but shudder. Many years ago, the world of cultivating immortals fell on the everlasting mountain because of too many strong men, and was almost taken advantage of by the Northern Martial Arts world. Now that they have suddenly fallen from the world of cultivating immortals, 6 strong men of the tribulation period, how can the Northern Martial Arts world not seize this opportunity? I don't know if you have thought about it, maybe that kid is not from the Northern Martial Arts world, or even from the Shenwu continent. Jin Qishao was silent for a moment, and suddenly said astonishingly authentic. Following Jin Qishao's words, the eyes of the other 4 people all gathered on Jin Qishao's body. Sect Master Tai Immortal Sect Mu Qingkang said solemnly, Sect Master Jin, I wonder what you mean by this. Jin Qishao took a deep breath and slowly said, I suspect that the mysterious young man who suddenly appeared in the realm of cultivating immortals is not from the martial arts realm in the north, nor is it a person from the realm of Shenwu. Chapter 2371, Gather in the Everlasting Fairy Mountain. What do you mean? The mysterious young man who suddenly appeared in the realm of cultivating immortals is likely to come from the realm of gods. Mu Qingkang also thought of something instantly, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. The other 3 couldn't help but change slightly when they heard Mu Qingkang's words. As the cultivators of the 5 great immortal sects during the tribulation period, they are very clear about the history of the Shenwu continent. Shenwu continent is a part of the master world of martial arts practice in the universe and gods. Long ago, their side of cultivating the immortal universe launched an invasion of the divine realm universe. That cosmic level battle was fought so much that even the Lord's world of God's domain was torn apart because of this. And Shenwu continent is a part of God's domain master world. Their ancestors were the surviving immortal cultivators on this continent. The ancestors developed in secret, gradually became stronger in this continent, and even gradually suppressed the martial arts forces in the north, and only then has the current immortal cultivation world. They knew very well that when the divine realm collapsed, Shenwu continent was only a part of it. Outside of the Shenwu continent, there should be martial arts practitioners in God's domain. For so many years, Shenwu continent has never seen a martial arts practitioner from God's domain, and they even almost forgot about it. Now that Jin Qishao suddenly mentioned this matter, their expressions became extremely solemn. Since the rise of their immortal cultivation world in Shenwu continent, the northern martial arts world has been suppressed by them, and it has been in decline almost every day. It is also impossible for the northern martial arts world to suddenly give birth to such an enchanting martial arts arrogant. If such a Tianzhao figure really appeared in the northern martial arts world, he would definitely be protected to the death. How could he be placed in the position of a longevity fairy mountain and let him come to the world of cultivating immortals to take an adventure? The mysterious young man who suddenly appeared in the world of cultivating immortals might really be a martial arts practitioner from God's domain. If this is the case, they might be in danger from the immortal cultivation world on the Shenwu continent. God realm is an existence that can contend with their immortal cultivation universe. Although the battle that year caused the collapse of the universe of God's domain, God's domain must be greatly injured because of this, but the camel that died was bigger than a horse. With the strength of their Shenwu continent cultivation realm, it is absolutely impossible to compete with God's domain. Regardless of whether that kid comes from a world outside of Shenwu continent, we must not let him live. Since that kid's goal is the Immortal Mountain of Longevity, then we will go to the Immortal Mountain of Longevity and wait, even if it is at all costs, we must stay in the Immortal Mountain of Longevity forever. Mu Qingkang's eyes couldn't help but a sharp cold light flashed across his eyes. Their immortal cultivators and martial arts cultivators in God's domain have long been immortal. Regardless of the origin of that kid, as long as he is a martial arts practitioner in God's domain, it is a great threat to their immortal cultivation world. If that kid came from the northern martial arts world, they absolutely would not allow such martial arts arrogance to exist in the northern martial arts world. If that kid came from a world outside of Shenwu continent, they would even have to destroy that kid. Once God's domain discovers their existence, it will undoubtedly be a disaster for them. There is no problem to deal with that kid, but it is obviously impossible to hide things from the immortal world from the eyes of the northern martial arts world. We must guard against it, Jin Qishao said, solemnly. A gleam flashed in Mu Qingkang's eyes. This time, we gather all our strength to go to the everlasting Immortal Mountain. If the northern martial arts world dares to come, then let's fight to the death. Over the years, although the cultivating world has been suppressing the northern martial arts world, the northern martial arts world is not a soft persimmon that anyone can knead. If they want to completely destroy the martial arts world, they will have to pay a lot of price. Prior to this, the 5 great immortals had been using the strategy of boiling frogs in warm water, gradually eroding the northern martial arts world. With the birth of the mysterious martial arts Tianzhao, their plan to gradually encroach on the northern martial arts world is obviously not working. For Mu Qingkang's decision, the other 4 naturally didn't make any sense. Although the Shushan realm has fallen to 6 cultivators during the tribulation period, none of the strongmen in the late tribulation period has fallen. Now facing the northern martial arts world, they still have the advantage of decision. If the delay continues, the situation will only become more and more unfavorable for them in the realm of cultivation. After Mu Qingkang discussed with the 4 tribulation monks of the 4 great immortal sects, the 4 of them left Taixu Immortal Sect one after another, preparing to summon the sect forces in their respective jurisdictions, and gathered for longevity 3 days later. Fairy Mountain. At the same time as the 5 great immortals in the world of cultivating immortals are preparing to gather the power of the world of cultivating immortals to go to the Eternal Mountain. Tianwu City, the northern martial art world of Shenwu mainland. This city is the center of the northern martial arts world and the first city in the martial arts world. Because here is where the first martial artist in the northern martial arts world is located. The Wu family was once a famous ancient clan in God's domain world, with an extremely long inheritance history. After the Great Tribulation of the ancient times, God's domain collapsed, and the Wu family also appeared in the northern region of the God's domain. Since the rise of the immortal world in the northern territory, the reason why the martial arts forces can occupy a place in this continent is mainly because of the existence of the martial arts. Had it not been for a peerless arrogant of the martial arts to rise against the sky, the martial arts forces in the northern territory would have been wiped out by the immortal world. Until now, the reason why the martial arts world was able to fight against the immortal world was also because of the existence of the martial arts. Wu Zhantian, the contemporary patriarch of the martial arts, is the only master of the 9 heavens, the only censored in the martial arts world of the northern territory. In today's Shenwu continent, he is almost invincible. If it is one-on-one, even if you look at the entire world of cultivation, no one can even compete with it. Tianwu City, Wu family. Naturally, Wu Zhantian got the news for the first time about the shocking changes that occurred in the world of Shushan. He was naturally ecstatic when he learned that a mysterious martial artist had slayed 6 cultivating monks from the immortal world by himself and destroyed the first immortal family Dan family. Naturally, no one knew that the mysterious powerhouse who appeared in the realm of cultivating immortals was definitely not a member of the martial arts realm of their northern region. Since he was not from the northern martial arts world, the only possibility for that mysterious powerhouse was to come from the middle. Since the immortal world occupied the southern region, their northern martial arts world has completely lost contact with the central region. Wu Zhantian didn't expect that there would be a martial arts expert in the middle territory, suddenly coming to the north territory. This is undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime plan for their northern martial arts world. How could Wu Zhantian easily miss it? Without the slightest hesitation, he quickly summoned the power of the northern martial arts world and moved towards the longevity immortal. Chapter 2372, Susenya, Longevity Fairy Mountain. The largest mountain range on the Shenwu continent is located in the middle of the Shenwu continent, which almost traverses the entire Shenwu continent, dividing the Shenwu continent into two parts, the north and the south. Longevity Fairy Mountain is full of vitality, and there are countless dangers inside. It is a forbidden area for humans in Shenwu continent. Even if the cultivator of the tribulation period and the martial god king entered it, they may not be able to walk out of it alive. Although the everlasting immortal mountain is extremely dangerous, it also contains countless chances against the heavens, and countless people on the Shenwu continent are eager for it. Especially in the cultivating world of Shenwu continent, there is a chance of becoming immortal in the everlasting immortal mountain. In order to prevent the chance of becoming immortal from falling into the hands of others, the 5 great immortal sects in the realm of cultivating immortals completely controlled the immortal mountain of longevity. At a fixed time each year, the 5 great immortal sects will open once at a fixed time, and only the sect forces of the realm of cultivating immortals can get the quota to enter the everlasting immortal mountain. After Jiang Chen killed the 5 tribulation cultivators of the 5 great immortals, directly under the leadership of Hong Tianyang, he slowly came to the Tongxian Valley of the everlasting immortal mountain. Tongxian Valley is located in the center of Changshungshan Mountain. This is the only safe area in Changshungshan and the only passage connecting the north and south of Shenwu continent. Whether the southern cultivator wants to go to the northern martial arts, or the northern warrior comes to the southern cultivating world, Tongxian Valley is the only place that must pass. It is also because of the natural barrier of the everlasting immortal mountain that it is extremely difficult for the cultivation world to attack the northern martial arts world, and the northern martial arts world has been surviving in the north of the Shenwu mainland. In order to prevent the immortal cultivators from sneaking into the everlasting immortal mountain and the people from the northern martial arts world from mixing into the immortal cultivating world, the 5 great immortals not only arranged powerful formations at the entrance of Tongxian Valley, but also sent strong guards. Even if it is an ordinary cultivator during the tribulation period, it is not an easy task to venture through the immortal valley. My lord, the entrance to the immortal mountain of longevity leads to the immortal valley, and it's still here. Hong Tianyang parked the carriage 1,000 feet away from Tongxian Valley, and couldn't help but said to Jiang Chen in the carriage. Hearing Hong Tianyang's words, Jiang Chen sitting in the carriage suddenly opened his eyes, and then appeared outside the carriage in a flash. His gaze couldn't help but look towards the huge mountain range in front of him. The mountains are boundless, and there are sacred mountains and ancient forests with strange peaks everywhere, and there are bright fairy lights flashing above. Even if he was outside the mountains, Jiang Chen could vaguely feel the powerful breath of life emanating from the mountains. This immortal mountain of longevity really deserves its reputation. Jiang Chen looked at the mountain range in front of him, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Although he is not a cultivator, he also knows how vain and ethereal it is to become a celestial being asked. According to the cultivation system of the immortal cultivator, the Mahayana period is after the tribulation period, and the cultivator at the peak of the Mahayana period breaks through the limit again before being able to ask Tao to become immortal. The monks in the crossing period correspond to the gods of the martial arts king, and the monks in the Mahayana period are equivalent to the masters of the martial arts. Asking to become immortal is equivalent to the immortal realm in the legend of God's domain continent. The immortal realm has always been a legend in the history of God's domain continent. Since the birth of Shenyu martial arts civilization, the existence of immortal realm has almost never been born. From this it can be seen that if a cultivator wants to ask about becoming a celestial being, that is by no means an easy task. The immortal cultivating universe outside of God's domain would not launch a cosmic-level war against God's domain because of an immortal steel that contained an opportunity to become a fairy. The immortal martial continent in front of me is only a part of the shattered God realm, so how can it be possible to have a longevity immortal fate? Before coming to Changshungshan, Jiang Chen actually sneered at the fact that Changshungshan had a chance to become a fairy. But when he was seeing the everlasting mountain, his thoughts were shaken at this moment. Because he felt the same breath as that mysterious immortal monument from the longevity immortal mountain in front of him. The immortal mountain of longevity in front of him, as in the rumors, has the opportunity to become a fairy. It seems that after God's domain collapsed in the war, this place seems to have undergone some sort of earth-shattering change. No matter how great changes have taken place here, this immortal mountain of longevity is a part of God's domain. In Jiang Chen's view, the immortal destiny that these immortal cultivators spoke of was probably the opportunity for them to break through the dominance of the martial art of the gods and seek the eternal life. A sharp light flashed across Jiang Chen's eyes. Whether it is to find God's domain in heavenly Tao, or for the supreme chance in this immortal mountain of longevity, he has to enter to find out. Hong Tianyang, in accordance with the agreement between you and me, as long as you take me to the everlasting mountain, I will spare your life, and now you can leave. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, looked back at Hong Tianyang, and said indifferently. Hong Tianyang hurriedly said, "My lord, I am willing to follow you for the rest of my life, and serve you after the horse." Although the one in front of him is not a cultivator, he is a martial arts arrogant who can easily kill the cultivators during the tribulation period. His talent for cultivating immortals was not excellent at all. After leaving Xuanyang Gate, he could only carefully survive in the border areas of the cultivating world, and only barely became a monk in the nascent soul stage after his entire life. If he can follow the one in front of him, it might not be an opportunity for him. My trip to the everlasting immortal mountain is too dangerous. With your mere cultivation base of the Yuan Ying period, you are almost dead. Jiang Chen couldn't help but glanced at Hong Tianyang, then hesitated slightly. If you really want to follow me, then go back to the Tianyang sect to develop your power in secret. After I come out of the everlasting mountain, I will naturally contact you. My lord, Tianyang should obey it. Hong Tianyang hesitated slightly and said, "It's just that the strength is low. I'm afraid it will be difficult for the Tianyang sect to develop too much." With a move of Jiang Chen's palm, 3 pieces of ancient jade emerged from the palm of his palm. He quickly formed seals with both hands and sealed his 3 sword auras in 3 pieces of ancient jade. In these 3 pieces of ancient jade, my 3 sword auras are sealed, and once they are sacrificed, they can kill any monk during the tribulation period. What questions do you have? Jiang Chen casually threw 3 pieces of ancient jade to Hong Tianyang, and said lightly. Hong Tianyang was immediately overjoyed. He quickly vowed to promise. My lord, don't worry, with these 3 pieces of ancient jade, I promise that Tianyang sect will take the place of Xuanyang Gate as quickly as possible. Soon, most of the power in the world of cultivating immortals will be attracted to this immortal mountain of longevity. You can figure it out by yourself, and hope you won't let me down. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and then strode directly towards the entrance of Tongxian Valley. Chapter 2373, Identity Exposure. This is the entrance to the immortal mountain of longevity. Without the permission of the 5 great immortals, no one can enter without permission. Those who come will stop. Just when Jiang Chen stepped into the range of 100 meters from the entrance of Tongxian Valley, 2 spatial fluctuations suddenly spread from the entrance of Tongxian Valley. 2 middle-aged monks with extraordinary auras also emerged out of thin air directly in front of Jiang Chen. These 2 monks are extremely not weak, and their cultivation bases have reached the stage of harmony. Under the Xuanyang sect disciple Hong Tianyang, this time in the Xuanyang sect Changsheng Shanwei, he won a place to enter the everlasting immortal mountain. When Jiang Chen spoke, he directly took out the token he had obtained at Xuanyang Gate. When the 2 middle-aged cultivators heard Jiang Chen's words, there was also a glimmer of imperceptible light in their eyes. With the token in your body, you can enter the immortal mountain of longevity, please. The 2 middle-aged monks didn't say much, and directly gave way for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen gave a fist to the 2 of them, and then strode directly into the everlasting immortal mountain. It wasn't until Jiang Chen's figure disappeared from their sight that the cultivator on the left looked incredulous and said, "This kid is the existence of the cultivator world who is making trouble." Holding the token of Xuanyang Gate, and coming alone, it should be him in all likelihood. The other monk also took a deep breath and said, "It shouldn't be too late," and immediately notify the people of the 5 great immortals. Naturally, the 2 of them already knew what happened in the world of immortality. They also knew that the mysterious martial arts celestial arrogant who had severely inflicted the immortal cultivation world, the next goal was the immortal mountain of longevity. In order not to scare the snake, the 5 great immortals did not cancel the opening of the everlasting immortal mountain because of the sudden change in the world of immortality, in order to invite the monarch to enter the urn. Now that this one has entered Tongxian Valley, they naturally have to report the news to the 5 great immortals as soon as possible. After Jiang Chen entered Tongxian Valley, he walked slowly along Tongxian Valley. Jiang Chen came to a vast open area with thousands of miles in Tongxian Valley. In this place, there are surprisingly many immortal cultivators gathered here. Jiang Chen swept his gaze slightly, and felt an extremely huge array force from around this place, sealing the surrounding space. This place in front of me should be the real entrance to the everlasting immortal mountain. This place was banned by the 5 great immortals with no formation, unless the 5 great immortals personally came to open the formation. Even the monks who crossed the catastrophe period would never want to forcibly break into the immortal mountain of longevity. Jiang Chen felt the power of the surrounding formations, and found that the formations left by the 5 immortal sects here were indeed extremely extraordinary. Even with Jiang Chen's current strength, he may not be sure to break it forcibly. Although he has a system in his body, he can fully understand this formation with the help of the system, but it also takes a certain amount of time. Anyway, people from the 5 great immortals will soon come to start the formation, and Jiang Chen is too lazy to waste time and experience on the formation before him. He found a secluded position, meditated with his legs crossed and closed his eyes, and waited quietly. With such waiting, there are more and more immortal cultivators appearing here. About 3 days later, hundreds of cultivators gathered here. Among them, some acquaintances Jiang Chen had met. For example, several Xuanyangmen disciples headed by Yang Zan, and Xian Fairy from Misty Immortal Sect, all appeared here. Naturally, Yang Zan and the others also discovered Jiang Chen hiding in the corner, and a sneer suddenly appeared on their faces. This guy really thought that if he got a token to enter the everlasting immortal mountain from their Xuanyang gate, would he be able to mix into the everlasting immortal? After a while, the identity of this fellow warrior is revealed, and this place is his burial place. Unexpectedly, this guy really dared to come to the everlasting immortal mountain. Fairy Xian looked at Jiang Chen, who was cross-legged and closed his eyes, and couldn't help but let out a low whisper. Thinking of Jiang Chen's unfathomable strength, Fairy Xian had a bad premonition instinctively in her heart. Although the 5 great immortal sects had gathered all the power of the 5 great immortal sects to deal with Jiang Chen this time, even so, I am afraid that this guy may not be able to win this guy today. Just as Fairy Xian and others were looking at Jiang Chen, a strange spatial fluctuation suddenly came from the void. The cultivator in the tribulation period in Wudao Qixiandi also instantly cut through the void and directly appeared in front of everyone out of thin air. The leader is Mu Qingkang, the master of Taixu Immortal Sect. The other 4 people were naturally the 4 powerhouses who went to Tai Shanzong to discuss matters that day. When the 5 Mu Qingkang appeared, they immediately surrounded Jiang Chen, who was sitting cross-legged in the corner, firmly in the center. Feeling the surrounding situation, Jiang Chen couldn't help but opened his eyes, his gaze faintly swept over the 5 Mu Qingkang. I don't know what the 5 seniors mean. Hee. Boy, we can't afford to be your predecessor in this life. Mu Qingkang smiled coldly and said, what a peerless god King Tianzhao in the martial arts world, killing me and 6 cultivators of the 5 great immortal sects, and destroying my first family of cultivators in the world of cultivating immortals, dare to come to this immortal mountain of eternal life. When he seized the token to enter the everlasting immortal mountain at Xuanyang Gate, and when he swept Danyang City and killed the 5 Dadu Tribulation cultivators, the combat power he showed was 1 heaven and 1 underground. He originally thought that the 5 great immortals should not discover the connection between the two so quickly. Now it seems that he still underestimates the control of the 5 great immortal sects over the realm of cultivation. Although his identity was revealed, Jiang Chen was not too alarmed. He looked at Mu Qingkang calmly. The 5 great immortal sects in the world of cultivating immortals really have some abilities. You discovered my identity so quickly. It seems that you don't plan to let me enter the immortal mountain of longevity. Boy, when his death is near, he still dared to think about the immortal mountain of longevity. The everlasting immortal mountain is the territory controlled by my immortal cultivation world. How can you martial artists get involved? You killed my 2 great cultivators from the Misty Fairy Sect. Today, the old man will smash your corpse to vent my hatred. At this moment, the ancestor Tianshuan of the Misty Shanzong roared, and the monstrous mana directly turned into an emptiness and misty invisible giant palm, which suppressed Jiang Chen with 1 palm. Jiang Chen's complexion remained unchanged, and when he raised his hand, there was a dazzling ancient seal of Zhu Shen, which was smashed at the invisible giant palm. Only heard a loud noise, Jiang Chen's seal blasted the invisible giant palm of the ancestor of the sky into nothingness. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the 4 Mu Qingkang changed slightly, and the gazes looking at Jiang Chen also became more solemn. Chapter 2374, War is Back, Tianshuan Ancestor. This is an old monster whose cultivation has reached the late stage of the tribulation, and is also one of the top 5 powerhouses in the world of immortal cultivation on the Shenwu continent. With the strength of the ancestor Tianxuan, he couldn't even ask for any advantage in this son's hands. The strength of the black-clothed youth in front of them really exceeded their imagination. The scene before him stunned many immortal cultivators who were not aware of it. What's the matter with this god? Who is that young man in black? How can the 5 great immortal sects who are strong in the tribulation period take action against that kid? I am afraid you don't know it yet. It's said that a strong man from the martial arts world came to the world of cultivating immortals and killed several cultivators from the 5 great immortal schools. Not bad, that martial arts expert should be the kid in front of him. Hi, this. How is this possible? When many immortal cultivators learned of Jiang Chen's identity, there was a look of horror that could not be concealed in their eyes. Over the years, the martial arts world in the Northern Realm has been suppressed to death by their immortal cultivation realm, and can only rely on the immortal mountain of longevity, and the tortoise stays in the north to survive. They didn't expect it anyway. In the Northern martial arts world, there will be strong people who come to the world of cultivating immortals, and they have severely damaged the 5 immortal sects in one fell swoop. This person who severely inflicted the 5 great immortal sects is still a very young-looking boy. Boy, there is absolutely no person like you in the Northern martial arts world. You are not from the Northern martial arts world. The ancestor Tianxuan stared at Jiang Chen steadily. You really are a warrior from God's domain continent. Hearing what the ancestor Tianxuan said, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. People from the immortal cultivation realm on the Shenwu continent unexpectedly guessed his true origin so quickly. It seems that you have a lot of understanding of the immortal cultivation realm, and you guessed my origin so quickly. Jiang Chen calmly looked at the 5 ancestors of Tianxuan, and said indifferently, if I guess right, you are the immortal cultivators who invaded God's domain in the first place, and are left in the God's domain. Unexpectedly, the warriors of God's domain could still come to Shenwu continent. The ancestor Tianxuan stared at Jiang Chen with stern eyes. Boy, if you are more acquainted, tell us how you came to Shenwu continent, maybe we can consider keeping your whole body. Jiang Chen glanced at the ancestor Tianxuan with disdain. Old fellow, if you want to kill me, I'm afraid you are not qualified. Boy, don't be rampant, today this Tongxian Valley is destined to be your burial place. Hearing Jiang Chen's arrogant words, one of the cultivators in the middle of the catastrophe could no longer hold back, and his body directly smashed into the void, and immediately with a stroke of his hands, he sacrificed a huge bronze axe, facing it as if opening the world. Jiang Chen slashed out, the heavenly axe of the Tiangong Shanzong, one of the 10 magical tools for cultivating immortals. Seeing that this cultivator in the middle of the tribulation took action, some cultivators with extraordinary knowledge couldn't help but yell out. The celestial axe of the Tiangong Immortal Sect is a well-known magic weapon in the Shenwu continent. With Jin Tianhong's cultivation in the mid-stage of the tribulation, he used his full force of the heavenly axe, which could split the world and smash the stars with one blow. In the face of Jin Tianhong's pioneering axe, Jiang Chen's expression was unusually calm. I saw his figure still standing motionless. Jin Tianhong's axe crashed, and when the force on the axe appeared within 100 feet of Jiang Chen's body, it was like a piece of glass hitting steel, suddenly breaking apart in midair. Stab! Countless terrifying gas spilled out like clear water, blasting out in all directions, piercing through layer after layer of void. Countless monks all around, under the impact of that terrifying qi, retreated in embarrassment. Some of the weaker ones, even too late to react, were crushed by that terrifying qi together with the nascent soul. Countless monks retreated hundreds of miles away in embarrassment. They looked up at the figure standing proudly, and there was an incredible horror in their eyes. Sect Master Jin Tianhong of Tiangong Immortal Sect, a dignified cultivator in the middle of the tribulation, was trying his best to catalyze the condensed opening blow of the heavenly axe, and he couldn't even invade the black-clothed young man's whole body. The mayfly shakes the tree, it's ridiculous. Jiang Chen stood with his hands held up, as if standing high above the 9 heavens and stepping on the sun and the moon, looking down at Jin Tianhong indifferently. In front of these 5 great tribulation cultivators, the strongest is the ancestor of the misty Shanzong. This old guy is the only monk whose cultivation level has reached the late stage of the tribulation, and his strength is inferior to that of the divine king's 7th heaven. Even the ancestor Tianxuan, in his eyes, it was just that. The kid is going to be rampant, my old man with hidden swords will meet you. At this moment, the icy voice of the long-sword old man of the purple sword sect fell, and a strange cyan ancient sword also emerged out of thin air in his palm. I saw that his body was gleaming with blue light, and the vast mana continued to converge in the blue ancient sword in his hand, making the sword light on the ancient sword more and more glamorous. Qing Ming's sword, the old Tibetan sword, screamed, and when he raised his hand, he slashed at Jiang Chen with a sword. Above the entire Tongxian Valley, there was only this extremely dazzling sword, as if to cut Jiang Chen and the space around him into nothingness. Very good sword. Looking at the sword sacrificed by the old Tibetan sword, Jiang Chen couldn't help but tisk in praise. This guy in front of him is worthy of being a sword repairer who has reached the middle stage of the tribulation. Apart from his Qingdi swordsmanship, this trick of the old man with hidden swords, any swordsmanship that Jiang Chen has seen, probably can't be compared to the old man with hidden swords. If your cultivation reaches the late stage of the tribulation, this sword may still cause me a little trouble. It is a pity that this sword is not enough to see in front of me based on your cultivation in the middle of the tribulation. Jiang Chen lifted his finger lightly, and a finger popped out. This finger flick on a sword cut by the old Tibetan sword, almost instantly shattered the bright sword light into nothingness. Jiang Chen pointed at the old man with the sword again. The old man with the sword had not yet reacted, and his entire body had been bounced out, turning into a meteor, flying upside down to a distance of thousands of feet in an instant. Chenjiang Void is the body of the old man with hidden sword. A huge hole was born. With just 2 understated fingers, the old man of the purple sword sect Tibetan sword has been defeated. Chapter 2375, 1 against 5. No. Impossible, it's not true. Yes, the old man with the Tibetan sword was defeated by that kid with 2 fingers. How is this possible? At that moment, all those who saw this scene were silent, some could not believe their eyes. In the world of immortality, sword repair is undoubtedly one of the most domineering existence. Every sword repairer is almost invincible in the same realm. As the ancestor of the purple sword sect, the old man with Tibetan swords not only reached the middle stage of the tribulation, but also attained an extremely high level of kendo attainments. Even the monks in the late stage of the tribulation, I am afraid they may not be able to defeat them so lightly. The power of their immortal cultivators would have been better than the martial arts power of God's domain. Even the martial God King, who is comparable to the tribulation period, is slightly inferior when the cultivation base is equivalent. With the strength of the old man with the Tibetan sword, even a peerless powerhouse of the 7th heaven God King of the martial arts world, he might not be able to defeat him with 2 fingers. The black-clothed young man in front of him is a martial arts censored king who has attained his cultivation level to the 8th heaven of the censored king. This sun is too enchanting, let's shoot together. Seeing the trio of Tianshuan ancestors making repeated moves, none of them even got any advantage from Jiang Chen, Mu Qingkang couldn't help but said solemnly. When the ancestor Tianshuan and Jiang Chen fought, Mu Qingkang still felt that ancestor Tianshuan did not use all his strength, and Jiang Chen was able to compete with him. But with Tiangong Immortal Sect Sovereign Jin Tianhong and Ziqing Zhanzong Tibetan sword elderly one after another shot, Mu Qingkang finally had to admit that the kid in front of him was far more terrifying than they thought. Tiangong Immortal Sect Master Jin Tianhong and Ziqing Zhanzong Tibetan sword old man, both of them were cultivators at the peak of the mid-career period, and their cultivation bases were almost equal to the martial arts powerhouses of the God King's 6th heaven. But in terms of combat power, the two were completely capable of suppressing the martial arts powerhouse of God King's 6th heaven. Even facing the powerhouse of the 7th heaven of God King, it can compete against 1 or 2. With the strength of the 2 of them, they were both defeated by the black-clothed youth in front of them. The black-clothed young man in front of him, I am afraid, at least has the cultivation base of the 8 heavens of the King of God. In the battle that year, although they were unable to completely conquer God's domain, Shushan universe also caused a great loss of vitality and strength. Mu Qingkang and the others thought that the current God realm should be extremely weak. When the world of cultivating immortals gradually cannibalized the northern martial arts world of Shenwu continent, their strength will surely rise to another level. They can take the initiative to attack God's domain and accomplish what their ancestors failed to accomplish. It wasn't until the black-clothed youth appeared in front of him that Mu Qingkang realized that they might have underestimated God's domain. Now that God's domain can give birth to such an enchanting young Tianzhao, the strength will certainly not be so bad, at least not that they can contend with the immortal cultivation realm of the Shenwu continent. They can only kill the boy in front of them at all costs, and then find a way to block the passage between God's domain and Shenwu continent. Otherwise, once God realm knows about the situation of Shenwu continent, it will definitely come with all its strength and uproot their Shenwu continent cultivation realm. Mu Qingkang screamed and dazzled the Tai Qingjian of the Tai Immortal Sect directly, and then solidified a mysterious Cyan Tai pattern, and headed towards Jiang Chen's suppression with the heavenly power. Jin Tianhong, the lord of the Tiangong Immortal Sect, once again sacrificed a chasing axe to Jiang Chen. The old man with the hidden sword shone with blue light, and the sword that was more fierce and resplendent than before was also cut out in a sudden. Jin Qishao, the lord of the Great Sun Immortal Sect, gleamed with golden light all over his body, and behind a round of big sun, with a fiery aura that could burn everything, crashed down towards Jiang Chen. The ancestor Tianshuan of the misty Shanzong waved a palm, and the invisible giant palm seemed to have evolved a world, and then the terrifying power of the mind engulfed Jiang Chen's whole body and the vast void of his entire body. 5 great cultivators in the tribulation period took action at the same time. Among them, 4 of them were in the middle of tribulation, and 1 of them reached the end of tribulation. That kind of power destroys the world, and the earth is unimaginable. The sky and the earth seemed to be shattered, the dome broke open, and countless space storms rushed out of it. In the entire Tongxian Valley, there are huge waves of thousands of feet high. The countless cultivators all around retreated again and again, until they retreated thousands of miles away before they could barely stabilize their figure. They looked at the 5 Mu Qingkang who shot at the same time, and they couldn't help taking a breath. The monk who crossed the catastrophe period, the peerless powerhouse in the world of immortal cultivation in the Shenwu continent. Except for the 5 great immortal sects, even many disciples of the upper sect have not necessarily seen the cultivators during the tribulation period several times in their lives, let alone witnessing the cultivators of the 5 great tribulation periods taking action at the same time. Too strong, the cultivator during the tribulation period is worthy of being a peerless powerhouse standing on the pinnacle of the immortal cultivation world on the Shenwu continent. It is really terrifying. Many monks looked at the shocking scene in front of them, and they couldn't help but exclaimed. These 5 great tribulation cultivators teamed up. Even if they were the old monsters in the late tribulation period, they might not be able to resist it. That kid should be dead now. Especially the Xuanyang sect disciple headed by Yang Zan, there was an expression of excitement in his eyes. This guy who had forced their Xuanyang sect to succumb with his own power is finally going to be buried in this immortal valley. Only the Xian fairy of misty Shanzong couldn't help but let out a low whisper. I hope I can get rid of that guy. Since the young man in black appeared in Danyang City, all his actions were vividly remembered by Fairy Xian. Just when Fairy Xian thought this guy would be suppressed, this guy slapped him in the face with a slap. From Dan Qingfang, the master of the Dan family, to their ancestors of the Misty Celestial Sect, to their suzerain of the Misty Celestial Sect, the 5 great crossing tribulation period came. These people were almost all planted in the hands of Jiang Chen. Now Mu Qingkang and other 5 tribulation cultivators have joined forces again, and each of them is stronger than the original 5 tribulation cultivators. I don't know why. Fairy Xian always had a feeling that even the 5 Mu Qingkang might not necessarily be the opponent of this mysterious young man. Jiang Chen watched Mu Qingkang's 5 join forces, but his expression remained unchanged. The combination of the 5 great tribulation monks in front of them is equivalent to a combined blow of 4 censored kings 6 heavens and 1 censored king 7 heavens, and the power is indeed very terrifying. Even if it is a general god king 8 heavenly powerhouse, I am afraid that he has to avoid the edge for the time being. But, although Jiang Chen's cultivation has not broken through the 6th heaven of God King, but his combat power has long surpassed the power of God King 8 heaven, how can he have the slightest fear of Mu Qingkang 5? His whole body shone with golden light, and a golden giant sword that stretched through the sky slowly emerged from behind. Chapter 2376, The Peak of Crossing Tribulation is Coming. Jiang Chen condensed the divine body vision human emperor sword, and immediately moved his palm, and the golden ancient sword in his hand also turned into a golden glow, submerged in the divine body vision behind him. The golden mansions on the Emperor's sword of the divine body vision man made a big victory, and then slashed out with a terrifying might. The vitality of the heaven and the earth in a radius of thousands of miles was completely disturbed at this moment, causing the hearts of countless monks around him to palpitate. In the sky, there seemed to be 2 huge meteorites colliding together, and the energy of destroying the heavens and the earth turned the entire sky above Tongxian Valley into chaotic purgatory. With Jiang Chen's current strength, fully spurring the divine body vision human emperor sword, and then fusing this golden ancient sword made from fragments of the human emperor's sword in his hand. Even the powerhouse of the God King's 8th heaven can be slashed with a single sword. How can Mu Qingkang 5 people compete with Jiang Chen's amazing sword? There was only a crackling sound. Mu Qingkang's 5 attacks, it seemed that they could not withstand the power of this sword at all, and it exploded directly in the void. The 5 Mu Qingkang's figures trembled, and they made a muffled groan in their mouths almost at the same time. Except for the ancestor of the profound sky, whose cultivation level reached the late stage of the tribulation, the other 4 people couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood in their mouths. In Tongxian Valley, there was a dead silence in the sky and underground. Everyone looked at this scene like a ghost, and some couldn't believe their eyes. Mu Qingkang and the other 5 powerful men who crossed the tribulation period joined forces, and they were also defeated by the young man in black with a sword. Sure enough, these 5 great tribulation period powerhouses still couldn't stop him. Fairy Xian stared blankly at the scene before her, and couldn't help but let out a low whisper in her mouth. Although she already had a hunch, Mu Qingkang and other 5 great tribulation cultivators might not be able to win this unfathomable mysterious youth. The 5 Mu Qingkang were also defeated by this mysterious young man with a sword. The 5 Mu Qingkang people were more than superior to the 5 cultivators who had descended to Danyang City during the tribulation period. 1 in the late stage of the robbery, plus 5 in the middle of the robbery. Such a lineup, even if you look at the entire Shenwu continent, there will never be more than 3 people who can compete with it. In the martial arts world of the Shenwu continent, I am afraid that only Wu Zantian, who is known as the world's #1 powerhouse in the Shenwu continent, has such a terrifying strength. The 5 of you are good at strength. You can even block my sword. Try another sword. Jiang Chen stepped across the world, above the golden ancient sword in his hand, a dazzling golden glow smashed through the sky, a sword fairy in Qingyi came crashing down from the sky, and then raised his hand and a sword was slashed at Mu Qingkang 5 people. Down. The Qingdi swordsmanship, the Qingdi sword. With Jiang Chen cutting out with this sword, even Mu Qingkang 5 people seemed to feel that the whole person was enveloped by a shadow of death. The art of the fairy sword, this is the legendary art of the fairy sword. The old man of the hidden sword of the purple sword sect looked at the shocking sword that Jiang Chen had cut, and couldn't help but scream in surprise. As the ancestor-level figure of the purple sword sect, the old Tibetan swordsman has practiced kendo for tens of thousands of years, and naturally has extremely high attainments in kendo. However, today, after seeing the sword that Jiang Chen slashed out, the old Tibetan sword only realized that the swordsmanship he was once proud of was not worth mentioning in front of this sword. This sword completely surpassed the swordsmanship of their cultivators. This kind of swordsmanship, I am afraid it can only be the magic of the legendary sword fairy practice. At this moment, facing Jiang Chen's peerless sword that threatened their lives, the 5 old Tibetan swords didn't have time to think about it. If it was a little careless, the 5 of them would really fall under this sword today. At this moment, an old roar of anger resounded abruptly in the sky above Tongxian Valley. An extremely terrifying aura suddenly spread from the sky above Tongxian Valley. This aura is stronger than any monk Jiang Chen has seen during the tribulation period, and it is much higher than the ancestor Tianxuan in the late tribulation period of the misty Immortal Sect. Even among the powerhouses Jiang Chen has seen, apart from the unfathomable Moon God Palace Master, there is no other person who can compare with him. With the appearance of this terrifying aura, a terrifying spatial force also spread out of the void in an instant. Even the Azure Emperor's sword that Jiang Chen fully used was completely solidified under the power of that terrifying space. Are you the strong man who crossed the peak of the robbery? Jiang Chen's heart shuddered slightly, he couldn't help but suddenly raised his head and looked towards the void. There, an old man who was covered in a faint green light also appeared directly in Jiang Chen's line of sight. Under Jiang Chen's gaze, the old man stretched out his hand to volley and grasped the solidified sword light, directly smashing this sword into nothingness. I have seen Taiching ancestors. I've seen Taiching, real person. The 5 Mu Qingkang looked at the blue figures that appeared out of thin air in the sky, and they all bowed slightly, and there was a look of joy in their eyes. Taiching, real person, the ancestor of Taixu Immortal Sect, is also the oldest monster living in Shenwu continent today, not one of them. His seniority in the world of immortal cultivation in the Shenwu continent is extremely high. Even the ancestor Tianxuan of Misty Celestial Sect is just a junior in front of Taiching, real people. Taixu Real Man is not only the oldest monster in the immortal cultivation world of the Shenwu continent, but its strength is also unfathomable. He is the only monk in the immortal cultivation world of the Shenwu continent who has crossed the peak of the calamity. In the entire Shenwu continent, apart from the peerless King Wu Zantian in the northern martial arts world, he thought that there was no other person who could compete with it. No matter how enchanting this young man in black is, in front of Taixu Real Person, he would never want to make any waves. Taixu Real Man nodded, and the old eyes fell directly on Jiang Chen's body, and the faint voice resounded through the world. Unexpectedly, since the war that year, God's domain continent would still be able to give birth to such a Tianjiao figure like you. It seems that the strength of God's domain continent should have recovered a lot over the years. Jiang Chen stared at Taixu Real Person, coldly snorted. I didn't expect that God's domain still has the remnants of a group of immortal cultivation universes like you, and also established such an immortal cultivation realm on the territory of my God's domain. This place has been out of contact with God's domain continent for many years, and ordinary people must never come here from God's domain continent. Taixu Junren looked down at Jiang Chen indifferently. Tell me, how did you get here? Chapter 2377, The Strongest King Wu Zantian. The Taixu Real Person looked at Jiang Chen lightly, and his whole body was full of murderous intent, which was also directly locked on Jiang Chen's body. After the Great War that year, although God's domain suffered heavy losses, they also paid a very heavy price for immortal cultivation universe, and had to withdraw from God's domain. And their ancestors of the immortal cultivation realm of the Shenwu continent failed to retreat from the divine realm for some reasons, so they could only hide in the divine realm and linger, slowly developing their forces, and only then did they establish the immortal cultivation realm in this place. Although these years, the realm of cultivating immortals has developed extremely well in the Shenwu continent, and even suppressed the martial arts forces that originally dominated the world. But Taixu Real people are also very clear that they are far from qualified to compete with the gods in the immortal world of the Shenwu continent. Only Taixu Real people are eager to know how exactly this kid came to Shenwu continent in front of them. After all, although the strength of this kid in front of him is strong, it is impossible for them to endanger the immortal cultivation world with his own power. But once this kid communicated their existence in the immortal realm back to God's realm, causing the God's realm to come in a big way, they might be in danger in the immortal realm of the Shenwu continent. They must destroy the passage of God's domain to Shenwu continent, and not give God's domain any chance to descend on Shenwu continent. You want to know? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth could not help but a slight arc. It's a pity. I won't tell you, even if you don't tell me, after I capture you in a while. There are still 100 kinds of information I want from you. Taixu Real Man's cold voice fell, and when he reached out his hand, with a force of imprisoning the void, he directly volleyed towards Jiang Chen and grabbed it. Seeing Taixu Real Person shooting, Jiang Chen's pupils also couldn't help but shrank suddenly. An immortal cultivator who crossed the peak of the tribulation, this is a powerful existence comparable to the God King Nine Heavens. Although Jiang Chen's combat power is extraordinary, with the cultivation base of the God King's 5th heaven, he can beat the God King's 8th heaven's powerhouse, but he is not sure that he can handle the God King's 9th heavenly powerhouse. Jiang Chen didn't really know how strong the power of God King 9th heaven was. The only God King 9 heavenly powerhouse Jiang Chen had ever seen was the Moon God Palace Master. That one's strength is truly unfathomable. Although Jiang Chen also knew that the Moon God Palace Master, even in the divine King Zhouzhangtian, might be one of the best in strength, and the average divine King Zhouzhangtian could never be compared with him. But there is one thing, Jiang Chen can be sure. Compared with the 8th heaven of the censored king, the 9 heavens of the censored king is definitely one heaven and the other underground. In the face of such a strong player, even Jiang Chen had no choice but to play up his mind. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Just as he was preparing to fight Taixu Real Man with all his strength, there was a sudden sound of breaking through the sky. A dazzling sword beam suddenly burst from the sky north of Tongxian Valley. The knife gang instantly penetrated thousands of miles of space, smashing the claw of Taixu Real Man into pieces with a single knife. A loud laughter of arrogant and dry clouds, like thunder, blasted over the Tongxian Valley. Old monster Taixu, you, an old monster who has not known how many years have survived, are embarrassed to attack a junior in my martial arts world. I think you have lived as a dog all these years. You want to fight, don't you? Wu Zantian will come to play with you. With this loud laughter resounding throughout the world, I saw an extraordinary burly middle-aged man who also stepped into the sky from the northern sky, and appeared in front of Taichung, real person in a flash. Wu Zontian, you really are here. Taichung, real man, looked at the burly man who came suddenly, and his turbid old eyes couldn't help but shrink slightly. Although Taichung, real people had long expected that the world of cultivating immortals had undergone a major change this time, Wu Zontian would definitely not let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But when he really saw Wu Zontian's arrival, his heart still couldn't help but tighten slightly. For this most powerful martial arts king in the northern martial arts world, even Taichung, real person, is jealous. The cultivation system of their immortal world is better than the martial arts system of God's domain. Even if Wu Zontian is the strongest martial, censored, king of God, King Ninth Heaven, with his cultivation base at the peak of the tribulation, he should be able to suppress it. But this Wu Zontian is an alternative. Over the years, Taichung Junren fought Wu Zontian more than once, but almost every time he was crushed by Wu Zontian. If you are alone, Taichung, real people will think that they are not their opponents. Wu Zontian was the world's first person in Shenwu continent, and his cultivation was almost invincible. It is precisely because the northern martial arts world has Wu Zontian, the most powerful martial, censored king, that they can't completely destroy the northern martial arts world. He had been hiding in the dark and had not taken any action before, just to guard against the northern martial arts world headed by Wu Zontian. Just before the 5 Mu Qingkang were defeated by Jiang Chen, he had to make an early move. Unexpectedly, as soon as he appeared, Wu Zontian would follow him. A Wu Zontian, for their immortal cultivation world, is already very difficult. Now that there are more mysterious young people who can crush Mu Qingkang's 5 people, even if they are in the world of cultivating immortals, it may not be easy to deal with them. Unexpectedly, in the northern martial arts world, there is actually a martial arts censored king of the 9 heavens. Jiang Chen looked up at the burly man who came suddenly, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. The burly man named Wu Zontian in front of him, although not comparable to the unfathomable moon god palace master, is definitely not inferior to the Taichung, real person at the peak of the tribulation. With Wu Zontian's strength, even if he can't defeat Taichung, real man, it is more than enough to contain him. As long as there is no Taichung, real person, the rest of the cultivators in Shenwu continent will not pose any threat to him at all. And the northern martial arts world has been able to contend with the immortal world for so many years. Obviously it is impossible for Wu Zontian to be the only martial, censored king. If they can join forces with the northern martial arts world to kill several cultivators during the tribulation period, they will be able to severely inflict the immortal world, and even completely destroy the immortal world. It is not impossible. Tisk tusk. I didn't expect that the 5 powerhouses in the world of immortality would gather here today. It's really a big battle. The 3 old guys in the dark, since you are here, let's show up. While Jiang Chen was pondering secretly, Wu Zontian's chuckles resounded once again in the sky above Tongxian Valley. Buzz. As Wu Zontian's voice fell, 3 violent spatial fluctuations surged out of the void. I saw 3 silhouettes with monstrous auras, which also emerged from the side of Taichung, real people. Chapter 2378, The Late War of the 2 Great Tragedies. These 3 silhouettes, the aura of each of them, are no less inferior to the ancestors of the Misty Shanzong, and they are obviously those who have reached the late stage of the tribulation. The 3, plus the Halal people and the ancestors of Tianshuan, are the 5 powerhouses in the world of immortal cultivation on the Shenwu continent. Facing the existence of the northern martial arts world and Jiang Chen, who came from the realm of gods, the immortal cultivation world of Shenwu continent has already felt a great crisis, and it is obvious that it has decided to fight with all strength. Almost all of the remaining 9 powerhouses of the 5 great immortal sects came to the everlasting immortal mountain. And at the same time when the 3 cultivators of the immortal world appeared in the later stage of the robbery. Behind Wu Zontian, the breath of the power of the 6 Dao Divine King realm also quickly came from the northern sky. Of these 6 powerhouses of the Divine King realm, only one has reached the 7th heaven of the Divine King and the remaining 5 are below the 7th heaven of the Divine King. The power gap between the northern martial arts world and the cultivating world is really not even a little bit. No wonder it has been suppressed to death by the cultivating world. Seeing this scene before him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shook his head secretly. Even if he killed 6 cultivators in the cultivating world, the northern martial arts world is still more than a star and a half short compared with the cultivating world. The entire northern martial arts world is completely supported by Wu Zhantian alone. If there was no Wu Zhantian, the strongest censored king of the nine heavens, the immortal world would want to destroy the northern martial arts world. I am afraid it would only be a matter of a few seconds. Wu Zhantian, I didn't expect you to really dare to bring people to Tongxian Valley. The halal man stared at Wu Zhantian coldly and sternly. Do you really think that I have lost a few cultivators during the tribulation period in the immortal cultivation realm? Will you have a chance to take advantage of the northern martial arts? Taiching, stop talking nonsense. If you want to kill my god realm Martial Dao Tianzhao, you have to ask me if Wu Zhan Tiantong agrees. Wu Zhantian stood proudly with his hands under his shoulder, and his whole body exuded an unparalleled domineering. Over the years, under the suppression of the immortal world, their martial arts world has been going downhill, and their strength is not as good as each day. In today's martial arts world, he is all alone supporting it. Once he had an accident, the martial arts world would be destined to be destroyed in the hands of the immortal world. A martial arts arrogant from God's domain suddenly descended, and even several cultivators from the immortal realm who crossed the tribulation period, was undoubtedly a golden opportunity for them. Even at all costs, their martial arts world must keep this martial arts arrogant from God's domain. Two halal people also know that today's war is inevitable, and they no longer talk nonsense with Wu Zhantian. Tian Zhan, you led Mu Qingkang IV to deal with the sixth censored kings in the martial arts world. Jian Shu, you will contain Wu Zhantian with me. Liang, Junshan, you two will do your best to take down that kid. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Tai halal, directly and decisively ordered. For a long time, out of fear of Wu Zhantian, Tai Muslims did not lead the immortal world to destroy the northern martial arts world. Wu Zhantian's strength is unfathomable. Once Wu Zhantian is pressed into urgency, even if they can destroy the martial arts world, they will have to pay an unusually heavy price. But this time, two halal people know that they can no longer have any scruples. Once this martial arts Tianzhao from God's domain merges with the northern martial arts world, and then gets in touch with God's domain, it is probably their immortal cultivation world that will be destroyed. Although this time the northern cultivation realm was hit hard, and 6 strong men in the tribulation period had fallen, but facing the northern martial arts realm, they still had an absolute upper hand. Wu Zhantian's strength was too strong, and he was too halal to be able to cope with it, so he could only be called the strongest ancestor of the Violet Sword Sect Zhengshu. The ancestor of Misty Celestial Sect Tianxuan, leading the 4 mid-term tribulations to deal with 6 martial censored kings, is more than enough. The remaining Liang ancestors of the Great Sun Immortal Sect and the Junshan ancestors of the Tiangong Immortal Sect, as long as the two jointly take down the martial arts Tianzhao of God's domain, everything is still under his control. The Liang ancestor of the Great Sun Immortal Sect and the Junshan ancestor of the Tiangong Immortal Sect, both of them were strong in the late stage of the tribulation. Together, even he may not be able to easily defeat them. Although the martial arts Tianzhao of God's realm is extraordinary in strength, the Tai halal people should be more than enough to win it with the strength of the ancestors of Liang and the ancestors of Junshan. Taiching, rest assured, within a stick of incense, the two of us will definitely capture the kid. The Liang ancestor of Dari Shanzong vowed to say. Both of them are cultivators in the late stage of the tribulation, and they are hardly inferior to the powerhouses of the God King 8th Heaven. The two join forces, unless Wu Zhantian and others exist, who can compete with them. Liang, Junshan, you two are careful, that God realm Martial Dao Tianzhao is not simple at all. Seeing this, the ancestor Tianxuan couldn't help but frown slightly to remind him. Through the previous confrontation with Jiang Chen, the ancestor of Tianxuan knew the terrifyingness of the mysterious black-clothed youth almost better than anyone present. Even if the ancestor Liang and the ancestor Junshan join forces, I am afraid that it may not help to win that kid. Tianxuan, you look down on us too much. Don't you think we too are as unpromising as you? It's just a mere little boy, I can take it down alone, so why do I need to join forces with old ancestor Liang? The ancestor Junshan sneered with contempt, and immediately the soles of his feet slammed into the void, his figure smashed into the void like a meteorite, and then he exploded with a punch at Jiang Chen. Go! Jiang Chen was expressionless, and with a wave of the golden ancient sword in his hand, a dazzling sword aura cut through the void and slashed at the blasting mountain. Only a loud bang was heard, and the ancestor Junshan trembled, and immediately stepped back into the void for more than 10 steps. He forced down the churning aura in his body, and his gaze towards Jiang Chen finally revealed a look of horror that could not be concealed. The cultivation base of the black-clothed youth in front of him was not strong, and he was much weaker than the 7 heavenly martial arts powerhouses he had seen before. With his cultivation in the later stage of the tribulation, suppressing these martial arts kings is just a breeze. But the combat power of this guy in front of him was completely beyond his imagination. This moment, the ancestor Jiang Chen finally understood why the 5 ancestors of Tianshuan couldn't help but win the black-clothed youth in front of him. The strength of this kid is probably not inferior to Wu Zantian of God King Zhouzhangtian. Liang, this son is really a bit tricky, let's do it together. The ancestor Jiang Chen took a deep breath and couldn't help but said solemnly to the ancestor Liang behind him. Good, old ancestor Liang nodded without talking nonsense. When he moved his palm, a golden long knife with a red flame flowing in it also emerged out of thin air. He urged his mana with all his strength, wielded a golden long knife, brought up a burning sky sword light, directly split the thousands of meters into the void, and slashed at Jiang Chen. Chapter 2379, Wu Zantian's Terrifying Power. Upon seeing this, the ancestor of Jiang Chen did not have the slightest reservation. I saw that he directly condensed the Tiangong golden body of Tiangong Immortal Sect, like a peerless god of war, once again brought monstrous power and blasted towards Jiang Chen. Facing 2 monks who were not inferior to the 8th heavens of the God King in the late stage of the tribulation, Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest reservation, and the martial arts power in his body was also urged to the extreme. I saw above the void above his head, a bright Big Dipper map appeared out of thin air. Jiang Chen uttered a low drink, and the power of the bright stars on the Big Dipper map directly turned into a giant sword of stars, and slashed at the 2 ancestors of Jiang Chen. And at the same time that Jiang Chen fought 2 cultivators in the late stage of the tribulation, the ancestor Tianshuan also brought Mu Qingkang's 4 cultivators in the middle of the robbery to kill the 6 martial censored kings in the martial arts world. These 6 martial arts kings, except for the 7-fold heaven and earth existence of the censored king, who could barely contend with the ancestor Tianshuan, the other 5 were obviously weaker than Mu Qingkang. Even if they had one more person, they couldn't get any advantage at all. Instead, they were suppressed by the ancestor Tianshuan and others. Especially the 2 martial censored kings below the 4th heaven. Even if they were to jointly deal with one of them during the middle of the robbery, it still seemed a bit difficult. Obviously it would not last long. Wu Zantian, I didn't want to act on your northern martial arts world so quickly, but you have to take the initiative to send it to the door. Seeing that their immortal cultivation world still has the absolute upper hand, the 2 halal people couldn't help but look at Wu Zantian with a grim look. In this case, the old man will destroy you today, and let your northern martial arts world completely disappear from the Shenwu continent. Taiching old man, if you want to destroy my martial arts world, it depends on whether you have that ability. Wu Zantian's voice fell, and the surging weather of the God King Zhouzhangtian also broke out in an instant, and then directly killed the Taiqingjun and Zhengshu ancestors without hesitation. Wu Zantian was also very clear in his heart. Although 6 monks in the tribulation period have fallen in the Shushan world, their martial arts world is still difficult to contend with the Shushan world. The 6 martial censored kings he brought this time could hardly compete with the 5 tribulation cultivators of the ancestors of Tianshuan. Although the God realm martial Dao Tianzhao was powerful, his cultivation level was still in the 5th heaven of the God King after all, and he was somewhat reluctant to deal with the 2 cultivators in the late stage of the tribulation with one person. He must fight quickly and defeat the 2 halal as quickly as possible. Today, their northern martial arts world, I am afraid they still don't have a big chance of winning. The long knife in Wu Zantian's hand shook, and a heavy knife screamed directly in the void. A breath of incomparable horror instantly rose from the long sword. At that moment, the mighty sword energy enveloped thousands of miles in an instant. Wherever the sword energy passed, the space instantly collapsed, and a dark storm blew from the cracks in the space, as if to destroy everything in the world. In the face of Wu Zantian's shocking slash, the halal man and Zhengshu ancestor did not dare to neglect the slightest. Both of them mobilized their mana, and fought with Wu Zantian with all their strength. The figures of Tai Muslim and Jian Shu ancestor trembled slightly, and both of them stepped on the void and withdrew hundreds of miles away. Especially the ancestor Jian Shu, whose strength was only in the late stage of the tribulation, couldn't help but show a pale look on his face. This guy's strength seems to have become a lot stronger than the previous fight. There was also a solemn look on the old face of the two halal person. The last time he fought against Wu Zantian, the Tai halal person, by himself, was at least able to contend with Wu Zantian for dozens of moves without losing the wind. Two halal people never thought of it anyway. After a long absence, Wu Zantian's strength has reached such a terrifying level. With one enemy and two, they can still have the absolute upper hand. The cultivation base has reached their level, and every time the strength wants to improve, it has reached an extremely difficult point. He has been at the peak of the tribulation for so many years, and the improvement in strength is minimal. But Wu Zantian in front of him, every once in a while, his strength seemed to increase a lot. It took thousands of years for this guy to be suppressed by him in the first place, to fight against him, and then to suppress him in turn. Now that he and Jian Shu ancestor join forces, it seems that it is difficult to contend with Wu Zantian. Haha, Taiching old man, I haven't seen you for so many years. I didn't expect that your strength still hasn't grown too much. You can take me again and try. Wu Zantian couldn't help but laughed arrogantly, and the long sword in his hand volleyed, as if opening the world, and once again slashed at the two Thai Muslims. This knife is more powerful than the previous one. The inky black sword light like a waterfall tears through the void and stirs the chaos. This knife, like Kunpeng smashing 3,000 worlds, with hundreds of thousands of horrible sword auras covering thousands of miles of void, as if it was going to cut the two of the halal men and the space around them into nothingness. Both of the Thai Muslims couldn't help but let out a terrifying roar in their mouths, and their full mana was mobilized to the extreme, and then they urged the magic weapon in their hands to once again meet Wu Zantian's peerless sword. The loud noise that shook the sky resounded through the world, and the terrifying energy storm completely turned the entire sky above Tongxian Valley into a chaos. Even Jiang Chen and the others who were fighting below were affected by this storm and couldn't help but regress thousands of feet in a row, and could not help but suddenly raised their heads and looked into the void. In the void, the powerful offensive of the Taiching Junren was once again shattered into nothingness by Wu Zantian's peerless knife. The figures of the two were also embarrassed and retreated in the void. Especially the Zhengshu ancestor who had a weaker cultivation base, a mouthful of blood squirted out wildly. This Wu Zantian, what a terrifying strength. Looking at this scene in the void, Jiang Chen couldn't help but reveal an unconcealable shock in his eyes. Although he also knew that Wu Zantian was the strongest god king of the God King Nine Heavens, his strength should not be inferior to that of the halal man at the peak of crossing tribulation. Wu Zantian used one enemy and two, and he was able to defeat the two Muslims with two swords. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Wu Zantian was able to suppress the two Muslims with one enemy and two, but it was beyond Jiang Chen's accident. Today, they might have a real chance to severely inflict the immortal world. Chapter 2380, Tai Ancient Bracelet. Taiching, how did Wu Zantian's strength become so strong? Jian Shu forcefully suppressed the churning aura in his body, and his expression also appeared horrified. Although he had known for a long time that Wu Zantian's strength was very strong, even if he was too halal, it would be difficult for him to get any advantage from him. But this time, the strength shown by Wu Zantian was really too terrifying. The two of them joined forces, and they couldn't stop it at all. The two halal person did not answer Jian Shu. He stared at the proudly standing Wu Zantian, and slowly said, Wu Zantian, if I guess right, you should have mastered a very advanced secret method. This secret method should not last long, right? As a monk who crossed the peak of the robbery, the eyesight of the halal person is naturally extraordinary. Through the previous two confrontations with Wu Zantian, the Thai Muslims naturally also discovered the situation of Wu Zantian at this moment. The reason why this guy was able to explode with such a powerful force was not that he was truly so strong forever, but that it inspired a certain secret method, and exploded out of a far beyond ordinary combat power in a short period of time. As long as the time of Wu Zantian's secret method is postponed, Wu Zantian is bound to fall into a period of weakness. He wants to deal with Wu Zantian, isn't that easy? My current state does not last long, but it is more than enough to solve the two of you. Wu Zantian's faint voice fell, and he obviously didn't want to waste time with the two halal. The long sword in his hand was held high, and a blade of 10,000 feet long cut the entire sky above Tongxian Valley in half. Yin and Yang are separated, the sun and the moon are separated. The entire void, as if there was only the dazzling peerless knife light left. This knife, it is like the ancient gods of creation split the chaos, dividing the world with one sword. Seeing Wu Zontian slashed again, the pupils of the halal man couldn't help but shrank suddenly. Although he also knew that Wu Zontian's combat power was erupted by a secret method at this moment, as long as it was delayed until the end of the secret method, but Wu Zontian at this moment was really terrifying. Even if he joins forces with Jiang Shu and wants to delay until the end of Wu Zontian's secret method, it is probably not an easy task. It seems that only Taixu Immortal Sect's town clan magic weapon is used. The halal person took a slow and deep breath, and immediately moved his palm, and a cyan bracelet that looked very primitive also emerged directly from his palm. Although this cyan bracelet looks simple and unpretentious on the surface, there is nothing special about it, but if you have a little vision, you can sense the horrible power of the ancient bracelet that makes your heart palpitating. Taixu Ancient Bracelet. This is the town clan tool left by the founder of Taixu Immortal Sect. The ancestor of Taixu Immortal Sect is from Taixu Immortal Sect, the great cultivating sect in the Shushan universe. This ancient Taixu bracelet is a peerless magic weapon created by the monks of the Taixu Immortal Sect in the Mahayana period, which can exert a powerful force comparable to that of the monks in the Mahayana period. This magical weapon is also the foundation for their immortal cultivators to gain a foothold here and establish a world of immortal cultivation. When the world of cultivating immortals was just established, its strength was more than a star and a half worse than the martial arts power of this continent. The founder of the Taixu Immortal Sect, with this ancient Taixu bracelet, allowed the immortal world to gain a firm foothold in this world, and to have the current situation. Although Taixu ancient bracelets are powerful, they are not so easy to move. Even if it is the cultivation base of the Taixu halal person who crosses the peak of the tribulation, urging the Taixu immortal bracelet once, it will have to pay an unusually heavy price. Many years ago, when the halal man was still only a disciple of the Taixu Immortal Sect, there was a battle between the cultivating world and the martial arts world. He once witnessed an ancestor of the Taixu Immortal Sect urging the ancient Taixu bracelet to slay a martial arts powerhouse of the God King Nine Heavens. The ancestor also paid a great price after urging the Taixu ancient bracelet, and soon fell. Although the Taixu halal people have mastered the supreme magic weapon of Taixu Immortal Sect, they have never used it. Today, facing Wu Zontian who is displaying the supreme secret method, the Taixu Muslims cannot resist at all. At this critical moment of life and death, two halal people could not sacrifice the ancient Taixu bracelet. Wu Zontian, back then, I was able to repel your martial arts world again and again in the immortal cultivation world, and establish a foothold in this world. How can there be no trump cards? Even if you have the supreme secret technique, you can never defeat me. The voice of the Taiching real person fell, and the mana essence in his body was directly injected into the ancient Taixu bracelet in his palm. Under the urging of the Taixu ancient bracelet, the green light on it was a big victory, an aura that made the hearts of all the monks and the king of martial arts in the presence palpitating, and it also filled the sky above Tongxian Valley. I saw that the ancient Taixu bracelet was under the control of the halal person, spinning directly and swiftly, hitting it with a sword cut by Wu Zontian. The Taixu ancient bracelet directly hit the peerless sword gang, and suddenly there was a loud noise that broke the peerless sword gang. Wu Zontian's figure trembled, and the whole person flew thousands of feet away in the void. He suppressed the churning aura in his body, staring at the cyan ancient bracelet in the hands of the halal man. His expression also became extremely solemn. Taixu ancient bracelet. As a leader in the martial arts world, Wu Zontian is very clear about the details of the immortal cultivation world. He naturally knew that the Taixu Immortal Sect, the head of the 5 immortal sects in the world of cultivating immortals, had a strong magical artifact left by the monks of the Mahayana period, the ancient Taixu bracelet. The countless ancestors of their martial arts world have suffered a great loss in the hands of this magic weapon. Wu Zontian didn't expect it either. The two halal person even sacrificed this magical instrument. The power of this ancient Taixu bracelet is indeed very powerful. Even if he displayed the supreme secret method found in the ancestral land of the Wu family, it is not an easy task to defeat the halal person holding the ancient Taixu bracelet. The Taixu ancient bracelet, the town patriarchal tool of the Taixu Immortal Sect, really deserves its reputation. Wu Zontian narrowed his eyes and sneered, Tai Ching, although the power of this Taixu immortal bracelet is strong, you should pay a high price every time you move it. The halal man stared at Wu Zontian with murderous awe. No matter how much the price is paid today, I will also destroy you and level your northern martial arts world. Taixu ancient bracelet is extremely domineering and powerful. Even with the cultivation base of the Taixu ancient bracelet crossing the tribulation peak, every time it is activated, it will suffer a certain degree of backlash. When the matter has reached this point, the arrow is already on the line and I have to send it out. In any case, he had to use the power of the Tai Ancient Bracelet to block the Wuzan genius. Today they will be in trouble in cultivating the immortal world. Chapter 2381, Tragic Battle. Taiching old man, if you want to destroy my martial arts world, do you deserve it? I want to see, how many times can you activate the ancient Tai bracelet? Wu Zantian's voice fell, and it was the combination of the human and the sword, which turned into a dazzling sword light that crossed the void, and once again slashed at the halal person. Wu Zantian is very clear. Since he has already used the secret method to fight today, even if he is facing the two halal person who urges the Tai ancient bracelet, he is the only one to fight. Without the slightest hesitation and withdrawal. Once the secret method is over, he will fall into a weak state and completely lose combat power in a short period of time. Although the Tai ancient bracelet, a clan tool in Tai Shanzong town, is strong, every time the Tai ancient bracelet is activated, the Tai halal people will suffer a certain backlash. Today, he fought against the halal people, and he was fighting to see who couldn't hold it first. He must attack the Tai halal at all costs before the end of the secret method, so that the Tai halal will urge the Tai ancient bracelet again and again. If before the end of his secret method, two halal people could not bear the backlash of Tai ancient bracelet first, they would win the battle in the martial arts world. If the halal people are allowed to use Tai ancient bracelets to hold on to the end of their secret method, their martial arts world will probably suffer a crushing defeat today. Wu Zantian didn't have the slightest reservation. He directly merged the swords into one, and the endless blades were vast and powerful, filling thousands of miles and extending in all directions. Space collapsed, mountains and rivers shook. The formations surrounding the Immortal Valley are all under the sword of Wu Zantian, constantly twisting and changing, giving people a feeling of crumbling. In the face of Wu Zantian's shock that shook the sun and the moon and shattered the void, the face of the two halal person could not help changing slightly. He gritted his teeth and had to move the ancient Tai bracelet in his hand again and collided with the sword Wu Zantian slashed through the sky. Dang! The heavens collapsed with a sound, like the sound of Hong Zhang Dalu propagating from the sky. A huge black hole appeared directly above Tongxian Valley, like a mirror. Countless space storms are surging violently in the black hole, and countless energies are like a long dragon, centering on the two people, rolling away madly. Rao was based on Jianzhu's ancestors' cultivation base, which was caused by the horror aura caused by the confrontation between the two. The people watching around, even retreat and retreat. They looked up at the horrible situation in the void, and they couldn't help shivering. Too scary, too powerful. A peak of cross-tribulation and a divine king 9 heavens fight against each other. Even if you are looking for a monk cross-tribulation and the god king of martial arts, once they are affected, they will be completely destroyed in an instant. Jiang Chen retreated hundreds of miles in midair. He raised his head and looked at the shocking battle in the sky, with a more solemn look in his eyes. Originally, Wu Zantian used the supreme secret method with one enemy and defeated the two Taiching people without the strength to fight back. Jiang Chen thought this was their chance. But I didn't expect that two halal person, but at a critical moment, sacrificed an extremely powerful magic weapon. Jiang Chen could feel it naturally. The power contained in this artifact is more than twice as powerful as the imitation of the human sword in the human palace. The blue ancient bracelet in the hands of the two halal, even if it can't compare with the innate Taoist artifacts of God's domain, it is not much different. Even though it was Wu Zantian of the divine king Zhoujiangtian, who had exploded several times the combat power with a secret method, he couldn't get any advantage in front of this cyan ancient bracelet. When everyone was staring at the battle in the void with shocked faces, the two figures also flew upside down from the storm of destruction. Wu Zantian retreated violently with a knife in the air, and the light on his whole body instantly became much dim. And even his breath became a little bit weaker. On the other side, the halal person looked even more pale. Every time the Tai ancient bracelet was activated, the backlash was much more severe than the previous one. The Tai ancient bracelet was urged twice in a row, and it was obvious that two halal people could not bear it. Although Wu Zantian's aura was sluggish, he was still full of fighting spirit. With the passage of time, his secret method is about to end, and his power has gradually weakened. Wu Zantian naturally could also see that the halal person on the opposite side was already reaching the limit, so naturally he would not give him any chance to breathe. In any case, he must solve the halal talents before the end of the secret method. Facing Wu Zontian's successive monstrous offensives, the Tai Hollow people had no choice but to force the Tai Ancient Bracelet to collide with Wu Zontian again. The sky is falling apart and the mountains and rivers are turning upside down. There is almost no way to describe the fighting between the two. Thousands of miles of void, under the continuous ripples of the two confrontation, completely turned into a chaos. After urging the power of the Tai Ancient Bracelet 3 times in a row, the Tai Muslims finally couldn't bear the backlash of the Tai Ancient Bracelet, and the entire physical body was bombarded into nothingness directly in the void. Wu Zontian's figure shook slightly, and the whole person stepped on the void to retreat for tens of thousands of meters, and a mouthful of blood in his mouth could not help but squirted out wildly. Jian Shu, this guy has already suffered a serious injury, and the secret method is about to end. Quickly kill him. Yuan Ying, who was too halal, fled thousands of miles away in embarrassment, and hurriedly shouted at the ancestor Jian Shu on the side. This time, in the face of Wu Zontian who displayed the supreme secret method, the Tai Muslim people urged the Tai Ancient Bracelet 3 times in a row, which can be said to have paid an unusually heavy price. Under the backlash of the Tai Ancient Bracelet, not only his body was destroyed, but the Yuan Ying was also severely injured. The price paid this time, without 1,000 years of time, I am afraid it is impossible to return to the peak state at all. Even if he could return to the peak, he might never hope to break through the tribulation period and enter the Mahayana period. The ancestor of Jian Shu naturally knew that this moment was the perfect time to kill Wu Zhentiandi. He didn't have the slightest hesitation at the moment. He directly fought 1,000 li with a sword, pierced the world with a sword, and slashed at Wu Zontian. Looking at Jian Shu cut by a sword, Wu Zontian's expression couldn't help but sink slightly. If it was the peak period, he would naturally not appreciate the Jian Shu ancestor in the late period of the tribulation. The previous battle between him and the Halal man was really too tragic. Although he eventually defeated the Halal people, the natural situation was not much better. Now he is not only seriously injured, but the power of the secret method is gradually fading, and he is about to fall into a period of weakness. In his current state, he was obviously unable to deal with the Jian Shu ancestor in the late stage of the tribulation. Wu Zontian still did not flinch. He stared frantically at the ancestor Jian Shu, directly stimulating the last trace of power in his body. Chapter 2382, The Immortal Monument comes out, kills the ancestor of Zhengshu. Just as Wu Zontian was preparing to do his best to die with Jian Shu's ancestor, a faint chuckle sounded abruptly in Wu Zontian's ears. Senior Wu, it's nothing more than a late stage of the robbery, why don't you work hard and leave it to me to deal with it? Wu Zontian was startled slightly, and even when Zan found a golden sword light, it smashed the sword of Jian Shu ancestor to pieces. A ghostly black shadow also appeared in front of him out of thin air. Brother, can you handle the 3 later stages of the robbery alone? Seeing Jiang Chen appearing, Wu Zontian couldn't help but hesitate slightly. Although I am not in a good state now, I should be able to solve one person for you. Although he also knew that the peerless Tianzhao from God's domain in front of him had extraordinary combat power, but after all, he only had the cultivation base of the God King's 5 heavens. Now, even though he has solved the Halal people at the peak of the tribulation, there are still 3 old monsters in the late tribulation realm in the realm of cultivation. Even if he didn't use the secret method, he wanted to defeat the 3 immortal cultivators in the late stage of the tribulation with 1 enemy and 3, that would be an extremely difficult task. Today's World War I has reached this point, and neither side has the possibility of retreating. Either they defeated the world of Shushan, or they were destroyed by the world of Shushan. Wu Zontian has been fighting for the martial arts world all his life, and he naturally does not want the martial arts world to be destroyed in the hands of the immortal world. Even if he didn't hesitate to sacrifice himself, he would kill another late stage of the tribulation to create a better environment for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. Senior, don't worry, you can rely on the 3 of them, but you can't help me. Wu Zontian is a powerhouse of the God King 9 heavens, and his talent is unparalleled in combat power. Even the monks who cross the peak of the tribulation can easily defeat. Such characters can undoubtedly play a vital role in the battle of God's domain against the void demon race. Jiang Chen naturally didn't want Wu Zontian to fall here. The 3 cultivators who were not inferior to the 8th heavens of God King during the tribulation period were very tricky, but they were not incapable of handling them. Boy, don't you want to speak up in front of the old man? I am enough to deal with you. Hearing Jiang Chen's arrogant words, the ancestor Jiang Shu pinched his hands. A long sword fighting with purple and green rays, under the urging of Jiang Shu's ancestor, directly turned into a purple cloud and clouds, covering the thousands of miles of void in it. The ancestor Jiang Shu pinched out the sword tactics, and slashed out at Jiang Chen. Thousands of miles of purple clouds and clouds gathered and stretched in the void in an instant, turning into a long purple and blue arc, and slashed towards Jiang Chen. As a sword repairer in the late stage of the tribulation, Jiang Shu's ancestor is undoubtedly very powerful, almost a bit more powerful than any God King 8th Heaven powerhouse Jiang Chen has ever seen. In the face of such a strong man, Jiang Chen did not dare to have the slightest reservation. The Azure Emperor longevity art in his body was instantly pushed to the limit. Jiang Chen's sword cut out, and a silent sword light instantly collided with the oncoming purple sword light. I saw that the sword with the majesty of Jiangju's ancestor also dissipated in the void silently. It's a bit capable, no wonder you dare to be so arrogant, and try another sword. Seeing that his sword was so lightly dispelled by Jiang Chen, ancestor Jiang Shu couldn't help showing a look of surprise on his face. On the purple-green ancient sword in the hands of Jiangju's ancestor, the glowing sword glows forever. With each sword tactic he pinched, the sword light split into a small sword, and finally turned into a 9-handed flying sword, pulling out 9 long sword rainbows in the void, like a sky across the sky, towards Jiang Chen chopped down. Hundreds of miles of space, in front of the 9 flying swords, it seemed that it didn't exist at all. The 9 flying swords had already torn the void and appeared in front of Jiang Chen. This old guy deserves to be a sword repairer in the late stage of the tribulation, he is really strong. Looking at the sword that the ancestor Jiangshu slashed again, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a dignified look appeared in his eyes. With his current strength, although he is not afraid of Jiangshu ancestor, it is not an easy task to defeat him. Behind Jiang Shu's ancestor, there were still 2 cultivators in the late stage of the tribulation, staring at him. If the delay continues, the situation will only become more and more unfavorable for them. Jiang Chen obviously didn't plan to waste time with Jiang Shu ancestor. With a move of his palm, a mysterious stone steel with a faint green glow appeared directly in the palm of his hand. Under the urging of Jiang Chen, the stone tablet was directly transformed into a monument of the gods of heaven, which was as high as 10,000 feet, and instantly crushed the 9 flying swords that fell down into nothingness. After the sacred monument crushed the flying sword, the power on it did not diminish in the slightest, and it directly suppressed the Jiang Shu ancestor. Thousands of miles of void solidified and collapsed, instantly returning to chaos. The ancestor Jiang Shu was even more horrified to discover that his body and the mana in his body seemed to have been imprisoned by some mysterious force under the shroud of the 10,000-foot divine steel, and it was impossible to move at all. The ancestor Jiang Shu looked desperate and horrified, and could only watch the Wanzhong divine steel coming down toward him to suppress it. There was only a loud bang, and the 1,000-foot-long monument smashed on the body of Jiangshu ancestor, directly smashing the body of Jiangshu ancestor and yuanying into nothingness. No one could have imagined that the ancestor Jiang Shu in the late stage of the dignified robbery was completely killed by Jiang Chen with a move. Unexpectedly, this person still has such a whole card in his hand. This should be the legendary innate Taoist weapon. Seeing that Jiang Chen sacrificed a stone tablet to lightly kill the Jiang Shu ancestor in the late period of the tribulation, Wu Zantian couldn't help but utter a low whisper. His tight heartstrings finally relaxed slightly at this moment. He was also worried that it would not be easy for Jiang Chen to be 1 enemy to 3, but he did not expect that Jiang Chen actually had the legendary innate Taoist weapon. Now that they have this innate Taoist weapon, they are already invincible. What exactly is this steel? How could it have such a terrifying power? Old ancestor Liang and ancestor Junshan looked at this scene, and there was an inconceivable horror in their eyes. Among the 5 powerhouses in the world of immortality, apart from the halal man whose cultivation reached the pinnacle of the triumph, the ancestor Jiangshu had the first strength among the remaining 4 of them. Now even Jiangju's ancestors are instantly extinguished under the mysterious stone tablet. How can they resist? Chapter 2383, Into the Eternal Mountain. This is the legendary monument. The halal people stared at the 10,000 Jiang censored monument standing above the void, and their pupils couldn't help but shrank suddenly. Taixu Immortal Sect is truly inherited from the Shushan universe. Their ancestor was the Taixu Immortal Sect's disciple who had survived the cosmic war that year. As for the origin of that cosmic battle, Taixu Immortal Sect almost has detailed records. When they cultivated the universe, it was because a mysterious immortal monument that contained an opportunity to become a fairy accidentally fell into the realm of gods, before they launched a war and invaded the realm of gods. Although the halal person has not seen the real immortal monument, he can almost conclude according to some records of Taixu Immortal Sect. The mysterious stone steel in the hands of the gods' martial arts Tianzhao should be the legendary immortal steel in all likelihood. The power contained in this steel has even completely surpassed their Taixu Immortal Sect's town clan tool Taixu Immortal Bracelet. Even cultivators who are as strong as Jiangju's ancestor in the late stage of the tribulation are unstoppable. I am afraid that only the legendary immortal monument can possess such terrifying power. The immortal steel that Shushan universe didn't hesitate to launch a cosmic war in the first place has now been mastered by a warrior from God's domain. Taiching, the stone tablet in my hand is too terrifying, what shall we do now? The ancestors of Liang recovered from their horror for a while, and they stared at the stone steel in Jiang Chen's hand, with a look of jealousy. The halal man was silent for a moment, and finally he could only slowly say, retreat first. Immortal is a transcendent existence above the Mahayana monks. Longevity as a fairy is also the ultimate goal in the hearts of every one of them. Anything that has something to do with immortals is destined to be extraordinary. Even a monk in the Mahayana period would be crazy about it. Only when the immortal steel came out that year did it shake the entire Shushan universe, and even triggered a cosmic war. Two halal people do not know how terrifying the power of the immortal monument is. Not to mention the two Liang ancestors, even in his peak period, there is no absolute certainty that he can resist it. Although the kid spurred the immortal monument once, he would inevitably pay a high price, and it is still unknown whether he can even spur the immortal monument to issue the previous blow. But people who are too halal dare not bet. Now his body was destroyed, and Yuan Ying was wounded. Jiangju's ancestor was also killed by the town of Immortal Tablet sacrificed by Jiang Chen. If the two ancestors of Liang also fell under the immortal steel, their immortal cultivation world would really be completely annihilated. When the two old ancestors of Liang heard this, they were also slightly relieved. That kid urged the mysterious stone tablet to kill the ancestor of Jiangshu with one move, which was too frightening to the world. The two of them didn't even have the courage to face the mysterious steel. Following the order of the Tai halal people, old ancestor Liang and others took the many monks in Tongxian Valley, and quickly retreated like a tide. Looking at the halal people and others who quickly retreated, Jiang Chen did not pursue it either. Now that Wu Zontian has fallen into a state of weakness, the other martial arts kings have also suffered heavy losses in the previous battles, and they have not much combat power. Although the realm of Shushan suffered heavy losses as well, there are still two powerhouses in the peak state of the late stage of the tribulation. Jiang Chen has mastered the immortal monument for some time, and naturally he has become more and more aware of the immortal monument. Although the power of the immortal monument is unfathomable, the more the immortal monument power you want to use, the greater the consumption, and it may even cause backlash. Just now he urged Shanbei Town to kill Jiangshu ancestor, which has already consumed more than half of his power. Jiang Chen was also not sure to urge the immortal monument again to kill the two Liang ancestors. Even if he could kill the two, his condition might not be much better by that time. How would he deal with the ancestors of the profound sky? Jiang Chen will allow people from the world of cultivating immortals to withdraw from Tongxian Valley. Jiang Chen came to the everlasting immortal mountain this time. The main purpose is to enter the everlasting immortal mountain and find the God realm heavenly way. In today's battle, the realm of Shushan suffered heavy losses, and in a short period of time has been unable to trouble him. He plans to enter the everlasting immortal mountain and find the God realm heavenly Tao first. He joined forces with Wu Zontian again to destroy the immortal cultivation world of the Shenwu continent. It was not easy. My little brother, thank you very much. If you existed, we in the martial arts world today would be more ill-fated. Seeing that the two halal people took the people from the Xu Xian world back, Wu Zontian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and immediately said to Jiang Chen with gratitude on his face. Senior Wu, don't have to be polite, the realm of cultivating immortals is the common enemy of our God realm. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said with a smile, I also have to thank Senior Wu. If you hadn't brought people from the martial arts world to support, I am afraid that I would not be able to compete with the entire immortal world today. The little brother has been making troubles in the world of cultivating immortals for a long time. He even killed the 6 strong men of the tribulation period in the cultivating world. Today, he killed the ancestors of Jian Shu in the later period of the tribulation period. In a short period of time, the world of cultivating immortals may no longer be able to fight martial arts. Any threat to the world? Wu Zontian smiled and said, "Please also ask my little brother to follow me to the northern martial arts world to discuss the destruction of the immortal world and regain the land of the northern region. This matter is not in a hurry. Senior Wu is sitting here, and the world of cultivating immortals can't even think about making any big waves in a short time. The main purpose of my visit to the Northern Territory this time is to come to the Immortal Mountain of Longevity. Now I plan to enter the Immortal Mountain of Longevity and destroy the world of immortality, and I will discuss it after I come out of the Immortal Mountain of Longevity. Little brother is going to enter the Eternal Mountain." Wu Zontian frowned slightly. Since the martial arts world was defeated by the Shushan world, Changsheng Shanshan has been controlled by the Shushan world. The entrance to the Longevity Mountain has also been sealed by the Shushan world. Easy. Don't worry, I have my own way to get into it. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, "After I enter the Immortal Mountain of Longevity, I hope Senior Wu can guard the Tongxian Valley, and don't let people in the world of immortality bother me." "Good." Wu Zontian didn't even think about it, and directly promised, "As long as I am here, even if a halal person comes, I don't want to step into the Longevity Fairy Mountain." "Thank you Senior Wu." Jiang Chen thanked him, and immediately rose directly into the air, cross-legged in a place on Tongxian Valley, and began to comprehend the surrounding formations. After a hundredfold comprehension of the trigger system, it took Jiang Chen a full 20 days to fully comprehend the formation of the immortal cultivation realm in Tongxian Valley. He didn't waste time either. His hands quickly changed into handprints, cracking the surrounding formation, and then, under the gaze of Wu Zontian and others, he dipped into the everlasting Immortal Mountain. Chapter 2384, The Survivors in the Eternal Mountain, within the boundless Longevity Fairy Mountain. There are brilliant rays of sunshine everywhere, the five-color fairy light is transpiring, and sacred mountains stand everywhere, and the mountains and plains are full of all kinds of elixir and grass, like a fairy home resort. Suddenly, a ray of light cut through the void, and a figure appeared. It was Jiang Chen who had entered the everlasting Immortal Mountain. What a fairy mountain of longevity! It is indeed a place where the legend has the opportunity to become a fairy. Seeing the situation in front of him, Jiang Chen, who had seen a lot of big scenes, couldn't help but be moved at this moment. "I saw the Longevity Fairy Mountain was full of aura, condensed into fog, and transpired, exuding a powerful breath of life everywhere. Even an ordinary person without any cultivation base, as long as he takes a breath in this Immortal Mountain of Longevity, his lifespan will increase by several years. If you practice in retreat here, the speed of your cultivation will be at least 10 times or even 100 times that of the outside world." Jiang Chen entered here this time for the sake of God's domain and heavenly Tao, so naturally he didn't have the intention to retreat and practice here. He took a deep breath, and then his divine consciousness spread out and began to explore the surroundings. Jiang Chen discovered that his spiritual consciousness was greatly restricted here, and he could only detect the situation within a radius of 100 miles. "It's weird here." He tried to rise in the air, and found that with the cultivation base of the 5 heavens of his censored king, he couldn't get rid of the shackles of the power of heaven and earth here, and walked in the air. Obviously, this situation is not naturally formed. If Jiang Chen guessed right, the entire everlasting Immortal Mountain would have been imprisoned with supreme mana. Every mountain, every stone, and every tree here has the supreme prohibition, which has weakened all power by more than 10 times. In the outside world, the monks crossing the robbery and the king of martial arts are enough to burn thousands of miles away. And in this Immortal Mountain of Longevity, I am afraid that it would be difficult to even destroy Bili Void. It's a terrifying method, and I don't know who arranged the method of the everlasting Immortal Mountain." Jiang Chen's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but let out a low whisper in his mouth. Even the cross-tribulation monk and the martial god king can easily suppress it. What a terrifying power is this! Even Mahayana monks and martial arts masters, I am afraid they may not have the ability to deploy such a method in the everlasting Immortal Mountain. Could it be that the prohibition of the Immortal Mountain of Longevity was done by God's domain and heavenly Tao? Soon Jiang Chen denied his guess. In the ancient catastrophe, God's domain Tiandao suffered heavy losses in the battle with Shushan universe. When he broke through the Divine King realm, the resurrected immortal cultivator who was buried in the ancient realm had not yet recovered to the Divine King 9th heaven, and he could defeat the thunder catastrophe descended from the Divine Realm heavenly Tao. Given the state of God's realm and heavenly Tao, how can such a powerful restriction be placed on Chengsheng Shanshan? If it weren't for God's domain and heavenly way, who would do it? As far as Jiang Chen knows, there is no record related to the everlasting immortal mountain in God's domain. The immortal mountain of everlasting life didn't exist in God's domain originally, but it was formed after the collapse of the ancient Great Tribulation God's domain. After the Great Tribulation of God's domain that year, what exactly happened here? Such a mysterious place was formed. It seems that this immortal mountain of longevity seems to be more difficult than I thought. Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a low murmur. After shook his head, Jiang Chen stopped thinking about it, and continued to explore cautiously in the everlasting immortal mountain. Jiang Chen also encountered many spirit beasts in Elixir. Perhaps it was because they were on the edge of the immortal mountain of longevity. The strength of these spirit beasts was not strong, and their strength was basically below the tribulation period, which naturally caused no threat to Jiang Chen. As for the elixir that grows around, they may be extremely precious to ordinary people, but they can't enter Jiang Chen's eyes at all. Jiang Chen didn't waste time at all on these spirit medicines, and continued to explore forward. As Jiang Chen deepened, the threats he encountered gradually increased. A giant flame bird with the size of hundreds of meters, waving its wings, the whole body flashed with red light, and the mouth opened was a flame spraying towards Jiang Chen. The martial arts power in Jiang Chen's body was surging, and he directly blasted a fist at the flame giant. This punch directly smashed the flames that the flame giant bird squirted, and then hit the flame giant bird's body with a punch. This giant flame bird, whose strength was comparable to that of the divine king realm, was directly hit by Jiang Chen and flew upside down. The vast energy fluctuations rippled away, but it was quickly suppressed by the restraining force of the surrounding void. The flame giant was in horror, turned around and wanted to escape. Jiang Chen had no expression on his face, and when he raised his hand, a sword pointed out, cutting the flame giant bird into two pieces. At the moment Jiang Chen killed the flame giant with one finger, a violent roar came from a place hundreds of miles away in front of him. Who killed this mount? As this roar fell, I saw an old man in a red robe with flickering flames, also coming from the forest in front of him. The figure of the old man in the red robe had already appeared hundreds of meters away from Jiang Chen. The immortal cultivator in the late stage of the tribulation. Seeing this old man who appeared suddenly, Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but condensed slightly. He obviously didn't expect that the giant flame bird that he killed just now had a master, and its master was a cultivator in the late stage of the tribulation. The everlasting fairy mountain is a mysterious place that claims to have an opportunity to become a fairy. Since the appearance of the longevity fairy mountain, countless immortal cultivators and warriors have entered the Shenwu continent. In particular, some strong people whose deadlines have fallen will choose to enter the immortal mountain of longevity to increase their lifespan and delay the arrival of the deadline. After these people entered the everlasting mountain, most of them never came out again. Some of them should have fallen forever in the immortal mountain of longevity, but there are also people who have obtained the opportunity in the immortal mountain of longevity, thus breaking the limit and surviving. The red-robed old man in front of him should be one of them. It was not a bad thing for Jiang Chen to be able to meet an immortal cultivator who lived in the immortal mountain of longevity. Obviously, this old guy has lived in the longevity fairy mountain for a long time, and he should have a certain understanding of the longevity fairy mountain. He can just learn some information about the longevity fairy mountain from the mouth of this guy. Boy, you killed the mount that you have kept for many years. The red-robed old man looked at Jiang Chen who appeared in front of him, and his whole body was filled with murderous intent. Are there anyone else here besides me? Jiang Chen smiled faintly and looked at the red-robed old man calmly. Old guy, you should have lived in the everlasting immortal mountain for a long time. Tell me about the situation of the everlasting immortal mountain. How about I forgive you for not dying? Chapter 2385, Dan Juchen, the ancestor of the Dan family. Where did the hairy boy dare to speak up in front of me? I think you are looking for death. The red-robed old man yelled in anger, and immediately turned into three identical figures, and slew towards Jiang Chen. Huh, Skyfire illusion body. Looking at the magic technique displayed by the red-robe elder, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. The trick the old guy in front of him showed was almost exactly the same as the Skyfire illusion that the second son of the Dan family had used at the beginning. Jiang Chen obviously didn't expect that this old guy would be from the Dan family. Although the Dan family is the first immortal cultivating family in the world of cultivating immortals, it has not been born a transitional period powerhouse for a long time. The old guy in front of him, in all likelihood, after entering the Immortal Mountain of Longevity, he got the opportunity in the Immortal Mountain of Longevity, and only then broke through the catastrophe period. Jiang Chen's thoughts flashed, and he didn't neglect the movement in his hands. He raised his hand directly and it was 3 swords of energy, and he slashed at the red robe figure who was besieging him. Although the old guy in front of him has reached the late stage of the tribulation, he is much weaker than the Jianshu ancestor killed by his town, and is at the same level as the Tianshuan ancestor, equivalent to the 7th heaven of God King. The strong. How can such a monk in the late stage of the tribulation pose a slight threat to Jiang Chen? 3 sword lights pierced the space, and instantly slashed on the oncoming 3 red-robed figures. I saw 2 red-robed elders who were directly smashed into nothingness by a sword. The remaining body also stepped back on the ground embarrassingly for more than 10 steps before slowly stabilizing his figure. He stared at Jiang Chen, who was opposite, and there was also a look of horror that was hard to hide on his slightly pale face. Jiang Chen did not answer the red-robe old man, but said indifferently, "Old guy, what you just displayed was the Dan family's Skyfire illusion body. Are you from the Dan family?" "Yes." The old ancestor Dan Juchen of the old man Dan's family entered the Immortal Mountain of Longevity 3,000 years ago. Dan Juchen hugged Jiang Chen, with a polite expression on his face. "I wonder if your excellency is." The young man in front of him had such terrifying strength. Even the 5 great immortal sects in the world of cultivating immortals are extremely rare. "I'm someone you can't afford to offend." Jiang Chen glanced at Dan Juchen with a playful look. "Not long ago, someone in your Dan family provoked me, so I stepped down on the Dan family. Do you want to avenge your Dan family?" Dan Juchen couldn't help but feel a chill when he heard the words. Although the Dan family is nominally the first family in the world of cultivating immortals, it has not been born a transitional monk for many years. Although there are some means to resist the strong man in the tribulation period, it is not worth mentioning in front of the young man in black who can defeat him with one move. 3,000 years ago, Dan Juchen, the ancestor of the Dan family, had been stuck at the peak of Hedao. Seeing that the deadline was approaching, Dan Juchen came to this Immortal Mountain of Longevity. Dan Juchen had good luck after entering the everlasting Immortal Mountain and got a good chance. Relying on these opportunities, he practiced in retreat in the Immortal Mountain of Longevity, not only breaking through the period of crossing the catastrophe, but also practicing to the late stage of crossing the catastrophe. After tasting the sweetness in the Immortal Mountain of Longevity, Dan Juchen never thought of leaving here again. He intends to cultivate directly in the Immortal Mountain of Longevity to the peak of the tribulation, and then seek opportunities to break through the Mahayana period, and even pursue the legendary opportunity to become a fairy. Over the years, Dan Juchen only wanted to pursue a higher realm, and had already forgotten the Dan family. Your Excellency is joking. The old man has been away from the Dan family for many years, and he has no longer bothered about the Dan family. The Dan family provokes you and they are on their own account, and they have nothing to do with the old man. Dan Juchen said quickly. The strength of the black-clothed youth in front of him is unfathomable, more powerful than him. When he entered the Immortal Mountain of Everlasting Life, he finally got the opportunity to have the cultivation base of the later stage of the tribulation. Now in Dan Juchen's eyes, seeking opportunities in this Immortal Mountain of Longevity and breaking through a higher realm is far more important than the Dan family. How could he go against this one in front of him for the Dan family? You have been in the Everlasting Mountain for so many years, so you must have a good understanding of this Everlasting Mountain. Tell me about the situation of the Everlasting Mountain. Jiang Chen didn't get too entangled with this question, and asked directly. The situation of the Immortal Mountain of Longevity is very complicated. Over the years, I have been in retreat after seeking opportunities. In fact, I don't know much about the situation of the Immortal Mountain of Longevity. Dan Juchen didn't hide anything, so he introduced Jiang Chen directly. The everlasting Immortal Mountain is vast and boundless. For so many years, the Shenwu continent's exploration of the everlasting Immortal Mountain has only been less than 1/10. This is because many immortal cultivators enter it every year, and some of these immortal cultivators leave the Eternal Immortal Mountain alive, and some of them have fallen into the Eternal Immortal Mountain. Besides, there are also some immortal cultivators who are completely attracted by the environment here after entering the everlasting Immortal Mountain, and have no plans to go out again. These immortal cultivators gathered together to explore the immortal mountain of longevity, and a force of immortal cultivation also formed in this immortal mountain of longevity. Dan Juchen was unhappy with a leader of the immortal cultivation force of the everlasting immortal mountain for some reasons, so he didn't join the force and chose to explore the everlasting immortal mountain alone. Dan Juchen didn't dare to go deeper into the everlasting immortal mountain. Fortunately, Dan Juchen had good luck, and finally got the opportunity to break the shackles in the everlasting immortal mountain, and broke through the catastrophe period. When Jiang Chen heard the words, his brows couldn't help but frown. Except for the immortal cultivators, is there no warrior in this longevity immortal mountain? Yes, but very few. For these years, the everlasting immortal mountain has been controlled by the 5 great immortals, and no one has entered the martial arts world for a long time. Those who still live in the everlasting immortal mountain are some peerless old monsters that have lived for countless years. In fact, in this immortal mountain of longevity, the identities of cultivators and warriors are not that important. Everyone has only one purpose, to explore the immortal mountain of longevity in order to seek higher opportunities. As far as I know, the immortal cultivation forces in the immortal mountain of longevity once cooperated with people in the martial arts world for a chance. Dan Juchen smiled slightly. Hearing Dan Juchen's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a surprised look appeared in his eyes. Jiang Chen was also relieved quickly. For example, the old guy in front of him, as the ancestor of the Dan family, can leave the Dan family behind. It is not impossible that those immortal cultivators and warriors of the immortal mountain of longevity will unite for some chance. Chapter 2386, Cultivator Alliance. Take me to meet the man in the everlasting immortal mountain. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, and then directly said to Dan Juchen. The everlasting fairy mountain is too vast, even if the god's domain Heavenly Tao is really hidden in it, it is not easy to find it. He had no clue at all now, he could only crash around like a headless fly, and it would be even more difficult to find the whereabouts of God's domain Heavenly Tao. These immortal cultivators who survived on the everlasting immortal mountain gathered together, and they had explored this everlasting immortal mountain for countless years, and they should know a lot about the situation of the everlasting immortal mountain. He could learn some clues through these guys who lived in the immortal mountain of longevity. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Dan Juchen's eyes couldn't help but show a hesitant look. When he first entered the immortal mountain of everlasting life, he happened to save the son of a deputy leader of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance before he joined the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. That person invited Dan Juchen to explore an ancient cave mansion together. After the two flipped and explored, they found a lot of opportunities in the cave mansion of the ancient powerhouse. Dan Juchen's head was hot for a while, and when the son of the deputy leader was not paying attention, he secretly attacked and severely inflicted him, and he took advantage of the opportunity. Dan Juchen stayed away from the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, and retreats alone. It was precisely because he had swallowed that opportunity at the beginning that he, who had been staying at the peak of He Dao, possessed the strength of the later stage of the tribulation. Although his cultivation base reached the late stage of the tribulation, Dan Juchen still did not dare to go to the Immortal Cultivation Alliance easily. The deputy leader of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance was already a powerful man in the late stage of the tribulation 3,000 years ago, and now his strength has become even more terrifying. If he returned to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, that one would definitely not let him go easily. Seeing that Dan Juchen didn't speak, Jiang Chen couldn't help but snorted indifferently. Why, you don't want to? It's not that I don't want to take you there. Dan Juchen smiled bitterly. Your Excellency, I have a lot of grievances with a deputy leader of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Once discovered by him, I'm afraid it will cause you trouble. You just lead the way, I promise that the deputy leader of the Cultivator Alliance can't hurt your hair. Jiang Chen glanced at Dan Juchen faintly, and a look of impotentness appeared in his eyes. Dan Juchen was startled, and said quickly, Okay, I will take your Excellency to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. The deputy leader of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance could not provoke him, but the young man in black who was able to defeat him with one move could not provoke him either. In the Alliance of Cultivators, not many people knew him. Take this guy to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, as long as you don't meet that one head-on, there shouldn't be much problem. If he really angered this guy, he might have to fall here now. Dan Juchen didn't hesitate anymore at the moment, and he directly played a magic trick, and a giant flame bird with a strength comparable to the tribulation period quickly flew from a distance. Jiang Chen couldn't help but glanced at Dan Juchen lightly. This old guy is not generally cautious. It seems that he has conquered a lot of such birds to guard the surroundings of his retreat. Once there is any wind blowing on the grass, he can know it for the first time. It is said that there is immortality suppression in the immortal mountain of longevity. Even Mahayana monks can hardly fly in the air. It is much more convenient to use these birds to travel in the immortal mountain of longevity. Dan Juchen explained with a smile. Jiang Chen nodded and said, "Let's go." Dan Juchen didn't say anything anymore, and directly let the flame giant stop in front of the two of them. The two flashed and swept behind the giant flame bird, and the giant flame bird carried them towards the depths of the longevity fairy mountain. The everlasting fairy mountain is vast and boundless, and there are overlapping mountains everywhere. These mountains spread to distant places beyond the reach of manpower, leaving countless treasures of opportunities, only waiting for those who are predestined to open it. Although the everlasting fairy mountain has countless opportunities, it also harbors countless dangers. Even if the cultivator is here, if he is a little careless, there is a risk of falling. Those cultivators who enter this place will form an alliance of cultivators and gather strength to explore the immortal mountain of longevity. Even if the Immortal Cultivator Alliance has existed in the everlasting immortal mountain for countless years, the area explored is less than 1/10 of the entire everlasting immortal mountain. Under the leadership of Dan Juchen, after walking in the everlasting immortal mountain for a day and a night, Jiang Chen finally came to a mountain that reached a height of thousands of meters. On the top of the mountain peak, there is a series of buildings exuding primitive simplicity. In those buildings, there are long breaths, and there are several breaths in them. Compared with Dan Juchen in the later period of the robbery, they are all worse than Dan Juchen. This Immortal Cultivator Alliance of the Immortal Mountain of Longevity is not weak in strength. Feeling the tyrannical aura in the mountain, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. It's not weak indeed. The Immortal Mountain of Longevity is full of spiritual aura, and it is an excellent place for cultivation. The effect of cultivation here is almost 10 times that of the outside world. Every year, many people from the 5 great immortals enter the Longevity Mountain. Although some of them have fallen, many have survived. These people are attracted by the cultivation environment of the Longevity Mountain and are unwilling to leave. Their strength has improved extremely fast. As far as I know, the strength of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, compared to the 5 great immortal sects in the outside world, is probably better than that. Dan Juchen said solemnly. When the two were talking, the guard responsible for guarding the Immortal Cultivator Alliance resident also sensed the existence of the two Jiang Chen. 2 human figures also appeared ghostly in front of Jiang Chen and the others. They stared sharply at the two Jiang Chen, and their cold voices slowly resounded across the world. This is the resident of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. People who are not from the Immortal Cultivator Alliance are forbidden to enter. Who are you and why come to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance? Jiang Chen hugged his fists to the two of them and said, We too have just entered the everlasting mountain from the realm of cultivating immortals, and we came here to join the alliance of cultivators. Now it's time to open the entrance to the everlasting immortal mountain once a year. One of the first one looked at the two Jiang Chen lightly. Since I entered the everlasting mountain from the realm of cultivation, do I have an identity certificate? With a move of his palm, Jiang Chen directly took out the token he had obtained from Xuanyang Gate. The guard glanced at the token in Jiang Chen's hand, and then faintly said, "Follow me." When Jiang Chen heard this, they didn't say much, and immediately followed the guard to walk into the mountain. And at this moment, several figures inside the mountain slowly walked out. When Dan Juchen looked at the figure headed, his expression finally changed suddenly. Chapter 2387, Qin Zan. Qin Zan. Dan Juchen's complexion was ugly to the extreme. He didn't expect that his luck was so bad. When he first came to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, he unexpectedly met the person he least wanted to see. Feeling the change in Dan Juchen's mood, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, couldn't help but followed Dan Juchen's gaze, and then landed on the man in the golden robe headed by the sword eyebrow star. This Jin-robed man was only the cultivation base of the early stage of the tribulation. Obviously he was unlikely to be the deputy leader of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance who had a grudge with Dan Juchen. Even if this Jin-robed man is not the deputy leader who has a grudge with Dan Juchen, he must have a close relationship with him. Prince Qin Zan. The two guards looked at the headed man with sword eyebrows and stars, and could not help saluting respectfully. The man in Jinyi known as Qin Zan nodded slightly. Well, another newcomer is here. One of the guards quickly replied. Yes, now it's the day when the everlasting mountain is opened once a year. There should be many people in the world of immortality entering the everlasting mountain. These people from the Longevity Immortal Mountain Cultivator Alliance have no knowledge of what is happening outside. You take them in. After Qin Zan finished speaking, he was about to leave with a few people behind him. But at this moment, he glanced casually from Jiang Chen and the other two. The steps Qin Zan had just taken stopped abruptly. He stared at Dan Juchen stubbornly, and a sharp chill instantly spread from his body. Dan Juchen, it turned out to be you. Unexpectedly, you dared to pretend to be a newcomer and come to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. It is true that there is a way in heaven and you will not go, but there is no way to hell, but you will come in. Back then, you took advantage of my unpreparedness to attack me and seize the opportunity that belonged to me. Today I will surely let you come back 100 times. Qin Zan stared at Dan Juchen with a bitter expression on his face, and an extremely hideous look appeared on his handsome face. Qin Zan obtained a blueprint of the ancient strong man's cave mansion from his father, so he secretly left the Immortal Cultivator Alliance to explore this ancient strong man's cave mansion. At that time, Qin Zan was a well-known genius for cultivation in the Immortal Cultivation Realm Alliance. At the age of less than 100 years old, he broke through the period of harmony. Although he had just broken through the He Dao period, Qin Zan was unparalleled in combat strength, and he proudly claimed to be invincible under the tribulation period. When he was exploring the ruins of the ancient powerhouse, he suffered a severe injury for a while, and was just saved by Dan Juchen, who had just entered the Immortal Mountain of Longevity. He invited Dan Juchen to explore the ancient powerhouse cave with him. Just when they teamed up to obtain the opportunity of that ancient cave mansion, Dan Juchen attacked him at a critical moment and swallowed all the opportunities. Qin Zan always didn't want to find Dan Juchen to avenge his former enemies. This matter has even become the demon in Qin Zan's heart. It is precisely because of being trapped by the demons that Qin Zan's cultivation has been extremely slow over the years, and it has only been 3,000 years before he barely breaks through the catastrophe period. Now that I finally see the enemy who I dream of wanting to find, how can Qin Zan not be angry? Qin Zan, you are responsible for all this. In those days, I was not only for your life, but also wholeheartedly helping you enter that ancient cave, but you want to take most of the benefits for yourself. Dan Juchen snorted coldly. If you weren't too greedy, how would I take action against you? Dan Juchen, talk less nonsense. For these 3,000 years, I have been secretly swearing in my heart that sooner or later I will make you pay a heavy price. Today, I want to let you know what is better than death. Qin Xuanzhen's words fell, and a golden divine flame ignited in his pupils, like a torch, Jing Guangye. Qin Zan stepped out, the golden light on his body also became more and more exuberant, and the monstrous aura was like a violent wind and tsunami, oppressing Dan Juchen. Dan Juchen's complexion changed, and the aura in the later stage of the tribulation exploded with all his strength. Two expansive breaths collided in midair, and suddenly the sea of clouds was torn in half, and the two people were centered on them. The figures of the two of them stepped on the ground almost at the same time and withdrew more than 10 steps away. Except for Jiang Chen, who was still standing proudly in place, everyone in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance was forced to retreat hundreds of meters in embarrassment due to the terrifying aura of the confrontation between the two. Old thing, it seems that what happened back then really gave you a lot of benefits, and it even allowed you to reach the late stage of the tribulation. Qin Zan stabilized his figure, and his gaze towards Dan Juchen became more and more cold. Dan Juchen pressed down the churning aura in his body, his expression instantly became extremely solemn. This guy in front of him is worthy of being the arrogant figure in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Although the cultivation base was only in the early stage of the tribulation, the combat power was not inferior to his existence in the latter stage of the tribulation. This is not easy. Even Jiang Chen's gaze towards Qin Zan couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. This Qin Zan's cultivation base was only at the peak of the initial stage of crossing the tribulation, between the God King's third heaven and God King's fourth heaven. However, Dan Juchen in the later stage of the tribulation was comparable to the existence of God King's seventh heaven. Qin Zan's ability to collide with Dan Juchen head-on without losing the wind was enough to see how terrifying his natural strength was. Even looking at the entire divine realm, among all the geniuses he has seen, I am afraid that only Jiang Zan can barely compare with this son. Dan Juchen took a slow and deep breath, and immediately looked at Qin Zan with a green face. Qin Zan, the things that happened back then have been so long, no matter who is right or wrong, it doesn't make any sense anymore. You really want to? I can't stop dying. Qin Zan didn't bother to talk nonsense at all, saw his palm peek into the void, and clanged out a purple lightning sword. The bright purple lightning flashes on the sword, making it crystal clear, as if cast by lightning. Qin Zan screamed, and the true essence mana in his body surged. I saw that above the thunder sword in his hand, the purple lightning thunder skyrocketed, and it turned into a shining sword light that was hundreds of feet long. The sword glow crossed the sky, tearing the space apart. Rays of thunder blasted from the void into the ground and exploded on the sword, making it more and more brilliant and angry. If it were not for the supreme prohibition and suppression of the immortal mountain of longevity, Qin Zan's sword would be enough to turn thousands of miles into a chaotic thunder hell. Looking at Qin Zan's horrible sword, Dan Juchen's expression couldn't help but change drastically. The crimson true essence mana surged all over his body, and the Dan family's Skyfire illusion body was also fully used. Chapter 2388, You Can't Move Him. Only heard a loud noise. Dan Juchen's three figures cast spells at the same time, colliding with the purple lightning thunder sword. Several kinds of true element mana crazily intertwined with each other. Both of them tried their best, madly playing all kinds of magical powers. The two avatars of Dan Juchen Tianwo's phantom body were all blown up alive, leaving only one body to explode back hundreds of feet in embarrassment. Opposite Dan Juchen, Qin Zan's face also showed a pale look. The battle between Dan Juchen and the two naturally attracted the attention of many people in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, and a series of extraordinary figures flashed out of the mountain. Among them, a man in a thunder robe who looked 40 or 50 years old and looked somewhat similar to Qin Zan's eyes stared at the battle in the field, his brows frowned slightly. Xuaner, what the censored is going on? The man in the lay robe is no one else, but Qin Kangdale, Qin Zan's father and deputy leader of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Since Qin Zan was frustrated when he went out 3,000 years ago, his temperament has changed drastically, he is reticent, and he is indifferent to almost everything. For so many years, Qin Kangdale had never seen Qin Zan have such a big mood swing, and he was still outside of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, directly working with others. Father, this person is the one who attacked me 3,000 years ago. Qin Zan stared at Dan Juchen ferociously, and said almost word by word. Hearing Qin Zan's words, Qin Kangdale's eyes narrowed slightly. His eyes suddenly looked at Dan Juchen, and there was also an icy chill in his eyes. Are you the one who attacked Xuaner back then? Back then, his son Qin Zan, with a peerless spirit body, a purple thunder spirit body, was a unique cultivation genius. In less than 100 years, Qin Zan was on the way and easily reached the stage of harmony. Qin Kangdale originally thought, with Qin Zan's talent, he should be able to easily break through the tribulation period and even the Mahayana period, and even pursue the illusory fairy path. Unexpectedly, 3,000 years ago, after Qin Zan went out once, he fell down from the altar and never recovered. Over the years, Qin Zan has been constrained by the heart demon, and the progress of his cultivation has been extremely slow. For 3,000 years, Qin Zan barely broke through from the Hedao period to the tribulation period. With the talent of Qin Zan's purple thunder spirit body, this is really incredible. Now Qin Kangdale understands that the old guy in front of him is probably the culprit responsible for all this. If it weren't for me to rescue him, he would have been buried in the everlasting immortal mountain. I don't deny that I shot him, but if he wasn't too domineering, how could he have caused the situation today? Dan Juchen stared at Qin Kangdale tightly, his expression extremely solemn. The deputy leader of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, this is one of the top big figures in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, and his strength is unfathomable. Even if Dan Juchen now has the cultivation base of the later stage of the tribulation, facing the person in front of him, he still instinctively feels a hint of danger from his body. I don't want to listen to your explanation, since you admit it, then just catch it obediently. Qin Kangdale's cold voice fell, and he stretched out his hand and grabbed Dan Juchen with one claw. Stabbed. The sky was torn apart, the thunder waterfall was like rain, and the sky was full of thunder light, converging into a peerless thunder claw, like the claws of the ancient thunder beast. With an extremely fierce and violent aura, he grabbed Dan Juchen. Looking at the claw that Qin Kangdale grabbed in the sky, Dan Juchen's pupils suddenly shrank, and his mouth also let out a terrifying roar. His eyes flickered with blazing flames, his breath shook the sky and the earth, causing the space to tremble. A terrifying fire mana, filling the world with hundreds of feet. Any monk under the tribulation stepping into this area will be instantly affected by the hot energy. Evaporate into nothingness. Rao Dan Juchen tried his best, but it was still difficult to hold Qin Kangale's claw. The whole person was directly shocked and flew out, crashing onto the ground 100 meters away. A huge hole was smashed. Dan Juchen's mouth spouted wildly with blood, his face instantly turned pale, and the look at Qin Kangale also showed an unprecedented panic. Although he also knew that Qin Kangale, who was the deputy leader of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, would be very strong. But he still didn't expect that Qin Kangale's strength was already so terrifying. With his cultivation in the later stage of the tribulation, he couldn't even stop one of his tricks. As expected of the deputy leader of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, his strength is really strong. Seeing this scene before him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but squint slightly. The deputy leader of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, although his cultivation base is the same as Dan Juchen, he is in the late stage of the tribulation, but there is still a big gap between them. Dan Juchen just broke through the late stage of the tribulation, but Qin Kangale has already reached the peak of the latter stage of the tribulation, and I am afraid that it is only one step away from the true peak of the tribulation. Qin Kangale's strength is more than that of the Jian Shu ancestor of the Purple Sword Sect. You don't have to fight fearlessly, just catch it with your bare hands. Qin Kangale's eyes were cold, and his monstrous aura was firmly locked on Dan Juchen's body. Dan Juchen was heartbroken. Qin Kangale's horror had completely exceeded his imagination. This was also the first time Dan Juchen really felt the threat of death in his life. He was about to ask for help from Jiang Chen, when a ghostly figure appeared in front of him out of thin air. Dissolving the oppression of Qin Kangale's breath, Qin Kangale's eyes narrowed. Boy, who are you? As a peerless expert who was only one step away from the peak of the tribulation, Qin Kangale was very confident of his own strength. Even Dan Juchen, a cultivator in the late stage of the tribulation, didn't have much resistance in front of him. The young man in black can easily resist the pressure of his breath, which is obviously extraordinary. Jiang Chen looked at Qin Kangale calmly. Under Jiang Chen, not long after he entered the Immortal Mountain of Longevity, he specially came to join the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Since you are here to join the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, then step back and don't interfere with the affairs of this seat. Qin Kangale couldn't help but snorted lightly. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, sorry, there is still a deal between the next and him, you can't move him now. Qin Kangale screamed in anger, then waved his sleeves. I saw a thunder dragon shining with purple and gold electric light, slammed out of his sleeve, and then with the terrifying energy that destroys everything, it rushed towards Jiang Chen with its teeth and claws. With this blow, the world changed its color immediately. Chapter 2389, I'll take care of this nosy. This kid, dare to provoke Qin's deputy leader, really knows how to live and die. Many people from the Immortal Cultivator Alliance looked at this scene and couldn't help but shook their heads secretly. Their gazes towards Jiang Chen couldn't help showing a look of pity. Qin Kangale, one of the two deputy leaders of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, has reached the peak of the late stage of the tribulation, and his thunder technique is even more fierce. How can the entire black-clothed youth in front of him contend with Qin Kangale? Just when everyone thought that Jiang Chen would undoubtedly die under Qin Kangale's trick, a scene that made them stunned happened. I saw that Jiang Chen didn't evade, still standing proudly with his hands motionless. When Qin Kangale controlled the thunder and lightning condensed thunder Jiao, it was crushed into nothingness by the sword energy that appeared out of thin air when it just appeared within 100 feet of Jiang Chen's body. You are not from the world of cultivating immortals, you are a warrior from the martial arts world in the north. Qin Kangale's eyes narrowed slightly. Now the entrance to the Immortal Mountain of Longevity is in the hands of the Cultivation Realm. How did you enter the Immortal Mountain of Longevity? Following Qin Kangale's words, the eyes of everyone around him fell on Jiang Chen's body at this moment. Even Dan Juchen behind Jiang Chen couldn't help but show an incredible shock in his old eyes. Although Dan Juchen also vaguely felt that Jiang Chen's power seemed to be different from their immortal cultivators when he fought Jiang Chen, he did not think about it. The entrance of the everlasting Immortal Mountain has been under the control of the Immortal Cultivation Realm for many years. How can the people of the northern martial arts world have the opportunity to enter the everlasting Immortal Mountain? Could it be that what happened to Shenwu continent? Jiang Chen said indifferently. Am I a cultivator or a warrior in the northern martial arts world, in this Immortal Mountain of Longevity, it doesn't seem to matter, right? It's really not important. Qin Kangale's face was indifferent and said, "As long as you don't take care of your business and leave the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, I can assume that nothing happened." Although he didn't exert his full strength in the attack just now, it was definitely not something that an ordinary cultivator of tribulation could withstand. The black-clothed young man in front of him was able to understate his previous blow, which was obviously very difficult. Qin Kangale obviously didn't want to be an enemy of this class of characters until he was forced to do so. "Then I can only say sorry." Jiang Chen shook his head, and said lightly, "I'm really taking care of this nosy today." Qin Kangale couldn't help but flashed a cold light in his eyes, and his hands quickly changed into a magic formula, which evolved 200-foot-long golden thunder dragons, and once again slaughtered Jiang Chen. Lei Jiao danced empty, illuminating half of the sky. With this blow, Qin Kangale had no reservations at all, and directly used all his strength. The terrifying power was that Dan Juchen couldn't help but trembled. With his strength, even if his cards are exhausted, if he wants to withstand this attack, I am afraid that he will have to pay a lot of money. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, the golden ancient sword flashed out of the air from his palm, and the Azure Emperor's sword technique Wafen Yijian also slashed out without reservation. The silent and strange sword light penetrated the space in an instant and slashed on the two golden thunder dragons, causing the power on the golden thunder dragons to collapse and instantly return to nothingness. Qin Kangale's complexion changed, and he once again used the sky-shaking technique, and blasted towards Jiang Chen. The golden ancient sword in Jiang Chen's hand kept swinging, and each sword understated Qin Kangale's heaven-shaking technique. The two have already fought more than 10 moves one after another. Qin Kangale used one technique after another, but he couldn't help Jiang Chen. "Qin Kangale, although you are very strong, you can't imagine how you won me. The matter between your son and Dan Juchen has passed so many years, there is no point in continuing to investigate it. I am here today just to join your Immortal Cultivator Alliance. If this is not the case, how about it?" Jiang Chen used another sword to slash Qin Kangale's thunder attack, and his eyes calmly said. Qin Kangale coldly snorted with a gloomy expression, "You said it's the end here, who do you think you are? What happened back then has become the demon of his son Qin Zan's heart. If this matter cannot be resolved, Qin Zan will be trapped by the inner demon throughout his life. Today, even at all costs, he will solve the matter perfectly and get rid of the demons for Qin Zan." Jiang Chen's eyes were slightly cold. "Qin Kangale, I have given you a chance to reconcile. Since you have to continue to do it, then I will stay with you to the end." Qin Kangale didn't speak, and the thunderous power all over his body was more than 3 points instantaneously. Just as he was about to use his peerless mastery to defeat Jiang Chen in one fell swoop, an old sigh was suddenly heard from within the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. "Hey, Kang Lei, this is the end of the matter, arrange for this little friend to stay in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance." Hearing this voice, Qin Kangale's complexion instantly became extremely difficult to look at. After his eyes changed uncertainly for a long time, he finally did not choose to continue. Now that the one has spoken, it is almost impossible for him to continue working on this kid. Qin Kangale took a deep breath, and then ordered an elder to arrange for the two Jiang Chen, and he quickly dissipated in front of everyone with Qin Zan. Qin Kangale returned to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, and went directly to a quaint hall in the middle of the mountain. An old man in a green robe with white beard and hair and a rickety figure was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. "Leader, that Dan Juchen made a sneak attack on Qin Zan back then and has become Qin Zan's demon. If the demon is not removed, Qin Zan will not be able to achieve greater success. I am afraid that the peerless spirit body will be abolished. Why do you want to stop me?" Qin Kangale looked at the old man in the middle of the hall and couldn't help but asked in a deep voice. "Even if I don't stop you, do you think you got that kid?" As the old man in Qingpao said, he slowly opened his eyes and looked at Qin Kangale faintly. "Qin Zan's heart demon, I will figure out a solution. That kid has unparalleled talent and strength, not inferior to the monster race. That one is of great use to us, let him stay in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance first." Qin Kangale was taken aback for a moment. He also thought of something in an instant, and he couldn't help but suddenly raised his head to look at the old man in Qingpao. "Leader, do you want to use that kid to go to that place? According to our many years of exploration, that place should be the center of the everlasting Immortal Mountain, which contains the real secrets of the everlasting Immortal Mountain." The old man in the green robe flashed in his old eyes. "Whether we can go to that place, maybe it should be on that kid. Chapter 2390, Information, Cultivator Alliance, an Independent Courtyard. Under the arrangement of an elder of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, the two Jiang Chen temporarily stayed in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Little friend Jiang Chen, I feel that the Immortal Cultivator Alliance allows us to live here. It seems to be a little unkind. You must be careful. Dan Juchen couldn't help reminding Jiang Chen. In the Immortal Mountain of Longevity, although the cultivator and the warrior are not like the outside world, they both regard each other as life and death enemies, but they are definitely not friendly. If it wasn't for a certain purpose, the Cultivator Alliance would definitely not be able to retain such a powerful warrior. Don't worry, I have my own measures. The strength of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance is extremely powerful, especially the old man who spoke before. Compared to the Taixu Immortal Sect's halal person, I am afraid that it is even more powerful. If that one shot, even he might only be able to contend with the power of the Immortal Monument. But that person not only didn't make a move, but instead stopped Qin Kangale. There must be something tricky in it. Since that one didn't shoot at him, it means that he should have some use value to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. He now only needs to respond to ever-changing things with the same, and by the way, through the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, he can inquire about some news about the Immortal Mountain of Longevity. Jiang Chen wanders in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, and wants to learn more about the everlasting Immortal Mountain from the members of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, so that he can search for the whereabouts of the God Realm Heavenly Tao. Almost all of these people in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance avoided Jiang Chen and were unwilling to say anything to Jiang Chen. After a few days, Jiang Chen did not get any useful information from the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Jiang Chen decided to meet the leader of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Since that one had left himself in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, he must have a certain purpose. Maybe he can get the information he wants from the mouth of that one. But just as Jiang Chen left the room and was about to go to see the leader of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, there was a sudden wave of slight fluctuations in the courtyard. Jiang Chen paused and couldn't help but suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of energy fluctuations. An old man in a green robe with white beard and hair and a rickety figure had already appeared in front of him. Looking at the green-robed old man who appeared out of thin air, Jiang Chen couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. Senior should be the one who spoke that day, and the leader of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, right? The aura of this green-robed old man is unfathomable. Compared with Taixu Immortal Sect's Taixu Sect, his cultivation is more than that, and he is obviously also a powerful existence at the peak of the tribulation. In this Immortal Cultivator Alliance, besides the leader of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, who else is there? The old man Xu Qingli is the leader of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Xu Qingli couldn't help but glanced at Jiang Chen deeply. Unexpectedly, in the martial arts world of the Shenwu continent, there will be peerless figures like little friends. The little friends can come to this longevity fairy mountain. It seems that the Shenwu continent is afraid that the sky will change. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Senior has been in this Immortal Mountain of Longevity for many years, and has already lost contact with the outside world. Would he still care about this? The old man has been in this Immortal Mountain of Longevity for more than 10,000 years, and the external affairs do not have much to do with the old man. In the world of cultivating immortals back then, the old man was nothing more than a small person who couldn't break through even the Tao period. After entering this Immortal Mountain of Longevity, he was lucky to have the opportunity to have all of what he is today. In the past few years, the only wish of the old man is to seek opportunities in this Immortal Mountain of Longevity, break through the Mahayana period, and even ask Tao to become immortal. Xu Qingli smiled indifferently, without any hostility because of Jiang Chen's identity. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense with Xu Qingli, and said straight to the door, "Senior, you left me that day. You must not simply want to keep me in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, right? The Alliance of Cultivators has explored the everlasting Immortal Mountain for many years. Although the area explored is less than 1/10 of the entire everlasting Immortal Mountain, some mysterious places have also been discovered in the everlasting Immortal Mountain. One of them, according to many years of speculation by the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, is the core of the entire everlasting Immortal Mountain, and even the opportunity to become immortal in the legend of everlasting Immortal Mountain is almost there. I left you, mainly because I hoped to join hands with you to explore that mysterious place." Xu Qingli didn't conceal it, and directly stated his purpose. It's really nowhere to find a place to break through the iron shoes, and it is all effortless. He came to Changsheng Shanshan on this trip, originally for the purpose of looking for God's domain and heavenly Tao. If God's domain Tiandao really hides in this longevity fairy mountain, it will inevitably be the core area of this longevity fairy mountain. The place Xu Qingli and the others found might also be the place where God's domain heavenly Tao is located. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, and couldn't help but curiously said, "Can you not explore that mysterious place with the strength of the predecessors?" This Xu Qingli's strength has reached the peak of the tribulation, which is even stronger than that of a halal person. If this person is unable to explore that mysterious place with his strength, even if he joins forces with Xu Qingli, I am afraid there is no meaning at all. That place, the situation is very complicated, you can only enter it every once in a while, and, according to our exploration, we found that there seems to be a test of supreme power in that place. Only the genius with talent and evildoer can pass it more easily. Xu Qingli said truthfully, although the Immortal Cultivator Alliance has gathered many elite disciples in the cultivation world, it has never appeared that kind of amazing existence. Every time their alliance of cultivators explored that place, they didn't make much progress. 3,000 years ago, Qin Zan, a genius with a peerless spirit body, appeared in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, and he had a cultivation base of the affinity period in less than 100 years. With Qin Zan's talent, he should soon be able to help them explore the place in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. However, he did not expect that after Qin Zan went out once, he was trapped by the demons of the heart, and the progress of his cultivation was extremely slow. For 3,000 years, Qin Zan barely broke through the tribulation period. After all, Qin Zan had a peerless spirit body. Even if he had only the cultivation base at the beginning of the tribulation, he could still play a certain role. After Jiang Chen appeared, Xu Qingli changed his attention. This mysterious young man from the martial arts world is more talented than Qin Zan, who possesses a peerless spirit body, and his strength is even harder to suppress even Qin Kangale in the later stage of the tribulation. The one in front of him is undoubtedly the perfect person to explore that place. Chapter 2391, God King 6th Heaven. Senior, do you know how this longevity fairy mountain was formed? Jiang Chen looked at Xu Qingli in front of him, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. In ancient times, there was no longevity fairy mountain in God's domain continent. It's impossible for places like Changsheng Shanshan to have no records in God's domain continent. Jiang Chen really couldn't understand why such a mysterious mountain appeared in the land of the Northern Territory after the Great Tribulation of God's domain. Where did the everlasting fairy mountain come from? Almost no one in this world knows. The battle between Shushan universe and God's domain in the past led to the collapse of God's domain, and this everlasting immortal mountain suddenly appeared out of thin air. But, after so many years of exploration by the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, we vaguely discovered that this longevity fairy mountain should not belong to the universe of the gods. Xu Qingli said slowly. Jiang Chen was taken aback and looked up at Xu Qingli and said, "Doesn't belong to the universe of God's domain. Could it be that the universe where your immortal cultivators are located is not possible?" Neither, Xu Qingli said astonishingly. According to our guess, this immortal mountain of longevity should come from a more advanced world, such as the immortal world spread in our cultivating universe. A more advanced world, Jiang Chen said in amazement. Is there really a higher world in this world? There is no end to the path of practice. Only when you reach a certain level, will you have the opportunity to see the scenery higher up. Xu Qingli smiled slightly and said, "For example, there are many inferior planes in your god realm. Who knows the existence of the martial god king?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but fell silent. At the beginning, he was on the Shenwu continent on the lower realm, and the highest realm he knew was no more than the market realm, thinking that this was the end of martial arts practice. After arriving at Xuanling continent, Jiang Chen knew that there was a virtual, censored, realm and even a true, censored, realm above Guishu. Until entering the realm of God, Jiang Chen has discovered that martial arts practice is endless. True gods, heavenly gods, world gods, censored kings, masters, and the legendary realm of immortality. Although the realm of immortality is the end of the divine domain cultivation system, who can guarantee that there is no higher realm above the realm of immortality? In the eyes of our cultivators, this longevity fairy mountain is very likely to come from the legendary fairy world, so everyone will say that there is an opportunity to become an immortal here. And the various methods of Changsheng Shanshan, in all likelihood, are arranged by real immortals. Having said this, Xu Qingli couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen and said, in a month, the mysterious place of the everlasting immortal mountain will open. I wonder if the little friends are willing to go there and explore it together. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and calmed his mood. Although Xu Qingli's speculation was a bit weird, Jiang Chen vaguely felt that this might really be the origin of the Immortal Mountain of Longevity. The supreme prohibition of the Immortal Mountain of Everlasting Life can restrain even the martial, censored, king and the monk who crosses the catastrophe period. These methods, whether it is a martial master or a Mahayana monk, I am afraid it is simply impossible to achieve. The power beyond this level is only the Immortal Realm in the Legend of God's Domain universe and the Immortal in the mouth of the Immortal Cultivator. Such legendary existence should exist in the universe of God's realm at all. Why would such an Immortal Mountain of Longevity appear in God's realm? If this Immortal Mountain of Longevity is really the work of immortals, does God's domain Heavenly Way still exist in this place? If God's domain Tiandao is really in this eternal mountain, is it hidden in this eternal mountain, or is it trapped here? The situation of the Longevity Fairy Mountain is really getting more and more complicated. Well, in a month, I will follow you to that place. Jiang Chen came back to his senses and said directly without even thinking about it. No matter what, since he has already come to the everlasting Immortal Mountain, he must take a good look at this everlasting Immortal Mountain. Little friends, please feel free. I will send someone to inform you in a month. After Xu Qingli finished speaking, his figure also disappeared in front of Jiang Chen out of thin air. At the moment when Xu Qingli's figure just disappeared, Dan Juchen's figure also flashed from the room. Little friend Jiang Chen, was someone here just now? Jiang Chen nodded and said, well, Xu Qingli, the leader of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Dan Juchen's expression changed slightly. What is he doing here? Jiang Chen smiled and said, he asked me to explore a mysterious place discovered by the Immortal Cultivator Alliance a month later. Hearing this, Dan Juchen couldn't help but exclaimed, could it be the land of fairy fate in the legend? A surprised look appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. You also know that mysterious place, why haven't you heard of it? I only heard Qin Zan mention that there is such a place of fate. Dan Juchen said something embarrassingly, and then directly changed the subject and said, little friend Jiang Chen, did you agree? Certainly. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Since there is such a place in the everlasting Immortal Mountain, then naturally I have to take a look. Dan Juchen took a deep breath and hurriedly clasped a fist to Jiang Chen. Little friend Jiang Chen, Dan has a heartfelt feeling, and I hope you can take me to that place of fate. The land of immortal fate, this is the place that all immortal cultivators in Shenwu continent dream of. Dan Juchen naturally wanted to go and see it. The grievances between him and Qin Kangale and his son have been difficult to resolve. Once Jiang Chen left, his situation in this Immortal Cultivator Alliance would be dangerous. Let's watch it again, Jiang Chen said lightly, and immediately turned around and returned to the room, continuing to practice in retreat. If this Immortal Mountain of Longevity is really as Xu Qingli said, it is from a higher level of the world, with legendary celestial methods, and its dangerous degree is probably more than 3 points more than he imagined. Although he thinks he is good at strength, in this Immortal Mountain of Longevity, he is probably far from enough. In order to better face the danger of the Immortal Mountain of Everlasting Life, Jiang Chen intends to retreat in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance for a month, striving to break through the sixth heaven of God King in one fell swoop. Jiang Chen directly entered the cultivation state and began to practice with all his strength. He smashed the first Immortal Cultivation World Dan family on the Shenwu continent alone, and took all the resources accumulated by the Dan family for countless years into his pocket. With these resources of the Dan family, coupled with the system's hundredfold speed up, 1 month is completely enough for him to break through the sixth heaven of God King. Under Jiang Chen's practice in retreat, time also passed quickly. In this month, Jiang Chen swallowed several pill families' divine tribulation pills, plus some cultivation resources, and finally succeeded in breaking through the sixth heaven of God King. After breaking through the sixth heaven of the God King, although Jiang Chen still may not be able to defeat Xu Qingli and other old monsters who crossed the peak of the catastrophe, at least without the power of the Immortal Monument, he also has a trace of the capital to contend with such powerful people. Chapter 2392, Fairyland. After Jiang Chen broke through the sixth heaven of God King, Xu Qingli still had no news. Although there are some doubts in his heart, Jiang Chen is not in a hurry. Since Xu Qingli invited him to explore the mysterious place, it was enough to prove that he played a very important role in exploring that mysterious place. Presumably Xu Qingli would not turn back. On the third day when Jiang Chen broke through the sixth heaven, Xu Qingli finally appeared in the courtyard where Jiang Chen was. Feeling the arrival of Xu Qingli, Jiang Chen also appeared in front of Xu Qingli for the first time. Seeing Jiang Chen appearing, Xu Qingli didn't talk nonsense, and said straight to the door, "Little friend, that mysterious place is about to open soon, and we can set off now." Jiang Chen was startled slightly. "Just the two of us?" "Yes, just the two of us." Xu Qingli nodded and said, "There is no sense in that place, there are more people, but it will be more troublesome. We can go there this time." Jiang Chen didn't say much, he just smiled and said, "If this is the case, then lead the way. Little friend Jiang Chen, take me with you. If you leave like this, what should I do?" At this moment, Dan Juchen also appeared in front of Jiang Chen quickly. "Sorry, I can't take you with me." Jiang Chen glanced at Dan Juchen faintly. "Don't worry, since I promised to keep you safe, I will definitely do what I say. After you leave the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, you can leave by yourself." Jiang Chen didn't have a lot of favor with this old guy for his own benefit. He also didn't want to bring such a white-eyed wolf who could bite back at any time. The big man kept his promises. Since he said that he would guarantee Dan Juchen's safety in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, he would never fail to say anything. After leaving the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, this guy is dead or alive, and has nothing to do with him anymore. Dan Juchen's complexion was suddenly hard to see the extreme. However, when he saw Jiang Chen and two of them who had left in strides, he didn't have time to think about it, so he hurriedly followed. Following Jiang Chen, he can at least leave the Immortal Cultivator Alliance unharmed. Once Jiang Chen left, Qin Kangale would never let him go easily. He might really not want to leave the Immortal Cultivator Alliance alive. "Dan Juchen, don't follow us, you can leave by yourself." After leaving the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, Jiang Chen and Xu Qingli walked northward for hundreds of miles, then turned their heads and said to Dan Juchen faintly. Dan Juchen's complexion changed. "Little friend Jiang Chen." Before Dan Juchen said half of his words, Xu Qingli interrupted him directly and said coldly, "Go away, if you dare to talk nonsense, don't blame the old man for being polite." With Xu Qingli's words, Dan Juchen hesitated for half a minute, and hurriedly rushed out in the other direction. After flashing a distance of thousands of feet, he couldn't help but look back at the direction where Jiang Chen and the two were leaving, and a hideous cold light appeared on his face. "Jiang Chen, you wait for me, I will never finish this matter with you." After attacking Qin Zan that year, he was already far away from the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, but Jiang Chen forced him to bring him to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, exposing him to Qin Zan's eyelids. Now that Jiang Chen achieved his own goal, he kicked it away. How could Dan Juchen not be angry? Just when Dan Juchen's heart was angry, the direction of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, the surging weather in the late stage of the tribulation, also quickly approached him. The master of this breath is Qin Kangale, the deputy leader of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Dan Juchen's expression changed drastically, and he rushed towards the depths of the everlasting immortal mountain with all his strength. And when Dan Juchen was chased by Qin Kangale, under the leadership of Xu Qingli, Jiang Chen came to an ice river covered with ice and snow in the depths of the everlasting immortal mountain. Everything here is sealed off by glaciers, the world is silent, and there is no even the tiniest life, as if it were a dead zone. On the opposite side of the glacier, there is a vast world of chaos and recklessness. The endless space storm sealed off the entire glacier. Even if the ordinary martial arts king or the cultivating monk fell into it, it would be torn to pieces in an instant. Jiang Chen raised his head slightly, and the golden brilliance in his eyes seemed to penetrate the endless void. Vaguely, an endless and vast world was also directly exposed in front of Jiang Chen. The world was shrouded in bright fairy light, cranes dancing in the sky, real dragons hovering, and sacred mountains and rivers with strange peaks everywhere, fairy mountains and pavilions, as if it were a real fairyland. "Senior, is this the mysterious place in your mouth?" Jiang Chen looked at the world across the glacier, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. Xu Qingli took a deep breath and slowly said, "Yes, this is the mysterious place, which is also called the land of immortality by our cultivators, and the place where the legend has the opportunity to become immortal. A fairyland, an opportunity to become a fairy. For any immortal cultivator, it can be said that it has a fatal attraction. Ever since the cultivation base reached the peak of the tribulation crossing and became the leader of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, Xu Qingli has come to this place for an unknown number of times, but every time he gets nothing. With the enchanting genius Jiang Chen, they would definitely not be like the previous few times, entering that place and quickly returning home. Jiang Chen frowned and said, "The space storm here is too fierce. I'm afraid that neither of you nor me can easily cross this glacier, right? In the land of immortal fate, every Jiazi will be opened once. Once the land of immortal fate is opened, the space storm of the glacier will dissipate briefly. The space storm here has actually weakened a lot now. If it's in its heyday, even with my strength, I'm afraid I will be instantly crushed if it is contaminated. It can take 3 days as long, and as short as 1 day, the land of immortal destiny will be fully opened, and then we will be able to enter it." Xu Qingli explained with a smile. Jiang Chen nodded, and the gaze looking across the glacier became more and more interested. Now that the spatial storm in the glacier has not completely dissipated, Jiang Chen and the others naturally did not dare to enter it easily, and could only wait quietly. Under Jiang Chen's waiting like this, half a day passed by without knowing it. The original silent mountain forest suddenly heard a wind breaking through the air. A ghostly figure appeared out of thin air not far from Jiang Chen and the others, and a faint chuckle sounded along with it. "Tisk tusk, old monster Shu, I haven't seen you for many years, don't come here unharmed." Chapter 2393, Yaozu from the Higher World. Seeing this old man who appeared suddenly, Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but condensed suddenly. The old man who appeared suddenly. He was wearing a plain gray robe, and he looked like how old he was, with mottled marks on his face and deep wrinkles. There is only one pair of pupils, black and white, as deep as the starry sky and the sea. The strength of the old man is very strong, and he will not be inferior to Xu Qingli in the slightest. The aura of this old man is very different from Xu Qingli and other immortal cultivators. On the contrary, it is more similar to Wu Zantian and other martial arts powerhouses such as God King Zhouzhangtian. The old man in front of him should be a martial arts expert living in the immortal mountain of longevity. Xu Qingli slowly opened his eyes and looked up at the old man in front of him. "Lei Qianyuan, you are finally here. I thought you would not be here this time. You and I have been stuck in this state for countless years. If there is no big chance, I am afraid that I will never take this step in my life. This place is our only opportunity. How can I not come?" Lei Qianyuan shook his head, and couldn't help but let out a sigh. Lei Qianyuan's gaze fell on Jiang Chen's body, with a surprised expression on his face. "Old monster Shu, isn't this the purple thunder spirit body of your immortal cultivator alliance? The last time they came home from the feathers, Xu Qingli said that this time they would take the purple thunder spirit body from the immortal cultivator alliance, so why did they suddenly change?" Xu Qingli didn't hide it, and smiled directly. "This is little friend Jiang Chen, from your martial arts world. I think he is more suitable, so I invited him to come with him." Elder Lei Qianyuan couldn't help passing a look of surprise in his eyes. It seems that a lot of changes have taken place in the outside world. Someone in the martial arts world has entered the everlasting immortal mountain. Xu Qingli said indifferently, "The external affairs have no meaning to you and me. Let's think about how we can get the chance inside this time." Upon hearing this, Lei Qianyuan couldn't help but set his eyes on Jiang Chen. It depends on whether little friend Jiang Chen can pass the level of demon genius. "Senior, what does this mean?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a look of confusion appeared on his face. After the storm on the glacier dissipates for a while, what we are facing is the test of a supreme existence in the land of immortal fate. Only through repeated tests can we truly enter the land of immortal fate. Among the many trials, one of the hurdles to be faced is the genius of a demonic tribe in the land of immortal fate. In all these years, we have come home in that place almost every time. When Lei Qianyuan said this, he couldn't help but sigh lightly. Jiang Chen was taken aback in his heart. There are even demonic tribes in the land of immortal fate. Are they very strong? Not so strong. Their power can not only suppress immortal cultivators and warriors in the same realm on the Shenwu continent, but also exist beyond the level of cultivators and martial, censored kings. If they weren't just for guarding the land of immortal fate, and couldn't leave there easily, I'm afraid that no one would be able to resist the Shenwu continent or even the entire divine realm. Xu Qingli's face was solemn and authentic. Beyond the level of the monk crossing the robbery and the king of martial arts, it is comparable to the existence of the Mahayana monk and the master of the martial arts. After the great tribulation of the ancients, God's domain has only given birth to a martial arts master like Jiang Qingtian for so many years. Since Jiang Qingtian, there has been no martial arts master in God's domain. If the monster tribes in this fairyland really existed, once they got out of here, it would be a disaster for the entire God realm. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and asked again, what level of strength has the demon tribe's genius reached? The strongest. I'm afraid it is no less inferior to me. However, the test of this level is more fancy talent potential. As long as the young geniuses who have reached the stage of crossing the catastrophe can be qualified to challenge them. Moreover, the geniuses of the monster race will also keep their cultivation bases in the same realm as those who pass through the barriers. When Xu Qingli said this, she could not help but solemnly reminded her face, although you are extremely talented, don't underestimate them. The demon tribes in the land of immortality are most likely born with the immortal mountain of longevity and come from a more advanced world. Quote. Hearing Xu Qingli's words, Jiang Chen's expression became more solemn again. Since he embarked on the road of martial arts cultivation, with the powerful power brought to him by the system, Jiang Chen has almost always been invincible in the same realm. Even today, Jiang Chen can easily crush the god King Tianzhao in the same realm of God's realm. But the demon tribe in the land of immortality is very likely to come from a more advanced world. Even Jiang Chen, who has always been confident and invincible at the same realm, has no absolute certainty to defeat those demon geniuses at this moment. The geniuses of the high-level world and the low-level world are not at the same level at all. For example, Shenwu continent, the lower plane of God's domain, even if it is the arrogant Tianzhao, returning to the market realm is already their end point. But in God's domain, even some ordinary geniuses can easily break through the true God realm and the heaven God realm. Jiang Chen was very clear about the gap between the lower world and the higher world. If the demonic tribe in the land of immortal fate really came from a world higher than God's domain, it would undoubtedly be a very tricky existence. Jiang Chen is not without any confidence. The Azure Emperor longevity art he cultivated was originally an immortal skill that surpassed the martial art level of God's domain. Even if the demonic tribe of the fairy fate really came from a higher world, he should have the power to fight in the same realm. Little friend Jiang Chen, don't worry too much. With your talent and strength, even if you face the geniuses of the monster race, you should have a certain chance of winning. As if feeling the change in Jiang Chen's mood, Xu Qingli couldn't help but said with a smile. Jiang Chen's talent and strength are definitely the most enchanting existence Xu Qingli has ever seen in his life. If even Jiang Chen couldn't pass that level, they would really have no hope of stepping into the real fairyland for a lifetime. Just as the three of Jiang Chen were talking, a strange spatial fluctuation suddenly spread from the glacier in front of them. I saw that the space storm covering the glacier quickly dissipated at a strange speed. The space storm on the ice river has completely disappeared without a trace. Xu Qingli couldn't help taking a deep breath, and slowly said, "The land of immortal fate is open, let's go." After speaking, he took the lead and flashed out toward the glacier ahead. Jiang Chen and Lei Qianyuan did not hesitate at all, and quickly spread out and followed. Chapter 2394, Zhuchangxian Road. Passing through the Wanjiang Glacier, the three Jiang Chen seemed to cross time and space and came to the other mysterious world. What appeared in front of them was a mysterious plank road that stretched across the sky and was 100 meters wide. The long plank road has no support, but it is steadily suspended in midair. The surrounding area of the plank road was filled with a terrifying force of wind and thunder. Even with Jiang Chen's current strength, he felt an extremely dangerous aura from the power of wind and thunder. The environment around this plank road is more dangerous than the space storm above the glacier before. They are going to that piece of the world, through this plank road is the only choice. In the world like a fairyland on Earth that Jiang Chen saw outside the glacier before seems to be located at the end of this plank road. Although this plank road seemed extremely peaceful, it seemed that there was no half-wave at all, but it made Xu Qingli stop here again and again, obviously not as simple as the surface. Little friend Jiang Chen, this plank road is the test road to the land of immortal fate. Our alliance of cultivators named this road Zhuchangxian Road. Xu Qingli looked at the plank road in front of him and couldn't help but slowly said to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. Ninefold Immortal Road. The so-called Zhuchangxian Road represents 9 different tests. Only when we pass the 9 tests of Zhuchangxian Road can we truly enter that piece of fairyland. In the past few years, we have no idea how many times we have rushed through the Zhuchangxian Road. The first 8 levels of the Zhuchangxian Road are already handy. In a while, we only need to be prepared to deal with the demon genius in the last level. Lei Qianyuan also directly added. Jiang Chen couldn't help but nodded. Regarding the arrangement of the two, Jiang Chen naturally had no meaning. Jiang Chen didn't know how strong the demon genius in the land of immortality was. Since Xu Qingli and Lei Qianyuan can handle the first 8 levels, it is undoubtedly the best way for him to save his strength to deal with the 9th level. As Xu Qingli said, he jumped on the Zhoujiangxian road. After the three of them walked along the Zhoujiangxian road for hundreds of miles, a golden phantom standing proudly on the Zhoujiangxian road with guns also appeared directly in their sight. The golden phantom wears a golden armor, a golden helmet on his head, and a gleaming celestial light. It is like a heavenly general guarding a heavenly gate. It exudes a heart-palpitating and powerful aura. By Old Monster Shu, according to the old rules, one person one level, I will come first. Lei Qianyuan's voice fell, and a purple thunder gold knife in his palm emerged out of thin air, and immediately the human knives merged into one, turning into a shocking thunder knife, and slashed at the golden phantom. This knife cuts yin and yang and cuts chaos. Even in this immortal mountain of longevity that has the supreme prohibition and suppression, this path also split the thousands of meters into nothingness. The golden armor phantom also instinctively felt the danger of Lei Qianyuan's knife, and quickly raised his gun to greet him. Although this golden armor phantom is not weak in strength, it is still not enough to face Lei Qianyuan at the peak of God King 9th Heaven. Only in an instant, the golden armor phantom was shattered into nothingness under the knife of Lei Qianyuan. The golden armor phantom was solved with a single knife. Jiang Chen and the others continued on the Zhoujiangxian road for 100 miles, and soon encountered the second golden armor phantom. This golden armor phantom is a bit stronger than the first one. However, under Xu Qingli's all-out effort, he was still annihilated and turned into nothingness. The third way, the fourth way, the fifth way, Lei Qianyuan and Xu Qingli alternated their shots, each time they were doing their best to unleash their peerless magic, killing the golden armor phantom with one move. The golden armor phantom on the road of the 9 layers of immortals, each one behind it is stronger than the previous one. Especially the 5th and 6th golden armor phantoms, even with the strength of Lei Qianyuan and Xu Qingli, it took a lot of money to kill them. I saw that the breath of the two of them was fluctuating, and there was a pale look on their faces. Two seniors, should we take a break first? Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but said hurriedly. The golden armor phantom of the 7th and 8th levels is definitely stronger than the previous ones. With the current state of Lei Qianyuan and Xu Qingli, it is not a wise choice to deal with the next 2 levels. Can't rest here. These defeated golden armor phantoms on the 9th cold immortal road will only dissipate briefly, and will soon regroup. If we rest here, it will only be more troublesome. Let's go to the 7th level. After Lei Qianyuan finished speaking, he took the lead and swept towards the front of Zhoujiangxian road. Jiang Chen and the others encountered the 7th golden armor phantom. Lei Qianyuan didn't have any hesitation at the moment, his hands suddenly formed a blood mark on his chest, and his face became even paler in an instant. And the aura on his body became stronger at this moment. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. Secret of burning blood. At this time, Lei Qianyuan exploded with a blow far beyond his own strength at the cost of burning his own essence and blood. Once this blow was performed, it would be difficult for Lei Qianyuan to return to his peak state again in less than 10 or 8 years. For this fairyland, this old guy is obviously desperate too. Lei Qianyuan urged the blood-stained secret technique, once again condensed the shocking thunder knife, so that the thunder knife was dyed a bit of a mysterious red. This knife is several times stronger than any previous knife. Even the golden armor phantom on the opposite side, whose strength is comparable to that of the divine king 9th heaven, did not have any resistance at all, and it exploded under this knife. Lei Qianyuan smashed the golden armor phantom with a single stab, and his breath instantly seemed extremely stale, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help but squirted out wildly. Go, don't waste time, continue to the 8th level. Lei Qianyuan swallowed a pill and quickly said to the two Jiang Chen. Xu Qingli nodded, and immediately took the lead to continue on Zhoujiangxian road. The 8th golden armor phantom appeared in front of the three. Xu Qingli also did not hesitate at all, and directly detonated the true essence mana in the body with a secret method, and then a giant finger from the sky crushed the golden phantom. This finger crushed the golden phantom. Xu Qingli's face also instantly became bloodless, and the whole person almost staggered to the ground. Little friend Jiang Chen, help me to the last level, and I will leave it to you next. He said to Jiang Chen weakly. The blow Xu Qingli had just performed paid a heavier price than Lei Qianyuan. Jiang Chen did not hesitate at the moment, and quickly led Xu Qingli towards the front of Zhoujiangxian Road. Chapter 2395, The Last Level. After passing the 8th pass on Zhoujiangxian Road, the three Jiang Chen went on for hundreds of miles. Not far ahead, the end of Zhoujiangxian Road finally emerged in Jiang Chen's line of sight. And at the end of the Zhoujiangxian Road, there was a strange purple-robed youth with 3 eyes, sitting there quietly cross-legged. This purple-robed youth is the genius of the monster race in the land of immortal fate, and the last guardian of this 9-layered immortal road. The aura of the purple-robed youth was ethereal and strange, giving people an extremely unfathomable feeling. From this purple-robed youth, he even sensed a breath that was even more dangerous than Xu Qingli's. It turned out to be "You two old guys again, you two are really not ordinary attachments." The purple-robed youth slowly opened his eyes and couldn't help but looked at Xu Qingli and shook their heads. "I said every time you come here at such a high price, you always go back down, is it worth it?" Xu Qingli said solemnly. "You don't bother to bother, this time we will definitely be able to pass the barrier guarded by your monster race." The purple-robed youth smiled faintly, and then his gaze fell on Jiang Chen's body. "The people you brought this time are indeed much better than the censored before." Jiang Chen took a deep breath, stepped directly out, and held his fist to the purple-robed youth. "Next, Jiang Chen, please enlighten me." The purple-robed youth sat motionless on the spot, and said lightly, "I will suppress my cultivation to the same level as you can do it." "Good." Jiang Chen slowly took a deep breath. The purple-robed youth in front of him is undoubtedly the strongest opponent Jiang Chen has faced in his lifetime, not one of them. He didn't have any hesitation right now, and when he moved his palm, the golden ancient sword appeared out of thin air in his palm. Jiang Chen's sword power was surging all over his body, and the Big Dipper pattern appeared on his head, which directly turned into a dazzling star sword aura, slashing out towards the purple-robed youth. The purple-robed youth was expressionless. I saw him still sitting there still, until Jiang Chen's sword appeared less than 3 feet away from the top of his head, and the purple-robed youth finally slowly stretched out his palm. The white and crystal-clear palm stretched out gently, like the most ordinary mortal hand, but as if holding a leaf, holding the sword chi of the chopped stars in the hand. The purple-robed youth just squeezed it lightly, and the star sword aura suddenly collapsed, turning into a little starlight and dissipating out of thin air. He raised his head and glanced at Jiang Chen, and said faintly, "Boy, this level of power can't help me. Let's show some real skills." Seeing this scene before him, Jiang Chen's expression also became more solemn. Although the 7-star heavenly sword art is just an ordinary God King's great art, with Jiang Chen's current strength, it can easily kill the ordinary God King's 6th heavenly powerhouse in a second. But the purple-robed youth in front of him, sitting still in place, easily resolved it. Such strength is really unfathomable. Since ordinary power can no longer cause any threat to the purple-robed youth, Jiang Chen no longer hesitated at the moment, directly urging the Qingdi swordsmanship and slashed at the purple-robed youth. Seeing this, the purple-robed youth couldn't help but stretch out his hand again and grab it. The claw of the purple-robed youth did not defeat the sword as he expected. I saw an invisible sword light that directly penetrated his claws, then pierced through the space and fell on his body. The purple-robed youth suddenly felt that his cultivation level seemed to be vaguely swallowed by that strange sword. The purple-robed youth's complexion changed, and he quickly urged the power in his body to suppress that power. He suddenly raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, with a horrified expression on his face. "I look down on you. I didn't expect you to master the real sword celestial art." With the eyesight of the purple-robed youth, it was natural to see at a glance that Jiang Chen's swordsmanship was from that place. This swordsmanship, even in that place, is probably a very profound existence. Obviously, the purple-robed youth did not expect that someone in this low-level world would have mastered such a profound skill of the sword fairy. The purple-robed youth's thoughts flickered, and immediately the whole person slowly stood up. He stared at Jiang Chen steadily, and said slowly, "For so many years, you are the first person in this world who can make me take it seriously. I hope you won't let me down." Jiang Chen's voice fell, and the Qing Emperor's swordsmanship years and swords once again slashed at the purple-robed youth. The enchanting brilliance of the purple-robed youth exploded, and the third eye between his eyebrows was suddenly opened, and then shot a purple light, which actually defeated Jiang Chen's sword. Qingdi's swordsmanship is unparalleled in mystery. In the face of countless powerful opponents in God's domain, Jiang Chen no longer knows how many times he has used this sword, but no one has ever been able to defeat the Azure Emperor's sword directly like the purple-robed youth in front of him. The purple-robed youth in front of him deserved to be in existence from a higher world, and he was truly extraordinary. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. The Azure Emperor longevity art in his body was urged to the extreme, and then he waved the golden ancient sword in his hand and knocked open the heavenly gate with one sword. The bright cyan fairy light burst out from the Tianming. A peerless sword fairy shrouded in azure fairy light stepped out of the sky, and then a sword fell against the purple-robed youth below. This sword power overwhelmed the world, extremely bright. Even the purple-robed youth felt a hint of danger at this moment. The purple-robed youth was shocked, and the enchanting purple brilliance once again exploded, and the whole person turned into a huge purple beast. This purple behemoth has a head like a dragon, a horse-like shape, a deer-like shape, and a tail like an oxtail. It is somewhat similar to the legendary auspicious beast unicorn. I saw the purple behemoth roared up to the sky, and two terrifying purple electric divine lights suddenly shot out from its eyes like copper bells, colliding with the sword light that fell. Two terrifying forces collided in midair, and the monstrous energy ripples rippled in the sky above Zhoujiangxian Road, causing a huge black hole to appear in the void. Had it not been suppressed by the supreme law of the immortal mountain of longevity, I am afraid that the entire Zhoujiangxian Road would be completely shattered at this moment. Jiang Chen let out a muffled snort, and the whole person stepped back more than 10 steps on the ground. He suppressed the churning aura in his body and looked up at the purple behemoth that stood in place like a hill, his expression instantly becoming extremely solemn. The third style of Qingdi's swordsmanship, Qingdi's sword, could not help this guy. The purple-robed youth in front of him was really not ordinary horror. Chapter 2396, The Origin of Changsheng Shanshan. He was about to continue his hands, but he saw the purple giant beast on the opposite side, once again transformed into the purple-robed youth. Let's stop here. Just now I broke the rules and used a force higher than your realm. You won this battle. The purple-robed youth looked up at Jiang Chen and couldn't help but ask, can you tell me what sword technique you just used? Qingdi swordsmanship. Jiang Chen didn't hide it, and said directly. Hearing Jiang Chen's name of swordsmanship, the look of the purple-robed youth suddenly couldn't help but change drastically. Qingdi swordsmanship, swordsman Xu Qingdi swordsmanship, how is this possible? This name is in their place, but they are all prestigious strong existences. That one person, one sword, undefeated in 10,000 battles, constant pressure for an era, almost invincible in the world. The purple-robed youth didn't expect that Jiang Chen's swordsmanship would be called the Qingdi swordsmanship. This swordsmanship, which one's swordsmanship really failed. But how could the swordsmanship of that one appear in this low-level world? The purple-robed youth quickly recalled the situation of Jiang Chen's previous use of the last sword. The peerless phantom that stepped out of the heavenly gate was somewhat similar to the legendary Azure Emperor. Perhaps the Azure Emperor's sword technique mastered by this guy in front of him might really have something to do with that one. Hearing the purple-robed youth's exclamation, Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but condensed suddenly. After receiving the immortal steel, the person in the immortal steel who passed him the Azure Emperor Longevity Ju, claimed to be the sword immortal emperor Xu Qing. Now he heard the name of the sword fairy Xu Qingdi from the mouth of the purple-robed youth again. The purple-robed youth in front of him is most likely from the same place as the sword fairy Xu Qingdi. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help asking, I don't know who is the sword fairy Xu Qingdi in your mouth. A peerless monstrous person, don't talk nonsense. The purple-robed youth shook his head, and immediately looked at Jiang Chen and said, you have extraordinary talents, and you have the chance to go against the heavens. You are qualified to inherit the inheritance left by your master. Come with me, owner. Jiang Chen's heart shuddered slightly, and he said solemnly, I don't know who the master in your mouth is. Naturally is the master of the immortal mountain in your mouth. The purple-robed youth said faintly. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and he couldn't help asking, as far as I know, the everlasting mountain is not part of our God's domain. Are you really from a world higher than God's domain? You can put it this way, you can call the world we are in the fairy world. The purple-robed youth proudly said, the Immortal Realm is the most advanced world in the universe. Whether it is a warrior who breaks through the dominance of martial arts or a monk who breaks through the Mahayana period, there is their final destination. Since you are from the Immortal Realm, why did you come to God's realm? A look of doubt appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. People go to higher places, and water flows to lower places. This is the eternal law. For example, the martial artist in God's domain, if not forced, I am afraid that no one will be willing to go to the lower realm. Since this purple-robed young man came from a higher-level immortal world, how could he come to a lower-level world like God's domain inexplicably? The purple-robed youth was silent for a while, and then slowly said, "Since you have passed the assessment left by the master, it's okay to tell you." As the purple-robed youth spoke, he explained to Jiang Chen. The ancestor of the purple-robed youth was a Zilin beast with a trace of unicorn blood in the fairy world, and its owner was a well-known fairy king in the fairy world, the Immortal King of Longevity. Although the Immortal King of Longevity is powerful, he also has many powerful enemies, and he is finally approached by an enemy who has broken through his realm. The Longevity Immortal King turned a big battle with him, and finally lost. With the supreme magic power, he moved his dojo Changsheng Shanshan from the Immortal Realm to the thousands of universes, and finally descended into the realm of the gods. Because of the heavy damage suffered in the war, and forcibly let the Longevity Fairy Mountain descend from the Immortal Realm to the gods, the Longevity Immortal King also paid a great price. Knowing that his fate was not long before he knew it, he flipped through the arrangement in the Immortal Mountain of Longevity, leaving no inheritance, waiting for someone to inherit. As for the purple-robed youths, they have been staying here in silence for these years, guarding the inheritance of the Immortal King here for the Longevity Immortal King. Hearing the explanation from the purple-robed youth, it took Jiang Chen a long time to come back to his senses. He obviously didn't expect that the origin of the Immortal Mountain of Longevity would be so bizarre. He came mainly to find God's domain Heavenly Way this time. Since this Immortal Mountain of Longevity came here forcibly by the Immortal King of Longevity, will God's domain Heaven still exist in this Immortal Mountain of Longevity? Although Jiang Chen didn't know how strong the so-called Immortal King was, it was definitely an existence above their divine realm martial arts system. Even the legendary Immortal Realm may not be comparable to it. No matter what, since he is here today, how can he have to see the inheritance left by that Longevity Immortal King? In this Longevity Fairy Mountain, apart from the inheritance of the Longevity Fairy King, is there no chance to become a fairy? At this moment, Xu Qingli couldn't help asking. For so many years, he and Lei Qianyuan tried their best to enter the land of immortality, in order to become a fairy in the legendary opportunity. The inheritance of the Longevity Immortal King obviously has nothing to do with the two of them. Except for the inheritance of the Immortal King of Longevity, there would be no chance here. Wouldn't the two of them catch the water with a bamboo basket? What is the chance of becoming a fairy? Whether it is the immortal realm of your martial arts practitioners, or those who break through the Mahayana period and ask Tao to become immortal, they are nothing but ants in front of the master. The purple-robed youth suddenly couldn't help but sneered with disdain. As long as he has the ability to inherit the inheritance of his master, even if he is willing to give you a little benefit, if you want to ask about becoming immortal, it is just a breeze. When Xu Qingli heard the words, their eyes fell on Jiang Chen involuntarily, with an excited expression on their faces. "Little friend Jiang Chen, it should not be too late, you go and inherit the inheritance of the Immortal King of Longevity." The inheritance of the Fairy King, how easy it is to inherit, he just barely obtained the qualification to inherit the inheritance of the Fairy King, let me do it. After the purple-robe youth finished speaking, Zan even turned and walked out towards the end of Zhoujiangxian Road. Upon seeing this, the three Jiang Chen also hurriedly followed the purple-robed youth toward the vast world at the end of the Zhoujiangxian Road, which was like a fairyland. Chapter 2397, Changshengshangong. In the depths of the everlasting immortal mountain, the land of immortal fate. Endless celestial light filled the world, and celestial mountains tens of thousands of feet high rose up from the ground, large rivers hovered above them like dragons, and waterfalls fell like silver snakes from 9 days. Here, there are thousands of rays of light, thousands of layers of aura, and the vast fairy spirit is almost in substance, like a dragon and snake flying between the heavens and the earth. Jiang Chen and the three of them followed the purple-robed youth walking in this world like a fairyland, and there was a shock that could not be concealed in their eyes. They entered the everlasting fairy mountain from the outside world, and after seeing the environment of the everlasting fairy mountain, they were already shocked by the environment of the everlasting fairy mountain. But the world in front of me is 10 times or even 100 times more terrifying than other places in the Longevity Fairy Mountain. And just when Jiang Chen was shocked by the world in front of him, a system prompt sounded suddenly in his mind. Ding! You took a breath of celestial spirits, and the Kendo supernatural power gained 100,000 *100 experience. Just taking a breath can increase the magical power of Kendo, which is a bit too defying. If this continues, if he stays in this place all the time, as long as he is given enough world, even without cultivation, he can easily reach the Divine King's 9th heaven and even break through the dominance realm. Old monster Xu, I feel that my bottleneck is a little loose. Lei Qianyuan took a deep breath, and an unprecedented excitement appeared on the old face. Me too. Xu Qingli is also ecstatic. For them, this place is simply a real wonderland of cultivation. Over the years, they have rushed to the Zhoujiangxian Road time and time again, and came here at any cost, and it was finally worth it. Xu Qingli has a feeling that even if they can't get other opportunities in this place, as long as they concentrate on practicing for a period of time, they may be able to break the shackles that have plagued them for many years and break through to a higher realm. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well, it's really rare and weird. This place is the Imperial King's dojo. Even if it is separated from the Immortal Realm, the remaining immortal spirit is sealed here. Don't say it's you, even if it's a real fairy, this place is also a holy place for cultivation. Seeing Xu Qingli's excitement, the purple-robed youth couldn't help but sneered with disdain. Hearing the ridicule of the purple-robed youth, Xu Qingli did not say much. At this moment, they have been completely filled with excitement and ecstasy, and naturally they have no thoughts to care about with the purple-robed youth. Although they are the top powerhouses in this world, compared with the purple-robed youth in front of them, they are indeed no different from the frog at the bottom of the well. The purple-robed youth led Jiang Chen and the three people in this fairy family holy land. An impossibly tall and magnificent giant hall directly emerged in their sight. The giant hall is like the Optimus Pillar, standing between the heavens and the earth, much higher than the surrounding mountains. The entire giant hall is made of pale green strange stones, with ancient and mysterious lines carved on it, full of mysterious and ancient power, and the entire giant hall is shrouded in radiant fairy lights. In the center of the giant hall, 4 simple Yunju characters are impressively carved. Longevity Palace. The palace in front of him was left by the Longevity Immortal King. And when Jiang Chen and the others appeared outside the Chengshengxian Palace, they saw a sudden fluctuation in the distance from the Chengshengxian Palace, and the closed Beizong Gate suddenly opened. Several silhouettes with breaths that were very similar to those of the purple-robed youth also quickly flashed out of the Chengshengxian Palace. The auras of these figures are extremely extraordinary, almost all of them have reached the stage of crossing the catastrophe, and there are at least 3 of them, and they are not inferior to Xu Qingli. Especially for the first old man with red eyebrows, his breath is as vast as the star sea, which is unfathomable. Just standing in front of this one can't help but make people feel insignificant. Even if he faced the Moon God Palace Master at the Moon God Palace back then, Jiang Chen had never felt this way. The old man of the Zilin demon race should have transcended the tribulation period and the existence of the martial god king. Zio, has someone passed the test left by the fairy king? The headed old man with red eyebrows swept his eyes slightly on the 3 Jiang Chen, and couldn't help looking at the purple-robed youth indifferently. Ziyao nodded and said, Clan Chief Qi, this Jiang Chen has an extraordinary talent. Under the same realm, I am not his opponent. Hearing this, the old man with red eyebrows couldn't help but a look of surprise appeared in his old eyes. The ancestors of their Zilin clan were fairy beasts under the eternal throne, and their strength was extremely powerful. Although they are not as good as their ancestors, they are definitely not comparable to practitioners in this world. Over the years, they have also seen many geniuses in this world. Even under the same realm, they are much worse than the members of their Zilin demon race. The old man with red eyebrows originally thought it was almost impossible for them to find a suitable heir for the Immortal King in this world, but they didn't expect Ziyao to bring someone there. Little guy, since you defeated Ziyao, then you are eligible to inherit the lineage of the Immortal King and follow me into the Immortal Palace of Longevity. The red-browed old man couldn't help but smile at Jiang Chen. The Zilin clan inherited the legacy of their ancestors, and replaced the eternal Immortal King to guard the inheritance for generations, looking for heirs. If the boy in front of him can really get the inheritance of the Immortal King, this would be a relief for their Zilin clan. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and held his fist at the old man with red eyebrows. Thank you, senior. Although he came to the everlasting immortal mountain this time to find God's domain Heavenly Tao, since he encountered such an opportunity, Jiang Chen would naturally not let it go easily. The Immortal King of Longevity, this is a powerful man from a higher world, even a character who is not inferior to the sword immortal Xu Qingdi. If he could get the inheritance of this one, his strength would inevitably rise, and it would not be difficult even to break through the Divine King realm. Even the Void demon race who came back to God's domain continent would not pose any threat to him at all. Just when the three of Jiang Chen were preparing to enter the Longevity Immortal Palace with the Zilin clan, there were waves of violent energy fluctuations between the sky and the earth. Several black shadows with monstrous auras also quickly flew from the distant sky towards the direction of the Immortal Palace of Longevity. Several black shadows have appeared in the place less than 1,000 feet away from the Longevity Immortal Palace, and a gloomy cold voice slowly resounded in this space. Xu Tianming, if you want that kid to inherit the inheritance of the Fairy King, you have to ask me if the Black Phoenix clan agrees. Chapter 2398, Black Phoenix Monster Race. Jiang Chen was shocked, he couldn't help but suddenly raised his head and looked at the dark shadow in the air. I saw the monstrous black shadows, a few phoenixes filled with black flames. These black phoenixes swooped down from midair, and directly turned into black-robed figures before landing in front of Jiang Chen and the others. Especially the black-robed old man who thought he looked gloomy, the aura exuding from his body was probably not inferior to that of the red-eyebrow old man of the Zilin clan. Jiang Chen's pupil suddenly couldn't help but shrank suddenly. Apart from your Zilin clan, there are other demons here. Under the seat of the Immortal King of Longevity, there used to be two fairy beasts. One of them was the ancestor of our Zilin demon clan, and the other was the ancestor of the Black Phoenix demon clan. When the Longevity Immortal King fell, our ancestors and the ancestors of the Black Phoenix demon race had a disagreement. One was willing to follow the Immortal King's will, and the other wanted to take the Immortal King's inheritance as his own. In the end, the two fought a battle. The ancestor defeated the ancestor of the Black Phoenix demon race and expelled him from the Longevity Immortal Palace. But, over the years, the Black Phoenix demon clan has never given up getting involved in the Immortal Palace of Longevity. The youth of the Zilin tribe named Ziyao looked at the black shadows in front of him, and his expression became a lot more solemn in an instant. When Jiang Chen heard the words, he also understood it in an instant. After the Longevity Immortal King fell, the ancestor of the Black Phoenix demon race thought that no one could restrain him, and ambitions grew in his heart and betrayed the Longevity Immortal King. Now that the Zilin demon clan follows the will of the Immortal King of Longevity and finds him to inherit the lineage of the Immortal King, the Black Phoenix demon clan is naturally unwilling to gain the inheritance of the Immortal King. These people from the Black Phoenix demon race were clearly here to prevent him from gaining the inheritance of the Immortal King. Xuanshao, the inheritance of the Immortal King is not something you and I can get your hands on. Do you really think that the Immortal King didn't have a backhand? Seeing that our two clans are the same as the Immortal Throne, I would advise you to stop here now, maybe even too late. Xu Tianming looked at the old man headed by the Black Phoenix demon race, and his expression sank slightly. They had just found a person who was qualified to inherit the lineage of the Immortal King, and members of the Black Phoenix demon race directly descended to the Immortal Palace of Longevity. It seems that the Black Phoenix demon clan is determined to stop them, and has passed on the inheritance of the Immortal King. Zetian Brow, you Zilin demon race, you really are not ordinary foolishness. The Longevity Immortal King has already fallen. As long as our two clans join hands, the Immortal King's inheritance must be in our bag. Why do you follow the Immortal King's last word stupidly and look for outsiders to inherit the inheritance of the Immortal King? Zhan Shao stared straight at Xu Tianming. You should also know that if we can get everything left by the Immortal King of Longevity, even if we want to return to the world of immortality, it will be easy. Zetian's brows turned cold. Zhan Shao, the different ways are not conspiring, you don't want to confuse people in front of me, my Zilin clan will never betray the Fairy King. It's so stupid. An icy light flashed in Zhan Shao's eyes. Let me see how you can take them into the Immortal Palace of Longevity today. A black and white flame around Zhan Shao's body kept flickering, and a length-long dark spear suddenly appeared in his palm. The spear was made of unknown metal. In fact, there was a vaguely dark flame of destruction. Zhan Shao held Zhang Shu's divine spear, turning his whole body into a burning sky-black flame, and pierced Xu Tianming with a spear. The power of this spear directly burned the void and burned the earth into a long flame mark. This immortal mountain of longevity has the supreme restriction imposed by the Immortal King of Longevity. Although the supreme prohibition of the everlasting immortal mountain has been weakened a lot with the passage of time, it is only relatively speaking. Even the powerhouse of God King Ninth Heaven could not harm the plants here at all. The power of Zhan Shao's spear had reached such a terrifying level. The complexion of Zitian's eyebrows changed, and a huge purple unicorn phantom behind him was also condensed. I saw the purple unicorn phantom screamed up to the sky, and then turned into a coercive purple energy, all gathered in the fist of Zishanmei, followed by a punch of Zishanmei. The two terrifying forces collided in midair, and there was a loud noise. A huge hole was also centered on the confrontation between the two, and then spread. The huge hole was soon suppressed by the laws that emerged in the surrounding space. If it hadn't been suppressed by these prohibition laws, I am afraid that these two people's full force would be enough to completely destroy half of the everlasting immortal mountain. Is this the power above the divine king? It really is terrifying. Jiang Chen stared fiercely at the two people in the battle, and couldn't help but let out a low whisper in his mouth. The strength of these two old guys is really too strong. With his current strength, even if it is the power to spur the immortal monument with all its strength, I am afraid that there is no resistance to these two people. Under Jiang Chen's shocking eyes, Xu Tianming's shocking punch, and after a moment of stalemate with Zhan Shao's spear, it was finally hard to resist. I saw that his monstrous purple fist light was directly swallowed by the black flame on Zhan Shao's spear. Zitian's brows snorted, and the whole person stepped back on the ground in embarrassment for more than 10 steps, and his face instantly became extremely pale. He looked up at Zhan Shao, who was still standing still and proudly standing still, with a horrified expression on his face. Xian Yuan Li, have you touched the realm of immortals? Yes, I did touch that state. Zhan Shao said with cold eyes. Xu Tianming, you can get away now, maybe it's still too late. When I get the inheritance of the immortal king of longevity, I will definitely break through the realm of immortals, and maybe I can lead everyone out of here and return to the immortal world. Xuan Shao, you Black Phoenix clan, don't want to be obsessed with it anymore. Xu Tianming took a deep breath and said, the method of the fairy king is unpredictable. You can't get the inheritance of the fairy king. If you want to return to the fairy world, you should honestly look for the heirs for the fairy king. I think it is you who are obsessed with it. Zhan Shao's complexion also became extremely hideous in an instant. Xu Tianming, I have given you the opportunity of the Zilin clan. If you continue to be ignorant of what is good or bad, then please blame me for being merciless. When he spoke, he was covered in black flames and burned the sky, setting off it like an ancient demon god. Looking at Zhan Shao in the air pressure world, Xu Tianming's expression was unusually calm. Zhan Shao, if it wasn't for my Zilin clan to think of the same robe, your Black Phoenix clan ancestors would have died and disappeared. Where would the current Black Phoenix clan be? The immortal king's methods are able to reach the sky. Do you think he really didn't expect your ancestor Haifeng to betray him? Chapter 2399, Legend of the Immortal King. Zhan Shao's complexion changed slightly, and his eyes fixed on Xu Tianming. What do you mean by this? The layout of the immortal king can span the ages. Do you think that the ideas of your ancestors can really be hidden from the eyes of the immortal king? Xu Tianming shook his head, and said indifferently, I would advise you one last time. If you want to return to the immortal world, the only way is to follow the immortal king's meaning. Otherwise, I promise you will pay a heavy price for it. Huh, Xu Tianming, don't be alarmist in front of me. Do you think my Xuanshao will be scared by you? Zhan Shao sneered with disdain. Their Black Phoenix demon race has not been able to get the inheritance of the immortal king of longevity, and the Zilin demon race is their biggest obstacle. With his current strength, even the Zishanmei of the Zilin demon race is no longer his opponent at all. As long as the purple eyebrows are solved, who else can prevent him from getting the inheritance left by the longevity immortal king? Xu Tianming sighed. I have already given you a chance. Since you think I am alarmist, then do it. I hope you don't regret it. Don't worry, I have never regretted these two words in Xuanshao's life. Zhan Shao's sorrowful voice fell, and the Fentian Heiyan on the spear in his hand exploded again. The endless power of burning the sky, mighty and mighty, filling the world. Thousands of black flames instantly centered on the spear, extending in all directions, and finally turned the space above Zidian's brows into a sea of black fire. This black sea of fire is extremely terrifying. Whether it is a monk crossing the robbery or the king of martial arts, even if it is contaminated with a trace of black flame, it will be completely destroyed in an instant. I'm really looking for a dead end. Xu Tianbrow shook his head, and immediately moved his palm, and a bronze pot-shaped object appeared directly out of thin air in his palm. With no expression on his brows, Xu Tian opened the bronze pot directly. As the bronze pot was opened by the purple eyebrows, the mouth of the pot suddenly burst out with a dark swallowing light, which instantly swallowed the enveloping black flame. Xian, fairy tool. Zhan Shao stared at the bronze pot in Xu Tianming's hand, and finally there was a touch of horror that could not be concealed in his eyes. How come there are fairy artifacts in your hands? The Immortal King had already expected that your ancestors would have different intentions after his death, and hereby gave the immortal refining demon pot. Xu Tianming said indifferently, since you have to be obsessed, don't blame me for being merciless. Xu Tian's eyebrows fell, and the bronze pot in his palm trembled slightly. Seeing this scene before her, Zhan Shao's expression could not help but change drastically. The bronze pot in Xu Tianming's hand, but the real immortal artifact bestowed by the King of Longevity, was definitely not something he could resist. Zhan Shao gritted his teeth, and immediately turned into a black light, and sank into the gate of the Longevity Immortal Palace. Seeing this, Xu Tianbro's complexion also turned ugly to the extreme in an instant. At this critical moment of life and death, Zhan Shao was still thinking about the idea of inheriting the Longevity Immortal King. Zio, quickly bring your little friend Jiang Chen to the main hall of the Immortal Palace, and other people guard the gate of the Immortal Palace. If anyone dares to break in, kill them. After Xu Tianming finished speaking, his figure flashed into the Longevity Immortal Palace and chased Zhan Shao. Zi Yao couldn't help but said to Jiang Chen faintly, "Follow me." Jiang Chen couldn't help but turned his head to look at Xu Qingli and said, "Two seniors, you are waiting for me here, I will go in and take a look." "Hurry up, we too will guard the gate of the Immortal Palace together with the Zilin clan." Xu Qingli couldn't help but said hurriedly, "Although the environment here has given them hope of breakthrough, if Jiang Chen can inherit the inheritance of the Immortal King of Longevity, the two of them will undoubtedly gain more benefits." Jiang Chen did not hesitate at the moment, and directly followed Zi Yao into the Longevity Palace. The remaining few Zilin tribe and Xu Qingli were firmly guarding the gate of the Longevity Immortal Palace. "The Patriarch has entered the Immortal Palace of Longevity, what shall we do now?" A strong Black Phoenix clan frowned slightly when he saw this scene. "What else can I do? Wait. The powers of the Zilin clan are not inferior to ours. Now there are two more human powers. We are not opponents at all," the other person said solemnly. "The Patriarch of the Zilin clan holds the immortal weapon bestowed by the Eternal King, which they never thought of. They can only pray in their hearts that Zhan Shao can get the inheritance of the Longevity Immortal King in the Longevity Immortal Palace. Their Haifeng clan might really be inevitable this time." Longevity Immortal Palace. Under the leadership of Zi Yao, Jiang Chen quickly came to the main hall of the Longevity Immortal Palace. This main hall was the place where the Immortal King of Longevity once practiced. After the Longevity Immortal King fell, he laid down the Immortal King's inheritance in this main hall, waiting for the destined to come and open it. For so many years, under the guardianship of the Zilin clan, the Immortal King inheritance has hardly been approached. When Jiang Chen and the two came to the gate of the main hall of the Longevity Immortal Palace, they saw Xu Tianming standing there with a gloomy expression. Seeing this, Zi Yao couldn't help but quickly asked, "Patriarch, that Zhan Shao has entered the main hall." The guy was so fast that he couldn't catch up with him and let him enter the main hall. As Xu Tianming said, he couldn't help but looked at Jiang Chen. "Little friend Jiang Chen, it should not be too late. You should also enter the main hall. Whether you can get the inheritance of the Fairy King depends on your good fortune." Although from Xu Tianming's view, it is impossible for Zhan Shao to obtain the inheritance of the Immortal King of Longevity, but he is not afraid of 10,000, just in case. If that guy really got the inheritance of the Immortal King, it wouldn't be a good thing for them, the Zilin clan. Jiang Chen frowned and said, "After I enter the main hall, will I meet that guy? That Zhan Shao's strength is extremely powerful, at least equivalent to the martial master of God's domain. With his current strength, if he encounters that guy after entering the main hall, I am afraid there will be no resistance at all." Xu Tianming smiled and said, "Don't worry, there is still a test set by the Immortal King of Longevity in the main hall. Unless someone obtains the inheritance of the Immortal King, it is impossible for you to meet together." Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. As long as you don't meet the mysterious bird head-on, there won't be a big problem. He didn't hesitate anymore, and walked directly towards the main hall door. Walking into the door of the main hall, Jiang Chen only felt his body sway, as if passing through time and space. He came to a vast white space. A bright fairy light came and quickly surrounded Jiang Chen. These fairy lights became denser one after another, finally forming a completely enclosed space cage, trapping Jiang Chen in it. Chapter 2400. Longevity King. Jiang Chen looked at the spatial cage that held him tightly, and his heart couldn't help but shudder. It seems that this should be the test set by the Immortal King of Longevity in this main hall. Only by passing the test set by the Immortal King of Longevity can I have a chance to obtain the inheritance of the Immortal King of Longevity. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed brilliantly, the golden ancient sword in his hand flashed out of thin air, and he raised his hand to slash the surrounding space cage with a sword. Only a loud bang was heard, and the sword light fell directly on the space cage. What made Jiang Chen a little shocked was that his sword didn't make any ripples above the space cage. What a solid space cage! Jiang Chen's eyes also became a lot more serious in an instant. Although he didn't use any supernatural powers in that blow just now, he had already used more than 90% of his power. Such a sword, even the powerhouse of the ordinary God King 7th Heaven, would be difficult to resist at all. But the space cage in front of him blocked his sword so easily. Although Jiang Chen was a little shocked, he was not surprised. The Immortal King of Longevity, this is a powerhouse from a world higher than God's domain. How easy is it to pass the test of the Immortal King's inheritance that he left behind? Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and immediately urged the magic of the sword in his body to turn into a shocking sword light, and once again slashed fiercely on the spatial cage with a sword. There was only a loud noise, the space cage trembled slightly, and a visible sword mark appeared on it. The sword mark only existed for less than a few breaths, and then it was automatically repaired soon. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but twist his brows together tightly. The power level of this space cage is obviously higher than the martial arts power level of God's domain. It is undoubtedly a very difficult thing to break through this spatial cage with the martial arts power of God's domain. Jiang Chen's gaze was slightly hesitating, and he immediately ran the Azure Emperor Longevity art. With a wave of the golden ancient sword in his hand, he directly slashed out innocently. Since the martial arts of God's domain were difficult to break through this spatial cage, Jiang Chen did not hesitate to use the Azure Emperor's sword technique. This sword silently landed on the surrounding space cage, causing the fairy lights on the space cage to dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye. The space cage collapsed suddenly, all shattered into powder, dissipating invisible between the sky and the earth. And Jiang Chen's figure also returned to that white world again. The empty white space is boundless, giving people a sense of extreme depression. Before Jiang Chen had time to look at the surroundings, there was another sound of breaking through the air in midair. The dazzling celestial light was like rain, falling down from the void, and then once again turned into a cage of hundreds of meters space, enveloping Jiang Chen. This spatial cage, the brilliance on it, is several times thicker than the previous one. Jiang Chen once again used the Azure Emperor's sword to slash out, but he was unable to shake the spatial cage anymore. It is almost impossible to break this space cage with force. Jiang Chen didn't make any moves anymore. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the center of the space cage, carefully looking at the surrounding space cages, wanting to see if he could find a flaw in the space cage. Jiang Chen looked at the space cage for a while, but he still couldn't find any flaws in the space cage. But Jiang Chen was not impatient either. He was still sitting cross-legged in the center of the space cage quietly, looking at the space cage around him. Since the King of Longevity has designed such a trial, there must be a way to clear it. Since there is no other way for the time being, he can only see if he can trigger the system's hundredfold comprehension, and use the system to find flaws to break the space cage in front of him. Jiang Chen sat quietly in the space cage like this, constantly observing the situation of the space cage, but he has not been able to trigger the system's 100-fold comprehension. This continued until the 7th day. Just when Jiang Chen was a little impatient in his heart, the surrounding space cages magically dissipated automatically. It seems that the test of this space cage should be the Xingxing. After Jiang Chen froze for a while, he also quickly understood. If it is some impatient people, even if they are exhausted to death in this space cage, I am afraid it will be difficult to pass this level. After Jiang Chen passed this hurdle, the celestial mansions in the void dropped again, and once again transformed into a third spatial cage, enveloping Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had not had time to look at the situation of the space cage in the future, and an illusory figure appeared directly in front of Jiang Chen. The phantom that appeared in front of Jiang Chen was a mysterious middle-aged man. The man has a handsome face, fluttering in white clothes, and exudes an ethereal aura from all over his body. Especially that pair of eyes, with the passage of time, contains infinite wisdom and philosophy. He simply stood there, without using a single trace of mana, but he seemed to be integrated with the heaven and the earth. For so many years, someone has finally come here. The inheritance that this king stayed here in the past, finally don't need to be buried here. Just as Jiang Chen looked at the white-robed middle-aged in front of him, the soft laughter of the white-robed middle-aged also rang directly in Jiang Chen's ears. Are you the immortal king of longevity? Jiang Chen couldn't help but suddenly startled, looking at the middle-aged in white clothes in front of him with an incredible expression. Yes, I am the longevity immortal king Luo Changsheng. The middle-aged in white clothes looked at Jiang Chen and smiled slightly. You can come here, it is enough to prove your extraordinary talent. As long as you can pass the final test, you can become my disciple of Luo Changsheng. Jiang Chen couldn't help but clasped his fists, and said in a deep voice, also please seniors for advice. I, Luo Changsheng, used to enter the immortal Tao by martial arts, and meeting you is considered predestined. According to the cultivation system of the universe on your side, you are now in the sixth heaven, right? This king now gives you three choices. I challenge the sixth heaven of the king of God, but I can be named a disciple. I challenge the seventh heaven of the king of God, and I am my official disciple. If you can defeat the God King eighth heaven, I will be the heir of my longevity immortal king, and you can inherit everything from the longevity immortal king. In the future, you will ascend to the immortal realm, and the forces under the longevity immortal king will also obey your orders. When the longevity immortal king said this, he couldn't help looking at Jiang Chen with a smile. Little guy, I don't know what choice you have to make. After hearing the words of the immortal king Changsheng, a sharp light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. After a while, he suddenly raised his head to look at the longevity immortal king Luo Changsheng, with a firm expression on his face. You are not talented, I would like to fight the God King eighth heaven. Chapter 2401, The Horror of the Longevity Fairy King. Little guy, have courage. The immortal king of longevity couldn't help but admiringly said, come on, as long as you can take my three tricks, you can be my only personal disciple of the immortal king of longevity. After the longevity immortal king finished speaking, the breath of the whole body also changed quickly, and finally stayed at the early stage of the eighth layer of God King. Senior immortal king, offended. Jiang Chen hugged his fist at the immortal king of longevity, and immediately condensed an ancient seal of extinguishing souls, and struck directly at the immortal king of longevity. The immortal king of longevity had fallen for many years, and the phantom in front of him was obviously only a trace of soul power evolved from the immortal king of longevity. The ancient seal of soul destruction in the three seals of the human emperor had a restraining effect on all spirit powers. Jiang Chen will display the ancient seal of soul destruction for the first time. This trick is a bit interesting. It can restrain any spirit power under the immortal, but it's useless to me. The longevity immortal king said. With a flick of his finger, he instantly crushed Jiang Chen's ancient seal of soul extinguishment into nothingness. Senior immortal king, what is the realm of immortals? Seeing this scene before him, Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but change slightly. Although Jiang Chen had expected that this ancient seal of soul missing should not pose a threat to the immortal king of longevity, there was no such thing as the immortal king of longevity who would not be restrained by the ancient seal of soul missing, and it was defeated by a snap of his finger. Everlasting immortal king didn't hide it, and explained with a smile. The Mahayana monk asks about becoming a fairy, that is, the realm of human beings. In your universe, the so-called immortal realm is actually the realm of human beings. Immortal realm, the realm above the dominance of martial arts. This realm, even in the ancient times of God's domain, is just a legendary existence. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and couldn't help but ask curiously, I don't know what realm is senior immortal king. When you have the opportunity to go to the fairyland in the future, you will naturally understand. The king of longevity smiled slightly. Little guy, you can also try my trick. Changsheng immortal king lifted his palm and directly pointed at Jiang Chen with a lightly fluttering finger. This finger was unremarkable, as if it was a finger randomly selected by a mortal, without any fluctuations at all. But only Jiang Chen, who faced this finger, could truly feel the terrifyingness of this finger, and it could even threaten his life. Where did Jiang Chen dare to hesitate at all, and quickly used the Azure Emperor's sword technique with all his strength, and slashed out. With one sword, the two invisible forces collided together without making a half-minute sound. I saw Jiang Chen's figure trembled slightly, and the whole person stepped back on the ground with a pale face and backed hundreds of feet away. He suppressed the churning breath in his body, and his heart was also shocked. This immortal king of longevity is indeed incredibly powerful. Even if he was just a ray of soul power now, and suppressed the power in the 8th heaven of the censored king, it was almost an invincible existence in the censored king realm. With his current strength, using the Azure Emperor's swordsmanship, he couldn't even stop the understatement of the longevity immortal king. If he hadn't used the Azure Emperor's sword technique to dissolve part of his power, I am afraid that even if he did not die, he would have to pay an unusually heavy price. Little guy, your sword is not the sword of your side of the universe, right? A look of astonishment appeared in the eyes of the king of longevity. I didn't expect you to be in such a universe, and you can even master the technique of the sword immortal. It seems that there is great luck in your body. Senior is worthy of being a strong man from the fairy world, and it is really unfathomable. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. If the younger generation didn't get a fairy law by chance, I'm afraid I can't stop you at all. Little guy, I have to say that your ability to achieve such an achievement in this universe is enough to make this king admire. The last trick, if you can take it, you will be the only descendant of my longevity immortal king. The long life immortal king's faint chuckle fell, gently raised his finger, and a finger popped out. This finger was also unremarkable, there was no half wave, but Jiang Chen felt a terrifying force as large as a mountain, pressing it violently, making him feel breathless. Jiang Chen didn't dare to neglect the slightest. The golden ancient sword in his hand was full of energy, and his body was full of energy and blood. The fairy gate opened, and the sword fairy came to the dust. The Qingdi sword, the last form of Qingdi sword, was fully used by Jiang Chen. This sword was better than any sword Jiang Chen had used before, and the bright sword light ran across the heavens, as if to cut through all the emptiness of the sun and the moon. Jiang Chen, with this sword capable of slashing the sky and the earth, was blocked by an invisible force after meeting the finger of the immortal king longevity, and he could no longer advance any further. After Jian Guang held a stalemate with the invisible power for a while, he gradually became distorted and trembling under the pressure of the invisible power, and finally burst into the void with a bang. The sword light shattered. Jiang Chen couldn't help but tremble suddenly, and a mouthful of blood in his mouth couldn't help but squirted out wildly. He raised his head to look at the arrogant phantom opposite, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness in his heart. The power of this longevity immortal king is really too strong. Even if he was just a ray of remnant soul without a body, and suppressed his power at the level of God King 8th Heaven, he still couldn't handle it at all. Opposite Jiang Chen, in the illusory eyes of the longevity immortal king, an incredible horror also appeared at this moment. As a well-known immortal king in the immortal world, how extraordinary is his vision. Although the cyan phantom that had just stepped out of the fairy gate just disappeared in a flash, the eternal king still saw the phantom really. Everlasting immortal king never thought of it anyway. The swordsmanship Jiang Chen displayed was actually related to that legendary existence. How could that one swordsmanship appear in this universe and be mastered by the little guy in front of him? It took a long time for the immortal king Changsheng to recover from his horror. He was silent for a while before looking at Jiang Chen and said, "Little guy, where did the sword technique you just used come from?" Since Jiang Chen displayed this level of swordsmanship, he must have a certain relationship with that one. If this son is the chosen heir, even he would never let him accept the inheritance of the immortal king of longevity. Jiang Chen was startled slightly, but he still replied, "Senior immortal king, this sword technique was accidentally obtained by the younger generation in an immortal monument." "The immortal monument? You got the immortal monument?" The immortal king Changsheng suddenly thought of something, and his expression instantly became horrified. He couldn't help but let out a low whisper in his mouth. Unexpectedly, that piece of legendary immortal steel would have flown into this universe. It seems that the one back then still failed to keep it after all. Chapter 2402, News from God's Domain and Heavenly Way. Senior Immortal King, have you also heard of the Immortal Monument? When Jiang Chen heard the mutter of the Immortal King Changsheng, he couldn't help being surprised. As far as he knows, the immortal steel he obtained by chance from the Holy Dragon Temple should come from the Shushan universe outside the realm of God, and it contains the secret of becoming immortal. The origin of this immortal monument is definitely not as simple as imagined, and it is very likely that it even came from the immortal world. Even in the immortal world, immortal monuments are probably very famous. Naturally, I've heard that the former owner of the Immortal Monument is the one who taught you the art of sword immortality. If it weren't for the king's fall, I'm afraid he would kill you without hesitation at this moment and take the Immortal Monument in your hand. You don't have to ask more about this, knowing too much now is not good for you." Having said this, the Immortal King Changsheng couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen and said solemnly, "But there is one thing you must keep in mind. If you don't have to be forced, don't expose your possession of the Immortal Monument, especially those who will encounter the immortal world in the future." Although the Immortal King Changsheng hadn't seen the immortal tablet in Jiang Chen's hand, since this guy was able to obtain the sword celestial art passed down by that one, it was enough to prove that the immortal tablet in his hand was the one in the legend. Hearing the words of the longevity Immortal King, Jiang Chen had to suppress all the doubts in his heart. One thing Jiang Chen can be sure of is that the origin of this immortal monument is probably more terrifying than he thought. Just in case, it seems that he has to use the power of the immortal monument as little as possible in the future. Little guy, since you are predestined with that one, and you have been able to teach the sword fairy art, and then become the heir of the longevity Immortal King's line, it is no longer suitable. The Immortal King of Longevity smiled bitterly. "Although you are not allowed to be a descendant of the Immortal King of Longevity, I will definitely make your trip worthwhile. This king also has a heartfelt feeling, I hope you can agree." Rao was the Immortal King of Longevity and he did not expect that he laid down the inheritance of the Immortal King here, and finally waited for a more satisfactory heir, but it turned out to be related to the great power of the world. If he snatched this guy from that one and let him inherit his inheritance, he might bring disaster to the Eternal King's line. "Senior, please say." Jiang Chen naturally knew that the one in the mouth of the Longevity Immortal King should be Emperor Xu Qing, the sword immortal who taught him the Azure Emperor longevity art. The Immortal King of Longevity in front of him was obviously very jealous of Emperor Xu Qing, the sword immortal, so he didn't dare to let himself be his descendant. The Immortal King Changsheng didn't talk nonsense, and he said directly, "I want you to find a good candidate for this king and come here to inherit the inheritance I left. This cosmic immortal path is incomplete, and it is impossible for even a human immortal to be born." He wanted to find a satisfactory descendant in this universe. It was not an easy task. For so many years, he just waited for a Jiang Chen to come. If he continues to wait passively like this, he doesn't know when he will find someone who can inherit his inheritance. The King of Longevity will let Jiang Chen find a candidate for him. Since his death, the Immortal Realm Longevity Immortal King's line, the situation may be very bad. Jiang Chen got the immortal steel, and got the one who taught the sword immortal art, most likely the chosen one. The descendant he asked Jiang Chen to find must have an extraordinary relationship with Jiang Chen. Longevity Immortal King's line can be bound with that one. He can use this to pulse a bright future for the Immortal King of Longevity. This matter is not a problem, the younger generation will definitely find a satisfactory successor for you. Seeing that the King of Longevity wanted to find an heir for him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile and promised. Although he could not inherit the inheritance of the Longevity Immortal King himself, it would be a very good thing if he could find someone of his own to inherit the inheritance of the Longevity Immortal King. The Immortal King of Longevity said something to Jiang Chen with some gratitude, and immediately pointed out Jiang Chen with an illusory palm. An obscure information flooded into Jiang Chen's mind directly. "Little guy, although you have the supreme swordsmanship taught by that one, the kendo attack methods are slightly inadequate. The immortal art I taught you is the swordsmanship attack of an old friend of mine. I must be able to help you." Jiang Chen felt the information in his mind, and a look of joy appeared in his eyes. Jiang Chen actually agreed with the words of the Immortal King of Longevity. Since he embarked on the path of spiritual practice, it may not have been more than 100 years since he was full of calculations. In this short span of 100 years, Jiang Chen had the cultivation base of the 6th Heavenly King of God. Especially after becoming the Queen of Swordsmanship, Jiang Chen has not had much time to practice swordsmanship. At present, Jiang Chen's swordsmanship attack methods, except for the 7-star Heavenly Sword Art and the Divine Body Vision Human Emperor Sword passed down to him by the ancient Profound Tao, only the Qingdi Sword Art and the Azure Emperor Longevity Art. The 7-star Heavenly Sword Art was of no use to Jiang Chen today. Among the 3 swords of Qingdi's swordsmanship, although the first 2 swords are mysterious, they are not really attacking techniques. In the face of some people whose strength is equal to or weaker than one's own, this sword can easily cut off the opponent's cultivation base and longevity. But if faced with some strength far better than his own, these two swords will not be of much use. The only swordsmanship he really mastered was the vision of the divine body and the third style of Qingdi sword. And these two tricks are the kind of tricks that consume a lot of money and should not be used at will. If he could master the sword immortal art passed down to him by the immortal king of longevity, he would definitely be able to take his combat power to the next level. Thank you, Senior Immortal King, for giving the law. Feeling the sword immortal technique in his mind, Jiang Chen couldn't help but quickly thank the immortal king longevity. The immortal king Changsheng waved his hand, and immediately said with a smile, "Little guy, I hope you can find a suitable heir for me as soon as possible, and then this king will definitely offer you a big gift again." After speaking, he was about to wave Jiang Chen out of this space. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shouted, "Senior Immortal King, wait." The longevity Immortal King took a palm and couldn't help looking at Jiang Chen with a puzzled look. "Why, are you okay?" "Senior Immortal King, it is true that the juniors came to Changsheng Shanshan this time mainly because they learned that the heavenly ways of our universe are very likely to be hidden in Changsheng Shanshan and came here to look for them." When Jiang Chen said this, he couldn't help asking directly, "I wonder if there is our God Realm heavenly way in this immortal mountain of longevity." "So you came to find that guy?" The longevity Immortal King smiled slightly and said, "Yes, the heavenly way of your universe is indeed hidden here, and it is in my longevity immortal palace." Chapter 2403, Perfect Solution. God's domain Tiandao is really here. Hearing the words of the immortal king longevity, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a look of ecstasy appeared in his eyes. After several months, he found here all the way from the middle domain, and now he finally found the God domain heavenly Tao. Jiang Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart and quickly said, "Senior Immortal King, I don't know where the God Realm Heaven Tao is, can I see God Realm Heaven Tao?" "It is in the main hall of the Longevity Immortal Palace. After I planted the inheritance of the Immortal King, I have completely sealed the main hall. Unless someone becomes my successor, the main hall can be opened." The King of Longevity chuckled and said, "If you want to see it, please find a descendant for me as soon as possible." When Jiang Chen heard the words, his brows couldn't help but frown. "I wonder why the predecessors of the Immortal King sealed the Divine Realm Heavenly Tao in the main hall of the Longevity Immortal Palace." The Longevity Immortal King said quietly, "This matter is a long story." When the Longevity Immortal King came to God's domain with the Longevity Immortal Mountain, it was the time when the universe of God's domain and the universe of Shushan were fighting. Although the battle between the two sides was fierce, it was not enough to break God's domain to pieces. However, the Immortal King of Longevity came suddenly with the Immortal Mountain of Longevity, which completely shattered the Divine Realm, which was already close to its limit, and the Divine Realm Heavenly Tao suffered heavy losses. Seeing that this side of the universe was broken by his own influence, the Eternal King rescued the severely damaged God Realm Heavenly Tao back to the Eternal Palace, allowing him to recuperate in the Eternal Immortal Palace. Hearing the words of the King of Longevity, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. The main reason for the collapse of God's domain back then was not because of the battle with the Shushan universe, but because of the Immortal King of Longevity in front of him. "Boy, don't worry, go find a heir for me. Your God Realm Heavenly Path is safer than any place in this Longevity Immortal Palace, and it is faster to recover than any other place. When you find the descendant for me to open the main hall of the Longevity Immortal Palace, I promise to return you a good God's domain Heavenly Tao, so that the God's domain will return to its pre-shattered appearance." The Longevity Immortal King vowed to promise. Jiang Chen suddenly couldn't help but smiled bitterly. "I also naturally know that God's domain Heavenly Tao is very safe in the Longevity Immortal Palace, but I have some things that need God's domain Heavenly Tao to solve." "What's the matter? Tell me about it," the Longevity Immortal King said lightly. "I should be able to help you solve the things that God's domain Heavenly Tao can solve." Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help telling the story of the Moon God Palace. "Oh, I didn't expect this universe to have such characters. The Moon God in the Moon God Palace is extraordinary. Even if he hasn't reached the realm of humans and immortals, I am afraid that he is not far from the realm of humans and immortals." In the eyes of the King of Longevity, a look of surprise appeared. He pondered for a moment, then looked at Jiang Chen and said, "This matter is not difficult. I will teach you a secret technique, which can hide the sky and cross the sea, so that they are temporarily not restricted by the laws of God's domain and Heavenly Tao." The Longevity Immortal King said, pointing out to Jiang Chen again. Jiang Chen was overjoyed immediately, and quickly thanked him. Thank you, Senior Immortal King. He came to search for God's domain and heavenly way this time, mainly to ensure the safety of God's domain and heavenly way, and to solve the problem of Moon God Palace. Now that God's domain and heavenly Tao are in this longevity immortal palace, I am afraid that the entire God's domain is no safer place than here, and Jiang Chen doesn't need to worry about anyone doing it against God's domain and heavenly Tao. As for the problem of the Moon God Palace, the secret technique passed to him by the Immortal King of Longevity can also be solved. This trip to the Immortal Mountain of Longevity can be said to be a perfect solution to the purpose of his trip. He can return to the Central Territory with peace of mind, make the Moon God Palace born, and then completely remove the Void Demon race from the God Territory. Go, remember to bring me a descendant as soon as possible. The Longevity Fairy King said, and immediately raised his hand to Jiang Chen with a volley, and directly expelled Jiang Chen from the world. Jiang Chen's figure had already appeared outside the main hall of the Longevity Immortal Palace. Little friend Jiang Chen, what's the situation? Seeing this, Xu Tianming couldn't help but stepped forward and asked. Their Zilin clan has guarded the Immortal Palace of Longevity for so many years before they met a genius like Jiang Chen who was qualified to come here. If Jiang Chen could not inherit the lineage of the Immortal King, they might have to wait until the year of the monkey. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, I passed the test and met Senior Immortal King, but for some reasons, I couldn't inherit the legacy of the Immortal King. Senior Immortal King asked me to find an heir for him. Can't inherit the Fairy King inheritance. Hearing this, Xu Tianming also showed a puzzled look on his old face. Before he could have time to ask questions, a figure flew out directly from the main hall door and slammed heavily on the ground. This figure is the Zan Shao who forcibly rushed into the main hall of the Longevity Immortal Palace. Zan Shao's body didn't have any aura, and he had already turned into a cold corpse. This guy is really self-inflicted and can't live. Zitian brows sighed and shook his head secretly. The Immortal King inheritance, how can you allow others to get involved at will? This guy thought that the Longevity Immortal King had fallen, so he wanted to fight the idea of the Immortal King's inheritance, but ended up ruining himself here. Jiang Chen looked at Zan Shao's body without any accident. The final test of the Immortal King's inheritance was personally guarded by a sliver of the Immortal King left by the Longevity Immortal King. How could he allow such betrayers like the Black Wind Demon race to exist? Although this Xuanshao had a strong strength, he had even reached the peak of Mahayana, and was only one step away from the realm of immortals. But in front of the Longevity Immortal King, I am afraid that there is still no resistance. Zio, return the corpse of this old guy to the Black Phoenix Demon race, and let the people of the Black Phoenix Demon race get out. Xu Tianming couldn't help but commanded Zi Yao who was on the side. With the fall of Zan Shao, the Black Phoenix Demon race could no longer make any big waves, and Xu Tianming didn't want to kill the Black Phoenix Demon race. Zi Yao responded, and then quickly turned and left with Zan Shao's body. After Zi Yao leaves, Xu Tianming couldn't help but looked at Jiang Chen with a puzzled expression. Little friend Jiang Chen, you just said that you can't inherit the lineage of the Immortal King. What do you mean? It means literally, I am not suitable to inherit the inheritance of the predecessors of the Fairy King. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, but don't worry, I promised Senior Immortal King that within 3 to 5 years, I will find a satisfactory heir for him. The candidate for the Fairy King inheritance, Jiang Chen, will naturally arrive as soon as possible. Everlasting Immortal King promised that as long as he found someone who inherited his inheritance and opened the main hall of the Everlasting Immortal Palace, he would be able to see the undamaged God's domain and heavenly Tao, and return the God's domain to its pre-shattered appearance. God's domain may be able to reproduce the grand occasion of the ancient times. Chapter 2404, Great Changes in Shenwu Continent. After coming out of the main hall of the Longevity Immortal Palace, Jiang Chen did not plan to stay here long. Although the Longevity Immortal Palace is a supreme sacred place for cultivation, Jiang Chen has no intention of cultivating here at this moment. The current situation of God's domain continent is extremely bad, and there are still too many things outside that need him to deal with. Several months have passed since he left Zhongyu and came here. Jiang Chen didn't even know what the war between God's domain continent and the Void Demon race was. Now that the matter of God's domain and heavenly Tao has been perfectly resolved, he must return to the middle domain as soon as possible to completely eliminate the void demons who invaded the God's domain continent. Jiang Chen bid farewell to Xu Tianming and others, and left alone. As for Xu Qingli and Lei Qianyuan, They are deeply attracted by the cultivation environment in this world of monuments, so how could they leave easily? They all decided to stay here forever and concentrate on cultivating to hit a higher realm. After leaving the fairyland world where the Longevity Immortal Palace was located, Jiang Chen did not stay too much in the Longevity Immortal Mountain, nor did he return to the Cultivation Immortal Alliance, but flashed directly towards the exit of the Longevity Immortal Mountain. Jiang Chen concealed his aura with the Hunyuan Yiki technique, and he was almost unimpeded all the way, and soon he left the Everlasting Immortal Mountain and returned to Tongxian Valley. In Tongxian Valley, there was silence at this moment, and only 2 young disciples from the martial arts world were waiting at the entrance of Chengshengxianshan. Young Master Jiang Chen. The 2 young men also quickly discovered Jiang Chen walking out of the Everlasting Immortal Mountain, and couldn't help but greet them quickly. Jiang Chen nodded, and immediately asked with a puzzled look, "Why are you only here, Wu Zantian?" After young Master Jiang Chen entered the Immortal Mountain of Everlasting Life, after a period of cultivation, the Patriarch led the experts in the martial arts world to attack the Immortal World. One of the young people quickly replied. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. How is the battle now? He obviously didn't expect Wu Zantian to lead people into the realm of Shushan before he even came out of the Everlasting Immortal Mountain. Another young man smiled bitterly. Everything went well in the beginning, but just 2 days ago, the Patriarch and the others ran into trouble. Now they have retreated to the entrance of the Immortal Realm to Tongxian Valley. When Jiang Chen heard this, his brows suddenly couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. What's the matter? Wu Zantian unexpectedly encountered trouble in the world of Shushan. Wu Zantian's cultivation base has reached the 9th heaven of God King, and his combat power is unparalleled, even the halal people who cross the peak of the robbery can suppress. In the first battle that day, the halal man was severely injured and his body was destroyed. The only existence that can contend with Wu Zantian is already unable to pose any threat to Wu Zantian. In today's cultivating world, who else can cause trouble to Wu Zantian? We don't know this. When Jiang Chen asked, both of them shook their heads directly. Let's go see what's going on. As Jiang Chen said, his figure swiftly flew out towards Tongxian Valley. Jiang Chen appeared at the exit of Tongxian Valley to Shushan Realm. I saw Wu Zantian and other experts in the martial arts world have built a station here, and concentrated all their forces to station here. Little friend Jiang Chen, have you come out of the Longevity Fairy Mountain? Wu Zantian obviously sensed Jiang Chen's existence for the first time, and appeared in front of Jiang Chen in a flash. Jiang Chen's eyes swept over Wu Zantian's body, and his expression couldn't help but change slightly. Senior Wu, you are injured, what is going on? Jiang Chen knew exactly how strong Wu Zantian was. Even if it was a halal person at the pinnacle of the tribulation, who had sacrificed the Tai ancient bracelet of the town clan magic weapon of the Tai Shanzong at the beginning, they could not get any advantage in Wu Zantian's hands. In today's cultivating world, who else has the ability to wound Wu Zantian? Wu Zantian suddenly couldn't help but smiled bitterly. In the world of Shushan, there has been a guy many times more terrifying than a halal person. Hearing Wu Zantian's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but condensed his eyes suddenly. Could it be that there is still a Mahayana monk in the world of cultivating immortals? Mahayana monks, this is the same level of existence as the dominance of martial arts. If there were real Mahayana monks in the world of cultivating immortals, the situation would be a bit tricky. That's not the case. Although the immortal cultivation realm is powerful, there has never been a Mahayana cultivator. Otherwise, the martial arts realm would have been wiped out by them. Wu Zantian shook his head, took a deep breath, and slowly said, the one who hurt me is a peerless demon who has been sealed for so many years. In the world of cultivating immortals in the Shenwu continent, a peerless demon cultivator was born. This peerless demonic cultivator has supernatural powers, immortal and almost invincible in the world. Several great immortal sects of the Shushan realm at that time joined forces, but failed to kill this demon cultivator, and they could only suppress and seal him in the end. Wu Zantian wanted to take advantage of the severe damage to the world of Shushan, to level down the world of Shushan in one fell swoop. But I didn't expect the 5 great immortals in the world of Shushian to reach an agreement with that peerless magic repair who had been suppressed and sealed at a critical juncture, and released him. Even if it was as strong as Wu Zantian, he suffered a dark loss in the hands of that peerless demonic cultivator and had to retreat to Tongxian Valley. Senior Wu, with your strength, as long as you are not a Mahayana monk, it should be difficult to pose any threat to you, right? After hearing Wu Zantian's explanation, Jiang Chen couldn't help but twist his brows together tightly. I thought so too. Wu Zontian smiled bitterly, but when I really saw that guy, I knew what the real invincibility is in the same realm. Jiang Chen's heart suddenly couldn't help but stun slightly. Wu Zontian's combat power, even in the Divine King Nine Heavens, was extremely rare. The guy who can make Wu Zontian feel ashamed, probably only exists at the level of the Moon God Palace Lord. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and immediately said in a solemn voice, Senior Wu, tell me the specific situation of that peerless magic repair. The peerless demon cultivator was not strong at the beginning, and he was even slightly inferior to the halal person. I can easily suppress him, but he has a very heaven-defying ability, that is, immortality, and he can't kill at all. And every time that guy is suppressed, that guy's power will become stronger and stronger. Wu Zontian smiled bitterly. That's why I suffered a dark loss in his hands, and I had to retreat to the Tongxian Valley. After hearing Wu Zontian's words, Jiang Chen's eyes finally showed an incredible horror. Immortality is immortal, and your strength will become stronger every time you die. Isn't this situation very similar to the Kangyu God King in the Great Desolate Realm back then? The peerless demon cultivator who once appeared in the immortal cultivation realm of the Shenwu continent also cultivated the immortal art of immortality. Chapter 2405, Unbreakable Reappearance. Jiang Chen never expected that when he came to the Northern Territory to search for the Heavenly Tao in the Divine Realm this time, he would encounter the immortal heavenly power again in this place. When the God King Kangyu was killed, Jiang Chen already knew the terrible secret behind the immortal heavenly art. Even Kangyu Divine King is nothing but a chess piece in the hands of others. Is the peerless demon cultivator in the immortal cultivation realm of the Shenwu continent the true master of the immortal heavenly art, or is he the same as the God King Kangyu? If even this one is just a chess piece, what a terrifying existence will the master of the immortal heavenly power be? But in Jiang Chen's heart, it was time to be surprised. A terrible shout of anger, like a rolling thunder, suddenly exploded in this area. Wu Zontian, get out and die quickly. This sudden shout of anger also made Wu Zontian's complexion instantly gloomy. It's that demon cultivator, he actually killed the door. Let's go and meet that guy. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and his figure quickly flicked out of Tongxian Valley. He was also about to see what was going on with this person who had most likely cultivated the immortal art. Out of Tongxian Valley, Jiang Chen raised his gaze slightly and fell directly on the man in black who stood proudly hundreds of meters away. The black-clothed man is tall and stern, and there is an unconcealable coldness between his eyebrows. His eyes opened and closed slightly, and there was a faint gleam of light, like a poisonous snake that can kill people in an instant. Mo Xiaotian, when you were jointly suppressed by several great immortal sects in the world of cultivating immortals, you have an uncommon enmity with the world of cultivating immortals, but now you have become a running dog in the world of cultivating immortals. While Jiang Chen was looking at the black-clothed man, Wu Zontian, who was following Jiang Chen, couldn't help but snorted coldly. What are you going to do? It's not your turn to take care of your business. Mo Xiaotian's complexion was cold, and the whole body was filled with a murderous intent. Wu Zontian, if you are obediently, I can still consider leaving a whole body of you. He. The reason why your excellency was able to run wild in Shenwu continent should rely on your cultivation technique, right? Jiang Chen couldn't help but smiled faintly, and looked at Mo Xiaotian calmly. If I guess right, you should be practicing immortal heavenly art. You can really immortal and immortal with immortal heavenly art, and invincible in the world. Ns. As Jiang Chen said this, Mo Xiaotian's expression suddenly changed drastically. He stared at Jiang Chen steadily, and slowly said, you actually know the immortal art. It seems that you have seen people who practice immortal art. Immortal Heaven Kung Fu is a technique that Mo Xiaotian entered into the Everlasting Immortal Mountain and obtained it in the Everlasting Immortal Mountain. After he had cultivated the Immortal Heaven Kung Fu and understood the mystery of the Immortal Heaven Kung Fu, he only truly realized the horror of the Immortal Heaven Kung Fu. What made Mo Xiaotian rejoice? The existence that created the immortal heavenly power seems to have already fallen, and he has become the true master of the immortal heavenly power. In order to cultivate the immortal celestial art, Mo Xiaotian spread this technique in the practice world of the Shenwu continent, turning countless geniuses in the immortal world into the nourishment of the immortal celestial art, and was finally besieged by the immortal world. At the beginning, his cultivation base hadn't reached the transition period, so he was naturally unable to resist the immortal realm, so he escaped from the Shenwu continent, relying on the immortal power of immortality, forcibly traversed the immortal realm, and went to the middle domain. After coming to Zhongyu, Mo Xiaodian has obviously become much smarter. He hides behind the scenes, secretly spreads the immortal power, and his cultivation quickly reaches the peak of the tribulation. He returned to the Shenwu continent, wanting to take revenge on the Shenwu continent cultivation realm. Mo Xiaodian originally thought that, with his cultivation at the peak of the tribulation, coupled with the overbearing power of the immortal heavenly skill, cultivation was already invincible in the Shenwu continent. He finally paid the price because he underestimated the Shenwu continent cultivation realm. Although he relied on his own power to upset the entire world of cultivation, he was eventually suppressed by several forces headed by the ethereal Immortal Sect, and it has been sealed to the present. After the defeat of the Shushan realm in Tongxian Valley, Wu Zantian didn't intend to give the Shushan realm any chance to breathe, and he wanted to level the Shushan realm in one fell swoop. Seeing that the world of Shushan was in a crisis of life and death, the 5 great immortals of the world of Shushan finally found him, signed a contract with him, and released it. Due to contract restrictions, Mo Xiaodian had to come to kill Wu Zantian for Shushanji. Mo Xiaodian didn't expect that when he came here today, he would encounter an existence who knew the immortal power of heaven. Although the immortal cultivation realm of the Shenwu continent knew that the exercises he cultivated were against the sky and he had the ability to be immortal, but they didn't even know the name of this exercise. And the people who know the existence of the immortal art are almost all the guys who have cultivated the immortal art to a certain level. These people, without exception, became the nourishment for his immortal power. How did the black-clothed young man in front of him know that what he cultivated was immortal heavenly power? Apart from him, are there other people in this world who have cultivated the immortal art to a certain level? If there are people in this world who have practiced immortal heavenly art, how could he not sense the existence of that guy? I have seen it, and there are not too many. Jiang Chen stared at Mo Xiaodian steadily. A few years ago, I killed a martial god king who had practiced immortal heavenly kung fu. At that time, a thought came, and the master of that thought should be you. Following Jiang Chen's words, Mo Xiaodian's eyes suddenly burst out with murderous intent. Boy, it turns out that you are the guy who broke this big event back then. After he was suppressed and sealed by the immortal world, he once felt that a guy who practiced immortal heavenly power had become a martial, censored, king all the way. This guy who cultivated immortal heavenly gong had lost contact inexplicably. Mo Xiaodian originally thought that that fellow had been wiped out. But he didn't expect that a few years ago, he once again sensed this guy who practices immortal heavenly art, and his strength has become a lot stronger. Mo Xiaodian intends to let this guy grow for a while, and then swallow it, trying to break through the Mahayana period. Once he breaks through the Mahayana period, he can break the seal and return to the world. But Mo Xiaodian didn't expect that the martial, censored, king who practiced immortal heavenly kung fu had a life and death crisis a few years ago. Mo Xiaodian wanted his mind to come and stop, but in the end it was a step too late. If this kid hadn't killed the martial god king who practiced immortal heavenly kung fu, why would he need to be so complacent as he is now, and sign a contract with the world of immortality? Now that he saw the person who had done a great deal of him appear in front of him, the killing intent in Mo Xiaodian's heart finally broke out. Chapter 2406, He can't kill you, I'll kill. So it's really you. It seems that even if the guy in front of him is not the creation of the immortal art, he is probably the first person to practice the immortal art. Little bastard, there is really a way to heaven, you don't go, but there is no way to hell, but you break in. Back then, I was a step slower and let you get away with it. I didn't expect you to come to the door today, let me die. Mo Xiaodian roared grimly, and then he was covered in black light, and when he raised his hand, he hit Jiang Chen with a punch. Mo Xiaodian, I am going to deceive people in the martial arts world. If you want to fight, I will accompany you. Wu Zantian shouted angrily, and immediately stepped out, also blasting towards Mo Xiaodian with a punch without evasiveness. The low collision sound suddenly sounded in midair, and 2 unusually terrifying punches surged from the place where the two confronted, causing the surrounding space to continue to collapse, turning 1,000 miles into chaos in an instant. A figure flew upside down suddenly from the chaotic space. It was the demon Howling Sky. Wu Zantian, since you are so anxious to find death, then I will fulfill you. Mo Xiaodian screamed in anger, and his whole body exploded to the extreme. The punch that was enough to smash the void, once again hit Wu Zantian. Wu Zantian's face was expressionless, his figure did not retreat but instead, he collided with Mo Xiaodian in the void again. Mo Xiaodian's figure trembled, and Wu Zontian fisted out again. Although this Mo Xiaodian cultivation base had also reached the peak of the Tribulation Crossing, its combat power was still one level worse than Wu Zontian. It's just that the guy cultivates indestructible heavenly power, and is almost immortal. Although Wu Zontian was able to repel Mo Xiaodian time and time again, he was completely helpless. Out of fear of immortal Tiangong, Wu Zontian didn't dare to shoot it with all his strength, so he could only consume Mo Xiaodian like this. If this continues, even if Wu Zontian is strong, he will have to be consumed alive by Mo Xiaodian. Senior Wu, you cast a secret method to trap him, I will kill him. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate anymore, directly speaking to Wu Zontian. Wu Zontian was taken aback for a moment. The horror of Mo Xiaodian's immortal Tiangong, Wu Zontian has witnessed with his own eyes. Can Jiang Chen really kill this guy? Wu Zontian just hesitated slightly, and then he chose to believe in Jiang Chen. His hand suddenly formed a seal, directly urging the secret method, and then grabbed the Mo Xiaodian with all his strength. An invisible force instantly solidified Mo Xiaodian in the hundreds of meters of space around him. Under this force, even with the strength of Mo Xiaodian, it is difficult for a moment to move. Although Mo Xiaodian was imprisoned by Wu Zontian's sudden burst of power, his expression was still not half panicked. He looked up at Wu Zontian, and sneered with disdain. Wu Zontian, even if you can trap me, what if you can kill me? Jiang Chen stepped out and appeared directly in front of Mo Xiaodian, and said lightly, he can't kill you, I'll kill. Mo Xiaodian looked at Jiang Chen in front of him, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. In terms of cultivation base, the black-clothed youth in front of him was more than a star and a half short compared to Wu Zontian, but Mo Xiaodian's fear of him was far greater than Wu Zontian's. The martial god king who had cultivated immortal heavenly art back then fell into the hands of this kid. The young man in black in front of him is very likely to master the method of restraining the immortal power. Mo Xiaodian's body burst into light, trying to break free of Wu Zontian's shackles. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen naturally did not intend to give Mo Xiaodian any chance. When he moved his palm, a weird black dagger emerged from the palm of his palm, and then wiped it against Mo Xiaodian's neck. Mo Xiaodian let out a low growl in his throat, and forcibly moved half a step under the shackles of Wu Zontian, avoiding the fatal blow. Even so, his neck still touched the black dagger in Jiang Chen's hand, and the black dagger made a long blood mark on his neck. Mo Xiaodian discovered to his horror that the immortal power he cultivated from his immortal heavenly art was unable to repair the wound left by the black dagger. Mo Xiaodian was horrified in his heart. Since his great accomplishment of immortality, no matter how hard he suffered, the immortal power in his body will be instantly repaired, allowing him to quickly return to his peak. This was the first time he encountered an injury that the indestructible power in his body could not repair. Mo Xiaodian finally understood why the martial, censored, king who had cultivated immortal heavenly kung fu was annihilated by the black-clothed youth in front of him. The mysterious dagger in the hands of this black-clothed youth is simply the nemesis of the immortal power. Seeing Mo Xiaodian avoiding his own blow, Jiang Chen was expressionless and directly pierced Demon Xiaodian with another blow. Mo Xiaodian was suddenly terrified. Where did he dare to hesitate for half a minute, and he screamed directly, burning his essence in blood, bursting out several times the power, breaking through the shackles of Wu Zontian. But at this moment, Jiang Chen's black dagger had already appeared in front of Mo Xiaodian. Mo Xiaodian had no time to dodge, so he could only stretch out his arm to block the oncoming black dagger. I saw Mo Xiaodian's entire arm was severed by the black dagger. Even if the indestructible land in his body was madly turbulent, it was impossible to recover the arm that was cut off by the black dagger. Mo Xiaodian's heart was full of dead souls, where he dared to hesitate for half a minute, and quickly turned into a black light, swooping towards the distant sky, leaving only a frightened voice constantly echoing in the void. Boy, wait for me, Mo Xiaodian will definitely not let you go. Seeing Mo Xiaodian fleeing, Wu Zontian was about to prepare to pursue it, but Jiang Chen stopped him. Senior Wu, don't chase after him. Although the strength of this Mo Xiaodian was slightly inferior to that of Wu Zetian, what he was practicing was immortal heavenly art, and only the black dagger in his own hand could restrain it. If he really wants to escape desperately, Wu Zontian may not be able to keep him. Now Wu Zontian used a secret method. Once he fell into a period of weakness in the process of chasing Demon Xiaodian, it would be troublesome. Wu Zontian frowned slightly and said, "Little friend Jiang Chen, let this guy escape today, I'm afraid there will be endless troubles." Jiang Chen faintly smiled and said, Don't worry, after today, this guy should only hide far away, and won't be with the people of the immortal world. Immortal power, immortality and immortality, it is only aimed at others. With this mysterious dagger capable of deciphering the indestructible heavenly power, that demon Xiaotian in Jiang Chen's eyes is no different from the powerhouse who crosses the pinnacle of the ordinary robbery. If the demon Xiaotian dared to appear, it would not be too late to kill at that time. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.